Chapter 1. You may address me as the little emperor. At noon, under the radiant sun, in a secluded forest, a vortex of distorted space suddenly materialized. Following this, a man clad in ancient robes, with a solemn countenance, appeared as if conjured from thin air. His gaze seemed somewhat dazed, as if he could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. He uttered softly to himself, Did I not already perish? After saying this, he surveyed his surroundings and examined his attire. This only deepened his confusion. He had never set foot in this place, nor was he dressed in his customary garments. At that moment, a peculiar, semi-transparent object resembling a sheet of paper emerged before him, its hue a delicate gold. It appeared almost animate, gradually inscribing words upon its surface. It read, "The first emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng, reigned for 11 years, awarded 11 emperor pearls." The sudden strangeness startled Qin Shi Huang, prompting him to instinctively retreat. However, the enigmatic object followed him backward. When he halted, his eyes glinted with vigilance towards the unknown, scrutinizing the displayed content. After reading, Qin Shi Huang's heart brimmed with even greater perplexity. Soon, his gaze turned cold, emanating the authority of a sovereign as he declared, "Who dares to conjure illusions here?" In the next instant, the screen before him transformed, revealing new content. "All emperors of the illustrious Huaxia dynasty have now arrived. Please converge with the other emperors swiftly. Upon meeting and recognizing one another, both parties will have their initial emperor pearl count augmented. Every day at noon, a map indicating the locations of all emperors will be unveiled, displayed for a limited duration of 1 hour. When all emperors gather, the remaining emperor pearl count in each personal account will be doubled. Shall we proceed to display the map now?" Upon reading this, Qin Shi Huang stood in the tranquil forest, rendered speechless for an extended period. His thoughts were tumultuous, striving to comprehend the situation before him. All emperors. His expression was a tapestry of emotions: elation, suspicion, and bewilderment towards the unknown. After a considerable pause, he refocused on the screen hovering before him. "Cumos." As the words left his lips, the text on the screen vanished, replaced by a vast map of the world. The map distinctly showcased hundreds of red light points scattered across the expanse. Some points were in close proximity, while others were isolated far apart. Among them, a golden light point caught Qin Shi Huang's attention. He gazed at the golden point, an instinct informing him that it marked his current location. Adjacent to the golden light was a solitary red point. There is indeed another nearby, so close. Can the view be magnified, that I might discern its precise location? You may address me as Little Emperor. Little Emperor, Little Emperor, magnify the map. As he spoke, the screen indeed began to enlarge, focusing on the vicinity of the golden light point. Yet, upon magnification, he realized that the nearest red point was, in truth, a considerable distance away. After discerning his position, the perplexed Qin Shi Huang resolved to rendezvous with the source of his confusion. With this thought in mind, he set forth towards the crimson dot on the horizon. Simultaneously, every emperor of the illustrious Huaxia dynasty found themselves confronted by a screen, which proclaimed the task of unification. They appeared in desolate landscapes, unfamiliar cities, or even amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. In the boundless sea, on a solitary rock that jutted out like a grain of sand in the ocean, stood a lone figure. The first emperor of the Southern Song dynasty, Emperor Gaozong Zhaogo, reigned for 35 years, awarded 35 imperial pearls. Zhaogo gazed at the map, bewildered and in despair. The golden dot that represented his location lay at the northernmost edge of the map, with the nearest red dot thousands of kilometers away. He cried out to the heavens, "Is there anyone out there who can come to my rescue?" The first emperor of the Xian dynasty, Emperor Wang Mang, reigned for 14 years, awarded 14 imperial pearls. With tears of joy, Wang Mang exclaimed, "At last there is a system." The first emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Guangwu Liu Xiù, reigned for 32 years, awarded 32 imperial pearls. Emerging in a bustling city, Liu Xiù quickly processed the information at hand and smiled. "All the emperors? Does that mean I can meet my own ancestor from the Han dynasty? And Wang Mang should be here too." Some rejoiced, while others were troubled. The first emperor of the Wu Zhou dynasty, Empress Wu Zetian, reigned for 15 years, awarded 15 imperial pearls. Wu Zetian's expression turned to one of fear. Unification? Joining them would be tantamount to seeking death. The first emperor of the Song dynasty, Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin, reigned for 16 years, awarded 16 imperial pearls. Zhao Kuangyin wore a troubled countenance. What shall I do if I encounter Emperor Zhou Shizong? How can I possibly explain myself? The third emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Qingzu Zhuди, reigned for 22 years, awarded 22 imperial pearls. What do you mean, Emperor Qingzu? Don't say such things. Zhudi exclaimed in a fluster. I hope I do not encounter my father, anyone but him, on a rural path. The first emperor of the Han dynasty, Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang, reigned for 7 years, awarded 7 imperial pearls. Liu Bang walked alone, observing the red dots on the map moving closer together. He whistled a merry tune, for although he was unaware of the current circumstances, living another life was a boon, and thus his spirits were high. The scenic route was delightful, with clear mountains and pristine waters. An hour is neither too short nor too long. As the time displayed on the map concluded, the screen faded away. Alas, just as we were about to meet, it vanishes. Liu Bang felt a headache coming on. I did not even know him. How shall we recognize one another? Reluctantly, he continued along the road. Before long, he passed a village where a crowd had gathered, curious about the unfolding events. Having lost a sense of purpose, Liu Bang adopted an air of nonchalance as he strolled towards the village entrance. He intended to inquire about his current whereabouts and the prevailing dynasty. As he approached, he noticed a gathering of villagers' men, women, and children who were intently observing a pair of individuals clad in elegant azure robes, exuding a distinguished presence, a man and a woman, each wielding a sword. I am Lin Wu, a disciple of the Moonxian sect, proclaimed the young man in azure. The Moonxian sect is recruiting new disciples. Any child under the age of 12 may participate in the trials. At that moment, someone sidled up to Liu Bang and inquired, My good brother, may I ask where we are? TSK. Liu Bang, fixated on the azure-clad woman standing beside Lin Wu, expressed his annoyance at being interrupted with a discontented sound. Standing next to him, Qin Shi Huang followed Liu Bang's gaze and cast a glance at the woman, then sneered coldly, Humph. So, is a lewd scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang turned his head towards the individual beside him and retorted with irritation. Who are you to meddle in matters that do not concern you? It is not for you to judge. Chapter 2. Salutations to meet Emperor Qin Shi Huang's gaze turned icy. Truly, he found it utterly incomprehensible and was too weary to engage with such a person. Having uttered these words, he turned to depart. Liu Bang rolled his eyes, muttering, half to himself, half directed at his counterpart, You stutter when you speak. What are you pretending for? Stopping in his tracks, Qin Shi Huang slowly turned back to face Liu Bang, challenging, If you possess the audacity, repeat that. Liu Bang, undeterred, retorted, What's wrong? Do you wish to practice? At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted from a man clad in blue, named Lin Wu. I see your attire. You do not appear to be local villagers. What brings you to create such a ruckus? Upon hearing this, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang glanced at their own clothing. Though it could not compare to imperial robes and splendor, it was evident they hailed from prosperous households, significantly better off than the surrounding villagers. Thanks to Lin Wu's casual remark, they both realized that another figure, indicated on the map, was drawing ever closer. And before them stood the only person they had encountered along the way adorned in the garb of a wealthy household. Simultaneously, they pondered, could it be? Seeing the two locked in silent gaze, Lin Wu shook his head, perceiving them as individuals of questionable intellect. I have informed everyone. Those interested may take their children to the Moonxian sect. We shall take our leave. The villagers promptly bowed in respect as they bid farewell to the celestial beings. Soon after, the two individuals clad in blue soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wow! Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang widened their eyes, gasping as if they had encountered a specter. The villagers turned their attention to the two men, thinking, didn't they claim to be worldly? Those are people from the Moonxian sect. Is flying not a common occurrence for them? A young man in the crowd jested, By the way, who are you two? Cough, cough. We are merely passing by, Qin Shi Huang replied, clearing his throat, feeling the situation was exceedingly peculiar. He quickly signaled Liu Bang with his eyes and strode away. Liu Bang, noticing, promptly followed suit. Once they had distanced themselves from prying eyes, Qin Shi Huang halted and turned to Liu Bang, addressing him directly. Is it you? With a smile, Liu Bang did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached a stone beside a tree and took a seat, exuding the demeanor of a ruler as he addressed Qin Shi Huang. Render me your respects and state your name. In response, Qin Shi Huang, rather amused than angered, replied, Oh, you possess quite the royal authority, daring to command me to pay you homage. I fear you may not withstand it. Rest assured, my lineage is grand enough to endure your kneeling tribute. Liu Bang declared with an air of triumph. Qin Shi Huang then remarked, The map indicates a rough estimate of over 200 red dots, suggesting there are indeed more than 200 individuals. What grants you such confidence that your lineage surpasses mine? After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I believe I understand now. I am familiar with the second emperor of Qin, so you must be the third or perhaps the fourth emperor of Qin. Is that what fuels your audacious claims? With an expression that seemed to penetrate all facades, Qin Shi Huang fixed his gaze upon Liu Bang. However, upon hearing these words, Liu Bang felt a jolt of surprise, his entire being trembling. Could it truly be such a coincidence? The expression on Liu Bang's face was fully captured by Qin Shi Huang, who smiled knowingly. Suddenly, Liu Bang lost his balance and fell to the ground. Disbelief etched on his face as he hurriedly stood up, brushing off the dust from his rear. You are the first emperor? Indeed, Qin Shi Huang replied, standing tall. In terms of seniority, none surpassed him. Liu Bang's lips twitched as he muttered to himself. Out of over 200 people, there's only one senior to me. And by sheer coincidence, I encounter him now. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Liu Bang. Is there truly only one person senior to you? Do not tell me you are Fusu. I'm not yet so blind. Liu Bang quickly waved his hands. No, I am not Fusu. Nor am I the third or fourth emperor of Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow. Liu Bang swallowed hard, uncertain if he should speak further. That enigmatic entity mentioned that emperors must not only meet, but also recognize each other to accumulate the number of imperial pearls. Although the purpose of these pearls is still unknown, recognition seems prudent. After a pause, he continued, I am indeed the great Qin Shi Huang. And you? Liu Bang inhaled deeply, bowed, and replied, I am Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty. As the words left his lips, a faint golden screen materialized before them simultaneously. Successfully united with Liu Bang, personal account. 7. Balance. 18 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Ying Zheng, personal account. 11. Balance. 18 imperial pearls. While Qin Shi Huang took note of the successful union and the increase in imperial pearls, he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. With a wave of his sleeve, the screen vanished. He then stepped forward angrily, demanding, Explain to me what you mean by the founding emperor of the Han. Zhenggu. Please, do not be agitated, Liu Bang exclaimed in a flurry. Let me explain. Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath. Speak. Liu Bang, with a wry smile, hurried to support Qin Shi Huang toward a stone. Zhenggu, please sit. You are unaware of the events that transpired after your death. It would take 3 days and nights to recount everything. Qin Shi Huang settled onto the stone, then make it brief. Very well. Liu Bang's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, not allowing Qin Shi Huang a moment to interject. Zhao Gao forged an edict, leading to Fusu's demise. And Hu Hai ascended the throne, plunging the realm into chaos. Heroes arose in rebellion, and the great Qin fell. I, Liu, with no justification for my prowess, unified the lands and established the Han, bringing peace to the people. His words struck like thunder, leaving Qin Shi Huang momentarily stunned. As if he had melded with the stone beneath him, Liu Bang sheepishly scratched his head, glancing at Qin Shi Huang with embarrassment. Zhenggu, I truly apologize. Out of over 200 individuals, how could I have known I would encounter you? I am merely 3 years your junior. Even if the second emperor of Qin were here, my seniority would surpass his. So, I hope you do not hold it against me. Moreover, I once saw your procession, but never had the fortune to behold you in person. At that time, I remarked, a man should be like this. Little did I expect to truly become one myself over a decade later. As Liu Bang reflected on this, Qin Shi Huang remained in a state of shock, silent for a long while. Liu Bang waved his hand before Qin Shi Huang, saying, Zhenggu, how are you? Suddenly, Qin Shi Huang seized Liu Bang's wrist, glaring fiercely at him. Nonsense. For the crime of deceiving the emperor, I shall annihilate your entire family. But everything I said is true, Zhenggu. I do not believe you. If you do not believe me, then ask someone else. So, it was you who brought about the downfall of the great Qin. No, absolutely not. Well, it seems I did accept the surrender of Qin Xiu'er. But your dynasty's collapse has nothing to do with me. Chapter 3. The renown of Xiu'er sure resonates like thunder. Meanwhile, Wang Mang strolled through the forest, engaging in conversation with the system, appearing to passers-by, as if he were conversing with himself. System, do not vanish unexpectedly. I have not finished speaking. A light golden screen appeared before Wang Mang once more. I am called Little Emperor. Little Emperor? So you willingly choose to be my subordinate? Wang Mang chuckled. Should I address you as Little Emperor, or classmate Little Emperor? The Little Emperor remained silent, seemingly outside the realm of response. Noticing this, Wang Mang did not press further and inquired about something else. Little Emperor, why do I feel as if I have grown younger? The screen displayed a response. Those above 40 years of age shall revert to their 40th year. Those below 40 shall retain their original age. Ah, so that's why I feel youthful. Though not exceedingly so. Wang Mang stroked his chin, then suddenly exclaimed, wait, those below 40 retain their original age? History has many child emperors. What happens to those under 10? I recall there were even infant emperors who could not yet walk. Please explore on your own. Wang Mang sighed. All right. Let me ask something else. What is the use of the Imperial Pearl? The Imperial Pearl can be exchanged for spirit stones. At a rate of 1 Imperial Pearl for 1 spirit stone. Spirit stones? Is it the kind I think it is? Wang Mang pondered, initially believing he was in an ancient realm, but could it be a world of cultivation? Please explore on your own. Wang Mang appeared exasperated. Aside from spirit stones, is there anything else? The number of assembled personnel has not met the criteria. No other options are available at present. Understanding this, Wang Mang realized that as the number of emperors increased, the functions of the Little Emperor would also expand. For now, the Imperial Pearl's sole function was to purchase these peculiar spirit stones. Just as Wang Mang was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a cry for help in the distance. Help! Following the sound, he saw a disheveled youth running towards him, a piece of fruit clutched in his mouth, while a man wielding a stick pursued him, shouting curses. Stop! How dare you steal my celestial fruit? I will break your legs. Seeing this, Wang Mang opted to step aside. The situation was clear. A thief had been caught stealing fruit from an orchard. Being new to this place, he deemed it wise not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. What was this celestial fruit, if not merely a type of fruit? The youth fled in a panic, feeling somewhat indignant. In the past, I would not have even cared to eat it. At that moment, Wang Mang was taken aback. Wait, what did he just say? Before he could ponder further, the youth was upon him, and Wang Mang swiftly grasped the young man's arm. The young man was startled, having been focused on the rear as he desperately sprinted forward, completely oblivious to the individual in his path. What are you doing? Let go of me. Before Wang Mang could utter a word, the man wielding the stick had already closed in on him. The youth felt tears welling up. How could he be so unfortunate? He had stumbled into this unfamiliar place, merely wishing to eat a fruit, only to be assaulted, and now a meddlesome individual blocked his escape. Thank you, brother. The stick-wielding man expressed his gratitude before attempting to seize the young man. Wang Mang immediately raised his hand. Wait. The man paused, casting a suspicious glance at Wang Mang. What is it? With a smile, Wang Mang replied, Brother, is it really necessary to chase him down with a stick over just one fruit? Let him sincerely apologize, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the man became enraged. Do you know what kind of fruit this is? It is a celestial fruit offered to the Zhu family. One such fruit is worth a tale of gold. Can this be settled with just an apology? Upon hearing the term celestial fruit, Wang Mang's suspicions were further confirmed. At that moment, the young man still attempted to break free but was firmly held back by Wang Mang, as if he were a thief caught in the act. Lord Zhu, Wang Mang suddenly called out towards the man behind him. The man, startled, quickly turned around and instinctively bowed. Lord Zhu Yun? However, there was no one behind him, and the man immediately sensed something was amiss. Turning back, he found Wang Mang had already dragged the bewildered young man away and was sprinting into the distance. Damn it! You two stop right there. Moments later, Wang Mang and the young man finally managed to shake off the stick-wielding assailant, panting heavily as they sat down behind a low slope. The youth peered back down the path and confirmed that the man was no longer in pursuit, allowing him to finally relax. Turning to Wang Mang, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Once I return, I will surely reward you with an official title and gifts. At this, Wang Mang chuckled. Oh, where are you returning to? Of course, to the imperial palace. I am the emperor. Everyone is dead, yet you still expect to return as emperor? The young man suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. Wait, I am dead. His expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror as he turned to Wang Mang incredulously. Then what now? Wang Mang sighed, feeling that this emperor before him might not be entirely coherent. As for the current situation, I am not fully aware either. It seems that all emperors have descended into this world. Wang Mang adjusted his collar and cleared his throat. I am Wang Mang, the new ruler of the Xian dynasty. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, the young man finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening. You are also an emperor? Wang Mang nodded. The young man, akin to an old friend encountered in a foreign land, quickly grasped Wang Mang's hand. I am Qin Shi. Do you know me? Upon hearing Qin Shi's name, Wang Mang could only smile ruefully, beginning to understand why this individual seemed somewhat daft. Of course, I am well aware of you. The name Qin Shi is renowned. Suddenly, a screen appeared before both of them. Successfully united with Huaxia. Personal account 3. Balance, 17 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Wang Mang. Personal account 14. Balance, 17 imperial pearls. Wow, you have so many imperial pearls. Huaxia was astonished. What is this new dynasty you speak of? The new dynasty emerged more than 200 years after the Qin dynasty, so naturally, you would be unaware of it. We shall discuss this further later. Wang Mang continued. The imperial pearls seem to be counted based on the duration of one's reign. I ruled for 14 years. Hence I possess 14 imperial pearls. It became clear that upon convergence, one adds the initial quantity of imperial pearls possessed by the other party. Now, my imperial pearls have increased as well. I have 17. Huaxia scratched his head and chuckled, but he inquired, what exactly are these imperial pearls for? Wang Mang gazed at Huaxia and cautioned, first and foremost, refrain from referring to yourself as I in this manner. This world is fraught with peril, and such a title could attract considerable trouble. Huaxia was momentarily taken aback, seemingly comprehending little. As for the purpose of the imperial pearls, Wang Mang smiled and instructed. Follow my lead. Call out Little Emperor. Little Emperor, I wish to purchase a celestial spirit stone. Huaxia responded in surprise. Huh? Wang Mang urged, simply do as I say. Huaxia, feeling somewhat bewildered, nodded and muttered to himself. Little Emperor, Little Emperor. In an instant, a pale golden screen materialized before him. Wang Mang, standing beside him, could also see it. I wish to purchase a celestial spirit stone, Huaxia declared. Chapter 4. The survival of the fittest in the world of cultivation. Consuming 1 imperial pearl. Balance, 16 imperial pearls, simultaneously, a crystal stone, translucent and tinged with a rosy hue, appeared in Huaxia's hand, not larger than an eyeball. Staring at the unexpected crystal, Huaxia was momentarily dazed. He turned to Wang Mang and asked, what is this? Wang Mang took the stone, examining it closely. This must be the legendary spirit stone. I surmise it holds considerable value. Thank you, Second Emperor, for the treat. With a smile directed at Huaxia, Wang Mang's words finally registered with Huaxia, who quickly snatched the celestial spirit stone back from Wang Mang's grasp. Who said I would treat you? And why should I be the one to spend imperial pearls? It matters not who purchases it. Let us first convert this celestial spirit stone into silver. In our quest to locate other emperors, we will undoubtedly incur expenses for food, lodging, and travel. Once we have spent all, then it will be my turn to buy. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Huaxia pondered deeply, casting a hesitant glance at Wang Mang as he timidly inquired, is my father also present? The term emperor was coined by your father. It is inconceivable for anyone to exist without him. Wang Mang chuckled, fully aware of Huaxia's thoughts, and suggested that before encountering your father, it would be wise to contemplate what you might say at that time. Nothing would suffice. Should he discover my actions, he would surely strike me down. Huaxia gulped nervously, shivering at the thought. Afterward, Huaxia turned to Wang Mang, his eyes gleaming with hope, and asked, by the way, what transpired after my demise? Did the great Qin rise again? If so, perhaps father, the great Qin has perished, utterly and irrevocably, Wang Mang interjected, extinguishing Huaxia's last flicker of hope. Upon hearing this, Huaxia was left in a state of shock, feeling as though the sky was collapsing around him. In this vast and boundless world of cultivation, encountering one's father would not be a simple endeavor. If fortune did not favor him, it could take a decade or more. Wang Mang patted Huaxia on the shoulder, attempting to console him. Is it truly so? Indeed. From the map displayed by the young emperor, the vast territory occupied by our group alone is equivalent to 100 great Qin empires. As for the true expanse of the entire realm of cultivation, it remains unknown. 100 great Qin lands. Is this desolate place truly so immense? Huai could not help but feel astonished. Then he sighed in relief. It was unlikely he would encounter his father, not just in a decade or two, but perhaps not in this lifetime. Observing this, Wang Mang shook his head and smiled. If they were to walk, indeed, they would never meet Qin Shi Huang in their lifetime. However, since this is the realm of cultivation, anything is possible. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure clad in white appeared out of nowhere, as if conjured from thin air or descending from the heavens, startling both Huai and Wang Mang. The two sprang to their feet, eyeing the newcomer warily. The figure was an elderly man, his eyes aged and deep-set, piercing into them with a gaze that sent chills down their spines. After a brief silence, Wang Mang mustered his courage and, with a forced smile, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you here?" The old man scrutinized their attire, ultimately fixing his gaze on the celestial spirit stone in Huai's hand. "You insignificant beings, devoid of cultivation, are nothing but mere mortals. How could you possess such a richly endowed supreme-grade celestial spirit stone?" The old man's tone was unfriendly, yet laced with a hint of suspicion and caution. At these words, Wang Mang felt an ominous chill. He had forgotten to remind Huai to conceal the spirit stone. Nevertheless, putting it away might prove futile, as this old man seemed quite formidable, capable of sensing their lack of cultivation and the presence of the spirit energy. Truly, a commoner without sin bears the burden of possessing a precious gem. Wang Mang reacted swiftly, snatching the celestial spirit stone from Huai's grasp and presenting it to the old man with both hands. "We found this stone, esteemed elder. If it pleases you, please take it." "Hey, what are you doing?" Huai attempted to intervene, but Wang Mang urgently blinked and whispered, "It's a matter of survival." Huai, clearly dissatisfied, thought to himself that two robust men like them should not fear an elderly man in his twilight years. However, seeing Wang Mang's demeanor, Huai restrained his irritation, deciding he would demand compensation later. Then, they observed the old man's eyes glinting with greed and delight as his claw-like hand reached out, and with a swift motion, the celestial spirit stone flew into his grasp. Upon holding it, the old man closed his eyes, savoring the sensation, revealing a look of profound satisfaction. Huai was taken aback by the scene, while Wang Mang quickly gestured for silence, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly. They needed to assuage the old man before anything else. Losing a spirit stone was trivial compared to losing one's life. After some time, the old man opened his eyes, clearly content, and tucked the celestial spirit stone into his sleeve. Yet he did not take his leave. Instead, he continued to gaze at the two. "Is there more?" His voice betrayed no hint of joy or sorrow. "There is none," they replied in unison, shaking their heads vigorously. The old man had already sensed through his spiritual awareness that they possessed nothing more than emptiness. Still, he showed no intention of departing, instead gradually revealing a sinister smile. "Now that I have taken your belongings, will you seek vengeance upon me?" "Of course not," they replied in unison once more. Yet the old man did not believe them. To prevent future disclosures about their actions, the elder spoke decisively. Without granting Huai and Wang Mang the opportunity to respond, he made a swift gesture, and suddenly, a distinct sound pierced the air. In an instant, two heads fell to the ground with a thud, their bodies collapsing shortly thereafter. Huai and Wang Mang, caught unawares, became lifeless corpses, their heads severed. Observing the scene, the elder revealed a satisfied smile. Ensuring no one was watching, an embodiment of his cautious and meticulous nature in navigating the martial world. He believed in leaving no loose ends. Subsequently, the elder vanished from sight, shrouded in secrecy. Unbeknownst to him, after he had executed the two, ethereal, translucent figures materialized above the headless corpses, Huai and Wang Mang. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, a small imperial screen appeared before them, proclaiming, "Deceased. Spend 100 imperial pearls to resurrect at any chosen location. Or enter the 9 days paradise if no pearls are spent. Please make your selection within 10 breaths. Exceeding this time will result in entry to the 9 days paradise." Wang Mang exclaimed, "I truly thought I was dead. So, resurrection is possible?" Huai, still shaken and apprehensive, pondered the implications of revival. Ignoring Hu Hai's astonishment, Wang Mang fixed his gaze on the elder until he vanished completely. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, today had been an eye-opening experience. I've noted you down. This grudge shall not be forgotten. Chapter 5. 9 Days Paradise. Let us not dwell on that. Resurrection requires 100 imperial pearls, which we do not possess. Hu Hai quickly remarked to Wang Mang. Didn't he, the little emperor, mention something about entering the 9 Days Paradise? That should be free, Wang Mang replied. What is the 9 Days Paradise? Hu Hai inquired. I have no idea, but it sounds like an amusement park. It should be safe, Wang Mang conjectured. Oh, that is reassuring. Hu Hai nodded in agreement. As the 10 breaths elapsed, the translucent figures of Hu Hai and Wang Mang abruptly vanished, leaving behind the 2 headless corpses in a pool of blood. In the 9 Days Paradise, Hu Hai and Wang Mang found themselves in a vast circular arena, standing upon a smooth surface surrounded by towering stone walls. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, another small imperial screen materialized before them. 9 Days Paradise, consisting of 12 levels. Successfully completing all levels allows you to choose a location for immediate resurrection. Failure to complete the levels will result in random resurrection at any location after the 9-day period concludes. Within the paradise, you may resurrect infinitely. Death will revert you to the first level, and the use of magical powers is prohibited. First level, the rat, officially commencing. Why are we starting without any explanation of the rules? Wang Mang shouted in frustration, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Just then, Hu Hai exclaimed, Wang Mang. Look over there. There are other people. Wang Mang, startled, turned to see, approximately the size of a football field away. One person frantically running while another remained hidden at a distance. The reason that individual was sprinting desperately was that behind him rolled a colossal iron ball, measuring a staggering 3 meters in diameter, hurtling toward him with relentless force. Before Hu Hai and Wang Mang could fully comprehend the situation, the enormous iron sphere swiftly caught up with him. A chilling cry echoed as the iron ball, akin to a mountain crashing down, crushed the man beneath its weight, reducing him to a pulpy mass. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, the iron ball did not simply roll over and move on. It lingered atop the corpse for a moment. In that fleeting pause, they noticed that the surface of the iron ball bore the vivid imprint of a gigantic rat's head. The rat's eyes were unnaturally large, darting about as if searching for its next victim. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mang distinctly heard the sound of Hu Hai's throat constricting beside him. Would it be painful to be crushed by that iron ball? Wang Mang remained silent, for he found himself in no better predicament than Hu Hai. Suddenly, the rat-shaped iron ball began to roll again. Holy moly! Wang Mang shouted, taking off in a panic, for the massive sphere was now barreling toward them. Both Wang Mang and Hu Hai turned and fled, only to be startled by an astonishing sight. Just a few meters ahead, the very person who had been crushed by the iron ball now stood before them, seemingly resurrected. What on earth is happening here? Wang Mang exclaimed, quickening his pace to catch up and inquire. The man appeared tense, sweat beading on his forehead. Who are you? He stammered. Wang Mang. And you? Zhu Qizhen. What? The god of war of the Ming dynasty? What are you doing here? I too wish to understand why I am here. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Mang began to piece together the situation. Outside, emperors were scattered across various lands, but in the afterlife, they seemed to converge in this peculiar realm. However, it appeared that recognition here did not equate to true acknowledgement, as the small emperor had not gained any corresponding imperial orbs. Wang Mang queried, How did you meet your end? Zhu Qizhen responded, I inexplicably found myself in a mist-laden forest, a place shrouded in enigma. There were beasts I had never encountered and apparitions. I had no understanding of what transpired before I was attacked and bitten to death. Zhu Qizhen seemed both furious and frustrated, with no outlet for his ire. Wang Mang offered a wry smile. Indeed, for an ordinary person, appearing in such a ghastly location would spell certain doom. Help me, Wang Mang. Suddenly, Hu Hai's voice rang out behind them. Yet, before Wang Mang could turn, a sickening sound of flesh being crushed reached his ears. He looked back to see Hu Hai sprawled beneath the rat-shaped iron ball, which now rested motionless atop Hu Hai's lifeless body, spinning in place as it sought its next target. Fortunately, the iron ball did not advance toward Wang Mang and Zhu Qizhen. Instead, it rolled rapidly toward the individual who was farthest away, lurking at the edge. With this, both Wang Mang and Zhu Qizhen exhaled deeply, able to catch their breath for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Hu Hai revived, appearing once more beside Wang Mang and Zhu Qizhen. Gasping for air, his expression a mix of fear and trepidation. Hu Hai slowly turned his gaze towards Wang Mang, then suddenly seized him by the collar with both hands. Exclaiming angrily, "Wang Mang, you deceitful scoundrel! Calm down, Second Emperor," Wang Mang responded, startled. Hu Hai retorted, "Did you not claim that this amusement park was devoid of danger? Is this not perilous?" Wang Mang, visibly flustered, replied, "How was I to know? Quickly, release me. It approaches." As they looked again, they beheld the iron ball of the mouse, having crushed another victim, returning ominously towards them. The trio of Hu Hai, Wang Mang, and Zhu Qizhen were taken aback and immediately dispersed in 3 different directions, sprinting away with haste. The scene unfolded with the 4 of them in a frantic chase. It was a relentless pursuit, as if the very air conspired against their escape. "Brother, who might you be?" Wang Mang gasped as he encountered another figure. "Sun Quan." "Sun Zhongmo," the astute middle-aged man replied, panting. "I am Sun Shi Huang," Wang Mang chuckled. Sun Quan, perplexed, responded, "It is Zhongmo, not Shi Huang." Wang Mang, equally breathless, queried, "Might you, as a learned scholar of the Sun family, provide insight on how to unravel this first trial?" At that moment, Wang Mang was clearly devoid of any strategy. Consumed by the urgency of their flight, with no time to ponder the intricacies of their predicament. As they ran, Sun Quan observed, "The surrounding stone walls rise 10 zhang high. Escape seems impossible. Yet, I believe there must be a means of exit." Wang Mang inquired, "Are you suggesting there is a mechanism concealed within one of these walls?" It was merely a conjecture, yet worth exploring. "Excellent," Wang Mang exclaimed as he turned to Hu Hai and Zhu Qizhen in the distance, shouting, "Run towards the stone walls. Let us search for any triggers." However, no sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack resounded. Wang Mang felt a searing pain in his foot, a piercing agony that overwhelmed him. With a cry of despair, he collapsed to the ground, gazing at his right foot, which was ensnared in an enormous mouse trap, inflicting excruciating pain and profuse bleeding. "What in the world?" Wang Mang grimaced, bewildered by the sudden presence of the trap. At that moment, the iron ball was nearly upon him, its size swelling in his vision, eclipsing everything around him. Chapter 6. I am the general of heavenly strategy Li Shimin, the 2nd emperor of the Tang dynasty, who reigned for 23 years and was posthumously awarded 23 imperial jewels, felt an invigorating surge of vitality as he returned to the vigor of his 40th year. Following the indicated direction, he advanced towards the nearest red dot. Yet, he soon halted, for a band of over a dozen armed mountain bandits erupted from the nearby brush, encircling him. Each bandit bore fierce, glaring eyes, radiating a menacing aura. "Hey, good sirs, we are out of funds for drink. Perhaps you could spare some?" One particularly burly, dark-faced man bellowed. Li Shimin remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm amidst the threat. He opened his arms wide and declared, "I possess nothing of value. Should you doubt my words, feel free to search me." The burly man retorted, "Given your attire, you appear to be a wealthy noble." As he ventured outside, he found himself lacking sufficient funds. "I've spent it all," replied Li Shimin. The burly man with a dark complexion snorted coldly, "If I uncover a single copper coin on you, you'll be held accountable today." With that, the imposing figure hefted his large blade and strode purposefully towards Li Shimin. Remaining still, Li Shimin awaited the man's approach. Upon nearing, the burly man plunged his blade into the ground and began to search through Li Shimin's sleeves. Yet, just as he leaned closer, Li Shimin unleashed a powerful punch to the man's eye socket. In the blink of an eye, before the man could let out a cry of anguish, Li Shimin had seized the weapon embedded in the earth. In a swift and graceful motion, he pivoted and darted behind the burly man. "Don't move." Within mere seconds, Li Shimin stood behind him, pressing the blade against his neck. The sharp edge grazed the man's skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. "Second in command," gasped the onlookers in shock. "I have no desire for conflict, but do not force my hand." Li Shimin insisted, "Let your people depart. I assure you, I will not kill you." To his surprise, the burly man did not exhibit the anticipated alarm. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, glancing at the surrounding bandits, who had initially gasped but now stood motionless, neither panicking nor urging him to release their comrade. Why was this? Did they doubt his willingness to kill? "Ah, so you are a martial artist," the burly man remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But that is insufficient. With that declaration, a fierce wave of energy surged from the man, striking Li Shimin like a rampaging bull, sending him hurtling backward. The blade slipped from Li Shimin's grasp and clattered to the ground. Thud! He was propelled several meters away, landing heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Li Shimin gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Astonishment etched across his face as he regarded the burly man. The latter twisted his neck and nonchalantly wiped the blood from his throat before scooping up the fallen blade, ready to end Li Shimin's life. Second, just then, a robust voice resonated, halting the burly man's advance. He glanced up towards a branch of a nearby tree. Li Shimin followed his gaze, spotting a woman clad in a flowing black robe perched upon the limb. Perhaps she had been there all along, unnoticed by him. Her features were not striking, yet her delicate features drew attention. Her hair, gathered into a voluminous ponytail, lent her an air of cleanliness and decisiveness. Leaning against the tree, she held a partially bitten fruit in her hand, appearing quite at ease. "Chief," the burly man called out, perplexed. The woman in black regarded Li Shimin with keen interest before turning her gaze back to the burly man. The voice emanating from the figure belied his imposing appearance. "Engage him with your bare hands. There is no need for martial arts or true energy. Simply rely on your skills." Upon hearing this, the burly man with a dark complexion paused, bewildered by the rationale behind the statement. Yet he clasped his fists in acknowledgement and declared, "Understood." With that, the man tightened his fists and strode directly toward Li Shimin. Instinctively, Li Shimin recoiled, still reeling from the bizarre strike the man had delivered moments earlier. What kind of supernatural technique was that? "Come on, what are you afraid of? Losing to our second-in-command is no disgrace. If you surrender, kneel and bow 3 times. I assure you, I will not kill you. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of those around you." Came the raucous jeers of the bandits surrounding them, brandishing their knives to block Li Shimin's retreat. Observing this, Li Shimin took a deep breath, his fists clenched in determination. "I am indeed the general of heavenly strategy," he muttered to himself. At that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of formidable authority befitting an emperor. In the next instant, Li Shimin charged forward, his gaze fixed intently on the dark-complexioned man. The latter, momentarily taken aback, found himself inexplicably intimidated by Li Shimin's commanding presence, remaining frozen in place for a brief 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shimin closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch that struck the man's chest. The dark-complexioned man staggered back, pain evident on his face. "Damn you," he seethed, gritting his teeth as he retaliated. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike landing with considerable force. After several exchanges, they found themselves locked in close combat, each gripping the other's forearm, their faces mere inches apart, glaring at one another with clenched jaws and bulging veins. After a tense standoff of about 10 breaths, the dark-complexioned man, incredulous, felt his strength waning as his arm began to lower. In that moment, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in Li Shimin's eyes. He pressed the advantage, exerting a tremendous force that bent the man's posture and followed up with a vicious kick to his side, sending him crashing to the ground. The man fell face first into the earth, his mouth filling with dirt and debris. The bandits, who had been vociferously cheering for their second-in-command, were now rendered silent, their movements stilled. Spitting out the dirt, the dark-complexioned man glared furiously at Li Shimin, the frustration evident on his face. Suddenly, the air around him began to warp, as if some invisible energy enveloped his entire being. He reached out, and the fallen machete inexplicably soared into the air, hovering ominously with its blade pointed directly at Li Shimin. The latter's pupils dilated in alarm as he instinctively retreated. "What is happening? Are you not able to play fair?" "Enough." A cold, commanding voice cut through the tension, emanating from a woman clad in black perched high in a tree. The dark-complexioned man's movements halted abruptly, revealing no sign of dissent as he relinquished his power. The machete descended to the ground. In the next moment, the woman in black leapt gracefully from the 10-meter tree, landing deftly beside the dark-complexioned man. Defeat must be acknowledged. One should not allow others to perceive us as bandits lacking in decorum. The woman in black cast a glance at the burly man. The stout-faced brute scratched his head sheepishly, his expression quite awkward. My apologies, I was momentarily overcome. I shall apologize to him at once." "There's no need." The woman in black raised her hand to stop him, then strode purposefully towards Li Shimin. Li Shimin stood rooted to the spot, realizing that even if he wished to flee, escape was not an option. The woman approached him, her gaze assessing him as if he were a rare treasure, circling him with scrutiny. This gaze made Li Shimin feel quite uncomfortable. And just as he was about to speak, she unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap to his posterior, exclaiming, "Skilled in martial arts, and handsome too. Quite impressive. Why you?" Li Shimin jumped in surprise, hastily covering his rear as he turned to face her. The woman smiled, adding, "Though you're a bit older, that's just fine. I have a penchant for older men." Li Shimin's expression darkened, bewildered by the situation. Had he just been flirted with? "You lot." The woman suddenly raised her voice, her rough, smoky tone resonating around them. "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. "Bind him up and take him back to be my husband." As dusk fell in the bandit's lair, within an antiquated room, Li Shimin found himself bound at the rafters, utterly immobilized. The woman in black sat at a table, her left leg resting on a stool as she indulged in wine and meat. The enticing aromas of the food and drink made Li Shimin's stomach grumble in protest. Despite his hunger, he was resolute. With a booming voice, he demanded, "What do you intend to do with me?" Upon hearing this, the woman rose, her hands slick with grease as she casually wiped them on her clothing and approached him. Li Shimin felt an inexplicable wave of panic. Instinctively, he recoiled. But there was no retreat. He turned his head away and implored, "Hey, Miss, noble warrior, let us discuss this civilly. I truly have no money, and you have already searched me. I was merely seeking my friend and lost my way. My funds have been taken. I am but a pitiable soul. Please, show mercy and release me. I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Intrigued, the woman in black regarded him with interest, her smoky voice softening as she replied, "What do you mean by noble warrior? My name is Tang Ying, but you may call me Ying Ying. You are of the Tang clan? And what of it? Do you also bear the name Tang? By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Li, the second in my household, named Li Erlang. Erlang. Get lost, you wretched woman." At the sound of Erlang, Li Shimin shuddered, unable to contain himself any longer as he erupted in fury. "I have had enough. How dare you claim the Tang name, tarnishing its honor? What sort of wretch are you? I shall tell you the truth. I am the emperor of the great Tang. Li Shimin, if you dare, kill me and see if I even flinch." Li Shimin's tirade was accompanied by spittle that landed on Tang Ying's face, clearly indicating that he had resigned himself to his fate. He would rather die than allow his reputation to be sullied by a mountain bandit leader. Otherwise, his lifelong honor would be lost. As his words hung in the air, Tang Ying stood stunned, staring at Li Shimin in silent disbelief. A profound silence enveloped them. Only the sounds of insects serenade the night. After a while, Tang Ying suddenly chuckled, her expression revealing an understanding. "So, you enjoy this sort of play?" She adopted a coy demeanor, saying, "Your Majesty, this humble servant acknowledges her mistake." Li Shimin replied, "Your Majesty, I am Ying Fei, the firefly. Get lost, you wretched woman." "Your Majesty speaks well. I quite like it. Do you believe I will annihilate your entire clan? Your Majesty is so tyrannical, such a delightful threat." Li Shimin, agitated, felt his chest heave, uncertain how to respond. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he closed and opened his eyes, addressing her with regal authority, "Untie me." Tang Ying, momentarily taken aback, played along, bowing and responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." She promptly untied him, inadvertently freeing him entirely. Once liberated, Li Shimin felt a hint of discomfort. He cleared his throat twice, pushed her away, and strode directly to the table laden with food and drink. "Your Majesty, allow me to serve you your meal." Li Shimin ignored her, lifting his robes and seated himself at the table, ravenously consuming the feast before him, having been famished for quite some time. "Your Majesty, do take your time, there is plenty to enjoy." Tang Ying stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Li Shimin propped his legs on the bench. "Massage my legs." "Certainly," she replied, immediately attending to him. "Pour some wine." "Very well." As he chewed on his food, he observed the flattering Tang Ying pouring wine, pointing to his head and inquiring, "My lady, is there something amiss?" Li Shimin sensed an oddity about her. Tang Ying gazed at him. "Your Majesty, you are quite domineering, which I find delightful." At her words, Li Shimin shuddered, quickly turning away to avoid her gaze. Soon, after a hearty meal, Li Shimin let out a satisfied burp. Noticing Tang Ying seated across from him, propping her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily at him, he hesitated, unable to meet her eyes. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Though I partake of your hospitality, it does not imply I will heed your commands. Do you understand?" Tang Ying nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You see, while you are rather pleasing to behold, he glanced at her but quickly averted his gaze. There is no need to seek a man in such a manner. Moreover, I must inform you that I am already wed with children. Thoughts of Empress Zhang's son, his beloved first wife, flooded his mind. He certainly would not mention any other concubines, as that would imply her presence held little significance. Tang Ying continued to nod, her infatuated gaze unwavering. Since you comprehend, I shall take my leave. Before she could finish, Li Shimin's mind sparked with a sudden realization. Why leave? Why must you depart? This question echoed in his thoughts. His gaze shifted to Tang Ying as he declared, I may stay, but you must agree to 3 conditions. The first, from this day forth, I shall be the leader of this bandit lair. Chapter 8, Hidden Dragon Stronghold. After careful consideration, I have decided that I shall lead this bandit den as the chief. You shall take the position of the second in command. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying released her hands from her chin and shook her head. Observing this, Li Shimin felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had indeed been indulging in fanciful thoughts. You are the chief, and I shall be the chief's lady, Tang Ying said with a smile. Uft. Li Shimin nearly fell off his stool, caught off guard. You. He quickly steadied himself, rubbing his temples in exasperation. With a resigned sigh, Li Shimin conceded, Very well. It is your choice. However, do you think your subordinates will agree to this arrangement? Tang Ying replied confidently, They dare not oppose me. Her tone reflected not only her self-assurance in her own abilities, but also her unwavering command over her subordinates. Very well, Li Shimin exclaimed. I have a second request. You must teach me martial arts. Martial arts? But your skills are quite commendable, Tang Ying remarked, somewhat puzzled. If I do not utilize the true qi of martial arts, I may not even stand a chance against you. Yes, yes. It is precisely that true qi of martial arts you mentioned. Li Shimin recalled the formidable techniques of the burly man he encountered earlier with lingering dread. And now, Tang Ying appeared even more formidable. In this enigmatic world, if one does not thoroughly comprehend the rules of this realm and acquire means of self-preservation, the quest for other emperors may lead to perilous outcomes. Tang Ying stated, While I may not be an exceptionally powerful expert, I am at least at the bone refinement stage. Teaching you should pose no challenge. Bone refinement stage? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. What is that? It is a realm in martial arts. Do you truly not know this? I seek clarification. Humph. Speak, you scoundrel. Yes, chief. Li Shimin was left speechless, suspecting she was quite eccentric. It seems you are woefully uninformed. Allow me to be more specific. Tang Ying promptly began to elaborate with enthusiasm. In this world, cultivation is divided into 2 main schools, spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation. I am not well versed in spiritual cultivation, as I focus on martial cultivation. The realms of martial cultivation consist of 9 stages, ascending in strength: martial artist, body refinement, bone refinement, qi condensation, spirit concentration, golden body, human martial god, earth martial god, and heaven martial god. Apart from the last 3 realms of the martial god, the other 6 stages each contain 9 tiers. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was somewhat taken aback. You mentioned this heaven martial god. How formidable is their strength? How many foes could one person defeat? Tang Ying sighed in explanation. The power of a heaven martial god transcends mere numerical comparisons. It is said that a single heaven martial god can uphold the prosperity of an entire region and single-handedly annihilate a dynasty, rendering them virtually unmatched in the world. In that moment, Li Shimin's perception of reality was profoundly transformed. This realm he had entered was indeed extraordinary. Since when could a single individual obliterate an entire dynasty? What then is the purpose of nurturing soldiers or maintaining armies of hundreds of thousands? Tang Ying quickly interjected. However, do not dwell on such grand notions. Let us not speak of heaven or earth martial gods. For ordinary individuals like us, reaching the qi condensation stage is already a manifestation of divine favor from our ancestors. The practice of martial arts is indeed arduous. Even I have only barely reached the 7th stage of bone tempering. My aspiration is to one day ascend to the realm of qi condensation. Li Shimin seemed lost in thought, paying little heed to Tang Ying's discourse. After a prolonged silence, he resolved firmly, Very well. From this day forth, I shall take you as my master in martial arts cultivation. Since we are family, why bother with formalities? Just call me Ying Ying, and I shall instruct you. Tang Ying replied with a delighted and infatuated gaze directed at Li Shimin. Ahem, do not overreach. Li Shimin feigned composure, adding, I still have a third matter to discuss. Tang Ying's expression fell into disappointment. All right, I will teach you. What is the third matter? Then, Li Shimin stated, before I reveal the third matter, I must inquire a few questions. It appears you are unfamiliar with Li Shimin. Who is Li Shimin? Oh, right, you just mentioned that you are called Li Shimin. Are you aware of the Qin, Han, Jin, Sui, and Tang dynasties? Tang Ying, caught off guard by the question, replied, though my studies have been scant, I do know the basic historical dynasties. However, I am not familiar with the specifics you've mentioned. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin wore an expression of resignation. It seemed he had completely manifested in another realm. Thus, there was no need to conceal his identity or use a pseudonym, as it was entirely unnecessary. Never mind that. By the way, what do you call this band of mountain bandits? The Wealth Robbers Guild, dedicated to robbing the rich to aid the poor. At this, Li Shimin rolled his eyes. The phrase robbing the rich to aid the poor is one I despise. The wealthiest in the world are the emperors. Why do you not raid the palace? There are both benevolent and tyrannical emperors, not to mention ordinary folk. Do the rich deserve to be robbed by you? His words left Tang Ying momentarily speechless. Moreover, Wealth Robbers Guild is quite an unappealing name. Choose another. Very well. The chief shall come up with a new name. Pray, enlighten me as to where this place is. Linzhou City, Juku Mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin pondered for a moment before a smile graced his features. From this day forth, the Wealth Robbers Guild shall officially be renamed Hidden Dragon Stronghold. Turning to Tang Ying, he continued, the third matter I wish to discuss involves you leveraging your extensive connections to spread the word that Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty is at Hidden Dragon Stronghold in Juku Mountain. The following day, at noon, on another front, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang traversed a picturesque landscape. Having subsisted on wild fruits and vegetables since yesterday, Liu Bang complained. Zhenggu, I am famished. Qin Shi Huang remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Liu Bang quickened his pace to walk alongside him. Zhenggu, why do you refuse to purchase a celestial spirit stone with a piece of the Emperor's pearl? If you are reluctant to spend, I can buy it instead. Qin Shi Huang halted and turned to Liu Bang. Pray tell, what exactly is a celestial spirit stone? Liu Bang shook his head. I do not know. However, the young emperor mentioned it could be purchased, so it must be something of value. We could trade it for money or food. That is precisely what troubles me. Qin Shi Huang mused, recalling the two celestial beings he had encountered the previous day. This world held many mysteries. Until we discern its nature, it is wise to refrain from possessing overly valuable items. When the moment of necessity arrives, it is never too late to make a purchase. There is no need to acquire something prematurely and carry it around. Chapter 9. Moon Xian's sect. Hearing this, Liu Bang immediately understood. All right, he said, lifting his gaze to the noon sunlight. Zhenggu, the time is nearly upon us. Qin Shi Huang nodded, surveying the surroundings. The air was fragrant, and the scenery was delightful. Directly ahead, a narrow path wound its way into the mountains. Qin Shi Huang remarked, I vaguely recall that this location is where the second red dot is situated. If he remains here, he should not be far from us. As he spoke, a small imperial screen appeared before Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang. Noon has arrived. Would you like to activate the map? Regardless of their choice. A countdown of 1 hour had already commenced. Activate. The two exclaimed in unison. With that, the screen transformed, revealing a vast map of the world, dotted with hundreds of red markers. Zoom in on my location, Qin Shi Huang instructed. The map enlarged, becoming distinctly visible. On Qin Shi Huang's small imperial screen, his position was marked in gold, closely adjacent to a red dot representing Liu Bang. Not far from the 2 points, another red dot glimmered brightly. It appeared they had not strayed from the path, and were indeed quite close. Qin Shi Huang scrutinized the screen, calculating the distance. It was roughly a journey of less than 2/4 of an hour. Liu Bang urged, we must not delay, let us proceed. The two swiftly followed the winding path ahead. According to the map, the red seemed to be located atop the mountain. Before long, a spacious square of white stone came into view, populated by dozens of men and women clad in matching blue and white garments. They wielded swords, standing in formation and gracefully practicing their swordplay. Behind the square, numerous ancient buildings stood tall, some imposing and majestic, others shrouded in mist. In front of them loomed a grand jade stone gate, prominently inscribed with 3 characters, Moon Xian Sect. Moon Xian Sect? Liu Bang pondered, recalling something. Those 2 flying individuals from yesterday, seemed to belong to the Moonxian sect. Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow. Could that person have descended within the Moonxian sect? The small imperial display had not concluded. It was evident that the red dot lay within. Yet, it had yet to move, remaining inside rather than joining them. At that moment, a member of the Moonxian sect approached. He was a middle-aged man with a neutral expression, drawing nearer. He surveyed their attire and spoke without any air of superiority, simply stating, "This is the Moonxian sect. I am Li Heron, an outer elder of the sect. May I inquire about your purpose here?" Liu Bang responded, "I have long admired Elder Li's esteemed name. Greetings. I am Liu Bang, and we have come to seek someone from your esteemed sect." Li Heron looked at the smiling Liu Bang and inquired, "Seeking someone? Is he a disciple of our sect?" Liu Bang replied, "I do not know. What does he look like? I am uncertain. What is his name? You must know that." I do not know." Li Heron's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist, struggling to contain his frustration. Angrily exclaimed, "What do you know? Who are you searching for?" "Oh." Liu Bang was at a loss for words. The screen before Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang was visible only to the emperors themselves, inaccessible to outsiders. Just as the two pondered their next move, two figures approached. "Is it you?" The newcomers, a man and a woman, were none other than Lin Wu and the green-clad maiden, Li Xiu'er, whom they had encountered the previous day. Li's gaze fell sharply upon Lin Wu. "Do you know them?" Lin Wu clasped his hands together respectfully. "Master, I do not know these two. I merely crossed paths with them while notifying the nearby villages yesterday." At that moment, the young woman, Li Xiu'er, shot a furious glare at Liu Bang and suddenly accused him. "Lecher, how dare you show your face here?" Upon hearing this, Liu Bang was taken aback and retorted defiantly, "Who is the lecher? Young lady, do not speak so recklessly." Li Xiu'er's eyes turned icy. "You stared at me all day yesterday. Did you truly think I was unaware? If it weren't for my father's strict orders to avoid trouble, a lecher like you would have already met his end beneath my sword." The villagers regarded Li Xiu'er with a mixture of respect and awe, and the more brazen among them merely harbored admiration without the courage to act. How could Li Xiu'er not notice Liu Bang's unwavering gaze upon her the previous day? Despite her fierce words, Liu Bang remained unperturbed, replying with a smile, "A flower blooms splendidly. If I fail to appreciate its beauty, would that not reflect my lack of sensibility? Moreover, I have neither spoken disrespectfully to you nor laid a hand upon you. How can you label me a lecher?" At his words, Li Xiu'er fell silent, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, anger entwined with embarrassment. "If you two have no business here, I would kindly ask you to take your leave. There's no need for further formalities." Li spoke up, his tone laced with a hint of warning. He seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further, preferring to avoid entanglements. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang exchanged glances, resigned. This ghostly locale was clearly not one they could brazenly breach. It appeared they would have to retreat empty-handed. Zhenggu, he has arrived," Liu Bang suddenly remarked, fixing his gaze upon the screen before him. Qin Shi Huang also turned his attention to his own screen, and indeed, the red dot within the Moonxian sect, which had remained still for so long, was finally on the move towards them. While Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang felt elated, Li He and his companions were left bewildered. "Who has come?" they queried in unison, glancing behind them, finding no one there. "Wait, Zhenggu, this speed is astonishing. Is he riding a horse?" Liu Bang questioned skeptically, observing the screen. Soon, a streak of white light shot forth from the sect's main hall. At the sight of the luminous figure, Li He and the others instinctively straightened their posture. The sect master. In the blink of an eye, the figure of white light hovered above the sect's gate. It was an elderly man clad in white, his long white eyebrows cascading down to his chest, his entire being immaculate. Accompanying him was a young boy of about 7 or 8 years old. The elder, holding the boy's hand, descended gracefully to the ground. Li He and the others immediately stepped aside and bowed in reverence. "Sect master." Fortunately, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang have come to know that this world harbors celestial beings capable of flight. Otherwise, they might have gasped in astonishment at this moment. The two men glanced alternately at the elder and the young boy, pondering which of the two it could possibly be. One appeared far too aged, while the other seemed too juvenile. However, the display on the small emperor's screen indicated that the red that was right before them, implying it could only be one of these two. "Is it you?" the boy inquired with a tender voice, his expression tinged with surprise. Both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang turned their attention to the 7, or 8-year-old child, and rather than feeling the thrill of an unexpected encounter, they were seized by an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Chapter 10. The Triad has formed as emperors, who would willingly allow a mere child to inherit the throne. Moreover, the fact that he appeared at such a tender age signified his impending demise. Qin Shi Huang was certain he did not belong to his dynasty, as Liu Bang had already remarked that the great Qin had only 2 emperors, and then it ended there. Liu Bang, on the other hand, silently prayed that this child would not be an emperor of the Han dynasty. Yes, Qin Shi Huang responded succinctly, refraining from hastily revealing his identity, especially with others present. Upon hearing this, the boy turned to the elderly figure beside him. "Master, they are the ones I seek." The elder smiled gently, introducing himself. "I am Mo Wen Xiu, the sect leader of the Moon Mystical Sect. This child is my newly accepted disciple." "And you are?" Liu Bang hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as they were unfamiliar with one another. "Could you grant us some time, sect leader Mo?" Qin Shi Huang inquired. After a glance at the boy, who nodded in affirmation, Mo Wen Xiu consented. "Very well." Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, and the young boy proceeded further away, their figures receding into the distance. Li Heron and the others observed their departure, utterly perplexed. "Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? When did you take in a new disciple? Wasn't he your last disciple already taken?" Mo Wen Xiu's face flushed at the inquiry. "One can reopen the door after closing it, can't they? This will certainly be the last one." "Ah, indeed," Li Heron replied. Mo Wen Xiu cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. "Yesterday, I encountered this young lad on the back mountain. His origins are somewhat peculiar, yet he is truly delightful. He possesses a clever mind, an amiable disposition, and remarkable courage. Most importantly, I discovered that he possesses an exceptionally rare cultivation physique. Such a prodigious child must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Thus, after careful consideration, I decided to take him as my disciple and instruct him personally." Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang and the others, having walked quite a distance, finally halted. "Child, state your name," Qin Shi Huang commanded. "I am Liu Gong, the 3rd emperor of the Han dynasty. I possess 4 imperial pearls. And you?" At this revelation, the expressions of Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang diverged drastically. Qin Shi Huang could no longer contain his mirth, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, look at Liu Bang, petrified at this revelation. The 3rd emperor, a mere child of 7 or 8. What kind of Han dynasty is this? It seems it is not faring well at all." Liu Bang, on the verge of tears, crouched down and grasped Liu Gong's shoulders. "My child, do you truly consider yourself the 3rd emperor of our great Han?" Liu Gong replied, "Indeed, why would I deceive you?" Liu Bang wept. The emergence of a youthful monarch signified turbulent times for the dynasty. Could it be that his Han, like the Qin before it, would meet a brief and tragic end? "Is your father Liuing?" Liu Bang inquired. Liu Gong nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" Liu Bang wiped away his tears and gently patted Liu Gong's head. "I am your royal grandfather, the founding emperor of the Han, Liu Bang. I am the 1st emperor of Qin," declared Qin Shi Huang. As he spoke, a screen materialized before the 3 of them, displaying successful union with Liu Gong. Personal account 4, balance, 22 imperial beads. Successful union with Liu Gong. Personal account 4, balance, 22 imperial beads. Successful union with Ing Zheng and Liu Bang. Personal account 117. Balance, 22 imperial beads. Moreover, the screen revealed a second line of information. The union of the 3 has been achieved, unlocking the library of techniques and temporary cultivation abilities. Qin Shi Huang pondered the second line's content, but Liu Bang and Liu Gong, having confirmed each other's identities, were lost in an embrace, weeping together. "Grandfather," Liu Bang sighed. "Oh, my dear grandson." Witnessing this touching scene, Qin Shi Huang's previously jovial demeanor darkened. A surge of unnameable fury welled within him. "Hu Hai, it would be wise for you to pray that I do not find you swiftly." With anger simmering in his eyes, he redirected his focus to the small emperor's screen. "Small emperor, what is the library of techniques?" "The small emperor can provide an array of techniques for your cultivation." Is there a method for eternal life? Or perhaps a way to prolong life? Eternal life methods, please explore on your own. For prolonging life, the small emperor recommends the longevity technique, which, when perfected, can extend one's lifespan to 1,000 years. Price, 200 imperial beads. Additionally, the youth preservation technique is recommended for a combination of longevity and eternal youth. Bundle price, 300 imperial beads. 300? Qin Shi Huang's expression darkened. I currently possess only a little over 20 imperial beads, and you demand 300? The small emperor remained silent, and sometimes silence speaks volumes. Qin Shi Huang scoffed. And what of the temporary cultivation? For 10 imperial beads, one can temporarily attain the rank of a Grand Spirit Master or Bone Refinement level. For 100 imperial beads, one can achieve the Celestial Spirit or Concentration levels. Limited to 1 hour. Qin Shi Huang frowned. What does this mean? Please explore on your own. The world descended into darkness, shrouded in dense fog. Cao Wei posthumously honored Emperor Wu of Wei. Cao Cao. Not having ascended to the throne, no imperial beads are awarded. Cao Cao had been lost in this lightless realm for a full 2 days and nights. He was unaware of his surroundings, oblivious to how he had arrived there, and even more perplexed by the meaning of no imperial beads awarded. Strangely, the small emperor's map displayed 2 extreme red dots. Firstly, there are over 200 red dots densely clustered in one location, while another solitary red dot lies several days' journey away. Cao Cao is utterly perplexed. It seems that the assembly of over 200 emperors in one place is merely the beginning. Initially, he hastens towards the concentration of red dots, intending to join the main force. However, no matter how long he walks, even with the map magnified to its fullest, it consistently indicates his forward movement. Yet the distance to the main force remains unchanged, as if it were perpetually unreachable. He inquires repeatedly of the young emperor, but the response is always, "Please explore on your own." By the following day, at noon, the young emperor opens the map once more, unable to find the main force. Cao Cao reluctantly decides to seek out the solitary red dot. As he proceeds, he noticeably perceives the diminishing distance to this lone mark. Why is this so? Questions swirl in Cao Cao's mind. Chapter 11. 1,000 years apart. Unable to fathom the reason, he resolves to simply move forward, intending to meet this red dot first and then discuss strategies. The surroundings are shrouded in haze. Visibility is severely impaired. The ground is littered with stones and weeds. The soil is sticky and damp, occasionally emitting a foul stench. Even after 2 days, Cao Cao has yet to acclimate to this bizarre locale. What kind of wretched place is this? He mutters angrily to himself. 2 days have passed. There hasn't been a single living being in sight. Just as he laments, unexpectedly, he senses a chill wind sweeping behind him. Startled, Cao Cao shivers and turns around. What a mistake it was to look. He nearly faints at the sight. Just a few steps away stand 2 peculiar beings, neither fully human nor entirely beast. Their bare torsos reveal well-defined abs and pecs, their skin a matte, dark gold. Their flowing hair is a vibrant crimson, and their eyes resemble those of a feline predator, narrow and cold. Furthermore, each possesses a pair of inky black wings on their backs, the very chill he felt moments ago emanating from their descent. Human? One of the strange beings questions, tilting its head as it gazes at Cao Cao. His heart races, nearly leaping into his throat. When has he encountered such creatures? Are they practitioners of the arcane? He detects no aura, seemingly just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual appear in a demonic realm? They must be concealing their cultivation. He must tread carefully. Yet, if they are indeed masking their power, why not hide their human essence? They sensed him from afar, which is why they approached. Ah, that makes sense. The 2 dark gold-skinned beings converse among themselves, scratching their heads. Cao Cao swallows hard, summoning his courage to speak tentatively. Esteemed brothers, I merely pass through your esteemed territory. If I have caused any offense, I hope for your understanding. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave now. Cao Cao dared not turn around. He could only slowly retreat while raising his hands, forcing a smile. No need to see me off. I can walk by myself. Upon witnessing this, the 2 demons simultaneously narrowed their eyes. One of the demons raised a hand from afar, and Cao Cao suddenly felt an invisible force tugging him closer, as if he were being drawn in flight. With a startled cry, he was greatly frightened. Had it been someone of lesser courage, they would have fainted from the shock. With a height nearing 2 meters, the demon grasped Cao Cao by the collar, as one would lift a small chick. Spare me, spare me, he pleaded, appearing quite ordinary. The demon, still probing, inquired, Why are you here? Who sent you? Is Xianyan Mountain planning to wage war again? Cao Cao, with his eyes rolling back, seemed to faint from fear. Observing this, the demon turned to the other. He is pretending. Let us not dwell on it. We'll take him back and sort it out. With that, the 2 demons swiftly ascended into the air. I'm pretending to be unconscious. and you all are aware of it. Help! High above, the biting cold wind howled, fiercely stinging Cao Cao's cheeks. He had no idea where these two demons intended to take him, but he sensed it would not be a pleasant destination, and his life was surely drawing to a close. In despair, he thought, what is this? A death shrouded in mystery. However, at that moment, Cao Cao suddenly noticed something. The countdown timer on his small imperial screen had yet to reach its end. The direction the demons were taking him was drawing increasingly nearer to that red dot. What once would have taken 4 or 5 days to traverse now seemed achievable in less than half a stick of incense. Before long, an immense and bizarre architectural complex appeared before Cao Cao's eyes. The red dot on the small imperial map seemed to be located within the city. Could there be other emperors, like himself, captured and brought here? This question arose in Cao Cao's mind. Well, at least I will have company. I want to be lonely on the road to the underworld. In the blink of an eye, the two demons brought Cao Cao soaring into a grand hall, imposing and regal, resembling an imperial palace. Outside the hall stood many similar demons, their skin a bronze hue. Upon the arrival of the two demons with dark golden skin, the crowd of demons bowed in respect, clearly indicating that the status of these two was not low. One of the demons entered the hall first, while the other held on to Cao Cao, waiting outside. Shortly after, the first demon emerged and said, "The master requests that he enter alone." The demon holding Cao Cao did not inquire further. He simply released his grip and gave Cao Cao a push, signaling him to hurry inside. Cao Cao swallowed hard, aware that he was in a dead end, and thus resolved not to fear any longer. Summoning his courage, he stepped into the hall. Inside, the hall was vast and silent, yet it exuded an eerie atmosphere. No sooner had Cao Cao settled than he caught sight of a child rushing toward him. He was momentarily taken aback, for the child appeared to be a perfectly normal human. As the figure approached, Cao Cao's astonishment grew. The child gazed at Cao Cao with a look of delight, curiously inquiring, "Is it you?" Cao Cao, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a red dot right before him. "Yes, it is I," he replied hastily. The child smiled and said, "The little emperor indicates it is the Southern Song dynasty. I am Liu Bang, the 9th emperor of the Southern Song. Which emperor are you?" Upon hearing this, Cao Cao recalled the display of the little emperor and responded, "I am posthumously honored as Emperor Wei Wu of the Chao Wei, Cao Cao, also known as Chao Mingda. Strictly speaking, I am not an emperor." As he spoke, the screen before them displayed the merging information. Successfully merged with Cao Cao, personal account 0, balance, 1 imperial pearl. Successfully merged with Liu Bang, personal account 1, balance, 1 imperial pearl. Cao Cao, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and decided to take the initiative. "Why do you possess only 1 imperial pearl?" Liu Bang replied with a hint of grievance, "I only reigned for a year before I passed away." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao realized he had misspoken. However, he was not adept at comforting children and had no desire to indulge in such matters. At that moment, Liu Bang began counting on his fingers, and after some time, exclaimed in surprise, "You are separated from me by 1,000 years. So you are indeed Cao Cao. I have read about you in books. 1,000 years apart?" Cao Cao replied, somewhat astonished, then chuckled, "Then calling me uncle seems quite a loss for me." Yet, he quickly shifted his demeanor, recognizing that this was not the time for jesting. He almost forgot where he was. Cao Cao crouched down and grasped Liu Bang's shoulders, asking, "Do you know what this place truly is?" Liu Bang responded, "This place is quite pleasant. There is food and drink, and even beautiful ladies." "Beautiful ladies?" Cao Cao queried, filled with suspicion. "Indeed." Liu Bang turned and pointed to the grand hall above. "It is her." Cao Cao followed his gesture and beheld an alluring woman reclining languidly on the dark-hued throne. Her long, flowing black hair was loosely held up by an intricately designed golden hairpin. Her flawless, slender legs were bare and elegantly draped over the bench, exuding an irresistible allure. Beneath elegantly arched willow-like brows were enchanting peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, naturally possessing an entrancing charm. She wore a delicate scarlet strapless gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, complemented by a semi-transparent veil adorned with ethereal cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread. Cao Cao was utterly captivated, transfixed by her beauty, vowing that she was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered, surpassing all others, including Lady Zhou, Lady Du, Lady Zhen, and Lady Kuan combined. With a sudden slap to his face, he acknowledged his slight indulgence in lustful thoughts, but was not foolish. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary and not someone he could dare to disrespect in his current state of powerlessness. He promptly averted his gaze. At that moment, the woman leaning against the throne finally spoke, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, imbued with alluring charm. The young lord hails from another realm, a sovereign of his own domain. His voice resonates in the air, sending shivers down Cao Cao's spine, a sound both delightful and unsettling. Indeed, I am Cao Cao, also known as Cao Mengde. I genuinely did not intend to intrude. It is mere misfortune that I find myself here. I dare not meet your gaze directly, and I humbly request you allow me and the child to depart swiftly. The child is my attendant and cannot leave my side. The woman replied nonchalantly, Attendant? What is that? Cao Cao turned to Zhao Bing, seeking clarity. Zhao Bing, equally perplexed, responded, I am not entirely certain. Sister Mingsu said I am destined for greatness and urged me to forsake my humble human existence to become a member of the exalted demon race. She even provided me with a pill and instructed me on daily cultivation. The Sister Mingsu Zhao Bing referred to as none other than the enchanting lady upon the throne, the sovereign of the demon realm, Yun Mingsu. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was taken aback. While he did not fully grasp the implications, he sensed it was far from fortuitous. This cannot be, he exclaimed softly. Do you know whether she harbors goodwill or ill intentions? How could you recklessly consume such a pill? Yet, as he spoke, a wave of compassion washed over him for the child. How could a mere 7- or 8-year-old child resist such a fate? It was not as simple as merely refusing. With a deep sigh, Cao Cao lamented, Alas! It has come to this. What shall we do about seeking other emperors? Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Zhao Bing appeared troubled, uncertain, and overwhelmed by the situation. At that moment, Yun Mingsu interjected, From what realm do you hail? I am indifferent to such matters. For his sake, I shall pardon you for trespassing into the demon realm. Should you desire, I can arrange for your swift departure. If you do not wish to leave. She smiled, yet it was a chilling smile. Then I shall have to offer you as sustenance to my subordinates. After all, I have already acquired one demon attendant and have no desire for an aged man such as yourself. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao promptly declared, Very well. Your agreement is indeed swift. Yun Mingsu regarded Cao Cao with her captivating gaze. He felt an involuntary shiver. Such a beguiling woman stirred a desire within him to linger. He glanced at Zhao Bing, his eyes betraying a hint of envy, silently pondering whether this young attendant comprehended the gravity of his situation, thinking to himself, Should I take his place? However, despite his musings, Cao Cao resolved that departing was the wisest course of action. As for Zhao Bing, he could not concern himself with another's fate. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might encounter the boy's father, who could then venture into the demon realm to find his son. After all, he had yet to locate his own child. Subsequently, with minimal exchange, Cao Cao and Zhao Bing bid each other a brief farewell. Their acquaintance was too tenuous for profound sorrow. Cao Cao was escorted by a dark-skinned demon and swiftly departed from that place. In the desolate woods, a relatively agile middle-aged man fled rapidly, as if pursued by an unspeakable terror, though he discerned no visible threat. As he ran, he cast glances behind him, his keen eyes analyzing the circumstances. The Jin dynasty posthumously honored Emperor Xian of Jin, Sīmǎ Yì. He had not ascended to the throne, nor was he granted the imperial pearl. Sīmǎ Yì gazed at the countdown nearing its end on the map, hastening his pace. Suddenly, as Sīmǎ Yi's pupils constricted, he hastily applied the brakes. A screeching sound erupted, and a cloud of dust rose. He precariously halted at the very edge of a precipice, where loose stones cascaded down due to the inertia of his steps, plummeting into the abyss below. Startled, Sīmǎ Yì retreated repeatedly until he sat down on the ground. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he quickly glanced at the small emperor's screen, only to furrow his brows once more. It was indeed this. The display indicated that he was incredibly close, almost adjacent. His journey had been prompted by the sight of 2 red dots clustered together on the map. At that moment, the map revealed 2 red dots nestled right beside his own golden point. Yet, before him, there was nothing but the sheer cliff and the desolate woods behind him. Sīmǎ Yì surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing. Rising to his feet, he approached the cliff's edge and peered down. Just then, the hourglass time limit expired. The map shut down, and the small emperor's screen vanished. Sīmǎ Yi's brow furrowed tightly. Hey, where are you? The map indicated such proximity. He thought a shout would surely reach them. However, at that moment, a sharp, chilling voice emerged from behind him. Startled, Sīmǎ Yì turned quickly. Yet, what he beheld was not the person he sought, but rather beings of copper-brown skin, neither entirely human nor beastly, with wings sprouting from their backs, inhabitants of the demonic realm. There were at least 6 or 7 of them, slowly emerging from the barren woods, encircling Sīmǎ Yì at the cliff's edge. His eyes widened in shock, instinctively urging him to flee, but retreat was impossible. Behind him lay the vast chasm. We have followed you the entire way. Speak. Who are you? And what business do you have in our demonic domain? One of the copper-skinned beings demanded sharply. At these words, Sīmǎ Yì realized why he had felt an unsettling presence trailing him throughout his journey. He quickly replied, "It's a misunderstanding. I was merely passing through. I had no idea this was the demonic realm." "Nonsense." The demon bellowed. "You have come directly to the entrance of the demonic realm and claim ignorance?" The mere mention of the demonic realm's entrance left Sīmǎ Yì astonished. He glanced back at the precipice, beginning to comprehend why he could not locate the 2 emperors. Chapter 13. I am not the emperor. Take him back. We shall interrogate him severely. With that, the 6 or 7 demons lunged forward simultaneously, charging at Sīmǎ Yì. Startled, he instinctively stepped back. A scream echoed as he fell, tumbling over the edge of the cliff. The copper-skinned demons swiftly soared downwards, catching Sīmǎ Yì mid-fall. With a powerful thrust, they ascended again. In the next instant, a dark fissure appeared in the air above the towering cliff, resembling a giant beast's eye slowly opening. Regardless of Sīmǎ Yi's desperate cries, the demons had already whisked him into the chasm. As they vanished into the darkness, the fissure sealed shut behind them. In an instant, the scene returned to an eerie silence. Yet, that silence did not endure long. Merely 2 breaths later, the immense black fissure abruptly reopened once more. From within emerged the silhouette of a demon and a man. With a swift motion, the demon, possessing skin of a dark golden hue, cast Cao Cao aside at the precipice of a cliff. "Consider yourself fortunate. My master spares your life this time," the demon declared, hovering above the abyss. Coldly gazing at Cao Cao, "Should you dare to trespass into my domain again, your luck shall not be so favorable." Cao Cao nodded fervently, acknowledging the warning. The demon instructed, "Proceed towards the desolate woods behind you, and continue eastward. Once you have traversed the grove, you will enter the realm of humanity. Depart now. Farewell, nay. Let us never meet again." Without a second glance, Cao Cao hastily retreated into the withered forest, eager to distance himself from that cursed place. The following day, at noon, Cao Cao navigated through the desolate woods, having sprinted tirelessly throughout the night. By midday, he finally emerged from the grove, feeling as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. The air was fragrant, and sunlight bathed the surroundings. Exhausted, he sank to the ground. As he settled, a small screen before him flickered to life. "Would you like to activate map display? Is it already noon?" Cao Cao gasped, then consented to the activation. The map unfolded, revealing a vast expanse that was starkly distinct from the previous one, dotted with hundreds of red markers scattered throughout the landscape. Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, but soon clarity dawned upon him. The demon's realm was evidently a secluded territory, where only internal markers could be displayed. It was only upon exiting that he could discern the locations of others. With this revelation, Cao Cao picked up a stone from the ground and tore a piece of fabric from his clothing, beginning to etch a mark upon it. "I must denote this place as the demon's realm," he thought, diligently following the map's indications. However, as he sketched, he paused, noticing something peculiar. Why are there 2 red markers within the demon's domain? He pondered, spotting 2 adjacent dots on the map. Their proximity did not imply they had encountered one another, merely that they both resided within the confines of the demon's territory. It was akin to when he had been in the demon realm, observing the emperors outside, who were also clustered closely together. But that can't be right. There was only me and that child in the demon realm, Cao Cao mused, a smirk creeping onto his face. Could it be that some unfortunate soul has wandered in? He shook his head with a bitter smile, having no desire to seek out the other. He had no intention of returning to that wretched place. Cao Cao then rose swiftly and set off in search of other emperors. In the 9-day paradise, within the elliptical stone walls, a massive iron ball rolled relentlessly. Zhu Qizhen lay despondently on the ground, indifferent to the approaching iron sphere. "Let it destroy me. Hasten the end," he muttered. At that moment, The arena was no longer occupied solely by the original 4 participants, as 2 more had joined the fray: Zhao Go, the Emperor Gaozong of the Southern Song, and Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty. Thus, 6 individuals now occupied the 9-day paradise, having repeatedly met their demise at the hands of the first challenge involving the iron ball. In the arena, not only were the iron balls rolling incessantly for 24 hours, but there were also invisible mouse traps on the ground, leading to sudden calamities. The torment inflicted upon the crowd rendered them unable to seek life or death. They no longer aspired to merely survive the 12 trials, but rather wished for the 9 days to conclude swiftly so they could return home. However, through these days of interaction, they exchanged information and gained a deeper understanding of the bizarre world they had entered, as well as the causes of each other's deaths. Sun Quan and Zhu Qizhen were similar in their experiences. Both had found themselves in a strange forest teeming with ghosts and beasts, where they met their demise at the hands of the monsters. Kublai Khan, on the other hand, had been ensnared by a group of arrogant young cultivators, believing he could easily defeat 5 of them, only to be effortlessly overpowered, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. It was only after listening to Wang Mang's explanations that he realized the existence of individuals possessing celestial powers in this world. Zhao Go's story was even more intriguing. He materialized upon a protruding reef in the vast ocean, calling out to heaven and earth in vain. The temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night, and the icy waves relentlessly crashed upon him. On the first night, he was struck with a high fever from the cold. Starving, thirsty, and shivering, he endured a fever of 40 degrees. Zhao Go, on the brink of death, clung to his instinctual will to survive. Yet, the following night, a colossal wave swept him into the frigid waters. When Zhao Go was resurrected in the 9-day paradise, he was overjoyed. He exclaimed, "Had I known I could be revived, I would have taken my own life on the first day. I suffered needlessly for 2 days." However, it was not long before despair engulfed him. He discovered that his situation here was even worse than being adrift at sea. "Wang Mang, you must devise a solution. Are you not a time traveler?" Hu Hai lay sprawled on the ground, weakly gazing at Wang Mang. In recent days, Wang Mang had revealed his identity as a time traveler, as there was little to conceal. From another perspective, they were all time travelers, albeit this was their first experience. Wang Mang, slightly bent over, replied, "Do you think I haven't thought of that? I've tried every possible method, yet I still cannot surpass the first trial." At that moment, a figure reappeared in the arena. Hu Hai and the others immediately turned to see if it was someone they recognized, only to find it was a stranger. "Help! Help!" The newcomer shouted in panic, fleeing as the iron ball rolled towards him. Wang Mang called out, "Brother, which emperor are you?" The man turned to look at the source of the voice. "I am not an emperor. Please do not say such things," he replied hurriedly while running. At this, everyone was taken aback. "Not an emperor?" Zhu Qizhen glanced at Wang Mang, questioning if he had misheard. Wang Mang asked, "What is your name?" "I am Sīmǎ Yì." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. "Ah? Sīmā the old thief?" Wang Mang instinctively muttered, "No, Sīmǎ Yì. Did you not ascend to the throne? Has a posthumously honored emperor arrived? Ask me." "Who should I ask?" Sīmǎ Yì, clearly in no mood to entertain Wang Mang's inquiries, replied curtly. As soon as the words were spoken, Sīmǎ Yì let out a piercing scream, crushed mercilessly by the iron ball of the rat. Witnessing Sīmǎ Yì transformed into a gruesome puddle of flesh, the crowd gasped in unison. However, the colossal iron ball swiftly turned its wrath upon them. The onlookers, overwhelmed with despair, executed their retreat with a practiced swiftness that tugged at the heartstrings. Sīmǎ Yì. Wang Mang immediately rushed towards the resurrected Sīmǎ Yì. Just as Sīmǎ Yì regained his composure, he was seized by Wang Mang and urged to flee. "I am the new emperor, Wang Mang. A pleasure to meet you." "Wang Mang," Sīmǎ Yì exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback to find himself in the presence of the infamous usurper of the Han dynasty. Yet, this was not the moment for pleasantries. Sīmǎ Yì inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed new emperor, the nature of our predicament?" Wang Mang replied, "This is the first trial, the iron ball of the rat. We have endured its torment for 3 days." Upon hearing this, Sīmǎ Yì gazed at him with disdain. 3 days, and you have yet to conquer the first trial? You are indeed capable. Then, pray tell, what is the solution? Wang Mang challenged. Sīmǎ Yì halted, for they had distanced themselves from the iron ball, which had temporarily shifted its focus. Standing still, he observed the relentless pursuit of the iron ball and asked, "Share with me the information you have gathered during these days, that I may contemplate. Wang Mang promptly responded. Initially, we meticulously examined the entire perimeter, but found neither traps nor doors. Then Kublai Khan arrived. He is that stout fellow running away now. He suggested confronting the iron ball head-on, but that proved futile. It was utterly insurmountable. Subsequently, we took refuge by the stone walls. As the iron ball has a diameter of 10 feet, leaving a considerable gap when it collided with the walls, we all lay flat along the stone edge. Sīmā Yì regarded Wang Mang thoughtfully. That is a prudent strategy. And then, Wang Mang chuckled bitterly. To our utter disbelief, while the iron ball could not crush us, upon halting, the heads of the rats would emerge and viciously tear at us. A single bite could take a large chunk of flesh. It would be more merciful to be crushed outright. Sīmā Yì furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. At that moment, Sun Quan jogged over, scrutinizing Sīmā Yì from head to toe before bowing respectfully. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Brother Zhongda. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Quan inadvertently stepped onto a concealed rat trap. As the trap sprang to life with a snap, a scream followed. Ouch, that hurts, Sun Quan cried, clutching his bleeding leg as he fell to the ground. Why is it always me? Wang Mang remarked. Perhaps it is because you are the pride of Jiangdong, Sun Quan replied. Just then, the iron ball charged toward them. Wang Mang and Sīmā Yì took off running, while Sun Quan, caught in the trap, lamented his fate, unable to escape. A moment later, the three regrouped, as the iron ball had pursued Zhao Guo and his companions, granting them a temporary reprieve. Sīmā Yì acknowledged. Ah, so it is the king of Wu. A pleasure to meet you. Sun Quan corrected him. Not just any king of Wu, but the great emperor of Wu. Sīmā Yì acquiesced. Very well, great emperor of Wu. Wang Mang interjected. So you two have never met? Sīmā Yì replied. Why would we have met? Ah, indeed. Wang Mang suddenly came to his senses, exclaiming, Oh dear, now is not the time for reminiscing. We must focus on how to deal with the iron ball. Sīmā Yì stroked his beard and smiled, saying, I have already comprehended the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang and Sun Quan exchanged surprised glances at Sīmā Yì, wondering how he had so swiftly devised a solution. Sīmā Yì continued, You have been led by the iron ball from the outset. Your line of thinking has been misguided. This statement prompted the two to ponder silently, awaiting further elucidation. The key is not the iron ball, but the rat. Sīmā Yì spoke eloquently, detailing the 12 stages, stating that the first stage is represented by the rat. It is evident that the 12 stages correspond to the 12 earthly branches. The rat is the foremost, just as the first hour of the day is associated with it. Therefore, one must stand in the true north. Sīmā Yì gestured grandly towards the north. He added, The rat signifies the beginning. It embodies the vitality of all things emerging from the invigorating yang energy. Thus, another must stand directly in the center. As Sīmā Yi's resounding voice echoed, both Wang Mang and Sun Quan were momentarily taken aback. Wang Mang inquired, Do we merely need one person at the north and one at the center to resolve the situation? Certainly not, Sīmā Yì replied, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The rat and the horse are in opposition within the 12 branches. The horse is the 7th. Thus, one must stand in the true south. The rat and the goat are in conflict. The goat is the 8th. Therefore, one should position themselves in the southwest. The rat and the rooster are at odds. The rooster is the 10th. Hence, one must stand in the true west. Wang Mang gazed at Sīmā Yì in awe, murmuring, I do not fully comprehend. Yet it feels remarkably impressive. Sīmā Yì raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang Mang. Wang Mang admitted, I do not understand, but it certainly seems formidable. At that moment, Sun Quan suddenly clapped his hands, a look of realization dawning upon him. Brilliant. The rat and horse are in opposition. The rat and goat are in conflict. The rat and rooster are at odds. How did I not think of this from the beginning? Sīmā Yì asserted, This is the formation S resolution. As long as these 5 positions are occupied, the stage will surely be overcome. Wang Mang responded, Very well, I trust you. I shall take the position in the true north. Sun Quan declared, I will stand in the true south. Immediately, Wang Mang shouted, relaying Sīmā Yi's strategy to the others without delving into the intricacies of oppositions and conflicts, simply instructing them to occupy the designated positions. Huai Zhaoguo, Kublai Khan, and Zhu Qizhen, upon hearing this, were left perplexed. Huai remarked, 5 positions, yet we have 7 people. That leaves us with 2 excess. Sīmā Yì replied, Let the extra individuals stand in the center. At that moment, Sīmā Yì had already positioned himself at the center, calling out to the crowd. Before long, Everyone took their places. Wang Mang stood in the true north, Sun Quan in the true south, Kublai Khan in the true west, and Zhu Qizhen in the southwest. Meanwhile, Hu Hai, Sīmā Yì, and Zhao Go all occupied the center. Sīmā Yì proclaimed, "The formation is complete." With a grand gesture, he pointed furiously at the distant rat iron ball. The crowd held their breath, standing still, their gaze fixed upon the rat iron ball, which seemed to momentarily pause, rotating in place as it surveyed them one by one. Silence enveloped the scene. The large rat iron ball lingered for a mere 2 heartbeats before charging directly towards Sīmā Yì and the others in the center. "Do not panic," Sīmā Yì exclaimed as he grasped Hu Hai and Zhao Go, who instinctively attempted to flee. "Steady yourselves." Undoubtedly, without a trace of suspense, the colossal iron ball, resembling a rodent, showed no mercy to Sīmā Yì, mercilessly reducing the trio to mere pulp. It lingered momentarily, spinning in place as if to convey, "What are you doing together, challenging me?" Wang Mang's face darkened with displeasure. Subsequently, the iron ball rolled with great speed, sparing none, as it mercilessly crushed each individual once more. "Sīmā, you scoundrel, I believed your deceitful words," Wang Mang shouted defiantly in his final moments. Chapter 15. "I understand now." Sīmā Yì scratched his head in confusion. "This makes no sense." Hu Hai sighed, "I give up. I merely wish to lie here and await the end of the 9 days." Displaying a lackadaisical demeanor, he reclined on the ground, awaiting his demise. "I understand," Sīmā Yì exclaimed, clapping his hands. Wang Mang, regarding Sīmā Yì with suspicion, remained silent. Sīmā Yì continued, 5 positions require only 5 individuals. The excess of 2 must be the reason." Before Sīmā Yì could finish, Wang Mang interrupted him with a raised hand. "Spare me your theories. This has nothing to do with the formation." Sīmā Yì pondered, stroking his chin. At that moment, Kublai Khan interjected, "We can resurrect infinitely. Yet this iron ball exists but once. We must fight with all our might until we shatter it." Wang Mang retorted, "I would rather lie here and be crushed by a mouse trap than engage in a futile struggle. If you wish to confront it, go ahead." "What did you say?" Sīmā Yì inquired, glancing at Wang Mang. "I said the correct approach is certainly not to confront it head-on." Sīmā Yì pressed on, "Not that. Did you mention a mouse trap? What is it?" Wang Mang pointed to an oversized mouse trap on the ground, explaining, "That is it. Much like a snare. A mouse trap is designed specifically to catch rodents. Scattered across the area were at least a dozen mouse traps, previously invisible, only revealing themselves when the individuals unwittingly stepped on them. The presence of a dozen traps indicated they had been triggered numerous times, each occasion delivering an exquisite agony. Designed specifically to catch rodents, Sīmā Yì murmured, casting a glance at Wang Mang. Wang Mang, seemingly enlightened, suddenly grasped the solution. Indeed, the key to breaking the deadlock lies within the mouse trap. He almost chastised himself for his previous ignorance, realizing only now the clarity of thought. With that, Wang Mang swiftly picked up one of the mouse traps from the ground and dashed toward the edge of the stone wall. Zhu Qizhen inquired, "What is he planning to do?" Sīmā Yì replied, "To catch a mouse." Sun Quan exclaimed, "Draw the iron ball toward us." Understanding dawned upon him as he raced toward the iron ball, provoking and taunting it. After crushing Zhao Go, the iron ball turned its attention toward the loudest voice, which belonged to Sun Quan. He sprinted away, heading toward Wang Mang's position. At this juncture, Wang Mang crouched by the stone wall, concealing the now opened mouse trap behind him, patiently awaiting the iron ball. With a sudden thud, Sun Quan was caught by the iron ball, reduced to a mere smear. At that moment, the iron ball approached Wang Mang, closing the distance to less than 10 steps. After a brief rotation, it charged directly at Wang Mang. Sīmā Yì and the others stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. A loud crash resounded. The iron ball, resembling a young mouse, collided violently with the stone wall, forming a space at the right angle of 90 degrees between the wall and the ground, perfectly aligned with the Wenzhong high spherical iron ball. Wang Mang crouched within the crevice, observing with clarity the grotesque visage of the mouse head atop the iron ball, its greedy expression evident as it slowly opened its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, lunging towards him. Wang Mang's gaze turned icy. He swiftly brandished the oversized mouse trap he had concealed behind him, thrusting it defensively before him. Earlier, he had pondered the trap's unusual size, which was over 5 times larger than a typical one. Now he understood, for the mouse head atop the iron ball was similarly magnified. It was prepared expressly for him. With a decisive snap, the enormous mouse trap clamped down on the protruding mouse head as it attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A resounding crack echoed as the trap secured its grip. Subsequently, the iron ball trembled erratically, akin to a drunken stagger or an electric shock. After rolling several times upon the ground, the mouse head lay twisted and still, and the iron ball fell silent. Noticing this, Wang Mang cautiously rose, suppressing any exclamation of joy for fear of unforeseen consequences. Zhu Qizhen remarked, "Ah, so it is only when against the wall that the mouse head emerges, allowing us to trap it." Hu Hai inquired, "So have we cleared this stage?" At that moment, a screen appeared overhead, announcing young mouse level cleared. Tears of joy filled the eyes of the onlookers, especially Sun Quan and Zhu Qizhen, who had arrived first. In the next instant, all 7 individuals vanished from their location, transported to a new realm in the blink of an eye. They found themselves in a setting of towering, steep cliffs that pierced the clouds, surrounded by dimness and a faint haze. The stark rock faces flanked them, and beneath their feet lay muddy terrain, approximately 10 paces wide. They had emerged within a winding, seemingly endless canyon carved into the rock. Level 2, the Ugly Ox, officially begins, announced Wang Mang. The young emperor stated that we must clear 12 levels with our lives intact. From this second level onward, death means we return to the first level and must start anew. Hu Hai instinctively drew closer to Wang Mang, saying, "I shall rely on you." Wang Mang retorted, "Who is it that called me a great deceiver and doubted me?" Hu Hai chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Mang." "Hold on," Wang Mang interjected, "though I am indeed older. Your standing demands you address me as Mangzi. From this day forth, Mangzi, you are my brother. You must help me clear this level." Wang Mang felt uncertain within. "I shall do my best." Sun Quan questioned, "What exactly is this ugly ox of the second level?" Sīmǎ Yì replied, "The first level provided no hints, and I presume the subsequent levels will follow suit. We must wait and see." As he spoke, the ground trembled beneath them, suggesting some colossal entity was approaching. Sensing the vibrations, everyone turned in unison towards one side of the canyon. Dust swirled, and the earth quaked ominously. A formidable army of brawny bulls, adorned with lengthy black fur and crowned with 2 sharp horns, surged forth from the canyon, completely filling the passageway. Wang Mang's eyes widened in astonishment, his instincts urging him to leap into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off in a frantic dash. "Run!" The others quickly grasped the situation and followed suit, racing towards the opposite side. "Why must we run again?" Kublai Khan called out from the back. "Wait for me." Zhao Go chimed in, "I told you to lose weight, but you didn't listen. I'm not overweight. I'm robust." Kublai Khan retorted, "How dare you criticize him when you're nearly last?" Zhu Qizhen exclaimed. Zhao Go interjected, "You young ones from the future, how can you converse with your ancestors in such a manner?" The 7 of them sprinted desperately through the canyon, pursued relentlessly by the massive herd of bulls, mere meters behind them. The distance closed in rapidly. 20 meters soon dwindled to 10, and it was evident they were on the verge of being overtaken. "I understand now," Sīmǎ Yì declared. Wang Mang replied incredulously, "What do you mean you understand?" Without further ado, Sīmǎ Yì dashed towards the rocky wall, aiming for a slightly protruding stone. With a powerful leap, he grasped it and began to ascend. Observing this, Wang Mang immediately realized that outrunning the bulls was futile. "Climb the rock face," he shouted, following suit. The others mimicked his actions, scaling the wall to a height that would keep them safe from the charging bulls below. However, not everyone possessed the speed or skill to find suitable footholds. Kublai Khan, burdened by his weight, barely managed to grab hold of a protruding stone before the bulls were upon him. He felt as if he had been struck by a siege engine, his cries drowned out by the thundering hooves of the herd. In swift succession, Zhao Go met a similar fate. Though he had ascended, a slip sent him tumbling down, only to be impaled by the sharp horn of a charging bull, his lifeless body carried away amidst the chaos. Wang Mang, Sīmǎ Yì, and the others clinging to the rock face watched in terror as 2 of their companions had perished. The remaining 5 had climbed to a height of 4 or 5 meters above the ground, but the view below was obscured by the dark mass of bulls, stretching endlessly in every direction. Hu Hai swallowed hard, turning to Wang Mang. "Think of something quickly. My arms are beginning to ache." Sweat beaded on Hu Hai's forehead. Without proper training, the average person could not endure for long. This task demanded not only grip strength, but also leg power, core stability, and overall body coordination. "I have no solutions," Wang Mang replied. "Let us hold on and see what unfolds." Everyone, Brace yourselves. Once the herd has passed, and the area below is clear, that should signal our escape, Sīmǎ Yì urged. The once precarious group suddenly rallied their spirits. With hope comes motivation. Even as their arms and calves began to ache profoundly, Zhu Qixian's calves trembled involuntarily, for the stone beneath his feet was painfully small, forcing him to balance precariously on his toes. The relentless charge of the barbarian army continued unabated, numbering not in the thousands, but perhaps in the tens of thousands, or even infinitely more. The ceaseless tide of barbarians surged forth below, with no end in sight. At that moment, Zhu Qixian became the third to be eliminated, letting out a piercing scream as he fell. Following him were Hu Hai, Zhao Guo, and Sun Quan, with Sīmǎ Yì and Wang Mang ultimately unable to endure, all succumbing to the overwhelming horde. When next they opened their eyes, the first challenge, the rat of the earth, commenced anew. The seven, in the order of their demise, returned to the beginning of this trial. Kublai Khan exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, everyone is back." Wang Mang queried, "What about the rat traps on the ground?" Kublai Khan replied, "They are gone. It seems everything has reset." The numerous traps they had previously triggered had vanished, and the iron ball of the rat of the earth had fully restored. Charging once more at the group was left in despair. In the Moonxian sect, nestled halfway up a mountain, stood a cozy courtyard. Wisps of smoke curled into the air as Liu Bang whistled, preparing 2 small dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a couple of tails of liquor. Relishing his meal at the table, "Zhenggu, you haven't eaten or drunk in 3 days. Don't starve yourself in there. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Liu Bang called towards the tightly shut door, but there was no reply. He shook his head with a wry smile and chose to eat alone. After sipping some liquor and savoring the flavors, he picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy his dishes. On that day, after Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang recognized Liu Gong, they decided to stay for a while longer. Firstly, the map revealed no nearby red dots, the closest being over a month's journey away. Secondly, they resolved to uncover the nature of this world and the essence of cultivation. Mo Wenxiu, the head of the Moonxian sect, graciously arranged for Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang to reside in this mountainside courtyard, considering his beloved disciple Liu Gong. Liu Gong visited the 2 elders daily, bringing with him a wealth of books at their request. After several days of reading, the 2 gradually began to comprehend the laws of this realm. This was no longer the world they once knew. The expanse was vast beyond measure, teeming with cultivators wielding celestial powers as well as myriad monsters and demons. Cultivation was categorized into 2 primary paths: martial cultivation and spiritual cultivation. Martial cultivation comprised 3 major stages, each divided into 3 tiers, totaling 9 realms: warrior, body refinement, bone tempering, chi condensation, spirit condensation, golden body, earthly martial deity, and heavenly martial deity. Spiritual cultivation featured 4 major stages, also divided into 3 tiers, culminating in 12 realms: spirit practitioner, spirit master, grand spirit master, profound spirit, earth spirit, heavenly spirit, rebirth, primordial soul, ascending cloud, semi-divine, human immortal, and earthly immortal. Moreover, with the knowledge Liu Gong acquired within the sect, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang deepened their understanding of this world. Determined, Qin Shi Huang resolved to embark on his cultivation journey. After procuring a tome of cultivation techniques from the young emperor, he secluded himself for an uninterrupted 3 days and nights, without stepping outside. "This wine is delightful. I must have the sun bring more next time," Liu Bang remarked contentedly as he finished his drink and rose to his feet. Approaching the door of Qin Shi Huang's chamber, he hesitated, contemplating whether to knock. Zhenggu, the master of Gong'er, mentioned that spiritual cultivation is not solely reliant on talent and foundation, but also on age. The optimal age for cultivation begins at 6 or 7, and should not exceed 20. We are at an age where we should not engage in reckless endeavors. I am genuinely concerned about your well-being. Given your prolonged seclusion these past 3 days, please respond. If you remain silent, I shall enter. After waiting a moment longer without a reply, Liu Bang, filled with apprehension, forcefully kicked open the door. "Zhenggu," he called, rushing into the room. There, he found Qin Shi Huang seated cross-legged before the bed, his eyes closed, with a stone the size of an eye floating before him. At that very moment, as Liu Bang burst in, the stone, which had already lost much of its color, transformed into an ordinary rock and fell with a dull thud to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shi Huang exhaled a long stream of stale air, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with newfound brilliance. Before Liu Bang could inquire about the situation, a small emperor screen materialized before Qin Shi Huang. Spiritual practitioner level achieved. Reward: 10 imperial pearls. Both Liu Bang and Qin Shi Huang were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the display on the screen. It appeared that not only could one acquire imperial pearls through convergence, but also through the advancement of cultivation levels. Qin Shi Huang chuckled at this revelation. Liu Bang, have you truly ascended to the rank of spiritual practitioner? Liu Bang asked, incredulous. Did you not see for yourself? Qin Shi Huang replied. Rising from the bed and stretching his back, Liu Bang hurriedly approached him. Zhenggu, teach me. Qin Shi Huang retorted. Who is it that just said we are too old for foolish pursuits? Liu Bang chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, in my previous life, this age would have been considered old. However, do not forget that this realm is vastly different. He paused before continuing. In the book your grandson provided, it mentioned that whether through martial or spiritual cultivation, reaching a certain level can extend one's lifespan. Some may gain decades or even centuries, while others may achieve immortality for 1,000 years. In comparison, our age of 4 to 5 decades seems almost juvenile. Liu Bang laughed, teasing, no wonder you are so eager to cultivate. It seems you wish to become an immortal. At this, Qin Shi Huang shot Liu Bang a glare, but soon broke into a smile. In my past life, I sought longevity but could not attain it. Such is fate. In this life, since this path is open to me, I shall endeavor to explore it. Liu Bang quickly gestured for silence. Zhenggu, you have once again referred to yourself as I. My apologies, Qin Shi Huang replied. Now that you have become a spiritual practitioner, I cannot lag behind. From this day forth, I shall commence my cultivation as well. Liu Bang spoke as he gazed at the stones on the ground. What is the significance of those stones? Qin Shi Huang replied, those are the celestial spirit stones, which I procured based on the teachings of my cultivation method. They allow one to absorb the spiritual essence contained within, thereby facilitating a more fruitful practice. Which cultivation method did you purchase? May I borrow it for a moment? Liu Bang inquired, a hint of mischief in his voice. Liu Bang, are you attempting to take advantage of me? Qin Shi Huang chuckled. The method I acquired does not come in a physical book. It is displayed on the Little Emperor device. It includes not only text but also visual explanations, making it quite practical and easy to comprehend. I would gladly share it with you, but it is rather inconvenient. Liu Bang pondered this, realizing that to benefit without cost, Qin Shi Huang would need to be present during practice, thus making it quite impractical. Qin Shi Huang continued, you should purchase your own copy. It is quite affordable. The first volume of the Imperial Celestial Technique is priced at 20 imperial pearls. First volume? Liu Bang asked. Indeed, the Little Emperor recommends it as the best value. The first volume requires only 20 imperial pearls. There are also a middle and a final volume, which can only be unlocked for purchase after certain conditions are met. Oh, I see. At that moment, both men were greeted by the Little Emperor device's activation. Would you like to display the map? Qin Shi Huang remarked. Has it already reached noon? How many days have we been here? Liu Bang calculated. Today marks the 10th day. Has it truly been 10 days? Qin Shi Huang gazed at the Little Emperor screen. Liu Bang continued. The nearest location is at least a month's journey away. There are no other souls nearby. No need to activate it. I haven't checked in the past few days. Still, it would be prudent to take a look. What if others are approaching us? Little Emperor, display the map. As he spoke, the screen before Qin Shi Huang revealed a grand and expansive map of their surroundings. There had been little change since their last observation, with scattered red dots dispersed across the vastness of the land. It was evident that, despite the passage of 10 days, the majority of the red dots remained solitary. Liu Bang remarked, we are fortunate compared to them. It took us merely 2 days to converge as a trio. Wait. Qin Shi Huang raised his hand. Little Emperor, magnify the map. The map expanded immediately, and both men focused on a golden light nearby, where they discerned a red dot moving closer. Turning to Liu Bang, Qin Shi Huang questioned, did you not say there was no one nearby? Liu Bang scratched his head, perplexed. That cannot be right. Just 3 days ago, I checked, and the nearest red dot was far over 1,000 miles away. How could it have traversed such a distance in merely 3 days? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow, trusting Liu Bang's words, as there was no reason for him to deceive. To clarify, they would need to inquire with the individual directly. Qin Shi Huang directed his gaze at the screen. Let us proceed. He is not too far from us. We should aim to encounter him before the map session concludes. Agreed, Liu Bang replied. At that moment, Hu Hai, feeling ravenous, rubbed his stomach as he walked along the spacious avenue. On the first day of his arrival, Hu Hai had perished and entered the 9-day paradise, enduring torment for a grueling 9 days. He had been stuck at the first level for the first 3 days and at the second level for the subsequent 6 days, dying countless times, to the point where he had grown numb to the experience. Finally, after 9 days, Hu Hai and the others gradually vanished from the paradise of 9 days. Due to their failure to clear the game, their arrival points were random. Hu Hai was uncertain of his new location. All he knew was that he was alone, without Wang Mang, who had perished alongside him. In despair, Hu Hai wandered aimlessly for a day and a night until noon the following day, when he finally activated the map display. To his relief, he discovered that other emperors were not too far away. He immediately set off in their direction, hoping to join them and ask for a meal. As he had not eaten for 2 days and nights, he did not wish to starve to death only to be sent back to that infernal paradise of 9 days. Although he had gone without food for 9 days, he did not feel hungry during that time. After death, his bodily functions had restored to their peak state. He would not reach the point of starvation before being killed by an iron ball or a savage bull. Reflecting on his experiences over those 9 days sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, an elderly man and a young boy approached, seemingly a master and servant. The young boy, clad in splendid attire, exuded an air of sharpness and was savoring a roasted sweet potato. The delightful aroma wafted into Hu Hai's nostrils, stirring a tempest in his stomach. Hu Hai swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the roasted sweet potato in the boy's hand. Would you like some? The boy asked, halting before Hu Hai and extending the half-eaten sweet potato towards him. I've not eaten for 2 days, Hu Hai replied. Upon hearing this, the boy smiled elegantly. But I've already eaten half. You won't mind, will you? Not at all, not at all. Hu Hai responded eagerly. The boy nodded and offered the sweet potato to him. Hu Hai felt a surge of joy. He had encountered a kind-hearted soul. He quickly reached out to accept it, but to his surprise, the boy loosened his grip, causing the sweet potato to tumble to the ground. Oh dear, I dropped it by accident, the boy said, his tone laced with feigned regret. However, there was a playful mockery underlying his words that Hu Hai failed to perceive. Instinctively, Hu Hai bent down to retrieve it, muttering, "It's no trouble at all." But just as Hu Hai crouched down, the boy forcefully stepped on the sweet potato, squashing it into a mushy paste that splattered everywhere. Stunned, Hu Hai froze in place. The boy burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on it again. What shall we do now?" With his head bowed, Hu Hai stared at the crushed sweet potato beneath the boy's foot, rendered speechless. Initially, he had not thought much of the fall, but now, the intent behind the boy's actions became painfully clear. He was toying with him. An unprecedented sense of frustration surged within Hu Hai. He felt tears welling up. After all, he was the emperor of the great Qin. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Even that wretched Zhao Gao had at least provided him with opulence and comfort. Noticing Hu Hai's silence, the boy turned to the elderly man beside him and asked, "Uncle Yang, what is that saying my father often mentions?" The elderly man, known as Yang Bo, bowed and replied, "Young master, the master often teaches you that food is precious and every grain is hard-earned." Indeed, the youth turned his gaze back to Hu Hai. "Do not squander the food. Hurry up and pick it up to eat." Having said that, the youth stepped aside, folding his arms, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Hu Hai slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with suppressed tears. Ignoring the youth, he strode forward. The youth, observing Hu Hai's retreating figure, remarked, "Oh, did you not just say you wouldn't mind? Ha ha." The sound of the youth's piercing mockery echoed behind him. At that moment, Hu Hai suddenly halted, as if resolved to make a decision, and turned back. "Oh, what brings you back?" the youth exclaimed. Hu Hai approached without glancing at the youth, crouching down to scoop up the dirt-covered sweet potato mush from the ground. Seeing this, the youth laughed maniacally. "Ha, that's it, eat it quickly." However, to the youth's utter astonishment, Hu Hai did not intend to consume it. Instead, he forcefully flung the muddy sweet potato mush onto the youth's face. As the youth roared with laughter, the earthy-flavored mush filled his mouth entirely. After the act, Hu Hai dashed away. "You keep it for yourself. Spit, spit, spit. Catch him." The youth spat out the mush, gritting his teeth, furiously pointing at the fleeing Hu Hai. Without needing further instruction, Yang Bo took off in pursuit. Hu Hai had barely run a few paces when he was overtaken by Yang Bo, who was a formidable man. Upon catching up, he struck Hu Hai's back with a powerful palm. Hu Hai was sent sprawling, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth as he fell heavily to the ground. Lying there, bloodied and battered, he longed to escape, but found himself unable to rise, feeling as though his spine had shattered. If death is to come, so be it. 9 days hence, I shall rise as a hero, Hu Hai consoled himself. Yet, the thought of returning to the 9-day paradise made him despair even more. At that moment, the youth had also caught up. Sitting heavily atop Hu Hai in a fit of rage, he forcefully shoved the mixture of mud and sweet potato toward Hu Hai's tightly shut lips, shouting, "Eat this! Stop!" Suddenly, a stern voice commanded. The youth halted his actions and looked up to see the newcomers. 2 men on horseback had arrived and dismounted. They were none other than Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang. Just then, the hourglass map displayed its conclusion, and the young emperor's screen vanished automatically. Qin Shi Huang gazed at the individual pinned beneath the youth. His mouth was a grotesque mix of blood and mud, in a rather pitiful state. Yet, despite this, Qin Shi Huang recognized him instantly. It was Hu Hai. Upon seeing the 2 men approach, the youth slowly rose, and the elderly man immediately offered a cloth. As the youth wiped away the filth from his hands, he scrutinized the 2 figures before him. "Who are you, to meddle in others' affairs?" The calmness in Qin Shi Huang's eyes was unwavering, yet he fixed his gaze intently on the youth. Unable to discern between joy and sorrow in his tone, he stated, "He is my son. Why do you treat him so unfairly?" Upon uttering these words, the youth appeared somewhat taken aback, while Liu Bang, standing beside Qin Shi Huang, expressed astonishment. "Zhengguo, is he Hu Hai?" Qin Shi Huang raised his hand, signaling that this was not the moment for such discussions, and Liu Bang understood. Hearing a familiar voice, Hu Hai, who lay on the ground, managed to turn over, transitioning from lying on his back to prostrating himself. He was finally able to gaze in the direction of Qin Shi Huang. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Qin Shi Huang, Hu Hai felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his nose tinged with moisture. Father Emperor." The youth turned to Hu Hai, asking, "What did you say?" Qin Shi Huang responded, "Foolish child, you speak nonsense. Look closely, I am your father." Hu Hai exclaimed, "Father, they bullied me." As he spoke, he struggled to crawl towards Qin Shi Huang, but with a broken spine, each movement was excruciating. At that moment, a small imperial screen appeared before both Qin Shi Huang and Hu Hai. Successfully reunited with Hu Hai, personal account. 3. Balance. 14 imperial pearls. Successfully reunited with Yingzheng. Personal account. 11. Balance. 27 imperial pearls. Simultaneously, Hu Hai's imperial screen displayed an additional line of text. The 3-person reunion phase has been achieved. Unlocking the skill library and temporary cultivation function. This was the content that had emerged after Qin Shi Huang and his companions met the conditions of reunion. However, Hu Hai was oblivious to this. He only wished to distance himself from the elder and the youth behind him. Both figures were displayed, while Liu Bang's presence remained unacknowledged. Yet Liu Bang had no questions, as the father and son were already acquainted, eliminating the need for formal introductions. Liu Bang, unfazed, decided to approach Hu Hai and assist him in moving away from the others. At that moment, the youth smirked and said, "Ah, so this fool's father has arrived. Hey, fool's father, your son stole my sweet potato, and I had to teach him a lesson. Is that unreasonable?" Utter nonsense. Hu Hai, supported by Liu Bang, immediately retorted, "Father, he lies. I did not steal his sweet potato. I was merely hungry after 2 days and wanted to eat. Yet he insulted me, threw the sweet potato on the ground, and stomped on it." Upon hearing this, a chilling glare emanated from Qin Shi Huang's eyes, directed not at the youth, but at Hu Hai. "So have you eaten?" Hu Hai trembled under Qin Shi Huang's gaze, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, not only did I not eat, but I also hurled the sweet potato back at his face. He was furious and threatened to kill me." After listening, Qin Shi Huang's expression softened. "At least you have some spirit. You haven't brought shame upon me. Had you eaten, I would have left you to your fate," and turned away. Chapter 19. My son can only be disciplined by me. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's eyes reddened. It seemed as though his father was praising him. Qin Shi Huang then looked at Liu Bang, saying, "Please help me take care of him." Liu Bang nodded but halted the approach of the Qin emperor, who was eager to confront the other party. "Zhengguo, the opponent may possess some notable background. You have only just been promoted." Liu Bang expressed his concern. Although the Qin emperor had ascended to the realm of the spiritual being, It remained the most fundamental level within the cultivation hierarchy, where even the slightest encounter with a practitioner could lead to defeat. Never mind, the Qin emperor replied dismissively, striding forward. Observing this, the young man let out a cold snicker. Humph, are you seeking vengeance for your son? The Qin emperor fixed his gaze upon the youth. My son is to be disciplined solely by me. You lack the qualification. At that moment, Yang Bo positioned himself protectively in front of the young man. Yet, the youth raised his hand and declared, Fool, what is there to fear? I shall deal with him personally. Young master, be cautious and do not underestimate him. I know. Now step aside. Yes. Yang Bo retreated to the side. The young man turned his attention back to the Qin emperor. Do you comprehend the consequences of provoking the Lin family? The Qin emperor remained silent, merely casting a cold stare at the youth. The young man continued, However, it matters not. Your son has already offended me. Today, not only will he perish, but you all shall meet the same fate. With that, the young man clenched his fists and charged at the Qin emperor. A powerful punch, cutting through the air, was aimed directly at the Qin emperor's face. In that moment, the Qin emperor felt as though the youth's movements had slowed, an unprecedented sensation. Could this be the effect of his recent ascension? Effortlessly, the Qin emperor sidestepped, causing the youth's fist to strike nothing but air. Yet, rather than disheartened, the youth became exhilarated. So, you are a practitioner. This is even better. As he spoke, the young man unleashed a flurry of punches, accompanied by sweeping kicks, relentlessly attacking. The Qin emperor evaded and blocked, but the youth's speed intensified, and the Qin emperor gradually revealed vulnerabilities. With a powerful punch, the youth struck the Qin emperor squarely in the chest, forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. I have only exerted 30% of my strength, and you cannot withstand it? The youth scoffed. If you kneel now and kowtow to me several times, perhaps I might spare your lives. The Qin emperor lightly patted his chest, his gaze deep as an abyss fixed upon the youth. The assessment of our abilities concludes here. It is my turn now. With that, the Qin emperor advanced swiftly, appearing before the youth in an instant. The young man was taken aback and instinctively raised his hand to strike. The Qin emperor deftly dodged, delivering a blow to the youth's abdomen with the back of his hand. The young man staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of sour liquid. Bending over, gritting his teeth, the youth's neck bulged with veins. Damn it! With a furious roar, the air around him surged violently, as if seared by intense heat. The waves of energy warped. Threads of spiritual power rapidly coalesced in his palm, the youth glaring fiercely at the Qin emperor before launching himself forward. The Qin emperor's eyes turned cold, equally channeling his internal energy, gathering it in his palm. Bang! Their palms met with a resounding explosion, causing the Qin emperor to levitate momentarily, his body retreating backward. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Bang hastily abandoned Huaxia, swiftly advancing to support the first emperor of Qin. Zhenggu, are you unharmed? The first emperor took a deep breath, steadying his breath. I am fine. He is far worse off than I. Both sides exerted their utmost strength in a clash of palms, yet the youth appeared significantly more disheveled than the first emperor. Not only was he propelled backward, but he also coughed up a substantial amount of blood. Had it not been for Yang Bo catching him midair, the youth would have surely crashed to the ground, incurring further injuries. Young master, Yang Bo, assisting the gravely injured youth, wore a tense expression. The blood that dripped from the youth's lips stained his collar. His lips pale and his expression pained, he uttered, What realm is he in? Yang Bo glanced at the first emperor, hesitating whether to disclose the truth. The youth prompted, replying to the young master, based on my observations, he is likely only at the initial stage of a spirit practitioner. Moreover, he has just recently ascended. No more than half a day ago. Just ascended less than half a day ago, as an initial stage spirit practitioner. How is that possible? I am at the peak of the late stage. The youth exclaimed incredulously. How could I possibly lose to someone of such a trivial level? The old servant speculates that the cultivation method he practices is of exceptionally high caliber. Were it not for the absolute suppression of realms, young master, it would indeed be challenging for you to triumph over him. What exceptionally high cultivation method? The youth pondered, how does it compare to my Lin family's 9 immortal sword technique? Yang Bo replied, this old servant cannot ascertain, but it is likely at least equal, if not superior. Upon hearing this, a cold glint ignited in the youth's eyes. Yang Bo, eliminate them and seize their cultivation method. Understood. Yang Bo responded, then slowly advanced, the fallen leaves on the ground swirling rhythmically in his wake. Simultaneously, a faint purple mist began to envelop him, coalescing above his head into an indistinct, ghostly visage. At this sight, both the first emperor and Liu Bang felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that this old man was evidently not of the same caliber as the youth. Merely the aura he exuded made the first emperor regard himself as outmatched. "Zhenggu, what should we do?" Liu Bang asked, a touch of panic in his voice. "Surely, we cannot truly perish here today." At that moment, not far behind them, Huai suddenly remarked, "If father dies, it's of no consequence. He can return in 9 days." Both the first emperor and Liu Bang were taken aback. Glancing back at Huai, they found him, bereft of Liu Bang's support, lying helplessly on the ground, appearing as if he were on the verge of death. The two ignored him, dismissing his words as nonsensical. How could it be of no consequence to die? Death means the end of everything. "Step back," the first emperor urged. Pushing Liu Bang behind him as he faced the approaching Yangbo, Liu Bang asked, "Zhenggu, do you intend to?" The first emperor interjected. "What other options do you propose? After finally gaining a second chance at life, I have no desire to perish once more, nor do I wish to endanger you along with me." Liu Bang felt a surge of emotion. "Perhaps I should take the lead. My imperial pearl count surpasses yours. You have little left." "Thank you, but it is unnecessary," the first emperor replied. "No matter how despicable he may be, he is still my son. I shall hold him accountable for the past in due time. But for now, as his father, I must personally stand up for him." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang nodded in agreement. "Very well." The first emperor inhaled deeply, silently invoking a name in his heart, "Little Emperor." Before Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a small screen emerged, announcing, 10 Emperor Pearls consumed, balance, for pearls. You have attained the pinnacle of the 9th stage Great Spiritual Master, limited to 1 hour. In an instant, Qin Shi Huang felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, akin to the exhilaration of leaping over mountains. The vibrant spiritual energy flowed relentlessly through his meridians. The slightly astringent scent of grass in the wind, the distant chirping of insects, all was vividly clear to him in that moment. "Is this the essence of a great spiritual master?" Qin Shi Huang murmured softly, closing his eyes to fully savor the experience. Yangbo, standing a few paces away, sensed the transformation in Qin Shi Huang. His expression shifted, brow furrowing in concern. "Could it be I have misjudged?" Yangbo's narrowed eyes glinted with cold light. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. A confrontation was inevitable. Without warning, Yangbo launched an attack, hurtling toward the closed-eyed Qin Shi Huang with unprecedented speed. "Be careful, Brother Zheng," Liu Bang shouted anxiously, though he had already retreated to a safe distance, standing behind Huai. At that moment, Yangbo, his right fist clenched, soared through the air, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at Qin Shi Huang's face. In the nick of time, Qin Shi Huang abruptly opened his eyes, radiant golden light emanating from him as he raised his left hand, fingers splayed wide. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath them trembled, the fallen leaves disintegrating into dust. Qin Shi Huang firmly intercepted Yangbo's strike, not budging an inch. Yangbo remained suspended midair, his aged yet powerful fist pressed against Qin Shi Huang's palm. The emperor's icy gaze locked onto Yangbo's eyes, which revealed a flicker of panic. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang pushed Yangbo's fist away and took a decisive step forward. Yangbo, caught off guard, stumbled back several paces before regaining his footing. Breathing heavily, Yangbo wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Qin Shi Huang. "So you are indeed a great spiritual master. Why not reveal this sooner?" Qin Shi Huang replied coolly, "What difference would it have made?" Yangbo clasped his hands respectfully. "I am Yang Shou, a humble servant of the Lin family of Mu City. Since you are a great spiritual master, you must be familiar with my family. May I ask your esteemed name? Perhaps my master is an acquaintance of yours, to avoid any misunderstandings." Qin Shi Huang merely scoffed. "You have already conceded defeat, seeking my identity to settle scores later." Upon hearing this, Yang Shou's expression revealed he had been seen through, but he quickly masked it. At that moment, a youthful voice erupted in anger. "Yang Shou, did you not just claim he was merely an initial stage spiritualist? How has he now transformed into a great spiritual master? Are you utterly incompetent? Is my Lin family nurturing a waste?" Yang Shou bowed his head and said, "Young master, you must leave. This old servant will risk his life to hold him back." The youth replied, "I will not leave." Quickly seize his martial arts technique. I must personally deliver it to my father. Hearing this, Yang Shou's expression turned helpless. He realized that he could only fight to the death now. He clenched his fists tightly as his veins and meridians gradually swelled and filled with energy, his neck thickening significantly. A dark purple aura enveloped him, growing ever more intense. Above his head, a ghastly visage began to take shape, increasingly sinister and terrifying. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang raised his palm slightly, and strands of golden light began to coalesce above his head. Hear my command. The golden light merged and formed a robust silhouette of a martial general in midair. Although the figure was indistinct, appearing only as a semi-transparent upper body, it wielded a long spear and donned battle armor, exuding a fierce battle intent as it gazed forward. With a roar, Yang Shou charged once more towards Qin Shi Huang, the ghastly face accompanying him. The momentum was overwhelming, as if he intended to swallow Qin Shi Huang whole. Qin Shi Huang snorted coldly and met Yang Shou head-on. The clash of the purple and golden energies unleashed a tempest, with waves of force surging like mountains. As the two engaged, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosive strikes, enhanced by the swirling winds and spiritual energy. Above them, the golden-tinged general was locked in a fierce struggle with the purple-tinged ghastly face. Both combatants were evidently using all their might to vanquish the other. The remnants of their battle were extraordinarily powerful. Even Liu Bang, who had retreated over 40 paces, struggled to maintain his footing against the residual force, hastily finding refuge behind a tree to steady himself. "Hey, can you bring me along too? Hey, I'm talking to you." Huai called out. Liu Bang, hiding behind the tree, ignored him, whether due to the overwhelming sounds of battle or his own focus on the scene ahead. In the midst of the fierce combat, it became apparent that Qin Shi Huang was at a disadvantage in terms of martial skill. He believed in his own prowess, yet Yang Shou was clearly a seasoned fighter. Despite this, Qin Shi Huang's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a great spiritual master, and he felt he had the upper hand in that regard. Gradually, he began to dominate the encounter, forcing Yang Shou into a position of vulnerability. As fate would have it, at that very moment, the golden general thrust his spear, piercing through the ghastly visage as if it were a balloon, causing it to collapse into nothingness. With the demise of the ghastly face, Yang Shou coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shi Huang delivered a powerful punch, infused with his great spiritual master energy, directly to Yang Shou's chest. Yang Shou was sent flying, the dark purple aura around him dissipating instantaneously. He fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering from his mouth onto his garments. The ethereal golden-armored warrior soared towards him, brandishing a spear that ruthlessly pierced through Yang Shou's skull, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Yang Shou's head was impaled, resulting in his immediate demise. The young boy stood nearby, eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Shou had indeed been defeated. His expression was a tumult of rage, disdain, and frustration, yet devoid of fear, for he did not perceive any courage in his adversary to slay him. Truly a decrepit old fool. He had feasted at my family's table for over 20 years. The boy cast a resentful glance at Qin Shi Huang, acknowledging his cunning. "Today, I concede my defeat. I struck your son, and you eliminated this wretched slave. We are even." With that, the boy turned to leave. "Stop. Did I permit your departure?" Qin Shi Huang's cold voice rang out from behind him. The youth's steps faltered, and he slowly turned to face Qin Shi Huang. "What more do you desire?" Qin Shi Huang replied in a calm tone, "State your name." The boy, exuding confidence and pride, proclaimed, "I am Lin Jun, the third young master of the Lin family from Mu City. The Lin family boasts an abundance of skilled warriors, and my father is a formidable practitioner of the Xianling realm. What of you, a grand spirit master? You cannot provoke my family." Qin Shi Huang regarded the young Lin Jun, who resembled a mere jester. "So, have you come to fear me?" Lin Jun scoffed. Qin Shi Huang responded, "I ask for your name to ascertain whom I have slain." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun's pupils constricted as he detected the murderous intent in Qin Shi Huang's tone, instinctively retreating a step. You dare to kill me?" Lin Jun's breath quickened. "If I am outmatched, the corpse at my feet could very well be mine." Qin Shi Huang smiled, shaking his head. "Why would you assume I would allow you to leave? And no, you cannot kill me. My father. He is." Lin Jun's protest was cut short as Qin Shi Huang swiftly unleashed his attack. With a sweeping motion, the transparent golden warrior lunged towards Lin Jun. In an instant, a swift beam of golden light pierced through Lin Jun's body. He found himself utterly defenseless, his eyes filled with terror. Ultimately, he succumbed, his life extinguished. With a thud, Lin Jun fell to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. As the dust settled, Liu Bang approached quickly, kicking Lin Jun's corpse before turning to Qin Shi Huang with a look of excitement and curiosity. "Zhenggu, that move was spectacular. How did the warrior manifest?" At that moment, Qin Shi Huang had retracted the golden light, and the warrior had long since vanished. He replied simply, "It is the technique of the Emperor's immortal art. One cannot conjure a warrior at the spirit realm. It requires reaching the grand spirit master level." "I see," Liu Bang mused. "It seems I must hasten my training in this technique. Come, Zhenggu, let us return swiftly. We must bury them before departing." A short while later, deep within the wild woods by the roadside, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang incinerated the bodies of Lin Jun and Yang Shou until they were charred remains, interring them in a grave. After leveling the earth and covering it with underbrush, Qin Shi Huang nodded in satisfaction. Liu Bang remarked, "Zhenggu, you are truly remarkable." Qin Shi Huang, a move of desperation. "Did you not hear him mention that his father is of the Xianling realm? We currently cannot provoke the Lin family." At this moment, Hu Hai, leaning against a tree, could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Father, when did you become so formidable?" For a fleeting moment, Hu Hai questioned whether this truly was his father, wondering if it could be a mere illusion. Qin Shi Huang turned to face Hu Hai and strode towards him. As he approached, Hu Hai felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, causing his hands to tremble in shock and leaving him at a loss. He attempted to rise, but was hindered by a sharp pain in his spine, forcing him to remain seated, gazing up at his father's frosty countenance. Qin Shi Huang's tone betrayed neither joy nor sorrow. "What is it? After 3 years as emperor, you no longer recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Hu Hai shuddered. "Father, you know, I told Zhenggu." Liu Bang chuckled and waved his hand, standing beside Qin Shi Huang. Hu Hai swallowed hard and looked at Liu Bang. "Who exactly are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty." Liu Bang adjusted his collar, adding, "I am 3 years younger than your father. By familial hierarchy, you should address me as Uncle Liu." "Uncle Liu?" Hu Hai exclaimed. "Ah, my dear nephew." At that moment, a small imperial screen materialized before Liu Bang and Hu Hai simultaneously. Successfully allied with Hu Hai. Personal account 3. Balance, 25 imperial pearls. Successfully allied with Liu Bang. Personal account 7. Balance, 34 imperial pearls. Liu Bang smiled and turned to Qin Shi Huang. "Zhenggu, your son possesses quite a number of imperial pearls." Qin Shi Huang glared at Hu Hai, unable to muster a smile, feeling an inexplicable anger rise within him. "You have allied with other emperors, have you not?" Hu Hai nodded. "Yes, father, he is Wang Mang, the usurper of the Han dynasty." As Liu Bang spoke, his smile froze. "Usurper?" Yet, Qin Shi Huang's face gradually brightened with amusement. "What a usurper, Wang Mang. Since you have allied with him, where is he now? Who is this rogue? I shall see to it that he is dealt with." Liu Bang exclaimed angrily. Qin Shi Huang chuckled and patted Liu Bang's shoulder. "What is the rush? Let him speak at his own pace." Liu Bang insisted. "Speak, speak, do elaborate." Then, Hu Hai recounted how he first encountered Wang Mang, explaining that Wang Mang had tricked him out of an imperial pearl, leading to a life-threatening situation when he purchased celestial spirit stones, ultimately landing him in the 9-day paradise. He recounted every detail, leaving nothing omitted. Upon hearing this, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang were struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated the possibility of resurrection, nor the existence of such a place as the 9-day paradise. Hu Hai explained, "By spending 100 imperial pearls or clearing 12 levels, one can choose any location to be revived immediately. However, if one fails to clear the levels, they will suffer torment until the end of the 9 days, after which they will randomly appear in a new location. I do not know where Wang Mang and the others ended up. All I know is that I reappeared here." Liu Bang remarked, "No wonder 3 days ago, there were no red dots within 1,000 miles, and today, one suddenly appeared." Hu Hai added, "I reappeared yesterday afternoon." I did not check yesterday." Liu Bang wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing, "Had I known resurrection was possible, I would not have been so cautious. What a waste for those two, leaving me in a state of exhaustion." Qin Shi Huang replied, "If you wish to visit the paradise of 9 days, then go ahead." "I have no desire to." Liu Bang responded, "Then I shall refrain. According to Xiu'er, that place is worse than death, a realm of torment. I have no intention of going there. However, It must be said that Wang Mang is fortunate not to have appeared here as well. Otherwise, I would have flayed him alive and sent him back to the paradise of 9 days. Liu Bang gritted his teeth in anger. This conversation seemed to ignite a spark in Qin Shi Huang, who slowly turned his gaze towards Hu Hai. His expression was a mix of excitement and fury. Hu Hai shivered, sensing impending doom. His mind raced as he hurried to ingratiate himself. Father, on the first day, I searched tirelessly for you, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, the paradise of 9 days has brought me here, so close to you. How fortunate I am. Oh, how happy I am. Qin Shi Huang displayed a chilling smile. Is that so? Chapter 22. Ancestor, remain calm, indeed it is, Hu Hai replied, lacking conviction, unable to convince even himself. Nevertheless, Qin Shi Huang cracked his knuckles and rubbed his neck, appearing ready to engage in a confrontation. Hu Hai was greatly alarmed. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes, truly I do. I cannot quell my anger without striking you. Qin Shi Huang growled. Do not think I have not given you a chance. If you can withstand this beating, you may remain. If not, you shall revisit the paradise of 9 days. Father, if I go to the paradise once more, after 9 days, I may not return. Please, do not strike me too hard. I truly do not wish to go to that dreadful place again. Hu Hai recalled the agonizing experience of dying and resurrecting repeatedly for 9 days and nights, causing him to break out in cold sweat. It was better to stay by his father's side. With such strength, he would not suffer at the hands of others. At most, he would endure a few scoldings and kicks, which he could bear. However, the paradise of 9 days was simply unbearable. Silence. Qin Shi Huang thundered. Your very presence infuriates me. With that, he delivered a swift kick, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Hu Hai rolling on the ground in agony. Crying out in despair, Liu Bang, observing from the side, was thoroughly entertained, arms crossed and leaning against a tree, relishing the spectacle. Thus, the scene unfolded. The next day, noon arrived. The 7th emperor of the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu, Liu Che, reigned for 54 years, awarded 54 imperial pearls. With a haggard visage, Liu Che rode his horse, gazing towards the distant city that was beginning to take shape, a flicker of joy appearing on his face. Upon his arrival, Liu Che found himself amidst an endless grassland. Fortunately, with the aid of the imperial map, although it did not display mountains or city names, it provided clear geographical landmarks. Liu Che easily discerned the direction of the nearest city, thus avoiding becoming lost in the vast expanse. Nevertheless, it took him over 10 days to finally reach this point. Yet, even with the city now within reach, he did not proceed immediately, due to the display of the Xiaodi map, which has yet to conclude. 2 red dots are approaching closer. Liu Che dismounted from his horse and seated himself upon the desolate earth beyond the Great Wall, gazing intently in the direction of the red dots, patiently awaiting their arrival. It was not long before the outlines of 2 men became discernible in the distance. As they drew nearer, Liu Che rose to his feet for a closer observation. Both men appeared to be around 40 years of age, but Liu Che was aware that this was likely not their true age, having already inquired about such matters from Xiaodi. With his keen perception, Liu Che discerned that both individuals were seasoned fighters. One possessed a medium build and moved with assured steps, while the other was somewhat portly. Or perhaps one might describe him as robust. Before long, the 2 men approached, likewise scrutinizing Liu Che with keen interest. Before them, the Xiaodi map displayed a final countdown, with the 3 red dots converging in unmistakable confirmation of their identities. Yet, for a moment, none of the 3 spoke, each recognizing in the other's presence a formidable counterpart, not to be underestimated. Ultimately, it was the slightly heavier-set emperor who broke the silence, clasping his hands in greeting and stating, I am Kublai Khan, the founding emperor of the Great Yuan. May I inquire, which dynasty does this esteemed emperor hail from? Upon hearing this, Liu Che furrowed his brow, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes as he replied, Your name does not strike me as one belonging to the Han people. Kublai Khan responded, I am of Mongolian descent. Liu Che pondered this ethnicity, realizing he had not encountered it before, yet he gradually recognized from Kublai's complexion and appearance that he was, indeed, of Xiongnu lineage. With a chilling gaze, Liu Che demanded, Are you a Xiongnu? The Xiongnu and the Mongols are separated by over a millennium. While there is some ancestral blood shared, it is not entirely the same. Kublai Khan chuckled, I presume that ancestor of yours must belong to the Han or Tang dynasties. Liu Che retorted, I care not whether you are Xiongnu or Mongolian. You are ultimately a northern barbarian. Is that not so? Kublai Khan replied. If you wish to frame it that way, I cannot argue. But who, pray tell, are you? Liu Xiù scoffed disdainfully. It is utterly outrageous that our illustrious Han has allowed you, a barbarian, to ascend to the throne a millennium later. With that, Liu Xiù suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Kublai Khan. Sensing the hostility, Kublai Khan swiftly retreated. Wait, let us speak civilly. At this moment, the other man hastily interposed himself between Liu Xiù and Kublai Khan, attempting to mediate the confrontation. Liu Xiù glared angrily at the man blocking his path, demanding, "Release me." To his astonishment, he found that this individual possessed considerable strength, making it difficult for him to break free from the firm grip. Calm yourself, esteemed ancestor. Might I have a moment to speak? I am also a Han, an emperor of the Han dynasty. Upon hearing the mention of a fellow Han emperor, Liu Xiù paused, regarding the man before him with suspicion. Seeing Liu Xiù relent, the man quickly released his hold and stepped back, bowing respectfully as he declared, I am Liu Bei, the emperor of the Shu Han. It is an honor to meet a forebear of the Han dynasty. Liu Bei was certain that the man before him was indeed one of the emperors from the illustrious Han dynasty, for centuries prior. Although the specific individual remains unknown, they are undeniably our ancestors. Liu Xiù inquires about Shu Han, to which the young emperor responds accordingly. Liu Bei elaborates that when he met the young emperor yesterday, he harbored hostility, yet upon interacting with him, he discovered that the young emperor was not as he had imagined. Furthermore, the young emperor possesses knowledge of many matters that elude us. Liu Xiù remains skeptical, casting a glance at Kublai Khan. Kublai then asserts that although he may be regarded as a barbarian, he has slain far more Mongolians than Liu Xiù has encountered Xiongnu. Liu Xiù retorts, and so what? Indeed, it leads to no favorable outcome. In the end, he earns the ire of both his Mongolian kin and the Han people. Kublai Khan, with a wry smile, reflects that he forgot to inquire about his reputation a millennium hence. Liu Xiù expresses curiosity, prompting Kublai to promise further details shortly, insisting first that Liu Xiù reveal his identity. Liu Xiù gazes into the fervent eyes of Liu Bei and Kublai, choosing to maintain his composure. I am Liu Xiù, the seventh emperor of the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu. This declaration leaves both Liu Bei and Kublai Khan astonished yet understanding. No wonder. In the next moment, a screen emerges before the three, indicating their successful convergence. Successfully united with Liu Xiù, personal account 54, balance, 90 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Liu Xiù, personal account 54, balance, 90 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Liu Bei and Kublai Khan, personal account 234, balance, 89 imperial pearls. Chapter 23, the virtuous estate of Guangwu simultaneously. Their screens display a second line of content. The convergence stage of the three has been achieved. Unlocking the technique library and temporary cultivation function. Seeing the balance of 90 imperial pearls, Liu Bei smiles, recognizing the advantage bestowed by his ancestor, the martial emperor. However, he ponders the meaning behind the second line. Liu Xiù, glancing at the second line, is equally perplexed and decides to inquire further from the young emperor. He turns to Liu Bei, determined to clarify matters of the past life. Having only reigned for 2 years, please recount the history of your previous existence. Liu Bei sighs and begins to narrate his tale. He reveals that he is the son of Emperor Jing, a descendant of the Prince of Zhongshan. Liu Xiù, unable to contain himself, interrupts, the Prince of Zhongshan? Isn't that my elder brother? Tears well in Liu Bei's eyes. Indeed, Liu Xiù urges him to continue. Liu Bei pauses momentarily, then recounts with heartfelt eloquence the tumultuous journey of the Western and Eastern Han dynasties, emphasizing the late Eastern Han period and the Three Kingdoms era. His eyes glistening with tears. He also shares the fate that befell him after death, as Kublai had disclosed to him the previous day. Upon learning that Shu Han failed to restore the grandeur of the Han dynasty, that Zhuge Liang devoted himself tirelessly to his cause until his demise, and that Liu Shan endured for 30 years only to see his kingdom fall, Liu Bei wept throughout the night. Now, recounting these sorrows to Liu Xiù, he can no longer restrain his tears, overwhelmed by the arduous journey of attempting to revive the Han dynasty. Listening to Liu Bei's recounting, Liu Xiù felt his eyes involuntarily redden. He gently patted Liu Bei's shoulder, offering solace. It is all right. I understand that you have done your utmost. I do not hold you accountable, nor would Emperor Gaozu. After a pause, Liu Xiù seemed to ponder something and inquired, Ah? Since you are a descendant of my royal brother, how have you fallen to the level of weaving mats and selling shoes?" Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's weeping abruptly ceased, and he cast a look at Liu Che that expressed incredulity at the audacity of the question. Liu Che was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to his senses. Liu Bei lowered his head, muttering softly, "Isn't it because of the decree on bestowing favors?" Liu Che, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat twice to shift the topic, gazing into the distance. "Before us lies Wang Mang, who usurped the Han, and behind us are the powerful Cao Cao. Both must be eliminated." Liu Bei replied, "Wang Mang is an emperor. He has arrived. It is a pity that Cao Cao never claimed the throne." Liu Che remarked, "One will suffice. Let us first deal with him." Kublai Khan interjected, "I believe Wang Mang is not such a bad fellow. If it weren't for him, we might not even have passed the first trial." Hearing this, Liu Che and Liu Bei both turned their attention to Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan continued, "Moreover, I suspect that Cao Cao may also have arrived." Liu Che asked, "Why do you think so?" Kublai Khan replied, "Because Sīmǎ Yì, this posthumously honored emperor, is present. Cao Cao should be as well." Liu Bei exclaimed, "What? Sīmǎ Yì has come? Did you see him with your own eyes? Why didn't you mention this yesterday?" Kublai Khan explained, "After I concluded my tale of the three kingdoms yesterday, you wept alone throughout the night. There was no time to tell you." Liu Che urged, "Quickly, tell us what transpired." Meanwhile, Wang Mang, having just sneezed loudly and rubbed his nose, wondered aloud, "Who is cursing me?" Following the end of the 9-day paradise, Wang Mang found himself in a location where he could see the bustling village. His fortune was evidently better than Zhao Go, Zhu Qizhen, and others, as he was not stranded in a treacherous wilderness. This time, having learned from past mistakes, Wang Mang refrained from carelessly purchasing celestial stones. Emerging from the 9-day paradise, it was now the 3rd day at noon. As he sneezed again, he arrived at the entrance of a manor on the outskirts of a county town. His reason for being there was that the small emperor's map distinctly showed 2 red points located within. Standing before the manor gate, Wang Mang peered inside. The estate was expansive, with the front yard filled with fertile fields, cultivating a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits. Within the gardens, numerous men and women were busily toiling, likely servants, judging by their attire. Beyond the farmland, the estate included stables, cow sheds, and chicken coops, all meticulously attended to by servants. Further in, a series of antiquated wooden houses were scattered throughout the estate, arranged in a picturesque yet orderly manner. This was indeed the domain of a wealthy family. Wang Mang stroked his chin, glancing at the small emperor's map. The 2 red points were somewhere within this manor, yet they had yet to emerge. As the countdown neared its end, Wang Mang could hardly wait. If time ran out, recognition would be impossible. "Here I stand at the gate, and those 2 remain utterly motionless. Can't they hurry out?" Wang Mang grumbled as he boldly stepped into the manor. Wang Mang treaded upon the marble-paved road, flanked by fields of crops and fruits. The servants in the orchard cast a few glances his way, but did not approach him, allowing Wang Mang to stride forth with determination. He dismissed any concerns regarding the propriety of his intrusion. His priority was to meet the 2 individuals ahead. Just as he was about to traverse the orchard and reach the cluster of buildings behind the estate, 3 figures approached him. At the forefront was a man of around 50 years, possessing a modest appearance. He was accompanied by 2 subordinates, who could also be described as enforcers. The man raised a hand, signaling Wang Mang to halt. "Who are you?" he inquired, his tone laced with a warning. Wang Mang quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Wang Mang, here to seek a friend. They should be within your estate." "Ah, seeking a friend, is it? That is a different matter," the man replied, returning the gesture. "I am Du Xuanming, the steward of Guangwu Xianzhuang. A pleasure to meet you, but might I ask, what is the name of your friend?" This question momentarily stumped Wang Mang. How could he possibly know the names of these 2 strangers? "Well, they are inside. Might you facilitate my entry, Steward Du?" At that moment, one of the enforcers stepped forward. "Steward, this man seems somewhat familiar." Du Xuanming turned to regard the enforcer. "Oh, how so?" The enforcer pointed at Wang Mang. "Yesterday, while I was in the county town, I witnessed a scoundrel publicly harassing respectable women. I believe it was him." Wang Mang was taken aback. Before he could defend himself, another enforcer chimed in. "I recall seeing him as well." Wang Mang widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning, "Who on earth has seen you?" The second enforcer, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Recently, my undergarments have been mysteriously disappearing. Only the night before last, while attending to Nature's call, I caught sight of the thief. It was undoubtedly him." Alas, I failed to capture him then. Chapter 24. Stripped of his dignity upon hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes bulged with indignation, his mind racing with curses. This is pure slander. He turned to the enforcer who accused him of theft. You claim I publicly harassed women, and I can endure that, yet you dare to say I stole your undergarments? Do you believe I would covet the garments of a grown man? The enforcer nodded fervently, insisting, indeed. Every time I change my undergarments, I wash them with fragrant oils. They smell delightful. Wang Mang's lips twitched in disbelief, his patience wearing thin. You are all utterly insane. I bid you farewell. With a respectful clasp of his hands, he turned to leave, unwilling to engage in this absurdity. Stop, Du Xueming bellowed. Are you feeling guilty, perhaps? Wang Mang spun around to face Du Xueming, incredulous. Do you truly believe this nonsense? Du Xueming responded firmly, seeing is believing. Guards. The enforcers bowed in response. At your command, Du Xueming ordered. Strip this man of his trousers and see if he is wearing the undergarments of Xiaohe. If so, bind him and take him to the authorities. The enforcers complied. Yes. Wang Mang's exasperation reached its zenith. Curse you all. With a loud shout, Wang Mang turned and fled. Stop him. Two henchmen immediately gave chase. Simultaneously, the servants in the orchard, hearing the commotion, hurriedly surrounded Wang Mang's escape route. Help! Is there no sense of reason? Had I known, I would not have entered. Wang Mang fell to the ground, besieged by a throng, desperately clutching his torn trousers, just as he believed his reputation was irreparably tarnished. A peal of hearty laughter echoed in his ears. Soon after, the crowd ceased their pursuit and retreated. The laughter continued unabated. Wang Mang squatted on the ground, forcefully tugging at the already ripped fabric of his trousers, while casting a glance at the source of the raucous laughter. The man, clad in resplendent garments adorned with golden threads, possessed a handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor. However, at that moment, he was laughing so heartily that tears streamed from his eyes. After gently wiping the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, he dramatically fanned himself with a paper fan, all the while gazing at the disheveled Wang Mang. Look who is here, Wang Mang. Liu Xiù. Wang Mang pronounced the name with emphasis. Successfully allied with Wang Mang. Personal account 14, balance. 87 imperial pearls. Successfully allied with Liu Xiù. Personal account 32, balance. 49 imperial pearls. 3-person alliance stage achieved. Unlocking the skill library and temporary cultivation function, Wang Mang had no interest in the display on the small screen, sweeping his hand dismissively, causing it to vanish. He swiftly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the estate's entrance. Hey, I was just joking, Liu Xiù called out as he jogged to catch up, blocking Wang Mang's path. Get out of my way. Wang Mang shoved Liu Xiù aside, fuming as he continued onward. I have food and drink, meat and wine. Since you're here, at least have a meal before you leave. I fear you might poison my food. Liu Xiù, would never resort to such treachery. If you don't trust me, I'll eat first, and then you can have what's left. Wouldn't that mean I'd be eating your leftovers? Then I suppose there's no helping it. If you wish to leave, go ahead. Who would be so eager to keep you? With that, Liu Xiù ceased his pursuit and turned back. However, just a few steps in the other direction, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Liu Xiù smiled, not needing to turn around to know who it was. Wang Mang, who had suddenly turned back, angrily shoved Liu Xiù aside. Don't block the way. Liu Xiù chuckled, shaking his head, and followed along. Old Du Xueming hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Master, quickly prepare food and wine. Yes. Before long, a lavish spread of delectable dishes was laid out before them, enticing Wang Mang to the point where he could not suppress his salivation. He had not had a proper meal in over 10 days. Yet, instead of immediately sitting down to eat, he looked at Liu Xiù and inquired, How did you manage to do so well and become the master of this estate? Liu Xiù replied, Is it not possible to use imperial pearls to purchase spirit stones? Those stones appeared quite valuable and turned out to be even more so than I imagined. With one spirit stone, I exchanged it for a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver in the city. Then, I used the banknote to buy this estate, renaming it Guangwu Xinzhuang. Wang Mang's expression was as unappealing as if he had just consumed something distasteful. Liu Xiù, perplexed, assumed Wang Mang was referring to a celestial spirit stone, questioning how it could possibly be exchanged for a vast sum of 10,000 taels of silver notes. Liu Xiù remarked, The value of the celestial spirit stone far exceeds our imagination. It seems to me that exchanging for 10,000 taels of silver notes would only result in being swindled by that unscrupulous merchant. Wang Mang replied, I am not referring to that. I mean, why is it that you can live so comfortably with the celestial spirit stone, while I? Wang Mang felt a wave of sorrow and frustration wash over him, which he transformed into a ravenous appetite. Without any pretense of politeness towards Liu Xiù, he took his seat at the table and began to eat with a huff, as if he intended to devour Liu Xiù himself. In the room, apart from Liu Xiù and Wang Mang, there was another emperor, the second notable figure within the manor. Liu Xiù turned to this individual and invited him to sit. The man appeared dignified and courteous, addressing Liu Xiù with respect. Predecessor Guangwu, please take a seat. Liu Xiù nodded and settled down. The man, still standing, poured wine from the jug on the table into Liu Xiu's cup, then filled Wang Mang's cup, and finally served himself. New emperor predecessor, allow me to toast to you, he said. Wang Mang paused in his eating, wiped his mouth, and looked at the middle-aged man across the table. The man raised his wine cup, wearing a familiar expression as he gazed at Wang Mang. New emperor predecessor, have we met before? Wang Mang responded, have we? I do not recall. Which emperor are you? He scratched his head, feeling as though he had seen Wang Mang somewhere, yet the memory eluded him. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself. I am Zhao Zhan, the fourth emperor of the Great Song dynasty. He continued, this Great Song dynasty exists a considerable time after the Xine dynasty. You are none other than Emperor Renzong of Song. Before Zhao Zhan could finish his sentence, Wang Mang exclaimed, recognizing the other's temple name. Zhao Zhan was taken aback, his expression one of surprise. How did you, predecessor, come to know my temple name? At that moment, both men were presented with a small imperial screen displaying notifications. Successfully united with Wang Mang, personal account 14, balance, 88 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Zhao Zhan, personal account 42, balance, 91 imperial pearls moreover. While Wang Mang's screen displayed no additional information, Zhao Zhan's showed a second line indicating the successful union of 3 individuals. Wang Mang inquired, a successful union of 3? Liu Xiù explained, when you united with me earlier, we both saw that line of information. You merely did not pay attention before turning to leave. So, prior to your arrival here, you had already met another emperor? Who was he, and why did he not accompany you? Just as Wang Mang prepared to respond, Zhao Zhan suddenly exclaimed, He sprang to his feet, causing his chair to topple over. With a look of astonishment, he pointed at Wang Mang and declared, I remember where I have seen you. Chapter 25. The mass graveyard. Zhao Zhan's sudden reaction left both men in shock. Wang Mang was bewildered, wondering if he truly appeared so frightening. Liu Xiù interjected, Renzong, you were separated from him by a millennium. How could you have possibly met him? Perhaps you are mistaken? Zhao Zhan hastily clarified, instinctively moving closer to Liu Xiù while distancing himself from Wang Mang. Predecessor Guangwu, do you recall the matter I mentioned to you yesterday? As I pondered why the scene felt so familiar, it became evident that the decapitated figure was unmistakably him. With that remark, Liu Xiù furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Wang Mang. Wang Mang, taken aback, realized that Zhao Zhan had encountered his own beheaded corpse, which explained his fright. After a thorough exchange of explanations, the group finally grasped the unfolding events. On the first day of his appearance, Song Renzong Zhao Zhan commenced his search for other emperors. Along the way, he encountered several dangers, yet miraculously emerged unscathed. It was not until the 9th day, after journeying through mountains and rivers, that Zhao Zhan, guided by a map, arrived at the convergence of 2 red dots. To his astonishment, this location turned out to be a chaotic burial ground nestled within a wild forest. Mounds of uneven graves dotted the landscape, and numerous corpses, some in various states of decay, lay scattered about, their remains exposed. The sight of infants wrapped in swaddling clothes, naked decomposing bodies, and severed limbs sent a chill down Zhao Zhan's spine. The air was thick with a putrid stench, overwhelmingly pungent. Were it not for the midday sun radiating its warmth, he would have fled in terror. Zhao Zhan could not comprehend why these 2 emperors would venture into such a ghastly place, nor why they remained motionless for days on end. When Zhao Zhan, following the small emperor's map, finally located the 2 headless corpses, he confirmed his suspicions time and again. It dawned on him that these 2 had indeed departed from this world. His immediate instinct was to flee, yet he ultimately stayed. He retrieved the 2 severed heads that had rolled aside and placed them back upon the necks of their respective bodies, uncertain if he had done so correctly. Though the heads were somewhat decomposed, The coolness of early spring still allowed their features to be discerned. Zhao Zhan recognized that he did not know these two emperors, and it was apparent that they had died with their eyes wide open, still unclosed. With a soft sigh, he gently closed their eyelids. Having completed this task, he still did not leave. Instead, he picked up a rusted shovel, discarded by an unknown hand, and began to dig graves for the two. After a considerable amount of effort, he had dug 2 shallow graves by the afternoon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, "This is all I can do. May these two, whether ancestors or descendants, rest in peace." After uttering these words, Zhao Zhan turned to lift the bodies. However, upon turning, he was nearly struck down by fear, for the 2 corpses and their severed heads had vanished. Terrified, Zhao Zhan fell onto the ground. Tumbling into one of the graves he had just dug, he quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing around in utter silence. Had someone stolen the bodies while he was occupied with digging? Or had they risen from the dead and slipped away? The unsettling truth was that the bodies had been directly behind him, yet he had heard not a whisper. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhan's back as he struggled to comprehend the situation. In a frenzied escape before nightfall, he fled the burial ground. Shaken and disoriented, Zhao Zhan resumed his quest to locate the other emperors. Finally, at noon yesterday, he arrived at Guangwu Xinzhuang, successfully reuniting with Liu Xiù. Upon their reunion, Zhao Zhan promptly conveyed the matter to Liu Xiù. Liu Xiù, unable to articulate the reason, nonetheless sensed a potential connection to the young emperor. However, upon inquiring with the young emperor, he received a rather cryptic response: "Please explore on your own." Consequently, Liu Xiù advised Zhao Zhan to refrain from overthinking the situation and to settle in comfortably since they were already there. After Zhao Zhan recounted his tale, Wang Mang shared his own experiences from the first day, including the events that transpired with Huaxia and the occurrences at the 9-day paradise. The 3 of them clarified their thoughts and finally grasped the situation at hand. Liu Xiù remarked, "The place where you were slain is not a mass grave. It must be that nearby villagers discarded your bodies there." Wang Mang nodded in agreement, surmising this was indeed the case. He concluded, "From this, we can deduce that after death, upon entering the 9-day paradise, the bodies do not immediately vanish. The map continues to indicate the location of the bodies with a red dot. It is only upon exiting the 9-day paradise that the bodies will disappear, or to put it another way, they will be reset to a new location." Having spoken, Wang Mang cast a grateful glance at Zhao Zhan and rose. Offering a deep bow, "I have long heard of the benevolence and magnanimity of Emperor Renzong of Song. Thank you." Zhao Zhan repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "I dare not accept such praise. You are the true ancestor." Wang Mang chuckled, "You are the true ancestor." Zhao Zhan appeared perplexed, wondering why he was being accorded such respect. Wang Mang explained, "Now that we find ourselves in this peculiar place, I shall no longer conceal the truth. In fact, I am a time traveler, hailing from a future 2 millennia beyond the Xian dynasty." The 3 engaged in a lengthy discussion throughout the afternoon. Wang Mang revealed his identity as a time traveler, leaving Liu Xiù and Zhao Zhan momentarily stunned. They also gleaned the rules after inquiring further with the young emperor, which instilled a sense of confidence in Wang Mang, who yearned to seek vengeance against the old man who had committed murder to seize the spirit stone. Liu Xiù quipped, "To encounter such malevolence on your first day is indeed unfortunate for you, reminiscent of the misfortunes faced by the 2nd emperor of Qin." Wang Mang shot back, "Silence. You fool. The thought of your comfortable life with the spirit stone while I faced such dire consequences infuriates me." Liu Xiù replied with a smile, "Am I to blame?" Wang Mang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhao Zhan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. The new emperor simply had a stroke of bad luck. Now that we understand that we can all resurrect, there is nothing to fear. Vengeance is merely a matter of time." Liu Xiù added, "Purchasing temporary cultivation from the Imperial Pearl is not a sustainable plan. In my view, our own cultivation and growth should be our foremost priority." Wang Mang interjected, "Cultivating immortality is no simple endeavor. Is it difficult?" Liu Xiù retorted, "Not just difficult, it is exceedingly challenging." Wang Mang responded, his tone implying that it was as if Liu Xiù had personal experience in cultivation. Wang Mang glared at Liu Xiù. "I have not practiced cultivation, but if it were truly easy, this world would be in chaos by now. After all, common folk will always constitute the vast majority. This is the principle of the 80-20 rule." Liu Xiù acknowledged, Cultivation is indeed a formidable task, of that I am convinced. However, let us not forget we have the young emperor. Initially, he had thought he alone possessed a system, only to discover that they all did. Wang Mang muttered softly. What? Liu Xiù asked. Nothing, you fool, Wang Mang replied dismissively. As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened. On the serpentine slopes of Juka Mountain, the lights of Yinlong village began to flicker into life. From a distance, an elderly man and a young lad, whose ages were somewhat deceptive, approached on foot. Though the elder appeared to be around 40, and the younger merely 18, they had already reached the summit of Juka Mountain and halted, gazing at the flickering lights of Yinlong village. The sight of the village, resembling a bandit's lair, along with the menacing figures of the guards, instilled a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Senior Xiaoming, are you certain this is the place? Inquired the middle-aged man, addressing the youth with a tone of respect. This seemed rather peculiar to outsiders, yet the boy felt no discomfort. The innkeeper mentioned that Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty resides in Yinlong village atop Juka Mountain. We must be in the right place, as it is inscribed above the gate, Yinlong village. The man responded, but why does it resemble a bandit stronghold? I was about to ask you the same thing. Isn't Li Shimin your father? How did he end up mingling with bandits? The two were none other than the youthful Emperor Yuan Xiu of the Northern Wei, known as Xiaoming, who reigned for 13 years and was posthumously honored with 13 imperial pearls. The other, Li Ji, the third emperor of the Tang dynasty, ruled for 34 years and was bestowed with 34 imperial pearls. They had encountered each other on the third day of their arrival, recognizing one another and augmenting their initial collection of imperial pearls. During their subsequent companionship, each had exchanged one pearl to procure 2 celestial stones, leaving them with a total of 46 imperial pearls. After contemplating, Li Ji spoke with an air of unease. It is indeed my father. Yet what if he is not in the village at this moment? Perhaps we should wait until noon tomorrow when the imperial map indicates his presence before we proceed. Yuan Xiu pondered. If he is not in the village now, we might be mistaken for intruders should we enter recklessly, which would be quite unfortunate. Precisely, that is my concern, Li Ji affirmed. Yuan Xiu then expressed his dilemma. However, our funds have been exhausted, leaving us unable to afford an inn. Moreover, it is late. Shall we really spend the night outdoors in the wilderness? Li Ji gazed longingly at the distant lights of the mountain village, still hesitating to move forward. Didn't you express great excitement upon learning from the innkeeper that Li Shimin resides in Yinlong village? Why do you hesitate now that it is before you? Yuan Xiu challenged. Li Ji appeared conflicted. I wish to speak, but find myself at a loss. Yuan Xiu scrutinized Li Ji's demeanor, questioning. Could it be that what you previously told me was all fabricated? Are you, in fact, a tyrant? Who dares to call me a tyrant? What I spoke was the truth, Li Ji retorted. Then what is it that you fear? Your accomplishments should be sufficient to please your father. Unlike me, who longs to serve the nation and its people, yet finds no opportunity. I am the one without the face to meet my father. Yuan Xiu paused before continuing. Though I am of a higher generation, I am still young. During these past days, you have taken care of me. Every time you speak of your father, I envision a legendary hero. It piques my curiosity. What manner of man is he? Could he truly surpass my father, whom I already find formidable? In this regard, Li Ji exhibited confidence, stating, rest assured, once you meet him, you shall understand. Yuan Xiu smiled. Then let us not delay any further. As they spoke, Yuan Su grasped Li Ji's hand and hurried toward the gates of the hidden dragon village. With each step, Li Ji felt an increasing sense of unease. Wait, he exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Yuan Su inquired, what now? Li Ji swallowed hard and said, is there a possibility that my father, the emperor, is not in league with these bandits, but rather? Yuan Su paused, realization dawning upon him. Captured? Both pondered the implications of this scenario. The more they contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. Even though Li Shimin was a formidable warrior, he was still outnumbered. Yuan Su concluded, the news of Li Shimin being at Hidden Dragon Village did not come from your father, but rather from these bandits, intended to lure us here. As the weight of this revelation sank in, their expressions grew increasingly alarmed. We must leave at once, Li Ji urged, and they swiftly turned to flee down the mountainside. However, just then, a pair of enormous, round eyes suddenly illuminated the darkness, as if they had materialized from thin air. Accompanying this was a commanding shout, stop. With the command, the eyes were accompanied by a gleaming set of white teeth, revealing the face of a man cloaked in darkness. The abruptness of the encounter left Yuan Xiù and Li Ji breathless, nearly leading to their demise. Moments later, 5 or 6 bandits, brandishing machetes, emerged swiftly from behind the dark-faced man. Shortly thereafter, in the brightly lit hidden dragon village, Yuan Xiù and Li Ji found themselves bound and cast onto the ground. The flickering torchlight illuminated their panicked expressions. "What is happening, Brother Niu Wu?" A robust and handsome man approached them. This was Niu Wu, the second in command of the hidden dragon village, who had apprehended them. Niu Wu glanced at the men, stating, "These two have been lurking outside the village. They must be spies sent from Tiger Head Mountain." "Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding," Yuan Xiù hurriedly explained. "We merely lost our way and stumbled into your esteemed territory. We are not spies." Niu Wu retorted, "You speak nonsense. Your leader from Tiger Head Mountain was slain by our village chief not long ago. Are you remnants seeking revenge? Have you come to spy for some scheme?" Yuan Xiù was bewildered, unable to comprehend the references to Tiger Head Mountain and the village chief. Niu Wu's patience waned. "If you refuse to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands." As he raised his machete, a voice interjected, "Wait." The man quickly raised his hand. "May I ask a question?" Niu Wu replied, "Ask away, but I will strike once you're done." Grateful, the man turned to Yuan Xiù and Li Ji, directly inquiring, "Do you know Li Shimin?" Upon hearing this, both were taken aback, exchanging glances. They neither shook their heads nor dared to nod. Niu Wu pressed, "I am asking you." Yuan Xiù responded, "We know him." Li Ji countered, "We do not know him." Silence enveloped the scene. After a brief pause, Niu Wu raised his weapon again, demanding, "So, do you know him or not?" Yuan Xiù asserted, "We do not know him." Li Ji insisted, "We know him." Niu Wu twitched his lips in anger, rolling up his sleeves. "By heavens, I shall not spare you." Li Ji, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Let me clarify. Li Shimin is my father." Niu Wu retorted, "Come, look at me." Li Ji turned his gaze towards Niu Wu. "Do I appear foolish to you?" Niu Wu pressed on. Li Ji, flustered, stammered, "I misspoke. Li Shimin is actually my elder brother." Chapter 27. Father is quite rational upon hearing this. Niu Wu nodded. "That is far more credible." Li Ji forced a smile. "Indeed, indeed. What nonsense." Niu Wu glared, incredulous. "First you claim not to know him, then you say he is your father, and now you insist he is your brother?" With that, Niu Wu shoved Li Ji to the ground. "Not a single word of truth from your lips. There is no need to consult the chieftain. I shall deal with him immediately." Li Ji, terrified, thought he had endured a grueling journey only to meet his end here. "Niu Wu, brother, do not act in haste." A man nearby quickly intervened. "If you slay the wrong person, the chieftain will hold you accountable. At the very least, let the chieftain meet them first." Upon hearing this, Niu Wu found the reasoning sound. It indeed made sense. The man continued, "Leave this matter to me. I will escort them." "Very well," Niu Wu acquiesced. "But if the chieftain issues a death order, I shall wield the knife myself." The man smiled. "No problem." Niu Wu laughed heartily and departed, off to drink with his brothers. Once Niu Wu left, the man turned to the still trembling Li Ji and his companion. After unbinding them, he simply stated, "Follow me." Li Ji and Yuan Xiu, still shaken, felt escape was futile and cautiously followed. Before long, the man led them to a door illuminated by candlelight. He knocked and announced, "Chieftain, the door is open. Come in." A familiar voice responded from within, causing Li Ji to straighten instinctively. The man opened the door. Li Shimin, facing away from the entrance, was gazing upwards at an enormous map, meticulously crafted from cloth, covering an entire wall. In the room with him was another young man, likely in his late 20s, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. The young man looked at the two who entered with the man and inquired, "Who are they?" The man did not answer immediately. Instead, he closed the door first. Then he said, "Our ancestors have arrived." At this, Li Shimin, who had been studying the map, paused slightly and turned around. The slow motion of his turn made Li Ji's heart race with trepidation. Before Li Shimin could fully face him, Li Ji dropped to his knees with a thud. "Father." As Li Shimin recognized the kneeling figure, he momentarily appeared dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. "So, those 2 red dots in the county today were you?" Li Shimin's tone bore no trace of joy at reuniting with his son, nor was there any hint of anger. It was remarkably flat. Yet this very monotony made Li Ji feel a sense of unease. At that moment, a small imperial screen appeared before both Li Shimin and Li Ji. Successfully reunited with Li Ji, personal account 34, balance, 69 imperial pearls, successfully reunited with Li Shimin. Personal account 23. Balance, 69 imperial pearls. Everyone present could see the screens displaying this information, which unequivocally confirmed their identities. Li Shimin turned to Yuan Xian and stated, I am Li Shimin, the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. And you are? Yuan Xian promptly replied, I am Yuan Xian, the 9th Emperor of Northern Wei, known as Emperor Xiaoming. Following this, the other two individuals in the room, the 27-year-old youth and the 37-year-old man, also introduced themselves. The young man was Sīmǎ Yì, the 2nd Emperor of the Eastern Jin, who reigned for 2 years and possessed 2 imperial pearls. The middle-aged man was Zhu Zhangji, the 5th Emperor of the Ming dynasty, reigning for 10 years with 10 imperial pearls. All 5 had successfully reunited, amassing a total of 82 imperial pearls. Sīmǎ Yì had made no expenditures, maintaining a full balance of 82 imperial pearls. After Li Shimin and the other 2 successfully reunited, they reached a 3-person stage, having briefly consumed 10 imperial pearls for a moment of cultivation. Subsequently, Li Shimin's martial cultivation ascended to the realm of a martial artist, earning him an additional 10 imperial pearls. Thus, his balance was also 82 imperial pearls. Zhu Zhangji had purchased the Imperial Immortal Sutra for 20 imperial pearls and 2 celestial spirit stones, leaving him with a balance of 60 imperial pearls. Like Yuan Xian, Li Ji had previously bought a celestial spirit stone, resulting in a remaining balance of 81 imperial pearls for both. Aside from the imperial pearls displayed, Li Shimin and the others had no further information. As Li Ji and Yuan Xian achieved the 3-person stage for the first time, they encountered a second line of information confirming their successful reunion at this stage. Excellent. We are all acquainted, Li Shimin stated flatly, turning his gaze toward Li Ji. For reasons unknown, Li Ji felt a peculiar discomfort in Li Shimin's gaze, which instilled an inexplicable anxiety within him. For days ago, I was troubled, wondering when I would see you again. Unexpectedly, you arrived today, seemingly in haste to meet me this evening, Li Shimin remarked. Li Ji did not comprehend the significance of 4 days prior, yet it seemed inconsequential. He forced a smile, responding, Indeed, father. I have been yearning for our reunion day and night. Li Shimin nodded, Very well. However, with the subsequent words, Li Ji finally understood the cause of Li Shimin's oppressive aura. Come here, Li Ji. Father is quite rational now and promises not to strike you. Pray, explain to me what you mean by Empress. Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, an uncomfortable sensation prickling at his back. The term Empress instantly conjured a familiar silhouette in his mind. An Empress? It couldn't possibly be her. Li Ji's heart raced uncontrollably. Li Shimin's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent as he fixed a cold stare upon Li Ji. Li Ji scanned the room, noting the hierarchy among the gathered individuals. Sīmǎ Yì held the highest rank, followed by Yuan Xian, then Li Shimin, with himself next, and finally Zhu Zhangji, who was positioned far behind in the Tang dynasty's lineage. Li Ji felt a tremor in his heart as he gazed at the somewhat awkwardly expressioned Zhu Zhangji. Zhu Zhangji scratched his head and said apologetically, Your Majesty, please do not hold it against me. Your father commanded me to recount the comprehensive history of the Tang dynasty, and I could not refuse. Li Ji inquired, So, what about Mainyang? Zhu Zhangji nodded. Indeed, after your demise, she ascended to the throne and initiated a change of dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Ji was not as shocked as he had anticipated. Instead, his expression was one of complexity. Li Shimin remarked, I acknowledge your early accomplishments in establishing the Yonghui reign and expanding our territories for the Tang. Yet, you squandered the legacy of your predecessors, leading to widespread discontent among the populace, who lamented in the streets. You fell prey to slander, executing the surrendered Turkic Khan, which incited the Turkic people to rebel against the Tang, resulting in continuous incursions upon our borders. The lands you once secured all slipped away during your later years. Li Shimin took a deep breath and continued, But these grievances pale in comparison to my greatest difficulty in accepting, under the reign of the 2 saints. You not only allowed Wu Mainyang to participate in governance, but you also audaciously contemplated abdicating in her favor? Had it not been for the relentless opposition of the Prime Minister, would you have already made her empress while you still drew breath? Li Ji was at a loss for words. He had indeed entertained such thoughts. It was only after the Prime Minister, Hao Chujun, fervently advised him otherwise, reminding him that this realm was built by Gaozu and Taizong, not solely by his own hand, that he ultimately refrained from passing the throne to Wu Zetian. Yet, unexpectedly, she still proclaimed herself empress in the end. At that moment, Yuan Shui interjected, "Pardon my intrusion, but did a female emperor truly emerge? This woman must be formidable, comparable to my own mother." As he spoke, Yuan Shui looked towards the kneeling Li Ji. "Is she your empress?" Coughing lightly, Zhu Zhanji cleared his throat. Yuan Shui, puzzled, turned to Zhu Zhanji, who was desperately signaling him to observe Li Shimin's countenance. Upon glancing at Li Shimin, Yuan Shui noticed the emperor's darkened expression, as if a cloud loomed ominously above him. Li Ji lowered his head, his voice subdued. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much." Li Shimin's breathing grew heavier, and his fists clenched as he prepared to admonish Li Ji. Observing this, Yuan Shui hastily stepped forward to mediate. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Li Ji is quite commendable. Throughout our journey, he has taken care of me, and without him, I would have perished long ago." Li Shimin replied, "His mother is my empress, and he shares lineage with your ancestors, all being of Xianbei descent. His care for you is his duty." Yuan Shui insisted, "I understand, which is why we are all family. As long as I am present today, you shall not strike him." In that moment, Yuan Shui resembled a relative at home, intervening in a father-son dispute, imploring against punishing the child. Despite Yuan Shui's youthful appearance of merely 17 or 18 years, the scene felt quite incongruous. Nevertheless, Li Shimin conceded to the wishes of his ancestor, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Since the ancestor had spoken, he relented. Looking at Li Ji, he stated, "It was I who chose you to inherit the throne. Thus, I bear responsibility. Enough, rise." "Thank you, father." "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." Li Ji expressed as Yuan Shui assisted him to his feet. As the assembly settled down, they shared their experiences and exchanged known information. From that day forth, Li Shimin remained at Zhuge Mountain. Initially, the bandits known for robbing the wealthy did not regard Li Shimin with any respect. However, due to Tang Ying's formidable prowess, they dared not voice their dissent. Yet, Li Shimin was not in a rush. His immediate focus was on diligent cultivation. Day by day, he practiced martial arts alongside Tang Ying, awakening to the true essence of martial arts. On the fourth day, Sima Xiao arrived following the map and successfully reunited with Li Shimin. By the 10th day, Zhu Zhanji also joined them, marking the successful convergence of the trio. It was only at this juncture that they realized the young emperor possessed such capabilities. The days spent at Yinlong village were fraught with unease, as they had a sworn enemy, a rival band of bandits located 30 miles away at Huda Mountain. Their chief, at the 8th stage of the bone refinement realm, surpassed even Tang Ying. The king of Huda Mountain not only sought to annex Zhuge Mountain, but also aimed to take Tang Ying as his wife. Consequently, Li Shimin boldly challenged the chief of Huda Mountain to a one-on-one duel before both factions. He utilized 10 Emperor Pearls to attain a peak martial cultivation at the 9th stage of the bone refinement realm for a limited hour. The outcome was evident. Li Shimin emerged victorious, not without difficulty, but he triumphed nonetheless, slaying his opponent on the spot. By doing so, Li Shimin aimed to alleviate some of Tang Ying's troubles, repaying her kindness and sheltering and educating him. More importantly, he sought to experience the essence of the bone refinement realm, which he found exhilarating. He vowed to become the strongest man in the world. Thirdly, and most crucially, he sought to establish his authority. Li Shimin did not wish to be overshadowed by a woman. That was not the demeanor befitting the heavenly Khan. As anticipated, after that battle, the inhabitants of Yinlong village surrendered to Li Shimin's prowess. He had truly established himself as the chief of Yinlong village. Li Ji remarked, "Father has renamed the band of robbers Yinlong village and established it as a stronghold, with numerous emperors scattered across the land. They will recognize this place as a gathering point upon seeing the numerous red dots converge here. Thus, we need not search far and wide. We simply await the arrival of other monarchs to Yinlong village. This will not only facilitate a swift assembly, but also grant us ample time to cultivate and advance ourselves. Indeed, Father possesses remarkable foresight. I admire you." Li Ji effusively praised, gazing earnestly at Li Shimin. Li Shimin rolled his eyes in response. "Was it necessary for you to say that?" Li Ji appeared somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Sima Xiao interjected, "Allow me to interrupt." All eyes turned to Sima Xiao, the youngest yet highest in rank among them. Sima Xiao continued, "I believe we should reconsider our titles. We can no longer refer to our ancestors, especially our father, in such terms. Just the other day, Brother Niu Wu overheard and questioned me at length. I was at a loss for words. Zhu Zhanji added, indeed. Although we do not yet understand the purpose of our presence here, since we have arrived, it heralds a new chapter in our lives. I think we can temporarily cast aside the formalities of our previous lives. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion and trouble, all present expressed their agreement. Sima Xiao proposed. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. I nominate Brother Li as our leader. He is not only the eldest among us, but also the chief of Hidden Dragon Village, having ascended to the realm of martial artists. He truly deserves this honor. Yuan Shui remarked, we three have all met untimely ends. Erlang lived to 52, and Li Ji to 56. It seems that Li Ji is, in fact, the eldest among us. Coughing twice, Li Ji shot a glare at Yuan Shui, thinking, do you not think I have enough on my plate? Am I to contend with my father for this leadership position? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Subsequently, Li Shimin humbly declined, claiming he did not dare to overstep, especially given the presence of two individuals of higher seniority. However, after a customary exchange of pleasantries and hesitations, Li Shimin was still elected. Thus, I shall take the liberty to act as the caretaker of this gathering's leadership. When a more qualified and courageous ruler arrives in the future, I shall gladly step aside, he declared. The others had no further objections, as Li Shimin's leadership was universally accepted. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Li Lang, I have finished bathing. When will you come to my room? A melodious voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, both Li Ji and Yuan Shui exchanged bewildered glances with Li Shimin. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Shimin rose to open the door. Li Ji leaned closer to Zhu Zhanji and whispered, who is it? Zhu Zhanji replied with a grin, your stepmother. Unable to hold back a chuckle, he found the situation amusing. Yet, Li Ji's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, oh no, it's my father. As the door swung open, they beheld a woman standing there. Her features well-defined, skin fair, and exuding a carefree elegance. Li Lang. She coughed lightly. We are in the midst of a discussion. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying turned to the assembled group, who had all risen to their feet, nodding in acknowledgement. Sima Xiao and Zhu Zhanji chimed in unison. Good day, sister-in-law. Yuan Shui added, good day, sister-in-law. Li Ji scratched his head, hesitating to join in the greeting. All right, enough, Li Shimin interjected. What sister-in-law? Do not speak recklessly. Tang Ying and I are friends, as well as mentor and disciple. How many times must I reiterate this? Tang Ying bypassed Li Shimin and strode into the room, clasping her fists in greeting. The spirit of camaraderie among the rivers and lakes instantly emerged as she addressed the group. Brothers, are you comfortable here? If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, please do not hesitate to let me know. Zhu Zhanji responded, sister-in-law is wonderful. We are very comfortable. That is good to hear. Oh, and who might these two brothers be? Tang Ying inquired, glancing at Yuan Shui and Li Ji. Yuan Shui introduced himself. I am Yuan Shui, a fellow townsman of Brother Li, here to seek refuge. Li Ji added, I am Li Ji, and he is my elder brother. At that moment, Li Shimin had closed the door and returned, interrupting the slightly awkward atmosphere. There is no need for concealment, Li Shimin stated. This afternoon, I have fully briefed Tang Ying. She is aware that we hail from another realm and that we are all emperors. The crowd was astonished, having not anticipated that Li Shimin had already made a commitment with the other party. Had their relationship progressed to such a degree? Tang Ying let out a soft chuckle and remarked, to be honest, I still find it hard to believe. But it matters not. Whatever Li Lang decides to do, I shall support him unconditionally. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously turned to Li Shimin and gave him a thumbs up. Li Shimin's face flushed slightly. Whether from embarrassment or shyness was uncertain. He cleared his throat and said, Miss Tang Ying is not an outsider. Her awareness of the situation will facilitate our discussions. With that, Li Shimin approached the enormous map that adorned the front wall. Come closer, he invited. The group gathered around. This grand map, composed of several pieces of fabric, covered the entire wall. Its geographical depiction bore a resemblance to the map displayed by the young emperor, albeit with less intricate detail. While the young emperor's map was precise, this one was more rudimentary. However, it possessed a notable feature absent from the young emperor's map. It clearly marked the names of cities, mountains, and included the territorial distribution of contemporary dynasties. The young emperor's map, in contrast, presented a detailed geographical layout devoid of any names. This map illustrates the vast territory we currently inhabit, Li Shimin indicated towards the center. The dynasty that occupies the Central Plains and commands the most extensive territory is known as the Great Li Dynasty. The Nine Curves Mountain, where we stand, lies at the very heart of the Great Li Dynasty, essentially at the core of all the red dots displayed. As the crowd followed Li Shimin's gesture, they observed the numerous red dots scattered throughout the Great Li Dynasty. Li Shimin pointed northward, stating, "To the north of the Great Li is the Northern Yu Kingdom, which borders the barbaric lands of the Northern Wilderness. Both Northern Yu and Northern Wilderness are marked with red dots. At noon today, I noted that 3 individuals successfully convened at the juncture of Northern Yu and Northern Wilderness." Li Shimin continued his detailed exposition, then gestured eastward. To the east of the Great Li lies the Eastern Scale Kingdom. Within its borders, several red dots are present, one of which indicates a successful meeting of 4 individuals. He then directed attention to the southern region of the Great Li territory, saying, "To the south of Great Li is Chunju City, where 3 individuals successfully convened at noon today." Li Shimin concluded, "Including us. There are currently 4 locations where 3 individuals have successfully gathered. Most others are solitary travelers, with few forming pairs." He then turned to the crowd. "This is the overall situation we face." The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Li Shimin filled with admiration. They recognized that his ability to grasp the broader context was beyond their own. Sima Xiao inquired, "So, are we now the location with the highest number of gathered individuals?" Li Shimin replied, "It was not the case until this evening, but now it is." At that moment, Tang Ying interjected, "So, Li Lang, what can I do to assist you?" Li Shimin pointed to a gorge approximately 200 miles from the Nine Curves Mountain. "I wish to know what lies in this location." Tang Ying gazed at the spot he indicated, hesitating before responding. "Why do you inquire about this place? You should not venture there." Li Shimin furrowed his brow but resolved to explain. "There is a red dot located here. I have been observing it for several days." He remained motionless, lingering in this place. I pondered whether he wished to avoid our company or if he had encountered some peril that bound him here. Tang Ying remarked, "Are there people from your group here as well? That is troublesome." Li Shimin inquired, "What is so peculiar about this place?" Tang Ying, with a bitter smile, replied, "This location is called Xingu Mountain, which houses the Xingu Nunnery." "Xingu Nunnery?" The others were perplexed. "Is it a convent?" Tang Ying explained, "In a sense. But it is no ordinary nunnery. This is a sanctuary for those who seek to transcend the mundane and attain enlightenment. The nuns here are spiritual practitioners, possessing profound cultivation, and they harbor a profound disdain for men." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Tang Ying continued, "Regardless of whether you approach for a visit or inadvertently wander into the mountains, any man who dares to step foot here will be met with lethal force." She turned to Li Shimin. "Are you certain your people are truly inside? If so, I assure you, he will not survive even the duration of an incense stick." A gasp echoed through the room, and silence enveloped them as they fell into contemplation. After a long pause, Sima Xiao spoke. "I too have observed that red dot in recent days. It is not far from us, yet it remains stationary. If he is indeed within Xingu Mountain, could it be that he is a child emperor?" Yuan Shui interjected, "That seems plausible. They may despise men, but surely they would not slay a mere child." The group nodded in agreement, which explained why he had yet to arrive at Yinlong's stronghold. After all, he was still a child. However, Tang Ying shook her head, stating, "Even a male child would not be spared. The Xingu Nunnery forbids any male presence, a rule seemingly tied to their spiritual practices." Zhu Zhanji added, "If that is the case, he would be unlikely to still be alive. Is it possible that even in death, his location remains marked on the map? Perhaps it indicates the location of his corpse." This revelation sent a shiver through the group, akin to groping in the dark only to touch a lifeless body. As the weight of this realization settled in, all eyes turned to Li Shimin, who bore a chilling expression. "You are overlooking an important fact," he said. "We have a female emperor among us." Chapter 30. Comfort and Sustenance. Without expense at this, the others finally grasped the implication. They instinctively considered an alternative perspective. What if that red dot was not a man, but a woman? Zhu Zhanji exclaimed, "Indeed." Moreover, Wu Meinyang was once a nun. She must have remained at the Xingu Nunnery. This explains her prolonged absence. She likely fears meeting anyone. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Li Ji, whose expression was a tapestry of emotions. Joy at discovering Wu Meinyang's whereabouts, yet sorrow at the realization of her situation. Li Ji addressed Li Shimin. Father, the group looked at Li Shimin, and the question loomed. Should they seek her out or refrain from doing so? This dilemma rested solely upon Li Shimon's shoulders. He remained silent for an extended moment, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Li Shimon remarked, "Regardless of whether this red dot pertains to her or not, one must see it to believe it." Upon finishing his statement, Zhu Zhanji hastily urged caution, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Tang Ying, filled with urgency, interjected, "You cannot go to Xingu Temple. Once you step foot there, they will surely attempt to kill you. Allow me to go in your stead. As a woman, they would be less inclined to harm me. At worst, they would merely drive me away." Li Shimon replied, "No, I cannot allow you to take such risks. Moreover, I am not suggesting we go at this moment. I have just ascended to the martial realm. It would be prudent to wait until I achieve the body refining stage before embarking on that journey." Though the others wished to voice further opinions, Li Shimon had firmly made his decision, raising his hand to silence them. The following day, within the borders of Donglin Kingdom, at the Moon Xian sect, in a quaint wooden house nestled halfway up a mountain, Liu Bang remarked, "Zhenggu, you have truly dealt a harsh blow. The second emperor has yet to awaken after 2 days. I wonder if he can endure." He gazed at Huai, who lay unconscious on the bed. Qin Shi Huang sat nearby, sipping tea, seemingly lost in thought. For 500 years, our Qin dynasty has labored to extinguish the 6 states and unify the realm. Yet, how long has it been since my demise? In just 3 years, this beast has led to the downfall of our great Qin. The fact that I have not eliminated this creature is a testament to my leniency." Liu Bang chuckled and seated himself beside Qin Shi Huang. "Enough, enough. The events of our past have become mere history. Your Qin has fallen, and has not my Han met a similar fate?" Though they had yet to encounter the figures of later dynasties, Huai had already mentioned Wang Mang, who usurped the Han and declared its end. Aware of the inevitable outcome, Liu Bang let out a soft sigh. At that moment, an unexpected clatter echoed from outside, the sound of a water jar shattering. The discordant noise caused both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang to furrow their brows, prompting them to rise swiftly and exit the house. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found 2 outer disciples of the Moon Xian sect standing boldly in the center, their expressions teasing as they regarded the 2 men. Qin Shi Huang cast a glance at the courtyard, now in disarray, with the once functional water jar reduced to fragments. Water pooled on the ground, soaking the earth. One of the disciples, with a smile, said, "Oh dear, we apologize, esteemed sirs, for accidentally breaking your water jar. I hope it is of no consequence." Though the words were framed as an apology, there was no hint of sincerity. Qin Shi Huang, with an expression of indifference, addressed the pair, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, both disciples grinned and stepped forward, surveying their surroundings. "I must say, you truly consider this your home?" one remarked, to which the other replied, "Ah, brotherly, that is not accurate. This is a residence personally bestowed by the sect master. It is only natural they would treat it as their abode." "Oh right, I nearly forgot. What relation do these 2 elders have to our sect master's direct disciples?" "Grandfather, how unfortunate they are. With nowhere to go but to seek refuge with their grandson. Ha ha ha." The 2 exchanged banter, their laughter ringing out unabashedly. Observing this, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang maintained their calm demeanor. If such antics were enough to provoke them, it would only indicate that their stature was insufficient. In that moment, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang regarded the 2 disciples as one might look upon mischievous children. Qin Shi Huang smiled faintly and took a step forward. "Who sent you here?" he inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback. "No one sent us. This is the territory of the Moon Xian sect. As disciples of the Moon Xian sect, we are free to come and go as we please. Is that not acceptable?" At this moment, Liu Bang interjected. "Is it Li Heron or Lin Wu? Or perhaps Li Xiu'er?" "Neither. We are not sent by Sister Xiu'er." Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang both exclaimed in unison. Behind the outer wall of the courtyard, Li Xiu'er slapped her forehead in frustration, cursing under her breath, "Fools." Realizing their cover had been blown, the 2 Moon Xian sect disciples exchanged fierce glances, glaring at Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang. "What do you mean? We have stated clearly that we are not sent by Sister Xiu'er. This is our own decision." Li Xiu'er, hidden behind the wall, was so furious she felt faint. Gritting her teeth, "Stop mentioning my name." All right, I understand," Qin Shi Huang replied. "So, what exactly do you intend to do?" One of them retorted, "The sect master has graciously taken you in, yet you still have the audacity to remain here?" Liu Bang responded, "With food and shelter provided. Why should we feel embarrassed to stay?" You. The two disciples were infuriated, astonished by their audacity. They clenched their fists, cracking their knuckles ominously. I see you are asking for trouble. Qin Shi Huang coldly glared at them. As he spoke, he discreetly began to channel his energy, preparing for a potential confrontation. At that moment, a child's voice rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Grandfather. The innocent call instantly diffused the tense atmosphere. Liu Gong, full of joy, skipped into the courtyard. My dear grandson has arrived. Liu Bang smiled and moved towards him. The two Moon Xian sect disciples, upon seeing Liu Gong, instantly deflated, no longer daring to act aggressively and instinctively stepping aside. My grandson, why do you come so early today? You usually arrive at dinner time. Liu Bang affectionately ruffled Liu Gong's hair. With glee, Liu Gong beamed. Grandfather, this morning, I finally advanced to the spirit realm. I could hardly wait until evening to share the good news with you. My grandson is truly remarkable. Liu Bang laughed heartily. Even my master praises me, Liu Gong said, noticing the two Moon Xian sect disciples nearby. What are they doing here? Liu Bang chose not to conceal the situation and directly informed his grandson. Upon hearing this, Liu Gong, though small in stature, held an air of superiority as he directed a haughty gaze at the two disciples. In Chapter 31, Little Master Uncle, the two were initially startled, exchanging anxious glances before encouraging one another. What is there to fear? Though he is the sect master's direct disciple, he is still young and inexperienced, having just advanced to the spirit realm. I have been a spirit realm practitioner for over 2 years. They whispered to each other, their voices barely audible. At this moment, Liu Gong proclaimed, it was the sect master who allowed my grandfather and the others to reside here. What right do you have to expel them? The two individuals approached simultaneously. One of them chuckled and said, it's a misunderstanding. We did not drive them away. The other added, Junior brother, you have recently joined the sect and are unfamiliar with its circumstances. The sect incurs significant monthly expenses, and the sect master, out of courtesy, cannot directly express this, leaving it to disciples like us to convey. Wait a moment, Liu Gong interjected, raising his hand. Liu Gong, adopting a somewhat authoritative demeanor, gazed at the two. What do you call me? Liu Gong continued. Your attire identifies you as outer disciples, under the tutelage of Li Heron. Brotherly is the 17th direct disciple of the sect master, and as a fellow direct disciple, what should you call me? Upon hearing this, the two outer disciples were taken aback, not anticipating that this young lad would assert such authority. Reluctantly, they bowed and said, Disciples greet you, little uncle master. Liu Gong replied, Upon returning today, I shall report to the master about your lack of skill and your waste of the sect's resources. At the very least, Brotherly may impose punishment upon you. At worst, there could be a sect meeting to strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Moonxian sect, serving as a warning for others to diligently practice. Can you guess how my esteemed master will react, given his fondness for me? At this, the two widened their eyes in alarm. Slander. Slander. However, if it came to that, they would have to concede, as at nearly 20 years of age, remaining at the spirit realm was a significant indictment. The accusation of being unskilled could be minor or major. Every sect has its share of idlers. Yet this could be amplified infinitely, serving as a deterrent to encourage disciples to engage in earnest cultivation. Plop. The two were genuinely frightened, hastily kneeling before Liu Gong. One on each side, they grasped his legs, pleading, Little Uncle Master, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Please do not let the sect master expel us. Seeing this, Liu Gong finally smiled, triumphantly glancing at Liu Bang. Liu Bang stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Truly, he was proud of his grandson. Grandfather, how should we handle this? Let them leave. Quickly depart. Yes, yes. The two outer disciples scrambled away in a flurry. As dusk settled over the northern borders of the Yu Kingdom, in a dilapidated shack in the wilderness, dust and cobwebs filled the air. A fire crackled within, where Liu Che, Liu Bei, and Kublai Khan sat huddled together, staring at one another while their stomachs rumbled. Kublai Khan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and said, It's all my fault for preventing you from entering the city. After reuniting, they had intended to find an inn to rest after spotting the city on the horizon. However, upon reaching the city gate, Kublai Khan's appearance, which deviated from that of the Central Plains people, led to their detainment. While he did not resemble the local barbarians too closely, he was evidently closer to them than to the Central Plains folk. Fortunately, the guarding soldiers did not create much trouble, simply turning Kublai Khan and his companions away, forbidding them from entering the city. Left with no choice, the three were compelled to spend the night in the desolate wilderness. Liu Bei, Your Majesty, please do not speak in such a manner. We have been sleeping in the wilderness for days. We are quite accustomed to it. Liu Che remained silent, evidently unwilling to indulge Liu Bei's words in comforting Kublai. Liu Bei cleared his throat and continued, Might I suggest a trip into the city tomorrow? Perhaps I could exchange some celestial stones for silver, allowing us to procure some provisions. Absolutely not. Kublai interjected hastily. Wang Mang and his ilk perished due to those celestial stones. While they are undeniably valuable, they also attract perilous consequences. Kublai had already relayed the details of the 9-day paradise and the events that transpired therein to Liu Che and Liu Bei. Liu Che remarked, You possess no imperial pearls, only 90 remaining. However, I previously acquired one. I traded it with a family on the grasslands for a horse and some provisions. It is through these means that I survived my journey here. Turning to Kublai, Liu Che continued, It is not that I doubt your words, but they are indeed hard to believe. The people of this land can fly and wield supernatural powers, able to sense spiritual energy? If that were true, why have neither I nor Xuanda encountered such beings? Moreover, I have experienced no effects from the celestial stone myself. Surely, you have been deceived by that usurper Wang Mang. Kublai replied, He had no reason to deceive me, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. I was killed by a group of individuals wielding supernatural powers. Liu Che remained skeptical. Just then, an intense beam of light suddenly shot forth, striking the dilapidated wooden structure above them. A thunderous roar ensued, and splintered wood flew in all directions. The already crumbling hut was torn open, now fully exposed to the elements. The abrupt danger startled Liu Che and the others, causing them to leap up in alarm. Ignoring the dust and debris clinging to them, they hastily fled the collapsing shelter. As they exited, the structure could no longer withstand the strain and crumbled into a heap of ruins behind them. The three, shaken but unharmed, coughed amidst the swirling dust, waving their hands to disperse the smoke. Liu Bei asked, What has transpired? Kublai exclaimed, Look. As the dust began to settle, Kublai's eyes widened in terror, pointing ahead. Liu Che and Liu Bei immediately turned their gaze. Before them stood a slender, jet-black canine, poised atop a stone. This was no ordinary dog. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, baring its teeth as it fixated on a figure sprawled on the ground. The silhouette was that of a woman, clad in a cream-colored dress, her face obscured by a translucent veil that revealed only her long, butterfly-like eyelashes framing her bright eyes. It was evident that she was in a state of distress. Upon spotting Liu Che and the others, the woman cried out for help. Save me. The three exchanged glances. Suddenly, the long, lean dog leapt from its perch, advancing toward the woman. At that moment, a stone whizzed through the air, striking the dog on the head. The canine yelped in pain, but was not severely harmed. Shaking its head, it turned its fierce gaze toward its assailant, Liu Bei. Liu Bei commanded, Quickly, miss, come to us. Chapter 32. Alliance by marriage. The woman swiftly rose to her feet and ran behind Liu Che and his companions. The slender black dog did not launch an attack on Liu Bei, who had struck it, but merely cast an angry glance before redirecting its gaze toward the woman. It began to bark incessantly, the sound resounding loudly and almost deafeningly. This was no ordinary dog, Liu Che mused, fixating on the dog's emerald eyes that shimmered like flames, and inquired of the woman behind him. Intuition told Liu Che that the earlier devastation of the entire house was the result of this very creature's actions, a reality that certainly surpassed his understanding. The woman did not respond to Liu Che's question. Instead, she anxiously exclaimed, It is calling for its master. Can you not swiftly slay this beast? Liu Che replied, We are not acquainted with you, my lady. There is no need for us to wade through this murky water. The woman insisted, If you assist me, I shall offer a substantial reward. How does 10,000 taels of gold sound? Her offer of 10,000 taels reflected an extravagant air. Observing her attire, albeit somewhat disheveled from her flight, it was clear she hailed from a wealthy family capable of such a generous sum. Upon hearing her words, both Liu Bei and Kublai Khan's eyes lit up. Killing a mere dog for 10,000 taels was indeed a lucrative deal. Just as they were about to speak, Liu Che interjected, raising his hand, We are not in need of money. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan thought to themselves, What do you mean you're not in need of money? We haven't eaten in 2 days. The barking of the dog echoed around them, incessantly. The woman, in a state of desperation, realized escape was no longer an option. While the black dog had yet to attack, she knew that should she dare to turn and flee, it would immediately pursue her. Frantically, she exclaimed, "What do you want? I can provide anything. Please hurry. There is no time left. If its master arrives, we truly cannot escape." Liu Xiù pondered briefly before asking, "Is a Grand Spirit Master's strength sufficient to deal with this creature?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with hope. Absolutely. The strength of this slender spirit dog is roughly at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. A Grand Spirit Master would easily crush and eliminate it. Her gaze toward Liu Xiù brimmed with hope and gratitude, relieved to have encountered a practitioner of Grand Spirit Mastery. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan exchanged looks, understanding Liu Xiù's intentions. In truth, Liu Xiù had no particular desire to rescue the woman. He merely wished to test the level of cultivation that the so-called 10 Emperor's Pearl Grand Spirit Master represented, as well as to ascertain whether any mystical arts truly existed in this realm. As Liu Xiù silently invoked the name of the Little Emperor, a faint golden translucent screen materialized before him. However, just as he summoned it, a dozen figures akin to hawks swooped in swiftly from the night. Upon seeing the newcomers, the slender spirit dog ceased its barking, wagging its tail and positioning itself beside a middle-aged man clad in black, who appeared to be a commanding officer. This was dire. In contrast, the woman's expression fell into utter despair. Liu Xiù let out a soft gasp as he observed the attire of the approaching figures. They were clearly not common vagabonds, but rather soldiers of the imperial court. They donned practical armor predominantly in black, especially the middle-aged man at the forefront, who wore the battle gear of a commander. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan realized the gravity of the situation, sensing that they had indeed stirred up a significant predicament. The commanding general stepped forward and, cupping his fist, addressed the woman hidden behind Liu Xiù. "Princess, please accompany us back." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiù and his companions were taken aback. The woman was indeed a princess. No wonder she was so wealthy. But why had she fled? The woman bit her delicate lip, peering out from behind Liu Xiù, and said, "Wui, I know you don't truly wish for this, do you? Just let me go." The warrior named Wui displayed a flicker of emotion, but it quickly faded, replaced by indifference. "I am but a soldier following imperial orders. I asked the princess not to make things difficult for me." With that, Wui turned to Liu Xiù and the others, declaring, "We are the Wuhuan army, tasked to escort the princess. Anyone who obstructs us shall face lethal consequences." As he spoke, the soldiers behind Wui stepped forward in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in most. However, for Liu Xiù and his companions, such intimidation was nothing new, and they remained unfazed. Clearly, Wui's words were directed at Liu Xiù and his group. "Dare to impede us, and we shall not hesitate to eliminate you." The woman immediately interjected. Stepping out from behind Liu Xiù, she sighed softly, glancing at Liu Xiù and his companions, her eyes devoid of reproach, lacking urgency to deal with the situation. More so, they reflected a profound despair for the future. "I will return with you," she said softly, then began to walk toward Wui. "Stop." Liu Xiù raised his hand to block her path. The woman paused, looking at Liu Xiù's profile. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of strength and safety emanating from him. Yet, she dismissed it, reminding herself that he was merely a great spiritual master, capable of dealing with that beast, but woefully inadequate against Wui. Liu Xiù gazed intently at Wui, his presence unwavering, even more potent than that of his adversary. He inquired, "Might I ask, General, to where you are escorting the princess in this northern territory?" Wui, sensing Liu Xiù's unyielding demeanor, responded with a hint of admiration, "To the northern wilderness." "And what purpose does this journey serve?" Liu Xiù pressed. "Why should I divulge that to you? Even if you choose not to, I can surmise its nature. Escorting the princess to the northern wilderness can only imply a political marriage. But what if it is so? What then?" At this, Liu Xiù's expression shifted momentarily to a smile, only to turn icy in an instant. "If it is her, you shall not take her." The atmosphere instantly chilled, as if winter had arrived prematurely. Wui retorted, "You have quite a bold tongue. May I inquire who you are? Knowing we are imperial generals, you dare to openly oppose us? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know this. I despise nothing more than those who, in the pursuit of survival, seek to appease barbarians through marriage." Wui's eyes twitched at this remark, clearly struck by its weight. Just as he was about to respond, Liu Xiù continued, "To lack the ability to defend oneself, Yet instead of reflecting on one's own shortcomings, to sacrifice one's daughter to placate the uncivilized, such a nation, such an emperor, has surely reached its end. Impertinent, Wu Yi bellowed, drawing his sword with a swift motion. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman swiftly positioned herself in front of Liu Xiù and urged, "You must leave at once. Wu Yi is a formidable martial cultivator, and you, a grand spirit master. Stand no chance against him." As she spoke, she glanced back at Liu Xiù, her eyes reflecting joy. She was elated to hear someone express such sentiments, affirming that heroes still existed in this world, and that not all men were cowards. "Thank you, but I cannot bear to implicate you. You should hurry and depart." Chapter 33. A grand spirit master is insufficient. What about the celestial spirit realm? Insulting His Majesty warrants execution. Wu Yi pointed his longsword at Liu Xiù. The woman turned her furious gaze upon Wu Yi and strode forward, declaring, "Wu Yi, if you dare to harm them, I will take my own life right before your eyes." At her words, Wu Yi's expression softened, and he instinctively lowered his sword, taking a step back. He clasped his sword and bowed, saying, "Princess, this person has openly insulted His Majesty. How could I possibly let him go?" The woman retorted, "I don't care. If you allow them to leave, I will willingly accompany you." Wu Yi hesitated momentarily. At this moment, Liu Bei leaned closer to Liu Xiù and whispered, "Ancestor, should we fight? If you give the nod, the three of us can engage together. 3 grand spirit masters might just prevail." Kublai muttered softly, "I'm not really keen on that." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, both Liu Xiù and Liu Bei caught his words. They realized that Kublai was rather pleased with the idea of an alliance. Liu Bei replied, "If that is how you feel, then from this day forth, we shall part ways." Kublai quickly interjected, No. I merely spoke without thought. It's not that I oppose fighting the barbarians. I'm not one of them. I absolutely detest forming alliances." Liu Xiù and Liu Bei exchanged glances. Liu Xiù remarked, "This martial general is no ordinary foe." From the princess's words, it seems even 3 grand spirit masters might not suffice. Liu Bei asked, "What shall we do then?" Liu Xiù pondered. "The 10 emperor pearls equate to a grand spirit master. What does 100 emperor pearls signify?" After some contemplation, Liu Bei replied, "I believe it relates to the celestial spirit realm." Liu Xiù furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed about the distinctions between a grand spirit master and the celestial spirit realm. Yet, one timeless truth remained. One must pay the price for quality. Liu Xiù lamented, "Unfortunately, we currently lack 100 emperor pearls. We shall have to engage Wu Yi with just the 3 of us." Liu Bei sighed. "Individually, we may not possess 100, but collectively, we are more than sufficient. Let us fight. After all, death is not truly the end." With that, Liu Bei casually prepared to invest 10 emperor pearls to attain the rank of Grand Spirit Master. However, his words sparked a realization in Liu Xiù, who exclaimed, "Xiao Di, can our emperor pearls be pooled together for a single use?" Emperors may transfer emperor pearls amongst themselves, provided the sender consents. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiù was filled with joy. He turned to Liu Bei, saying, "Xianda." Before he could finish, Liu Bei comprehended Liu Xiu's intention. Without hesitation, he stated, "Xiao Di, transfer 50 emperor pearls to Wu Di's ancestor." Transferred 50 emperor pearls to Liu Xiù. Balance, 40 emperor pearls. Received 50 emperor pearls from Liu Bei. Balance, 139 emperor pearls. Liu Xiù exclaimed, Xianda, you have transferred too much. Just 11 emperor pearls would suffice." Liu Bei remarked, "The imperial pearls of future generations are indeed the same as those of our ancestors. If our forebears desire them, the future can yield them entirely." Liu Xiù replied, "That cannot be. I shall return them to you in due course." The two shared a camaraderie that was palpable before their gaze shifted to Kublai Khan, who suddenly felt somewhat awkward, as though he were an outsider. Kublai Khan hesitantly suggested, Might I propose a small exchange, perhaps 2 pearls?" Liu Xiù rolled his eyes. "Who cares?" At that moment, Wu Yi found himself unable to resist the princess's insistence. After all, ensuring her safe passage to the north was paramount. "Very well, I shall spare this person. However, I implore the princess to promise me that she shall not attempt to flee again. Should any misfortune befall her, I would have no face to return to the capital and could only atone with my life." The princess nodded in silence, standing still as she turned to Liu Xiù, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Just then, Liu Xiù glanced over, not at the princess, but at Wu Yi. "Hey, I already stated that you cannot take her away. He gestured for the princess to return. The princess, taken aback, thought to herself, who exactly are you? And why are you so audacious? Wu Yi chuckled. Do you perhaps overestimate your significance? From what the princess has said, you are considered a grand spiritual master. In the mundane world, you may indeed be regarded as a formidable individual, but in the realm of martial prowess, you would do well to reflect on your standing. Liu Xiù returned the smile. Although he remained unaware of the true level of the celestial realm, it did not hinder him from feigning superiority. You believe I am a grand spiritual master? Is that truly your conviction? Oh, if being a grand spiritual master is insufficient, what of the celestial realm? Upon hearing the term celestial realm, Wu Yi's smile faded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Liu Xiù. Though I lack spiritual perception, I can sense formidable spiritual energies. Do not speak of the celestial realm. I even suspect you lack the cultivation of a grand spiritual master. Liu Xiù retorted. That is merely a reflection of your ineptitude. Wu Yi scoffed. How arrogant. Liu Xiù silently thought. Little Emperor, 100 imperial pearls for celestial realm cultivation. Consuming 100 imperial pearls. Balance, 39 pearls. You have attained peak 9th level of the celestial realm, valid for 1 hour. As the small emperor's screen displayed this information, a tempestuous and transcendent power surged through Liu Xiù's meridians. His pupils transformed, glistening with brilliance. This sensation was indescribable, exhilarating beyond measure. Liu Xiù found himself breathing heavily, astonished by the golden radiance enveloping him, leaving even Liu Bei and Kublai Khan in awe. Witnessing this, Wu Yi furrowed his brow. Is this truly the celestial realm? The princess initially stood in stunned silence, quickly replaced by delight. It's possible. Without hesitation, she dashed back towards Liu Xiù, exclaiming, I knew it. Wu Yi shouted, Princess, as he rushed forward to seize her. Liu Xiù, however, moved with astonishing swiftness, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Bang! Wu Yi suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy sweeping towards him. Indeed, this oppressive force was unmistakably from the celestial realm. In a swift motion, Liu Xiù dashed forward and just as quickly returned, bringing the princess back with him. Even Liu Xiù was astonished by his own speed. You all retreat with the princess. Leave the rest to me. Before Wu Di Liu Bei could utter a word, Liu Xiù had already zipped away again. Then, Wu Bei and Kublai Khan found themselves staring at a bewildered male soldier, whom Liu Xiù had dragged over, feeling quite embarrassed. The soldier was utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the situation. I was standing at the back, who suddenly grabbed my hand and brought me here. Kublai Khan exclaimed, Brother Xiù, you've brought the wrong person. Chapter 34. Brother Xiù, you can do it. Liu Xiù had vanished, disappearing from the scene. This time, he had lost control of his speed. In a moment of excitement, he had leaped hundreds of meters away. The princess looked on in confusion, while Wu Yi shared her bewilderment. Everyone present was left wondering, where did he go? Wu Yi, firmly grasping the princess's wrist, scanned the surroundings. What on earth is he doing, showcasing his agility before us? The soldiers exchanged glances, too stunned to respond. Wu Yi, choosing to disregard the situation, commanded, withdraw. As soon as he spoke, everyone prepared to retreat. Just then, a figure shot back towards them at incredible speed. The ghostly Liu Xiù this time accurately aimed at Wu Yi and launched a punch. Wu Yi's pupils constricted, but he reacted swiftly, countering with a punch of his own. The sound of their collision echoed like thunder. Wu Yi released his grip on the princess and staggered back several steps. Liu Xiù, however, remained rooted in place, feeling the sting in his knuckles. After the exchange of blows, Wu Yi grew serious. So, the celestial realm truly wishes to involve itself in this matter and oppose the Northern Yu imperial family? Liu Xiù replied, otherwise, why would I be playing around here with you? Wu Yi narrowed his eyes. In that case, do not blame me for being rude. I shall seek the esteemed one's guidance. With that, he waved his hand, commanding, everyone step back. The soldiers immediately retreated, clearing the battlefield. It was then that Liu Xiù noticed the princess beside him and paused in surprise. Why are you still here? I thought I took you over there. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly returned, looking sheepish as if he had intruded. Liu Xiù glanced at the princess, who scratched her head in confusion. Feeling awkward, Liu Xiù cleared his throat twice. You should go join them for now. Wait until I deal with this guy. The princess nodded, all right. She then exited the battlefield, naturally heading towards Liu Bei. Wu Yi did not impede her, recognizing that resolving the situation with Liu Che was paramount. Soon, silence enveloped the area as all eyes were fixed on the confrontation between Liu Che and Wu Yi. Wu Yi dared not underestimate his opponent. He immediately drew his sword from his waist, unleashing a deadly attack directed at Liu Che, the blade slicing through the air with deadly intent. At this moment, Liu Che's perception surpassed that of the past by hundreds of times. With an effortless grace, he evaded the strike, his form ghostly and swift, constantly circling around Wu Yi. After Wu Yi's sword slashed through the air, he remained stationary, yet his eyes darted around, vigilant. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Wu Yi swung his sword to the right. Liu Che, startled, executed a movement that defied the laws of physics, narrowly avoiding the blow. A few strands of hair danced in the air before gently descending to the ground. Liu Che retreated several steps before finally stabilizing himself. Wu Yi regarded Liu Che, his gaze unyielding, filled more with suspicion and bewilderment. Why does he evoke such an odd sensation? Furrowing his brow, Wu Yi noted the aura of the heavenly spirit realm emanating from Liu Che, yet it felt as if he were unaware of how to wield it. Wu Yi had encountered and battled against powerful beings of the heavenly spirit realm before, and he had fallen within just 10 exchanges. Yet this individual before him instilled a false sense of confidence and victory. Liu Che remained silent, attuned to the clear flow of spiritual energy within him, akin to a bubbling spring or a galloping stallion. He understood that he had yet to unleash even a fraction of the heavenly spirit realm's power, as his foundation was non-existent, leaving his comprehension nearly null, akin to a blind man fording a river. "Che Gu, you can do it," Kublai suddenly shouted. Liu Bei, unwilling to be outdone, quickly echoed, "Come on, Che Gu, defeat him." Liu Che turned to the two, offering a reassuring smile and a nod. He inhaled deeply, allowing the surging spiritual energy within him to erupt forth. Waves of energy rippled around him, intensifying with the growing light that surrounded him as he advanced with swift strides. This time, his speed increased, yet, in Liu Che's perception, everything moved slower, allowing him to capture every subtle movement. Wu Yi made his move, every action laid bare before Liu Che's keen awareness. As he closed the distance, after Wu Yi swung his sword, Liu Che unleashed 5 punches upon him in rapid succession. Wu Yi, caught off guard, staggered back in pain. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yi let out a fierce roar, his sword whistling through the air, radiating a formidable aura that pierced toward Liu Che's face. With a swift clap of his palms, Liu Che seized the sword's blade. Wu Yi exerted force, pressing forward, while Liu Che retreated. However, a sudden, sharp crack echoed as the sword shattered. Liu Che himself was unaware of how it had broken, whether it was due to spiritual energy or sheer force, but it had indeed splintered. Following this, Liu Che surged forward, striking Wu Yi squarely in the chest. Wu Yi was sent flying, the broken sword clattering to the ground. He stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, blood already staining his lips. Upon witnessing this, Liu Bei and Kublai erupted in cheers. "Che Gu is magnificent." Liu Che smiled, but when he looked at Wu Yi, he found Wu Yi smiling back. Wiping the blood from his lips, Wu Yi shook his head and gazed at Liu Che. Generally, spiritual cultivators would refrain from engaging in close combat, especially against martial cultivators. Yet you have chosen to remain in close quarters with me. Wu Yi's expression revealed a sense of discernment. You are not truly of the heavenly spirit realm. You must have employed some secret technique to forcibly elevate yourself to a level that does not belong to you. Wu Yi fixated his gaze intently on Liu Che. "I am not mistaken, am I?" Liu Che retorted, "Can you defeat me first?" Wu Yi declared, "Regardless of victory or defeat, we must fight. I have no other choice." With that, Wu Yi clenched his fists, emanating a radiant aura characterized by a red outline. His veins bulged, and his eyes became bloodshot. With a resounding thud, he created a depression beneath his feet and leaped over 10 zhang into the air. He descended like a divine warrior, charging straight towards Liu Che. "Be careful," the princess exclaimed. The ground trembled as Wu Yi landed, stirring up clouds of dust. The spot where Liu Che had stood was now marked by a 3-meter-wide crater from Wu Yi's punch. Fortunately, Liu Che had evaded the blow, yet he sensed Wu Yi's relentless advance. Emerging from the dust was Wu Yi's imposing figure, his punches arriving at a speed several times quicker than before, aimed directly at Liu Che's head. Liu Che dodged deftly, yearning to counterattack, but found no opportunity. Suddenly, Wu Yi altered his approach. delivering an uppercut that struck Liu Qi's chin. Pain surged through Liu Qi, propelling him into the air. Thankfully, the protective energy of the celestial realm shielded him, sparing him from severe injury. He realized that had he been without any cultivation, this punch could have easily shattered his skull. However, rather than plummeting, Liu Qi remained suspended in the air, his expression hardening as he looked down upon Wu Yi. Very well, but you still cannot defeat me. Chapter 35. Why we dare not engage the Xiongnu with that. Liu Qi exerted power from his palms, waves of spiritual energy surging forth from within him. Like a blazing sun, golden light enveloped him, illuminating the entire expanse. With a powerful shout, Liu Qi struck out with one hand, directing an attack towards Wu Yi. The fierce ripple of spiritual energy surged forward, pressing down on Wu Yi, forcing him to bow his head and bend his waist. Kneel before me. A series of increasingly potent shock waves battered Wu Yi, ultimately overwhelming him, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, Liu Qi descended gracefully, seizing the weakened Wu Yi and delivering another powerful blow. Wu Yi was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a sturdy tree 10 meters away. With a loud crack, the tree broke, and Wu Yi fell to the ground once more. Half kneeling, Wu Yi coughed blood incessantly. General, the soldiers, witnessing Wu Yi's defeat, were at a loss. Wu Yi, mustering his strength, urged them, quickly retreat. Return to the capital and inform His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Liu Qi turned his gaze to the elite soldiers. Their shock was palpable. If Wu Yi had fallen, they stood no chance. Moreover, Wu Yi had commanded them to leave swiftly. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers, clearly loyal to Wu Yi, complied, cupping their fists in respect. Understood. Take care, General. With that, the soldiers hastily retreated. However, the agile hound did not follow the others, but instead dashed towards Wu Yi. Liu Qi observed their departure, choosing not to pursue them. He never intended to kill them. Subsequently, Liu Qi approached Wu Yi. As he drew near, the agile hound positioned itself in front of Wu Yi, baring its teeth in warning. Liu Qi paid it no heed and strode forward confidently. Wu Yi shifted from a half-kneeling position to sitting on the ground, hastily soothing the hound and shielding it behind him. His expression was complex as he gazed at Liu Qi, who stood before him. Liu Qi discerned not the bitterness of a defeated man in his expression, but rather a sense of liberation. You will not employ any celestial techniques. Only your own cultivation to suppress me. It seems my conjecture was accurate, Wu Yi acknowledged, his expression one of resignation. But a loss is a loss. You may as well kill me. Liu Qi responded with indifference. Knowing you cannot win, why do you still wish to fight? I have no choice but to battle. Wu Yi replied. Liu Qi feigned ignorance. Why is that? If I were to relinquish the princess to you, upon my return, not only would I perish, but my family would also face death. At least now, it is only my life at stake. Liu Qi nodded thoughtfully and inquired. Why do you not dare to confront the Xiongnu? This question took Wu Yi by surprise as he regarded Liu Qi. Liu Qi, sensing he had misspoken, clarified. Xiongnu is the term for my homeland. It refers to the barbarian tribes. Wu Yi slowly lowered his head. Those who seek immortality, like you, cannot comprehend. I understand. Perhaps better than anyone, Liu Qi asserted. The barbarian tribes are formidable, frequently infringing upon our borders. To engage in battle requires not only a strong military and capable generals, but also significant financial resources for provisions. Even if we were to triumph, they would scatter across the plains, never to be completely eradicated. Liu Qi let out a rueful smile. Marriage alliances are the most prudent solution. They can pacify the barbarians while allowing us to recuperate our strength. The cost? Merely a few princesses or noblewomen. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi looked intently at Liu Qi. If you understand this principle, why do you obstruct it? Are you aware of the consequences if the princess is not delivered? We cannot bear that burden. Liu Qi scoffed lightly. While marriage alliances may appear secure, they are in truth a sign of weakness. Should you refrain from fighting them, they will encroach further, believing you to be easy prey. Sooner or later, they will breach the city gates and storm the capital. On that day, the barbarians will become the rulers of this realm. Liu Bei and his companions approached just as this statement was made. Kublai Khan, having overheard, awkwardly retreated, deciding it prudent to avoid confrontation. The princess inquired, what was that? Liu Bei replied, it is nothing, pay him no mind. Ah, the princess responded. Liu Bei and the princess joined Liu Qi, while Kublai Khan stood at a distance, eavesdropping. Hearing Liu Qi's words, Wu Yi clenched his fists in anger. Glaring at Liu Che, all you do is talk. Do you think I do not wish to fight? As he spoke, Wu Yi strained to rise to his feet, continuing. As a warrior, I would rather die on the battlefield than. He glanced at the princess, then willingly send the princess to suffer in that desolate north. Liu Che was about to retort when the princess gently touched his arm, saying, Please do not hold it against General Wu. His family has been loyal for generations, serving as the backbone of Beiyu. I implore you, do not take his life. Who said I intended to kill him? Liu Che replied. Liu Che smiled, declaring, Not only will I spare General Wu's life, but I shall also embrace him as a brother. Upon hearing this, both the princess and Wu Yi were momentarily taken aback. Liu Che continued, In you, I perceive the faint shadow of a dear friend. However, you pale in comparison. He would never bow to the Xiongnu. In the Grand Dali dynasty, within the city of Chunzu, at the esteemed Guangwu Hall, a celestial spirit stone, now rendered ordinary, fell to the ground before Liu Xiù. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Xiù slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of murky breath. He gazed at the stone, now devoid of its luminous essence, and murmured, So. The celestial spirit stone is intended for cultivation. To trade such a rare artifact for a mere 10,000 taels of silver is a grave loss. Spiritual realm cultivation achieved. Reward, 10 imperial pearls. Startled by the automatic pop-up from the small imperial screen before him, Liu Xiù quickly grasped its significance and felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, he exited his chamber, inquiring with a servant, and located Wang Mang and Zhao Zhan in the study. Upon entering, he found Wang Mang and Zhao Zhan deeply engrossed in writing and deliberating. They acknowledged Liu Xiu's presence with a brief greeting before returning to their tasks. Approaching Wang Mang from behind, Liu Xiu noticed the scroll before them, inscribed with the names, Qin Dynasty, Yingzheng, Huhai, 2 individuals, Western Han, Liu Bang, Liu Ying, Liu Gong, Liu Hong, Liu Heng, 14 individuals, followed by the Exine Dynasty, Eastern Han, the 3 kingdoms, and so forth. Liu Xiu quickly deduced that they were enumerating the emperors throughout history. As Wang Mang completed the final stroke on the name Puyi, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Having finished the task, after some calculation, Zhao Zhan remarked, The total count of red dots on the map is 233, yet the names listed here only amount to 231. Are there any omissions? Liu Xiu replied, The Emperor Gengshi is not included. Zhao Zhan interjected, Mangzi insisted that Emperor Gengshi should not be counted. Liu Xiu turned to Wang Mang, asking, What is your opinion of my cousin? Chapter 36, Damn. I'm done playing. Wang Mang retorted, I have significant objections. Do you believe he is worthy? You fought for the realm, yet he indulged in pleasure and harbored a narrow mind, ultimately meeting his demise at your hands. Liu Xiu chuckled, It's rare to hear you praise me. Wang Mang rolled his eyes before clarifying, It is not that I refuse to include him. Rather, the young emperor has stipulated that only the emperors of the legitimate Huaxia dynasties are to be counted. Liu Xian's Xian Han is regarded as a peasant regime in later evaluations. At this, Zhao Zhan added, After the fall of the Tang dynasty, chaos engulfed the realm, with various dynasties emerging in abundance. However, Mangzi argued that those were merely fragmented regimes, not to be considered. Only the 5 dynasties of later Liang, later Tang, later Jin, later Han, and later Zhou are deemed legitimate. Liu Xiu, having previously heard Zhao Zhan elaborate on this, nodded in understanding. Wang Mang continued, Fortunately, Brother Zhan is present, as his knowledge of the history prior to the Song dynasty surpasses my own. As for the period following the Song, while I may not recall the specifics of each emperor, the counts remain accurate. The southern and northern Song, along with the Liao dynasty, each had 9 emperors. The Jin dynasty had 10, the Yuan dynasty, 11, the Ming dynasty, 16, and the Qing dynasty had 11. However, there is a differing account that asserts the Qing had 12 emperors. However, Nurhaci did not declare himself emperor. Instead, he took the title of Khan and established the later Jin dynasty. Following his death, his son, Hong Taiji, unified Manchuria and formally assumed the title of emperor, renaming the nation to the Great Qing. Thus, in a strict sense, the Qing dynasty had only 11 emperors, with Hong Taiji being the founding sovereign of the Great Qing. After a brief pause, Wang Mang continued, Zheng Gu and I complimented each other, spending an entire day compiling this list. The count is indisputable. There are exactly 231 emperors. Liu Xiu inquired, Then why the discrepancy of 2? Wang Mang replied, One of them is Sīmǎ Yì. I encountered him at Jiri Paradise. As for the other, it can only be Cao Cāo, Chaomingda. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Liu Xiù remarked, glancing at Zhao Zheng. Did you not mention him to me? Zhao Zheng replied. Two usurpers of the Han dynasty, cough cough. He abruptly halted, nearly forgetting that Wang Mang was present. Wang Mang's expression darkened. Liu Xiù reflected, I recall now. One is Wang Mang usurping the Western Han, and the other is Cao Cāo usurping the Eastern Han. Sighing, Wang Mang interjected, I must defend Cao Cāo. While you may speak ill of me, do not unjustly accuse him. He was a loyal minister of the Han. Cao Cāo never usurped the Han, nor proclaimed himself emperor. Those deeds were committed by his son, Cao Pai. Liu Xiù queried, so why must this last individual be him? Wang Mang confessed, I cannot articulate a precise reason. It is merely an instinct. Having said this, Wang Mang turned his gaze toward Liu Xiù and, realizing the implications, exclaimed, Oh, by the way, did you not mention seclusion? How is it that you emerged after just one day? With a smile, Wang Mang added, I suppose you find it challenging. Liu Xiù maintained a calm demeanor, stating, I have ascended. Wang Mang's joyful expression froze suddenly. What? Liu Xiù chuckled. I have entered the realm of spiritual cultivation, achieving the first tier of spiritual adept. Zhao Zheng exclaimed, an extraordinary talent, ancestor Guangwu. I secluded myself for 2 days and could not even touch that level. You advanced in merely 1 day? Wang Mang declared. I do not believe it. He abruptly stood up. Liu Xiù looked at Wang Mang, saying, It seems that cultivating immortality is not as difficult as you suggested. As he spoke, Liu Xiù lifted the teacup from the table. In an instant, the cup shattered, warm tea splattering across Liu Xiu's hand. With a smile, Liu Xiù nonchalantly wiped his hand with a handkerchief. This spectacle left Wang Mang wide-eyed, for he clearly observed that Liu Xiù did not use brute force to shatter the teacup. It simply broke while he held it steadily. If not through sheer strength, then it must have been by spiritual power. Forget it. I'm done. With that, Wang Mang turned and headed for the door. Observing this, Zhao Zheng quickly rose. Mangzi, it is rare for the three of us to gather. How can you leave so abruptly? Wang Mang had previously stated that he was not an ancestor, but rather a traveler from a future time. Over the past few days, their camaraderie had grown, leading Zhao Zheng to address Wang Mang in a more familiar manner. Zhao Zheng grasped Wang Mang's arm, who looked back at him and remarked, Zhengge, do you think this old fellow is infuriating? He simply ascended. Why flaunt it? What? Is the teacup free? Zhao Zheng smiled, fully aware of the unique bond between the two. Zhao Zhen pulled Wang Mang back into his seat and remarked, Let us not compare ourselves to our esteemed ancestor, Guangwu. Rather, let us compare ourselves with each other. Look at me. I too have yet to step into the realm of the spiritual practitioners. Wang Mang retorted, What do you want to compare exactly? At that moment, Liu Xiù interjected, As long as there are sufficient celestial spirit stones, cultivation should not pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Zhen and Wang Mang turned their attention to Liu Xiù. Liu Xiù continued, We have all procured a copy of the Imperial Celestial Sutra. The text indicates that the spiritual resonance contained within the celestial spirit stones, if fully absorbed, can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. I absorbed 1 stone and have already entered the realm of spiritual practitioners. Even if you cannot fully absorb 1, you can try with 2, 3, or even 10. Ultimately, advancement is achievable. Zhao Zhen replied, I used 1 stone and indeed felt that much was wasted, as I could not fully comprehend its absorption. However, this implies that a significant number of celestial spirit stones will be required. Wang Mang chimed in. It feels as though we are merely throwing money at the problem. Liu Xiù quipped, Whose fault is it for having inferior talent? Wang Mang, his face contorted with indignation, stood up again and declared, I am leaving. I cannot bear to stay here another moment. I shall seek out other emperors. It is far more comfortable in the company of the second emperor. Zhao Zhen quickly restrained Wang Mang once more, exclaiming, Oh dear, Mangzi, there is no need for such haste. You have no idea where the second emperor might be. Where will you go to find him? After some pulling and tugging, Wang Mang was once again seated by Zhao Zhen. Liu Xiù then shared what he had intended to reveal to both of them from the outset. After advancing your cultivation, the young emperor will reward you with imperial pearls. Wang Mang inquired, How many pearls? Liu Xiù replied, For the realm of spiritual practitioners, the reward is 10 imperial pearls. Beyond that, the young emperor did not specify. Zhao Zhen remarked, So, as long as one advances to the realm of spiritual practitioners while spending no more than 10 imperial pearls, it would not be considered a loss. Upon hearing this, both Wang Mang and Liu Xiù turned to Zhao Zhan. Wang Mang commented, "You are indeed quite clever." Zhao Zhan asked, "Is that not correct?" Wang Mang affirmed, "Yes, it is correct, but expending an excessive number of imperial pearls for cultivation advancement is inherently a loss, as the utility of the pearls extends far beyond merely purchasing celestial spirit stones." After a brief pause, Wang Mang added, "As we currently know, imperial pearls can be used to acquire celestial spirit stones, cultivation techniques, as well as temporary enhancements in cultivation. The greater the number of individuals converging in the future, the broader the applications of the imperial pearls will become. Moreover, let us not forget the words spoken by the young emperor upon our initial arrival." Both men inquired simultaneously. "What was that?" Wang Mang replied, "When all emperors gather, the remaining quantity of imperial pearls each possesses will be doubled. Thus, even though you appear to have utilized one imperial pearl, in reality, you have expended two." Chapter 37. Twin brothers. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiù and Zhao Zhan reflected on the young emperor's words, realizing he had indeed mentioned this. The doubling pertains to the remaining imperial pearls. Consequently, the more pearls one uses now, the fewer will remain to be doubled later. Liu Xiù concurred, "Indeed, we must economize where possible, yet we must also be willing to spend as necessary. Otherwise, the day of our collective convergence will be indefinitely postponed." Both nodded in agreement. Then, Wang Mang rose once more, prompting Zhao Zhan to instinctively stand as well. Wang Mang exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I am not leaving. I intend to stay here and indulge myself, consuming until Liu Xiù is impoverished." Zhao Zhan laughed heartily. "So what will you do now?" Wang Mang replied, "Naturally, I shall cultivate. I will purchase another celestial spirit stone and enter seclusion. This time, I shan't emerge until I achieve a breakthrough." Having spoken, Wang Mang strode purposefully toward the door, intending to return to his quarters. After walking a short distance outside, he heard a faint commotion, seemingly the voice of Du Xueming, the estate manager. Over the past few days, Wang Mang had developed a favorable impression of Du Xueming, who was not only reliable and capable, but also a practitioner of martial arts. Although his cultivation was relatively modest, being at the 7th rank of martial artists, such prowess was still sufficient to overpower a dozen or more ordinary individuals. Thus, Wang Mang turned his direction toward the farm, curious to discover who dared to argue with Du Xueming within the estate. Upon turning the corner, Wang Mang nearly collided with Du Xueming, who was hastily approaching. "Ah, old Du, what troubles you so?" Wang Mang inquired with a smile. Du Xueming appeared quite anxious, exclaiming, "Where is the master? There is urgent business." Wang Mang responded, "Xiu'er believes he cannot compare to me and has already ceded the estate to me. You may confide in me." With that, Wang Mang straightened his posture. Du Xueming looked perplexed, but before he could respond, a grim-faced elderly gentleman in plain attire suddenly emerged behind him. Wang Mang's gaze fell upon the old man, and he was momentarily struck dumb. The elder, sensing Wang Mang's scrutiny, turned to look at him, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Du Xueming then said, "Brother Wang Mang, this gentleman is a friend of the former master. I informed him that the estate has been sold to another, yet he remains unconvinced." Upon hearing this, Wang Mang withdrew his gaze and addressed Du Xueming, "Ah, a friend of the old master. Please, do invite him inside." "Wait," the elderly man insisted, staring intently at Wang Mang. "Why do I feel that you look remarkably familiar?" Just then, the old man abruptly recalled something, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. "It is you. How can this be?" However, Wang Mang merely smiled and replied, "I trust the esteemed elder must have encountered my twin brother." "Twin brother?" The elder furrowed his brow. Wang Mang continued, "My brother's name is Wang Chao. We bear an uncanny resemblance. Recently, he traveled to the territory of Yongzhou, and you must have mistaken me for him." Yongzhou was the very place where Wang Mang and Hu Hai first arrived. Although Wang Mang was unaware of this at that time, he had since studied the geographical map of the Great Li dynasty at Guangwu Xinzhuang and was now well aware. Hearing Wang Mang's words, the elder's expression shifted to one of skepticism, yet he could not dismiss the notion entirely, for he had personally slain those two, their heads severed and devoid of life. Even a celestial being could not revive them, and yet here stood Wang Mang, unharmed. Contemplating this, the elder scrutinized the exposed neck of Wang Mang, which bore no scars or wounds. His tone softened as he remarked, "Indeed, I did encounter him in Yongzhou. How foolish of me to misidentify you. Junior Wang Mang." May I inquire your revered name, esteemed elder? I am He Xian, the elder replied. Junior pays respect to elder He Xian. My brother is away seeking knowledge and honing his skills. As his younger brother, I am quite concerned. Since you have seen him, may I ask how he fares? Oh, he is doing well, quite well indeed. Really? Indeed. He has vowed not to return until he has made a name for himself. Wang Mang gazed at the elderly He Xian, who was even more adept at deceit than himself, and nodded. Alas, my brother truly is something else. Never mind him. Since you are acquainted with my brother and are an old friend of the former lord, I must ensure you are treated with the utmost respect. Thus, after approximately half an hour, a table laden with exquisite dishes was set before the 4 individuals in the room. He Xian remarked, so, it turns out the master of this estate has indeed changed. I have intruded without courtesy. Liu Xiù replied, you are too modest, esteemed elder. As a friend of the former lord, you are also a friend to me. Please, have a seat. He Xian chuckled, stroking his beard, and naturally took the seat that Liu Xiù had occupied. Liu Xiù, Wang Mang, and Zhao Zhen exchanged glances, and Wang Mang had already confided in them privately about the situation. This man was the very one who had beheaded him and Hu Hai that day. Soon after, the 3 took their seats. Just as they settled in and had yet to touch their chopsticks, He Xian spoke. Does the master of the estate know of my relationship with the former lord? The tone of his voice carried a hint of significance. Liu Xiù had been unaware until just moments ago, when Du Xuanming had discreetly informed him that He Xian was not merely a friend of the former lord, but rather, several years prior, the former lord had sought He Xian's assistance for a matter. However, once the favor was requested, it became difficult to dismiss He Xian, who subsequently began to frequent the estate, demanding money, treasures, and women. The former lord dared not refuse. Eventually, when Liu Xiù appeared and acquired the estate, the former lord took his family and fled. Upon understanding these circumstances, Liu Xiù realized why the former lord had departed so hastily that day. The truth was now clear. Liu Xiù bore no grudge against Du Xuanming for not informing him sooner, as the former lord must have instructed him to keep the matter concealed for as long as possible. At this moment, Liu Xiù rose and took the exquisite white jade wine pot from the table, pressing his thumb against the handle. He personally poured a full cup of wine for He Xian, smiling as he said, I have a slight understanding of the situation. I have always cherished friendships, especially with strong figures like you, esteemed elder. If there is anything you require while you are here, please feel free to express it. I shall not refuse. Upon hearing this, He Xian nodded appreciatively. Indeed, you are far more perceptive than the former lord. Liu Xiù responded, you flatter me. They then raised their glasses and shared a drink. Afterward, He Xian cast a lingering glance at Wang Mang, who avoided his gaze and naturally began to enjoy the meal. He Xian dismissed the thought, considering it merely a coincidence that he had encountered the twin brother of that individual. Shaking off his distractions, He Xian turned to Liu Xiù. I have encountered countless individuals, and your presence exudes an air of distinction, indicating you are from a wealthy lineage. I am about to embark on a journey and would like to borrow some funds from you. I trust you will not take offense. Liu Xiù replied, esteemed elder, you need not say such things. Please, tell me how much you require. I shall need gold, silver, herbs, and spirit stones. The more, the better. He Xian stated without hesitation, his tone unassuming. Liu Xiù responded, if you ask, I shall not be stingy. However, if I may be so bold, could you enlighten me about your cultivation level? Chapter 38. All 3 are great spiritual masters. He Xian set down his chopsticks and stroked his beard, which was a mix of black and gray with silver flecks. I am a 9th level grand spiritual master. Do you think I could enter the eyes of Liu Zhuangzhu as a mere spiritualist? He Xian directly revealed Liu Xiu's cultivation level, his tone brimming with arrogance and veiled threat. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiù, Wang Mang, and Zhao Zhen exchanged slight glances before refilling their cups. They stood in unison, declaring, we toast to the esteemed grand spiritual master. Their respectful demeanor pleased He Xian greatly. He Xian, sitting firmly, raised his wine cup to his lips, but suddenly halted. A flicker of discomfort crossed his features as he touched his abdomen, feeling a sharp pain. His gaze fell upon the white jade wine pot on the table, and realization struck him. This was a concealed mechanism. It was poisoned. In a fit of rage, He Xian smashed the cup onto the table and stood up furiously. Simultaneously, Liu Xiù and the others swiftly retreated. Wang Mang lamented, what a pity, the second cup of poison remains untouched. Liu Xiù replied, 1 cup is sufficient. Now that we know he is a grand spiritual master, we have no fear. But for safety's sake, let us attack together. Xian narrowed his eyes, glaring at the three. Do you think a mere poison can bring me to my demise? You insignificant ants dare to kill a grand spiritual master. Wang Mang spat in disdain. You old fool. Do you think everyone is not a grand spiritual master? Xian, startled, suddenly sensed something amiss. Liu Xiù, who had previously emitted only the aura of a novice spiritualist, now radiated the presence of a grand spiritual master. Moreover, both Wang Mang and Zhao Zhan, who had shown no signs of spiritual energy, were now exuding the oppressive force of grand spiritual masters. This revelation filled Xian with trepidation. How could this be? His breath quickened as he realized that all three before him were indeed grand spiritual masters. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, but Wang Mang, having bided his time, was the first to strike. You old rascal, prepare to meet your end. Wang Mang unleashed his formidable aura, channeling the clear flow of spiritual energy within him, and struck a palm towards Xian from afar. Gritting his teeth, Xian braced himself and countered with equal force. A thunderous crash resounded as furniture and food flew across the room. The sounds of battle erupted within, punctuated by shouts of anger and cries of agony. The guards stationed outside, along with steward Du Xueming, felt their hearts race with anxiety. However, Liu Xiù had instructed them to remain outside, no matter what transpired within. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as a figure dressed in white leaped from the rooftop, soaring to the apex of the building. Xian, in a disheveled state with remnants of vegetables on his face, was too pained in his abdomen to care. The poison Liu Xiù had administered was lethal. A mere mortal would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, as a 9th-level grand spiritual master, he was only suffering from excruciating cramps. There's nowhere to run. Wang Mang shouted fiercely as he leaped into action. For days, he had pondered when he would encounter the old man again and when he could exact his vengeance. Unexpectedly, he delivered himself right to their doorstep. Thus, how could Wang Mang, positioned above, allow him to escape? Liu Xiù and Zhao Zhan swiftly followed, leaping onto the rooftop. Xian, filled with rage, fixed a cold gaze upon Wang Mang. How did you know that I killed your brother? Upon hearing this, Wang Mang could not help but chuckle, realizing that this old fool still had not grasped the situation. Indeed, no matter how he speculated, he could never fathom that Wang Mang had been resurrected. The existence of a twin brother, though a remarkable coincidence, at least held some credibility. Wang Mang replied, My brother appeared to me in a dream, saying that his killer is an old scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Xian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned to the three, declaring, I originally intended to flee, but after our earlier encounter, I discovered that you are not as formidable as I had imagined. The three, Wang Mang included, had each deducted 10 imperial pearls, granting them a temporary cultivation level of a grand spirit master for 1 hour, specifically at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. In terms of cultivation, each of them surpassed Xian by half a stage. Unfortunately, only Liu Xiù had mastered basic techniques, able to unleash about 60 to 70% of the grand spirit master's peak power, while Wang Mang and Zhao Zhan could barely manage 20 to 30%. In contrast, Xian had fought his way up, a genuine grand spirit master of the 9th stage. Thus, even with their combined efforts, the trio found themselves at a disadvantage. Wang Mang exclaimed, I refuse to believe that 3 grand spirit masters cannot defeat you alone. With that, Wang Mang soared into the air, charging once more at Xian. Xian raised a hand, slicing through the air like a blade, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. It was this technique. On the day of his demise, Wang Mang had not been able to discern how Xian had slain them. Yet now, as a grand spirit master, he perceived it clearly. Wang Mang sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and felt a surge of joy. So this was the heightened sensitivity that came with increased cultivation. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Zhao Zhan's voice echoed from behind. Mangzi, be careful. Suddenly, Xian was upon him, delivering a solid palm strike directly to Wang Mang's chest. Blood spurted from Wang Mang's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. Zhao Zhan leaped forward, catching him just in time. Simultaneously, Liu Xiù sprang from behind Zhao Zhan, intercepting Xian's advance. A radiant golden light enveloped Liu Xiù, coalescing above him into the formidable figure of a sword-wielding warrior. The warrior moved in tandem with Liu Xiù, delivering a barrage of both sword strikes and punches against Xian. Liu Xiù, growing stronger with each exchange, forced He Xian to retreat, presenting a significant challenge to him. "Mangzi, how are you?" Zhao Zhen inquired anxiously, supporting Wang Mang. Wang Mang wiped the blood from his lips, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Upon pulling aside his collar, he discovered a dark, ominous handprint on his chest. "This old fool's strike is poisoned? What vile technique has he mastered?" Wang Mang exclaimed. Zhao Zhen cautioned, "Mangzi, you were too careless. We are still unfamiliar with our grand spirit master abilities. We must proceed with caution." Wang Mang sighed lightly. "Enough with the chatter. Let us assist each other. We cannot allow him to escape." Subsequently, the two rejoined the fray. The scenario of 3 against 1 resumed, and the 4 engaged in a fierce battle within the estate, creating a scene of utter chaos. A multitude of estate servants either hid in the backyard or fled from the manor entirely. What? You ask why no one is stepping forward to assist? With a salary of 2,500 a month, what is the worth of your life? The battle raged on fiercely. He Xuanli contended against 3 adversaries, maintaining his ground. Various martial techniques and strategies emerged in abundance, some offensive, some defensive, and others employing long-range tactics. Wang Mang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He even sensed that if He Xian wished to escape, the 3 of them would be utterly incapable of hindering him. It was a sensation of being helplessly unable to obstruct him. His energy reserves were full, yet he possessed no skills. Wang Mang spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Chapter 39. I am not yet done for Zhao Zhen. Huh? What do you mean? Liu Xiù, you two still have the leisure to chat. As he spoke, Liu Xiù delivered a powerful hand strike imbued with formidable spiritual energy, aimed directly at He Xian's head. Swish! He Xian realized there was no way to evade, but in an instant, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke. Vanishing from sight, Liu Xiu's strike met only empty air. In the next moment, the black smoke coalesced once more into He Xian's physical form, accompanied by a blade of air, which he retaliated against Liu Xiù. Liu Xiu's pupils constricted, defying the laws of physics. His feet exerted no force, yet his body soared upward in a narrow escape from the attack. He Xian smiled, knowing that Liu Xiù, the most formidable opponent, would be difficult to eliminate. Thus, he resolved to drive him back and eliminate the other 2 first. As Liu Xiù retreated, He Xian swiftly turned to strike at Wang Mang and Zhao Zhen, particularly targeting Wang Mang. Wang Mang immediately evaded, stepping upon the air and leaping 10 meters high. Yet, He Xian pursued closely behind, bellowing, "I shall send you to meet your brother." With a fierce roar, he lunged forth like a shooting arrow, his hand like a blade, thrusting forcefully into Wang Mang's abdomen, piercing through to emerge from his back. "Wang Mang!" Liu Xiù shouted. Suspended in the air, Wang Mang faced He Xian, who wore a look of arrogance and triumph. Slap! He Xian was utterly taken aback when he realized he had pierced Wang Mang's body, only to be met with a resounding slap. "Huh? Do you really think you can kill me? Huh? Spit!" Wang Mang's mouth was filled with blood, and he delivered the slap with great satisfaction, followed by a mouthful of blood that he spat onto He Xian's face. At that moment, He Xian's visage bore not only the clear mark of a handprint, but was also smeared with a mixture of saliva and blood. His lips twitched incessantly, a clear indication of his rising fury. In a fit of rage, He Xian yanked his arm free, raising his hand to crush Wang Mang's skull entirely. Yet at that instant, he sensed an overwhelming danger approaching from behind. As he turned, a long sword lunged toward him. Years of combat experience prompted an instinctive evasion. The sword did not pierce his heart, but instead struck his shoulder, blood seeping forth. It was the long sword of a golden-armored general, which continued to push He Xian backward. Liu Xiù followed closely, not pursuing the attack, but swiftly embracing Wang Mang in midair, gently lowering him back to the ground. As they landed, a thunderous explosion erupted from above, igniting the sky with flames. Liu Xiù and Zhao Zhen both looked up in astonishment. As the radiant figure of Liu Xiù dissipated into thin air, He Xian found himself in tattered clothing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his bleeding shoulder. He glared menacingly at the few individuals on the ground. "I cannot contend with 3 peak Grand Spirit Masters. You have proven formidable. Yet, if you intend to take my life, you shall not succeed. I am still alive, even if one has perished. Ha ha ha, not a total loss." With that, He Xian transformed into a wisp of black smoke and soared into the sky. He fled. Zhao Zhen instinctively attempted to pursue, but Liu Xiù raised a hand to halt him. "It is futile. We are still woefully ignorant of this world. Let it be. He ran away? Then I have suffered a grave loss. Wang Mang, cradled in Liu Xiu's arms, weakly expressed his dismay. At that moment, Du Shuiming, having observed the conclusion of the battle, cautiously emerged from behind the door. The others had long since vanished, leaving only him brave enough to linger nearby. He hurried over. Master, Brother Wang Mang. Du Shuiming's voice was laced with urgency. I shall fetch a physician at once. Liu Xiu replied, There is no need. If he is to die, so be it. Du Shuiming was taken aback, pondering, Isn't he your brother? Why not save him? Although it appeared that Wang Mang was beyond saving, at least a semblance of effort could be made. Wang Mang interjected, You fool, I am not yet dead. Half an hour later, Wang Mang drew his last breath. Why half an hour? Because the brief countdown of his cultivation time had come to an end. As his inner spiritual power dissipated, Wang Mang's eyes rolled back, granting him a sense of liberation. Inside the room, Liu Xiu and Zhao Zhen witnessed Wang Mang's demise firsthand. Shortly thereafter, a translucent figure emerged from his body. This was not a soul, but a medium exclusive to their emperors. In this medium form, Wang Mang was invigorated yet utterly ineffectual. Once again, a small imperial screen appeared before him, inquiring if he wished to spend 100 imperial pearls for immediate resurrection. Wang Mang dismissed the small emperor. I do not possess 100 imperial pearls. What nonsense is this? He turned to Liu Xiu and Zhao Zhen, who were astonished by this phenomenon, and suggested, How about you two take your own lives? I could take you to the joyful paradise for some fun. Trust me, it's quite enjoyable. Liu Xiu replied, Next time for sure. Zhao Zhen added, Next time, definitely. Wang Mang regretted having revealed the truth about the joyful paradise earlier. He should have merely described it as a delightful place. Zhao Zhen reminded him, After 9 days, remember to come find us. Wang Mang responded, The location of my appearance is random. It depends on the circumstances. If it's close, I will come. If far, then perhaps not. Just then, the brief countdown of 10 seconds concluded, and Wang Mang vanished from sight, leaving behind a lifeless body beyond salvation. In the joyful paradise, level 1, the rat, officially begins. When Wang Mang opened his eyes again, he found himself in the first level of the rat scenario. It was an oval arena, the size of a football field, surrounded by towering walls. Immediately, he scanned his surroundings, spotting a somewhat disheveled man frantically running in the distance. This man was unfamiliar to Wang Mang. In the entire arena, aside from Wang Mang, he was the sole occupant. Behind him loomed the nightmarish iron ball of the rat. Fortunately, there was someone accompanying me. Wang Mang chuckled, stepping forward. Hey, I know how to break the deadlock. Would you care to listen? Upon hearing this, the man turned to Wang Mang, only to realize a newcomer had arrived. Instead of inquiring about the method to resolve the situation, he asked, Which emperor do you hail from? No sooner had he spoken than he was mercilessly crushed to death by the iron ball of the rat. Blood splattered, leaving Wang Mang utterly astounded. It was so brutal, so bloody, so heartless. Yet, immediately after, the iron ball charged towards Wang Mang, who, startled, turned on his heels and fled. Soon, amidst the chaos, Wang Mang and the resurrected man found themselves fleeing in desperation. New Emperor, Wang Mang, what about you? They ran side by side. It turned out he was the usurper Wang Mang. The man chuckled dryly. I am Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Chongba? Wang Mang exclaimed in surprise, realizing the person before him was Zhu Chongba. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man had a darker complexion and well-defined features. Though there was a hint of innocence in his brow, it was overshadowed by the gravitas of experience and authority acquired over time. At 40, Zhu Yuanzhang appeared fit, running faster than Wang Mang. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback. He had been preparing to explain the Ming dynasty, yet the other had called out his birth name directly. Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly bewildered but quickly understood. Surely, this ancestor had encountered emperors from his later generations. He murmured, Which loquacious descendant revealed my true name? Wang Mang laughed. You are quite renowned in the later generations, old Zhu. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled in return. Is that so? By the way, do you know about the Yongle Emperor? Yongle Emperor? Who might that be? Wang Mang inquired. It seems you have yet to meet other emperors from later generations. Indeed, the Ming dynasty is quite far ahead. The emperors I encountered were all ancestors. What? You've met several? As they conversed, they faced imminent death from the iron ball of the rat, yet they continued their dialogue unperturbed. After dying, they resumed their conversation. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "The first emperor I met was the Liu Song's former deposed emperor during the northern and southern dynasties. Liu Yu, a mere 15-year-old lad." Wang Mang pondered for a moment. The deposed emperor Liu Yu? I seem to recall he was a ruthless figure. Zhu Yuanzhang did not grasp the term ruthless, but pressed on. Initially, I respected him due to his ancestry. However, this brat was audacious. Showing no regard for the founding emperor of the Ming, Wang Mang eagerly inquired, and then? Not only did this little brat order me around, treating me like his subordinate, but he even attempted to rob and kill. Just recalling it infuriates me. I could bear it no longer and decided to teach him a lesson. Wang Mang exclaimed. Well done. And what happened next? Zhu Yuanzhang continued. After all, he was an ancestor, and considering Liu Yu's status as the founding emperor of the Liu Song, I spared his life, only beating him half to death. After the confrontation, I parted ways with him. What happened to him afterward remains unknown to us. Wang Mang, haha. As expected of you. In fact, you should have killed him, letting him experience the 9-day paradise. Zhu Yuanzhang. At that time, I was unaware. Had I known he could be resurrected, I would have shown no mercy and undoubtedly struck him down. Wang Mang, how about the others? How many emperors have you gathered so far? Just him alone. Did you not mention several earlier? I only encountered Liu Yu outside. The others are here. Here? Wang Mang looked around, noticing only himself and Zhu Yuanzhang. No one else was present. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly explained. We passed the first level long ago, but we died in the second, so we returned. Wang Mang, I see. How many were there, and who were they? Zhu Yuanzhang, Emperor Shizong of Tang, Li Xian, and Song Taizu, Zhao Kuangyin. There's another whom you certainly wouldn't expect. Oh, who is it? Someone who is not an emperor, Sīmǎ Yì. Wow. Ha. Did not see that coming, did you? I certainly didn't. I was surprised that he, like me, also died twice. Just then, at the center of the venue, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Sīmǎ Yì. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Cao Cao. Where's Cao Cao? Wang Mang's words startled Sīmǎ Yì, who immediately scanned the area but saw no sign of the figure he dared not confront. Instead, he noticed Wang Mang rushing toward him. Wang Mang chuckled. Sīmǎ the old rogue, so afraid of Boss Chow. Sīmǎ Yì coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment and changed the subject. How did you die again? Wang Mang, alas. Not only did I die again, but it was at the hands of the same person. Sīmǎ Yì, quite interesting. What about you? I returned on the very first day after I went out. Wow. You aren't suggesting you intentionally committed suicide to rush the levels, are you? I'm not that insane. I was just unfortunate. I appeared in a valley filled with poisonous mist and succumbed to poisoning that very night. Ha. You're even more unfortunate than I am. Sīmǎ Yi's expression darkened. At that moment, another figure emerged in the venue, a young man in his 20s. Wang Mang observed him. He was lean and possessed an ordinary appearance with a hint of nobility. Furthermore, no small emperor's screen appeared before him, indicating he was not a newcomer, but had returned from a later level. There could be no one else. It must be Li Xian, the 19th emperor of the Tang dynasty. Before Wang Mang could approach to greet him, Sīmǎ Yì spoke up. Everyone's here. Let us swiftly clear the first level. Wang Mang, isn't Zhao Kuangyin still around? I was just curious to see what he looks like. Sīmǎ Yì, he has already passed the second level, the ugly ox. Wang Mang, Zhao is so impressive. How did he manage that? It's all because of me. Sīmǎ Yì beamed with pride, stating that he had deduced the method to conquer the ugly ox level, and Zhao Kuangyin merely had to follow suit. Wang Mang scratched his nose. Then how did you return? Sīmǎ Yì, well, cough. Wang Mang, wait a moment. After passing the first level, shouldn't we all be considered to have cleared it? Why is it that only Zhao passed the second level? Sīmǎ Yì, in the first challenge, the objective is to eliminate the mice within the iron ball, which will signify a collective victory. However, the second challenge is different. Amongst the thousands of black bulls in the canyon, there are but a few rare yellow bulls concealed. The method to succeed is rather simple. One must mount the yellow bull. Once mounted, the yellow bull will carry you forth, leading you out of the second challenge. This phase is not a collective endeavor. Rather, it is an individual quest. One person rides, and one person succeeds. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang gained an understanding, so that is the way of it. It seems Sīmǎ Yì possesses some usefulness after all. Sīmǎ Yì glared at Wang Mang. Are we so familiar that you can refer to me as an old thief? Wang Mang chuckled. I had intended to speak kindly of you to Cao Cao upon our next meeting, but if we are not acquainted, then so be it. At this, Sīmǎ Yì was taken aback. Is he coming? Wang Mang replied. Allow me to inform you. During these days of revival, I have compiled a list of all emperors along with another emperor. Sīmǎ Yì inquired. And then? Wang Mang continued. We discovered that there are a total of 233 red dots on the little emperor's map, yet only 231 emperors exist. Among them, there are 2 exceptional figures who are not emperors, but have nonetheless arrived. With a smile directed at Sīmǎ Yì, Wang Mang added, one of them is you. The other, can you guess who it is? Chapter 41. Fate, O old thief. Sīmǎ Yì swallowed nervously. It may not necessarily be him, after all. Wang Mang, I have yet to confirm it. But since you are here, why should Cao Cao not come as well? It is merely a matter of time before you encounter him. Upon hearing this, Sīmǎ Yì quickly put on a smile. Brother Mang, my dear brother Mang. We are quite familiar, are we not? Who says we are not acquainted? I was the first to take offense with him. The last time we endured hardships together in the Nine-Sun Paradise, facing life and death for several days. Surely you have not forgotten, brother Mang? Ha ha, look at us now. Reunited once more, what a twist of fate. Wang Mang laughed in response. Indeed, old thief, what a twist of fate. The two shared hearty laughter, as if they were brothers born of different parents. Hey, ancestor of Emperor Xian of Jin, can we commence? At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang called out from a distance. The two turned to see Zhu Yuanzhang already prepared, hiding a mouse trap and crouched by the stone wall. In the distance, Li Xian was enticing the mice with the iron ball. Wang Mang remarked, Old Zhu, why call him ancestor of Emperor Xian? Just call him old thief like I do. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, that might not be appropriate. Wang Mang countered, given all the deeds he has done, calling him an old thief is already quite courteous. Moreover, referring to him as an ancestor feels rather awkward, does it not? Zhu Yuanzhang conceded, quite so. Then it shall be old thief. Shall we begin? Sīmǎ Yì Wang Mang, haha, let us begin, hasten to the second challenge. Subsequently, the iron ball was drawn towards Li Xian, employing a method reminiscent of the one used previously by Wang Mang and the others. The iron ball struck the stone wall, revealing a significant gap. Zhu Yuanzhang produced the mouse trap, capturing the head of the protruding mouse. Following a series of twitches, the iron ball came to a halt. Mouse challenge completed, as before. The little emperor's screen displayed a confirmation of success. Shortly thereafter, the four vanished from their location, entering the second challenge. The cliffs loomed steeply, reaching toward the clouds. Surrounded by a faint haze, the distant horizon remained obscured, for individuals simultaneously emerged within a winding and seemingly endless abyss. Wang Mang remarked, it appears that the challenges will not alter. After countless attempts, there will come a day when we can prevail entirely. Sīmǎ Yì responded, let anyone who wishes to participate come forth. I have no desire to return. The others echoed his sentiment. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, signaling the commencement of the second trial. Sīmǎ Yì commanded, heed my instructions, seek out stable protruding stones, and prepare to ascend the cliffs. Having faced the second trial before, the four swiftly turned their gazes to the rocky walls, searching for suitable footholds. In the distance, a tumultuous horde of cattle, resembling a dark tide, surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust. The four did not immediately scramble up the cliffs, for ascending a moment sooner would only hasten the depletion of their strength. As the herd approached within 10 meters, they simultaneously began their ascent, their movements swift and practiced, evoking a pang of sympathy. Sīmǎ Yì cautioned, look for the yellow cattle amidst the black. They are muddied and difficult to discern. Wang Mang inquired, and once we spot them? Sīmǎ Yì replied, the ones on the sides are best, leap directly onto them. If it's a yellow one in the center, it poses a dilemma. We must first leap onto the back of a black cow, using it as a platform to cross over. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang grasped why. Despite knowing the method for the second trial, they had all returned to the first. The black cattle charged forth with alarming speed, should they choose to leap. Myriad risks awaited them. A miscalculated jump could lead to being trampled amidst the herd, or worse, being impaled by the horns of a black cow midair, as had happened to Xiaogo previously. Even if one successfully landed on the back of a black cow, there remained the risk of being tossed off. Furthermore, after stabilizing themselves, they would need to leap again to reach a larger yellow cow in the center. Conversely, if they chose to abandon the yellow cow and wait for one on the side, the duration of their wait remained uncertain. The sensation of clinging to the rocky surface was far from pleasant. Those lacking professional training could not endure for long. I've discovered something, Li Xian suddenly exclaimed. Naturally a playful spirit, he appeared invigorated, facing the challenge with a fearless demeanor, which prompted the three elder companions, Wang Mang, Sīmǎ Yì, and Zhu Yuanzhang, to reflect on the joys of youth. They all noticed the yellow cow, positioned slightly off-center, drawing closer with each passing moment, leaving little time for hesitation. To hesitate would be to invite defeat. Zhu Yuanzhang urged, "Shizong, you shall go first this time." Li Xian replied confidently, "All right. This time, I shall not falter." With that, he clung to the rocky outcrop, exerting his strength in unison. He aimed for a galloping black cow below and leaped. With a satisfying thud, Li Xian landed precisely on the broad back of the black cow. Once atop, he immediately lowered himself, his upper body pressed flat against the cow's back, arms wrapped tightly around its neck. Riding the rhythm of the galloping black cow, Li Xian swayed up and down, embracing the wild ride. The figure was exceedingly unsteady, teetering as though it might topple at any moment. Wang Mang shouted, "Steady yourself." Li Xian hesitated, unable to adjust his posture, reluctant to leap onto another black ox. However, at present, Li Xian had not yet failed. A large yellow ox was positioned a mere 4 to 5 meters to his right, galloping alongside the herd of black oxen. As long as he could adjust himself and gradually approach the yellow ox, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, Wang Mang and the others would no longer see him. For Li Xian had already drifted away with the black oxen, gradually disappearing into the mist. The three shifted their gazes. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "Shizong has shown improvement. Initially, he couldn't even leap onto the ox's back, but now he has managed to ride for 3 to 5 breaths before falling off. This time, however, he has run far and has not yet fallen." Wang Mang inquired, "Just how many attempts have you all made?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "It must be over a dozen. Our closest attempt was when we nearly touched that large yellow ox, but alas, we fell just short." Wang Mang smiled wryly. At that moment, a glimmer caught Wang Mang's eye. A large yellow ox, positioned at the edge and close to the rocky wall, was charging towards him. Indeed, leaving Xiu'er had brought him good fortune. Turning to Sīmǎ Yì, Wang Mang asked, "Old thief, is it possible for 2 people to ride 1 ox?" Sīmǎ Yì paused. "I have never tried, so I cannot say." Wang Mang replied, "Then let us give it a try." Sīmǎ Yì affirmed, "All right." Without further ado, Wang Mang turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was nearest, and said, "Let us go together." Zhu Yuanzhang agreed, "Good." Sīmǎ Yì added, "It's a matter of timing." The conspicuous yellow ox was already approaching. Jump. Chapter 42, The Third Challenge. The tiger Wang Mang and Zhu Yuanzhang leapt simultaneously. They landed almost perfectly on the back of the yellow ox, one after the other. Zhu Yuanzhang was in front, with Wang Mang behind. Zhu Yuanzhang grasped the ox's neck, while Wang Mang held on to Zhu Yuanzhang's waist. "That tickles. You're grabbing my sensitive flesh." "Endure it, old Zhu. Steady now." The two swayed precariously upon the back of the yellow ox as it galloped forward. Sīmǎ Yì called out, "Hey, are you just going to leave me behind?" Wang Mang replied, "We'll wait for you at the third challenge." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Mang felt his view rising higher. The ox beneath him had ceased its earlier jostling. Upon closer inspection, the yellow ox, amidst the galloping herd, was indeed soaring. Perhaps it was not flying in the conventional sense, but rather, it seemed to tread upon an invisible ground, ascending away from the canyon below. As the jostling ceased, their balance steadied. Zhu Yuanzhang stood upright, while Wang Mang continued to embrace him. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "Let go. I've never been held by a big man before." Wang Mang teased, "Old Zhu is shy, huh?" "Ha ha. Go away," Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed, blinding the two. When the brilliance faded and they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a circular arena. Challenging the ugly ox, third challenge. The tiger officially begins at this moment. Wang Mang and Zhu Yuanzhang appeared within a vast arena, its towering walls rising high. Beneath their feet lay dry, dusty earth. The two individuals remained silent, their attention transfixed upon a terrifying scene unfolding before them. There stood a formidable tiger beast man, its robust paws resembling those of a human, gripping a man's neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air. The man, ashen-faced and gasping for breath, flailed his arms in vain, unable to reach the beast's menacing visage. Towering at a height of 10 feet, the tiger beast man glared with ferocious intensity, its body adorned with stripes of deep orange. The muscular contours of its limbs resembling undulating mountain ranges, steadfast and unyielding. Wang Mang swallowed hard and remarked, The third challenge can't possibly involve a fight with this creature, can it? Zhu Yuanzhang replied, it seems that way. Realization dawned upon Wang Mang. This was none other than Zhao Kuangyin. Zhu Yuanzhang confirmed, indeed. Wang Mang exclaimed, good heavens. We must assist him at once. Without hesitation, Wang Mang charged forward, prompting Zhu Yuanzhang to spring into action as well. The tiger beast man, glancing sideways at the approaching duo, regarded them with palpable disdain. With a flick of its wrist, it hurled Zhao Kuangyin toward Wang Mang and Zhu Yuanzhang, who instinctively dodged to the sides, standing aside with precision as Zhao Kuangyin shot past them like a cannonball. The two exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kuangyin tumbled to the ground, rolling several times, bloodied and battered. It was evident he had been engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger beast man for quite some time and bore severe wounds. Struggling to muster his strength, Zhao Kuangyin lifted his head and looked towards Wang Mang and Zhu Yuanzhang, urging, hold on, I shall return shortly. With that, his head fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Soon after, the battered figure of Zhao Kuangyin vanished from sight, undoubtedly returning to the first challenge to begin anew. Zhu Yuanzhang asked, wait for him to return. Wang Mang turned to face the tiger beast man and responded, what Zhao means is likely a rotating battle. As long as someone is present in the third challenge, the beastman's state will not reset. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, how can you be certain? Wang Mang pointed out, observe its right leg. There are marks indicating it has been kicked. It must have been Zhao who dealt that blow. We arrived in the third challenge just before Zhao fell, allowing us to continue the fight. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, indeed. You are quite astute. Wang Mang chuckled. I do my best. I'm slightly sharper than Xiu'er. Xiu'er? You mean Liu Xiù? Ah, I see. I understand now. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air, startling Wang Mang and Zhu Yuanzhang. The tiger beast man, fists clenched, its face contorted in rage, unleashed a primal roar, evidently irked by the duo's light-hearted banter, feeling utterly disrespected. Wang Mang taunted, what a fright you've given me. Do you know what they call me? Zhu Yuanzhang queried, what? Wang Mang replied, Tisk. Don't respond to me. If you do, I can no longer be your elder. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, how dare you? In less than an hour of their brief encounter, Zhu Yuanzhang had already contemplated striking Wang Mang several times. Wang Mang, with a grin, pleaded, no, I was only jesting. So what is it you call me? The one and only Wu Song. The larger the pretense, the more severe the consequence. In a mere exchange of 3 moves, Wang Mang was sent sprawling, a mouthful of blood splattering forth, as the formidable Yin Hui kicked him 5 meters away. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, you are not so impressive after all. Where is the prowess of Wu Song? As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang adeptly dodged Yin Hui's relentless attacks, seeking an opportunity to counter. Wang Mang, clutching his body and curled up on the ground, lamented, I am not a warrior by birth. The pain was unbearable. Wang Mang felt that surviving such a blow from Yin Hui was a testament to his physical resilience. However, any thought of rejoining the fray was now beyond him. With each punch, Yin Hui unleashed a fierce wind. Despite being a tiger, it was a master of martial arts, executing sweeping leg strikes, powerful punches, and defensive maneuvers with remarkable finesse. It could even perform a backflip. Zhu Yuanzhang thought to himself, this is futile. Yin Hui could err 1,000 times. But should Zhu Yuanzhang fail to evade just once, it would spell disaster. Eventually, exhaustion began to take its toll on Zhu Yuanzhang. As Yin Hui launched another powerful punch, Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively raised his arms in defense. The impact was resounding, sending him tumbling several meters away before he crashed heavily to the ground. Yin Hui strode toward Zhu Yuanzhang, its imposing stature casting a shadow over him. Zhu Yuanzhang lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gravely injured. Yin Hui bore a triumphant grin, bending down to seize Zhu Yuanzhang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. As Zhu Yuanzhang dangled near Yin Hui's chest, he fought with every ounce of strength, refusing to yield. Summoning all his might, he delivered a fierce kick to Yin Hui's chest. While it may not have inflicted significant harm upon the beast's massive frame, he felt compelled to make the attempt. As anticipated, the kick merely elicited a slight wince from Yin Hui, failing to destabilize it. What transpired next was beyond Zhu Yuanzhang's wildest imagination. Upon delivering the kick, a 3-foot-long, razor-sharp blade materialized inexplicably from Yin Hui's broad chest. Chapter 43. Strike him down with a clatter. The suddenly manifested blade fell to the ground, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang bewildered. Yet, Clarity soon dawned upon him. However, when he attempted to kick Qin Hui's chest again, the tiger had fully risen, its grip tightening around Zhu Yuanzhang's throat, sapping him of most of his strength. With the last remnants of his energy, he managed to turn his head desperately to glance at Wang Mang. Wang Mang observed the fallen blade, and then looked into Zhu Yuanzhang's speechless gaze. His mind raced. So this fellow can drop equipment. With that realization, Wang Mang struggled to his feet and rushed toward the blade on the ground. But it was not so simple. Before Wang Mang could get close, Qin Hui swiftly turned its gaze upon him and executed a rapid sweeping kick. Wang Mang exclaimed, "You! Damn it!" Before long, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself returning to the initial challenge. As Wang Mang's life approached its final countdown, a third individual finally emerged in the arena. It was none other than the first to leap onto the ox's back. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Li Xian. Li Xian, somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and glanced at the prostrate, barely alive Wang Mang. "You've finally arrived," Wang Mang gasped. "The remainder is entrusted to you." Li Xian replied, "Entrusted to me? What is the purpose of the third challenge then?" "It's simple, slay it." As Li Xian prepared to utter grand declarations, he abruptly halted upon noticing the excited gaze of the tiger, which seemed to say, "Another playmate has arrived." Li Xian swallowed hard and inquired, "Whom am I to slay? Am I to strike at it, or at myself? What shall I use to strike? There lies a knife on the ground. Pick it up and slay it. Are we to slay it, or its progenitor? Please clarify. Hey, do not close your eyes, awaken." Just as Li Xian bent down to shake Wang Mang, he suddenly vanished. First challenge. The rat officially begins. Wang Mang returned to the first challenge. In the arena stood Sīmǎ Yì, Zhao Kuangyin, and Zhu Yuanzhang, evidently awaiting Wang Mang's arrival to conquer the challenge together. Zhao Kuangyin approached him, jogging slightly. "I did not have the chance to greet you earlier. I am Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed ancestor." Wang Mang responded, "The old rogue has spoken, hasn't he? I am no ancestor. Simply call me Mangzi, and I shall refer to you as Zhao Da, all right?" Zhao Kuangyin smiled, agreed. At that moment, Sīmǎ Yì rushed over, with an iron ball in pursuit of Zhu Yuanzhang. Wang Mang exclaimed, "There's a new discovery regarding the third challenge. The tiger drops equipment." The two responded in unison, "It drops equipment?" Zhu Yuanzhang, having just returned, clearly had not yet relayed this information. Wang Mang continued, "Old Zhu kicked the tiger in the chest, and a large chopping knife appeared." "A chopping knife?" Zhao Kuangyin rejoiced. "With a blade in hand, how could I possibly lose to this brute?" Sīmǎ Yì interjected, "I understand." Wang Mang was about to elaborate further when Sīmǎ Yì spoke up. Wang Mang looked at Sīmǎ Yì and said, "Very well, enlighten us with your newfound understanding." Sīmǎ Yì replied, "According to Zhao Da, this tiger not only possesses immense strength, but also a myriad of martial skills. We are utterly without chance in barehanded combat." Wang Mang nodded, but Zhao Kuangyin remained unconvinced. "Attacking its chest will yield a chopping knife. I suspect there must be other items as well." Sīmǎ Yì turned to the two. "Have you tested other parts?" Wang Mang responded, "This time you truly grasped the situation. That is precisely what I wish to convey. We have only tested its legs and arms, but nothing dropped." Zhao Kuangyin interjected, "The head." Wang Mang affirmed, "Indeed, it is merely the head and other vulnerable areas such as the eyes. Even if we cannot conquer this challenge, we have at least gleaned some vital information." Zhao Kuangyin declared, "I believe a single knife suffices. I wish to engage it further, with a fierce fighting spirit." Zhao Kuangyin was resolute. Wang Mang urged, "Then let us hasten. While Li Xian remains in the third challenge, we must make our way there swiftly." Sīmǎ Yì replied, "Let us go." Wang Mang, "Wait a moment. How did you fail the second challenge again?" Sīmǎ Yì, my face flushed, responded, "Though I lead troops into battle, I am not of martial lineage. I am a strategist." Wang Mang, "You stole my lines." Zhu Yuanzhang, "Are we going or not, esteemed ancestors?" The three responded in unison, "Let us go." Before long, the group skillfully and effortlessly passed the first challenge, breezing into the second. Yet unbeknownst to them, as soon as they departed, Li Xian returned. Due to Li Xian's untimely survival, he encountered a reset version of the new rat iron ball. The mouse traps on the ground vanished once more. Li Xian. Thus, the days flowed by. 10 days later, in Linzhou City, at Jiuxiu Mountain, Hidden Dragon Stronghold, two men, bare-chested and showcasing their muscular physiques, engaged in combat in the clearing of the stronghold. A crowd of bandits from Hidden Dragon Stronghold, along with Li Ji and others, watched in astonishment. In the arena, It was none other than Li Shimin and the second-in-command, Niu Wu. Li Shimin's physique had become even more robust than before. Each move he executed was filled with tremendous force. Niu Wu, equally muscular, launched a punch at Li Shimin. Li Shimin raised his arms in defense, the punch creating a sonic boom, causing him to stagger backward. With a swift motion, Li Shimin's right foot retreated, leaving a long mark on the ground. Yet, almost imperceptibly, he vanished from his original position. Niu Wu, taken aback, instinctively swept his leg behind him, only to find nothing but empty air. At that moment, Li Shimin descended from above, delivering a powerful kick toward Niu Wu, landing solidly on his back. Niu Wu lunged forward, seemingly about to faceplant, but with a forceful push from his palms, he propelled himself into the air. He swiftly turned, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him, distorting the air. With a commanding shout, Niu Wu unleashed a wave of pure qi, striking toward Li Shimin. Li Shimin, equally resolute, retaliated with a punch. A resounding boom echoed. Dust soared, and the reverberations shook the surroundings. The onlookers stumbled back, caught in the aftermath. As the dust began to settle, jubilant laughter erupted. Niu Wu, ha ha, I have broken through. I have finally reached the bone refinement stage. Ha ha. As the dust cleared, Niu Wu stood, elated and laughing towards the heavens, while Li Shimin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood still, clutching his chest. Erlang. Tang Ying rushed forward to support Li Shimin. Sima Xiao, Yuan Su, Li Ji, and Zhu Zhanji quickly followed suit. Tang Ying turned and glared at Niu Wu, exclaiming, Niu Wu, Erlang has only reached the 9th stage of martial arts. Who permitted you to use your full strength? Niu Wu's laughter faltered, resembling a child caught in mischief. I. Li Shimin smiled. It is all right. I was the one who encouraged Niu Wu to exert his full strength. Niu Wu clasped his fists. Thank you, great leader, for aiding my breakthrough. Li Shimin wiped the blood from his lips. We assisted each other, for you too helped me reach a new level. Chapter 44. Mount Xingu. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying was taken aback. Is it true? Li Shimin nodded, acknowledging his attainment of the first stage of body refinement. Beside him, Li Ji and the others had been aware of this sooner than Tang Ying, for at the moment the dust settled, they witnessed the emergence of a small imperial screen before Li Shimin, displaying body refinement stage achieved, reward, 50 imperial pearls. Zhu Zhanji clasped his fists and exclaimed, Congratulations, Chief, on your advancement to the body refinement stage. Upon hearing this, a chorus of mountain bandits echoed his sentiment, shouting their congratulations. At that moment, Niu Wu ventured to ask a question he had long pondered but hesitated to voice. Chief, what is your true cultivation level? Li Shimin replied, Indeed, I have reached the body refinement stage. The peak strength I displayed earlier was achieved through some esoteric methods at a cost. Niu Wu understood, realizing the truth of the matter. Half an hour later, after refreshing himself and donning clean garments, Li Shimin entered the hall. Sima Xiao, Yuan Shui, Li Ji, Zhu Zhanji, and Tang Ying had been waiting for some time. Li Ji inquired, Father, do you have any instructions for us? Li Shimin stated, We shall depart immediately for Xingu Mountain. The group was taken aback. Although Li Shimin had previously mentioned he would journey to Xingu Mountain following his advancement, none anticipated such haste after his recent elevation. Li Ji hesitated. Father, Li Shimin shot a glare at Li Ji. What? Are you afraid I might harm her? Li Ji lowered his head, remaining silent. Tang Ying interjected. Erlang, in the eyes of the nuns at Xingu Mountain, the body refinement stage is hardly significant. They might truly kill you. Li Shimin assured. I do not engage in ventures lacking certainty. Since I have chosen to go, I certainly have contingencies in place. Tang Ying replied. Very well, since you have said so, I shall accompany you. Li Shimin did not object. As the sole woman of Hidden Dragon Village, her presence was indeed necessary. Li Shimin declared, Li Ji and Tang Ying shall accompany me. The three of you will remain to guard the village. Sima Xiao and Zhu Zhanji agreed, understood. Yuan Shui piped up. May I also join? It is dreadfully dull in the village, and I lack the talent for cultivation, leaving me with nothing to do. Sima Xiao and Zhu Zhanji were both engaged in daily cultivation. Sima Xiao had already entered the spirit practitioner realm, while Zhu Zhanji had attained the martial practitioner realm. Even Li Ji had similarly advanced to the spirit practitioner realm. Yet Yuan Shui remained an ordinary individual, his aptitude and diligence in question. Li Shimin turned to Yuan Shui. Are you certain? It will be perilous. Yuan Shui replied. No worries, I shall treat it as an outing. I will wait for you outside. I want to enter the mountain." At this, Li Shimin nearly forgot that the young man before him, who held a higher status, was merely a lad of 17 or 18. Although his demeanor was relatively composed, he still bore the playful spirit of youth. Li Shimin conceded, "Very well. Let us depart." Thus, Li Shimin, Li Ji, Tang Ying, and the carefree Yuan Shui mounted their swift steeds and departed Hidden Dragon Village, heading straight for Xingu Mountain. The quartet urged their horses onward, traveling until the following morning when they arrived at the foot of Xingu Mountain. Before them lay a scene of ethereal mist floating gently, like a gossamer veil caressing the mountains. Following the winding path upward, ancient trees loomed on either side, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The entirety of Xingu Mountain evokes a sense akin to that of a legendary celestial mountain. Li Shimin turned to Yuan Su and said, "You shall remain here." Yuan Su nodded in agreement. "Very well. You all proceed swiftly and return promptly." Consequently, Yuan Su stayed behind to tend to the horses, while Li Shimin and the two others strode forward with purpose. Before long, a meandering stream came into view, obstructing their path. The water flowed gracefully, its ripples shimmering, revealing the stones and fish beneath its surface. As they approached the stream, the three halted. Tang Ying gazed across the bank with a grave expression and remarked, "Crossing this stream signifies entering the domain of Xingu Mountain." Her implication was clear. Once they crossed, the inhabitants of Xingu Mountain would likely reveal themselves, and any male would be met with lethal force. At that moment, Li Ji timidly voiced, "Father, must we truly meet her? Let her remain here in peace." Before he could finish, Li Shimin glared at him, retorting, "Let her live in peace? She has plunged our Tang dynasty into chaos. Why should I allow her to thrive here?" Li Ji lowered his head. "I have been foolish in my later years. I lost territory and willingly handed over power to her. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me." "You." Li Shimin raised his hand as if to strike, but Tang Ying quickly intervened. "Oh dear, do not strike the boy." Both Li Shimin and Li Ji wore expressions of displeasure. Li Ji thought to himself, "Who on earth is your child?" Li Shimin snapped, "Step aside. This does not concern you." Tang Ying replied, "Oh." With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Shimin declared, "I promise you, I shall not kill her. However, we must meet her, firstly, to retrieve the imperial pearl post-recognition, and secondly," pausing momentarily, he continued, "secondly, I wish to see how she confronts me and whether she possesses the intention to offer an apology." Li Ji interjected, "If Mainyang sincerely apologizes, father will forgive her. Correct?" "Humph," Li Shimin replied, "I cannot guarantee that." With that, he dismissed Li Ji and turned to Tang Ying. "You may go, be cautious." Tang Ying smiled, "Second brother." "I shall." Li Shimin coughed, urging, "Quickly, go." With another smile, Tang Ying focused ahead and then leaped forward. True to her prowess as a 7th-tier martial artist, she effortlessly soared across the 5 or 6 meter wide stream. Upon reaching the opposite bank, a gentle breeze caressed her, warm and soft as cotton. The view was quite expansive, bursting with the vibrant greens of spring. Once she arrived, Tang Ying took a step forward but immediately halted. She surveyed the surroundings above and called out, "I am Tang Ying, the wife of the chief of Yinhong village, here to seek someone in Xingu Mountain with no ill intent. I hope the immortal lady will reveal herself." As her words hung in the air, the wind swirled, and leaves danced in the breeze. Li Shimin sensed an approaching presence, but could not discern where it originated. Soon after, he heard an echo, both distant and near. "There is no one here you seek. Depart swiftly." The voice was a clear and melodious feminine tone, standing in stark contrast to Tang Ying's smoky timbre. "We understand the customs of Xingu Mountain and have not intruded recklessly," Tang Ying quickly explained. "We are genuinely seeking someone. She last appeared on Xingu Mountain approximately a month ago." After her declaration, a long silence ensued, with no response forthcoming. Just as Tang Ying was about to utter another word, a clear feminine voice resounded once more. "Indeed, such a person exists. But she has already joined my holy Gu Mountain, severing all ties with the mundane world. I warn you, depart at once." The woman had issued her ultimatum. It seemed that if Tang Ying did not retreat promptly, she would resort to force. At that moment, Li Shimin suddenly called out, "Fairy, behold this." In chapter 45, indeed, there is not a single good man. Li Shimin raised a crystalline stone in his hand, radiating a gentle jade light. This is a celestial spirit stone. Being a practitioner of the celestial arts, you must surely recognize its value. Li Shimin elevated the stone, declaring, I am willing to present this celestial spirit stone, merely seeking to catch a glimpse of that person. It need not take long, just a moment will suffice. Tang Ying turned in astonishment to Li Shimin, pondering whether this was the backup he had mentioned, offering money. Although Li Shimin was a martial artist, he had already utilized 2 celestial spirit stones. This item was indeed remarkable, making cultivation significantly more effective. Subsequently, he dispatched someone to inquire about the value of the celestial spirit stone. Common folk used copper coins and silver, but for cultivators, spirit stones were their hard currency. The value of spirit stones varied based on the essence they contained. Stones worthy of being called celestial spirit stones were generally of the highest quality. A single celestial spirit stone could exchange for hundreds, even thousands, of ordinary spirit stones. Some were so rare that they had no market price at all. Li Shimin was convinced that any practitioner, especially those aspiring to ascend to immortality, would be drawn to the allure of a celestial spirit stone. As anticipated, after a silence of 3 to 5 breaths, a woman materialized in the emptiness. She seemed to transform from transparency into substance, slowly appearing atop a towering tree. With a gentle touch of her toes, she floated in midair. Clad in a moon-white monk's robe of delicate fabric, the hem and cuffs were embroidered with intricate light blue patterns, reminiscent of lotus flowers blooming in the morning mist. Though there was no veil, her visage remained obscured, as if shrouded by a fine gauze. She held a string of sandalwood prayer beads, each bead smooth and of an ancient hue, continuously circling in her alabaster fingers. Gazing at her, one felt as if the clamor and chaos of the mortal realm had faded away, as if she had stepped from a painting, exuding an ethereal aura untouched by worldly affairs. Witnessing this, Li Shimin felt elated. Indeed, there was hope. He extended the celestial spirit stone towards her, saying, "Fairy, please accept this celestial spirit stone." Upon hearing his words, the monk-clad fairy was not at all modest. With a slight motion of her hand, the celestial spirit stone in Li Shimin's grasp, from several dozen meters away across the stream, shot forth and hovered before her. After a moment of examination, the monk-clad fairy looked at Li Shimin with mild surprise, asking, "May I inquire, to which sect do you belong that possesses such a richly infused supreme celestial spirit stone?" Li Shimin replied, "A humble sect, nothing compared to the Holy Gu Monastery." His response carried an air of sophistication. In such circumstances, claiming to be without a sect would seem implausible, while boasting of a grand affiliation would come across as arrogant. By asserting a lesser affiliation and acknowledging the superiority of the other, one could convey genuine humility and respect. The celestial maiden nodded slightly, remaining silent. At that moment, Li Ji, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed maiden, how she fares?" The maiden turned her gaze towards both Li Ji and Li Shimin, asking, "Please first disclose the nature of your relationship with her." Li Shimin replied, "She is my concubine." Li Ji added, "She is my wife." The celestial maiden was taken aback, and Tang Ying shared the same bewilderment. Li Shimin's lips twitched in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Li Ji. Li Ji hastily corrected himself. No. She is my father's concubine." How vile! How repugnant! The celestial maiden suddenly erupted in fury, for she was merely a recent mother, and yet these two were already vying to be her husband. Truly disgusting. The maiden trembled with rage, her words laced with venom. "Indeed, not a single man is worthy. This celestial stone, I find it sullied," she said, instinctively preparing to return the celestial stone to Li Shimin. Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, reluctance crept in. She then amended her statement. "For the sake of this celestial stone, I shall spare your lives. However, do not expect to see that girl again. Depart at once. Should you linger, I shall not hesitate to strike." With that, the maiden's figure, along with the celestial stone, vanished into thin air, leaving 3 utterly perplexed individuals behind. Li Shimin and Li Ji were engulfed in confusion. Tang Ying hurriedly returned to the opposite bank of the stream, fearing to linger any longer. The maiden's words were evidently no jest. "What transpired? Did you not say she was the empress? How has she transformed into an infant?" Tang Ying queried. "Is there a mistake?" Both turned to Li Shimin. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the inconsistencies. Could the narrative have changed? We have returned to our 40s. But Wu Meinyang has reverted to a mere month-old infant? He immediately dismissed the thought, convinced it was implausible. Li Shimin continued to delve into the intricacies of the situation. Recalling the historical accounts of his previous life, Li Ji speculated, Could it be that a female emperor has emerged in later times? Even Zhu Zhanji is unaware. Li Shimin raised his hand, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. I know who it is, he exclaimed. Tang Ying and Li Ji questioned in unison. Who? Li Shimin pointed towards the path they had traversed. Quick, summon Yuan Sun. Li Ji, puzzled, asked, Huh? Why summon him? Li Shimin gave Li Ji a swift kick, urging, Hurry. Ah, all right. Li Ji dashed back along the path. Before long, he returned, breathless, accompanied by Yuan Sun. What has transpired, chief? Yuan Sun inquired, panting. Li Shimin asked, Xiaomingdi, do you have a daughter? Yuan Sun paused, pondering the question, then replied, It seems that I do. What do you mean by seems? Are you not aware of your own progeny? Li Shimin pressed. Yuan Sun sighed. I ascended to the throne at 5, remaining a mere puppet emperor throughout my reign. My life has been a constant struggle between exploitation and rebellion, contending against powerful ministers and vying for authority with my mother. With internal strife and external threats, I have never sat securely upon the throne. As he spoke, Yuan Su's eyes brimmed with tears. At that time, it seemed a consort was about to give birth. Yet I was utterly preoccupied. I didn't even have the chance to see whether the child was a boy or a girl before my own mother had me poisoned. Li Shimin replied, This episode in history is not thoroughly documented, and few are aware of it. Initially, I did not consider this aspect at all. My focus was entirely on Wu Meinyang. After your death, your mother, in a bid to stabilize the court, falsely claimed to have given birth to a prince and enthroned herself as emperor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Li Shimin continued. However, merely a day later, once the people's hearts were soothed, your mother swiftly deposed her and instead installed your cousin Yuan Zhao as emperor. Not long after, the powerful Northern Wei minister, Zhu Rong, instigated the He-In incident under the pretext of the Empress Dowager killing the emperor. Both Empress Hu and the newly enthroned child Emperor Yuan Zhao perished in that turmoil. As for your daughter, that infant who reigned for only a day, her name lost to history, went missing amidst the chaos, her fate unknown. As a side note, in this narrative, anyone recorded as missing in history is treated as having met their demise. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Su was overcome with grief. Clutching Li Shimin's sleeve, Why did you not tell me sooner? Li Shimin sighed. In my haste, I had forgotten, preoccupied with my own cultivation. He turned a stern gaze towards Li Ji. Why did you not inform him? Li Ji, flustered, stammered. I thought they had already told him. Yuan Su wept. My only flesh and blood, like me, became a tool for others. Why must one be born into the imperial family? Li Shimin gently patted Yuan Su's shoulder, saying, I do not know if this can be deemed good news, but you will have the opportunity to meet her. Yuan Su was visibly taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. Li Shimin clarified, The one who has arrived at Xingu Mountain is not Wu Meinyang. It is your own daughter. Yuan Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly so? Li Shimin nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. If no further disturbances arise in the future, then it is certain that she is indeed your daughter. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su's cries grew louder, his heart shattered as he attempted to rush towards Xingu Mountain. Li Shimin, quick to act, seized Yuan Su. Calm yourself. Wait until noon, and I shall speak with her. Thus, the others soothed Yuan Su as they waited in place. Noon soon approached. The reason for the wait being the opening of the Little Emperor's map. As the sun reached its zenith, a screen representing the Little Emperor appeared before the three. Li Shimin called out to the other side of the stream, 2 celestial spirit stones. I beseech the fairy to reveal herself. As he spoke, he raised 2 shimmering celestial spirit stones high above his head. Tang Ying remarked, When did this trinket become so worthless? Li Shimin retorted, Silence. Tang Ying responded, Oh. At that moment, the fairy's figure reappeared atop the trees on the opposite bank. She gazed at the celestial spirit stones in Li Shimin's hands. Her expression a mix of desire and disdain. Li Shimin greeted her with a smile. Greetings, fairy. The fairy replied, I am not well. Li Shimin stammered, Ha ha ha. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The individual we just spoke of is not the infant you mentioned. The celestial maiden replied, No need for explanations. I have no desire to listen. In any case, none of you men are worth anything. Very well, Li Shimin responded with a smile. If you can bring that child to us, these 2 celestial spirit stones shall be yours. The maiden remained silent, seemingly hesitating. After a moment, she inquired, If it is a misunderstanding, then I shall revert to my previous question. What is her relation to you? Li Shimin glanced at Yuan Xiu, who promptly stepped forward, declaring, "She is my daughter." The maiden gasped lightly, gazing at the tearful Yuan Xiu. "Why has your daughter suddenly appeared on Mount Xingu?" "I do not know," Yuan Xiu confessed, at a loss for words. "I simply cannot explain." The maiden scoffed. "Do you even deserve to be called a father?" Yuan Xiu hung his head, tears streaming down his face. Li Shimin interjected, "2 celestial spirit stones." He reiterated, dismissing any notions of worthiness, treating the matter purely as a transaction. "Will you proceed?" The maiden replied, "Very well." With a single word, the figure of the monk maiden vanished once more. Once she was gone, Li Shimin immediately activated the map, focusing on the red that had remained on Mount Xingu for nearly a month. The group awaited in silence. During this wait, Li Ji inquired, "Father, if she is an infant, how shall we recognize her?" Li Shimin replied, "She cannot even speak. How can we recognize her? Furthermore, she has only been in power for a day. Can she possess the imperial pearl?" "Ah, that seems valid," Li Ji conceded. Tang Ying asked, "Erlang, what should we do next? Is it merely a matter of meeting her?" Li Shimin pondered, turning to Tang Ying. "Are you capable of caring for a child?" Tang Ying quickly waved her hands. "Do not look at me. I detest children. Their cries annoy me." Li Shimin smiled wryly, addressing Yuan Xiu, "I understand your feelings. But currently, it is not suitable for us to bring her home." "Why not?" Yuan Xiu pressed. "The hidden dragon village is filled with rough men, spending their days drinking and fighting, with foul language to boot. Do you wish for your daughter to grow up in such an environment?" Yuan Xiu fell silent. Li Shimin continued, "None of us can care for a child. Leaving her in the care of these celestial maidens on Mount Xingu is actually a wise choice. It ensures her safety while allowing her to grow in a place abundant in spiritual energy. Rest assured, she will eventually recognize you. I will negotiate terms with them. But you must be prepared to offer more imperial pearls." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Xiu nodded earnestly, "Very well. Taizong has my full support, and I have no objections." A quarter of an hour later, the three of them observed the map, where the red dot swiftly approached them, instantly invigorating their spirits. In an instant, the trees on the opposite bank of the stream swayed, the grass rustling in the breeze. Soon after, the celestial maiden reappeared, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. This time, she did not manifest from afar, but stood on the opposite bank of the stream, merely 7 or 8 meters away from Li Shimin and the others. Li Shimin glanced at the treetops across the way, aware that this time, there were undoubtedly more than just her present. Yuan Xiu looked at the infant in the maiden's arms, then at the small imperial map, confirming it was indeed her. "Yuan Su, my only flesh and blood. Oh, celestial maiden, could you grant me the solace of your embrace?" Yuan Su wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. The celestial maiden, however, furrowed her brow and took a step back, saying, "Enough of this lamentation. You have already seen them. Bring forth the celestial spirit stones." Li Shimin promptly threw 2 celestial spirit stones across to the opposite shore. The stones soared swiftly, hovering before the celestial maiden. Her expression brightened, and she prepared to depart. "Not so fast," Li Shimin called out. The maiden turned to him, her tone unyielding. "What else do you wish?" Li Shimin replied, "I would like to conduct a business transaction with you." The maiden raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you possess more celestial spirit stones?" Li Shimin responded, "Not many, but just enough for this transaction. Pray, enlighten me. This infant girl is my brother's daughter. He does not wish for her to become a nun. Yet, we are unable to care for her at present, so I beseech you to nurture her on our behalf. Do you take me for an orphanage? 10 celestial spirit stones per year. I must have spoken too loudly just now. Pray, repeat that. How many celestial spirit stones?" Chapter 47. Today, all expenses are on young Master Yuan. Li Shimin chuckled and said, 10 celestial spirit stones per year, until the day we are prepared to retrieve her. In his heart, Li Shimin harbored numerous plans. Their current cultivation was still low, their influence scant, and their foundation not deep. Moreover, they had the task of seeking other emperors, and he was uncertain whether they could remain at Hidden Dragon Village indefinitely. It would be quite inconvenient for a group of grown men to carry an infant wherever they went. Thus, entrusting the child to the celestial maidens of the Holy Maiden Monastery was indeed the wisest course of action. As for the day they would be ready, it would come when the emperors gathered in greater numbers and established a solid foothold. Li Shimin was confident that day was not far off. The celestial maiden replied, half in disbelief, "Do you truly possess that many celestial spirit stones?" As she spoke, Li Shimin reached into his garments, though they held nothing, merely to create an impression. When he withdrew his hands, he held a substantial stack of celestial spirit stones, their ethereal brilliance shimmering and radiating an otherworldly aura. Had it been night, this collection of stones would have illuminated the surroundings. The celestial maiden's eyes widened, and for a moment, she found this seemingly unsavory man inexplicably handsome. A sound echoed from the treetops, as if something had fallen. Li Shimin glanced over him. Nothing of concern. The maiden turned back, muttering softly, unworldly. She then looked at Li Shimin, managing a smile. Very well. We shall reluctantly take on the responsibility of nurturing her. Li Shimin returned her smile. The celestial maiden before him was a far cry from the one who had scolded him moments ago. Then, please accept these celestial spirit stones as the first year's nurturing fee. With that, Li Shimin sent all 10 celestial spirit stones flying toward the celestial maiden. May I request that my brother hold his daughter? The celestial maiden glanced at Yuan Su, whose eyes were still red from crying, then turned to Tang Ying. Very well. But the rules must not be broken. You must come to fetch her. Understood. After more than an hour, the group finally descended the mountain and departed. Yuan Sun was filled with joy, continuously inhaling the lingering scent of milk on his arm, laughing like a child. Li Shimin remarked, Still laughing, are you? I covered the cost of that celestial stone. You must repay me, and it must be done now. Yuan Sun chuckled while scratching his head. Of course. How could I take advantage of the chieftain? Little Emperor, Little Emperor. A small emperor screen appeared before Yuan Sun, transferring 13 imperial pearls to Li Shimin. Li Shimin responded, That is too much. 3 of those should be counted as my own. Yuan Sun replied, No need to be polite, Taizong. I shall cover all expenses today. Li Shimin smiled. Very well. Recently, Li Shimin and his companions had come to understand that as long as both parties consented, imperial pearls could be transferred between them. At that moment, Li Ji, with a hint of concern, inquired, Father, can we truly trust them? With such a blatant display of greed for money, how could they resemble celestial beings? Li Shimin reassured, They are good individuals. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged astonished glances at Li Shimin. He continued, When I presented the celestial stone, I perceived her desires, not the avarice for wealth, but a profound yearning for the pursuit of immortal cultivation. I cannot discern their capabilities, but they are undoubtedly far superior to me and must have sensed my mere martial cultivation level. Yet, despite this, they harbored no thoughts of violence or robbery. Yuan Sun interjected, But what if they are merely fearful of those behind us and do not dare to act? Li Shimin conceded, That might be one reason. But more importantly, I believe they are not malevolent beings. Upon hearing this, the 3 began to comprehend. Li Ji then stated, So, Father, since the matter has been resolved without needing our backup, can I have the imperial pearls returned to me? The backup Li Shimin referred to was his preparation for a possible battle. Mere great spirit masters or bone-tempering realm cultivators would not suffice. He needed at least 100 imperial pearls from the heavenly spirit or spirit concentration realms to have a chance. Thus, he had previously instructed Li Ji to transfer all his imperial pearls to him. At that moment, Li Shimin's balance of imperial pearls stood at 157. While Li Ji had but 1, Li Shimin remarked, Didn't I leave you 1? Li Ji replied, flustered, What good is 1? Li Shimin retorted, You shall not have it back. This is to motivate you to cultivate diligently and advance swiftly. Once you ascend, the rewards of imperial pearls will surely follow. Li Ji felt utterly despondent. In the Eastern Scale Kingdom, at the Moon Xin sect, the message appeared before Qin Shi Huang. Spirit Master Realm achieved. Reward, 50 imperial pearls. He exhaled a deep breath just as he heard Liu Bang's voice approaching. Zhenggu, trouble. It's bad news. Liu Bang hurriedly navigated through the bamboo forest of the rear mountain, seeking the Qin Shi Huang, who had been in seclusion for several days. Qin Shi Huang rose and moved toward him, soon spotting his figure. You arrived just in time. I have good news to share. Liu Bang, breathless, interjected, Zhenggu. I bear bad news. Qin Shi Huang frowned. What matter could cause you such distress? Liu Bang replied, Our plan to eliminate that Lin family's young master has been exposed. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeper. What exactly has transpired? Liu Bang, this midday, Hu Hai went to the clan's door to seek out Gong Er. By unfortunate coincidence, he encountered members of the Lin family, who happened to be within the Yuxian sect. Qin Shi Huang, and what of it? How could they possibly recognize Hu Hai? Liu Bang, I know not what means the Lin family employed, but it seems they were aware. The moment they laid eyes on the second emperor, they immediately attempted to seize him. Fortunately, with Mo Wenxiu present to intervene, Huai was spared from their murderous intent. And now, they are currently within the sect. And Gong hastily descended the mountain to inform me, prompting my urgent arrival to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang inhaled deeply. Ultimately, one cannot evade fate. Let us go. Liu Bang agreed. A short while later, the two arrived at the Grand Plaza of Yuxian sect, where a considerable gathering of disciples had already convened. Before they could approach, someone shouted, "They've arrived." The crowd turned in unison to behold the approaching Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang, instinctively parting to create a pathway. Yet, the expressions of the onlookers were predominantly those of mere spectators. With chests puffed and heads held high, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang strode confidently through the throng. How proud they must feel after slaying the Lin family's third son. Now, the family has come to confront them. Those two freeloaders from our Yuxian sect shall soon face the consequences. Last time they relied on their grandson. This time, whom do they lean upon? Do not expect the sect leader to offend the Lin family on your behalf. Unfazed by the mocking voices around them, Qin Shi Huang approached the center of the plaza with the steady resolve of a mountain facing an impending avalanche. His gaze immediately fell upon Huai, who had been protected by Mo Wenxiu. Chapter 48. My son shall slay you, father. Upon seeing Qin Shi Huang's arrival, Huai rushed towards him as if he had found a lifeline. Stand aside. Of course. Huai promptly stepped aside. Qin Shi Huang advanced, first acknowledging Mo Wenxiu in his white attire with a nod of gratitude. Then, his gaze shifted to a foreigner standing opposite Mo Wenxiu, who was evidently not a member of the Yuxian sect. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, was adorned in resplendent garments, and on his right thumb, he wore a jade ring set with gold edges, which emitted a faint green glow. His expression was stern, and his piercing gaze bore down upon Qin Shi Huang. As Qin Shi Huang arrived, the jade ring on the man's thumb radiated an even stronger luminescence, rendering his countenance increasingly dark and frigid. You are the one who killed my son, the man suddenly bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Shi Huang. Unperturbed, Qin Shi Huang stood his ground, meeting the man's gaze with unwavering calm. At that moment, Liu Bang interjected with hands on his hips. Who do you think you are? Boldly claiming we killed your son? Your dead son is of no concern to us. The man gritted his teeth. You. Quickly, Mo Wenxiu stepped forward to position himself between them. Calm yourselves. Let us discuss this rationally. As he spoke, Mo Wenxiu turned to Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang. This is the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianqing. Alas, Mo Wenxiu was at a loss for how to proceed, having grasped the unfolding circumstances. Qin Shi Huang. So it is the esteemed head of the Lin family. I have long heard of your reputation. Since you assert that I am responsible for your son's death, do you possess any proof? Proof? Lin Jianqing scoffed coldly. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. With that, the conversation hung in the air, as Lin Jianqing reached for the jade thumb ring on his finger. Its luminous essence intensified. Suddenly, a transparent remnant of a soul floated forth, none other than Lin's third son, Lin Jun. In this ethereal state, Lin Jun appeared pallid and insubstantial, as if he could dissipate into nothingness at any moment. Father, it was he. He took my life and burned my remains, burying them in secrecy. The pain is unbearable. Fear not, my son. I shall avenge you. When I find a suitable vessel, I will ensure your rebirth. With that, Lin Jianqing swiftly drew Lin Jun's spirit back into the jade ring, striving to stabilize the fragmented soul. Witnessing this scene, both Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, feeling a pang of regret for their insufficient cunning. This hellish realm indeed harbored spirits. While tales of souls existed in the past, few had ever truly witnessed one. Upon reclaiming Lin Jun's essence, Lin Jianqing cast a furious glare at Qin Shi Huang. What further words do you have? Qin Shi Huang replied, no need for gratitude. Lin Jianqing retorted, is that so? Qin Shi Huang continued, your son met his fate justly. I merely granted him a burial. No thanks are necessary. At this, Liu Bang chuckled, while Lin Jianqing seethed with barely contained rage. Qin Shi Huang asserted, you are well aware of your son's nature. As his father, your failure to guide him means others will someday teach him his place. Undaunted, he added, indeed, I was the one who ended his life. What will you do about it? Lin Jianqing vowed, for your act of murder, I shall take your son's life in return. You will feel the agony of losing a child. Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily in response, then casually pushed Hu Hai forward with a dismissive gesture. Kill him. Hu Hai, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, pleading, "No, please, father." Not only Hu Hai, but all present were momentarily stunned. Lin Jianxing exclaimed, "You." Qin Shi Huang interrupted, "What of it? If you wish to kill him, do so. Consider it even. We shall take our leave." With that, Qin Shi Huang turned to depart, expecting a more dramatic confrontation, only to find the exchange of one life for another quite acceptable. "Stop," Lin Jianxing commanded. Qin Shi Huang halted and turned back to him. Lin Jianxing declared, "You have taken 2 lives from the Lin family. Is 1 life truly sufficient reparation?" At this juncture, Liu Bang interjected, "What is it to you? Do you seek my life, or that of Zhengguo?" Lin Jianxing asserted, "That treacherous servant failed to protect his master. I have obliterated his soul, so there is no need for you to pay with another life. I require only your son's life as restitution, and in addition, you must bestow upon me your cultivation techniques. With that, we shall be square." Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang shook his head with a smile. "After much discourse, you finally reveal your true intentions. What if I refuse?" Lin Jianxing retorted, "If you deny me, I will ensure that all of you accompany my son in death." Realizing the necessity of conflict, Qin Shi Huang understood the time for battle had come. Lin Jun had mentioned that his father's prowess surpassed that of a great spirit master, residing in the realm of profound spirit. A great spirit master of 10 imperial pearls would hardly suffice, while a celestial spirit master of 100 imperial pearls would be a gross waste, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had previously inquired of the young emperor whether he had any options available, such as the temporary attainment of the Xianling or Diling realms through the acquisition of the 50 emperor's pearls. It was disappointing to hear the young emperor respond in the negative, with only these 2 fleeting realms offered. However, immediately afterward, Emperor Qin seemed to ponder something and turned to Lin Jianxing, asking if there were more formidable individuals within the Lin family. Lin Jianxing, puzzled, nonetheless scoffed, stating, "My ancestor is at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Diling realm. He has been in seclusion for 10 years now and is on the verge of breaking through to the Tianling realm." After saying this, Lin Jianxing smiled with pride, adding, "But there is no need for my ancestor to intervene. As a mere great spirit master, you are no match for me alone." At that moment, Mo Wenxiu interjected, "Lin family head, since friending is willing to sacrifice his son, why must you be so aggressive?" Lin Jianxing retorted, "I have shown you respect by refraining from attacking until now. If you obstruct me any further, I shall not hesitate to inform my ancestor." Upon hearing this, Mo Wenxiu fell silent. His own cultivation was also at the Diling realm. While he did not fear the Lin family ancestor, he certainly did not wish to sever ties with them over the matters concerning Emperor Qin and Liu Bang, 2 outsiders. Emperor Qin then addressed Mo Wenxiu, "There is no need for you to feel troubled. If it is our affair, we shall resolve it ourselves." Mo Wenxiu turned to Emperor Qin and, only then, noticed the change. Has friending ascended? This aura. He was bewildered, for this energy unmistakably indicated a recent elevation to the spirit master realm. Yet Lin Jianxing had claimed to be a great spirit master. Could it be that his perception was flawed? Ignoring Mo Wenxiu, Emperor Qin fixed his gaze once more on Lin Jianxing. "Your refusal to kill my son leaves me no choice but to eradicate your Lin family today, including your secluded ancestor." Lin Jianxing exclaimed, "Arrogance!" Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage. Emperor Qin reacted swiftly, launching himself into the air with a single powerful leap. Chapter 49. How could he be in the Tianling realm? In the next moment, Lin Jianxing soared upward, charging towards Emperor Qin. The members of the Yu Xian sect gasped in astonishment, looking skyward. "So he is a cultivator. I had thought him an ordinary person. But being a cultivator matters little. He cannot possibly contend with the Lin family head." This audacious individual truly dared to confront the Lin family. Lu Gong, feeling anxious, tugged at Mo Wenxiu's sleeve, pleading, "Master, please assist Grandpa Zheng." Mo Wenxiu sighed in resignation, his expression one of helplessness. Beside them, Li Xiu'er remarked, "If only they had left earlier, but they refused to listen. Now look at the situation." Liu Bang replied, "The victor is yet to be determined. Can you truly fathom my brother Zheng's strength?" In response, Li Xiu'er glanced at Liu Bang, scoffing, "Do not think I am unaware. You have spent the past month training here daily. You are merely at the 8th stage of the spirit realm, and he has just recently ascended to the spirit master realm. Yet, The head of the Lin family is a formidable presence in the Xianling realm. With a mere finger, he could eliminate you. Liu Bang retorted, "Oh, so you have been watching us. Have you taken the liberty of spying on me while I bathe?" Li Xiu'er shot back, "You scoundrel! Who would dare watch you bathe?" Liu Bang grinned, "You can never be certain. I am quite handsome after all." Li Xiu'er was infuriated, ready to retort, when suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Boom! The crowd gazed intently at the sky. At that moment, following the explosion in the air, both Qin Shi Huang and Lin Jiancheng floated in midair, standing 10 zhang apart. An aura of dark green light swirled around Lin Jiancheng, revealing an unsettling instability to those with discerning eyes. With a look of terror, Lin Jiancheng's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Shi Huang. How could this be? Qin Shi Huang stood proudly in the air, the surrounding atmosphere distorting around him, radiating golden light in a harmonious flow. His eyes were filled with an undeniable majesty and ferocity, sending chills down Lin Jiancheng's spine, leaving him inexplicably frightened. "You, what kind of cultivation do you possess?" Lin Jiancheng shouted in anger, unable to fathom the truth. Just a fleeting exchange had revealed the vast chasm in their abilities, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Qin Shi Huang responded, "You wish to fight, and I shall oblige. Why cower now? Is the Lin family merely a group that bullies the weak?" Lin Jiancheng's expression twisted in disgust, wishing to drag Lin Jun, who was hidden away, out for a thorough beating. "What kind of person have you provoked? He cannot possibly be at the celestial spirit realm." Below, Mo Wenxiu gasped in astonishment. He was the first to perceive the truth, realizing that only he could somewhat gauge the immense aura emanating from Qin Shi Huang. Others, including Lin Jiancheng, were utterly unaware of Qin Shi Huang's true cultivation level, merely sensing an overwhelming strength. The disciples of the Yuxian sect were astonished, doubting their own ears. "What, Master? Did you say he is at the celestial spirit realm?" Li Xiu'er exclaimed. Mo Wenxiu, with a solemn expression, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is at the celestial spirit realm." The look in Mo Wenxiu's eyes as he regarded Qin Shi Huang was one of reverence, an awe for the powerful. It dawned on him that a formidable figure had been concealed among them, and he had been oblivious. Liu Bang chuckled, opting to play along with the young girl Li Xiu'er. He then cupped his hands and shouted upwards, "Zheng, eliminate him." Hu Hai, filled with excitement, echoed, "Father, destroy him." Lin Jiancheng, possessing the cultivation of the Xianling realm, was keenly aware of Mo Wenxiu's words and believed them without a doubt. He quickly raised his hand. No more fighting. This matter ends here. My son is solely to blame. It is not the fault of the immortal." Qin Shi Huang replied coldly, "You say to fight. We fight. You say to cease. We cease. Are we merely playing games? We have only exchanged one move, and I am still unsatisfied." Lin Jiancheng broke out in a cold sweat. As a mere practitioner of the Xianling realm, how could he possibly contend with someone 2 major realms above him? "My ancestor is also at the celestial spirit realm. Might the immortal consider my ancestor?" Qin Shi Huang's eyes turned icy. "Do not speak further. If you possess the ability, summon him now. If you cannot, you shall perish." In the midst of their confrontation, Qin Shi Huang expended 100 imperial pearls to temporarily attain the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the celestial spirit realm for 1 hour. After using a large spirit master previously, he was left with only 4 imperial pearls. Subsequently, upon discovering the ability to transfer imperial pearls, Hu Hai willingly surrendered all of his, totaling 34. What a good child. During his retreat to break through to the spirit master realm, Qin Shi Huang utilized 4 imperial pearls and 4 celestial spirit stones. Fortunately, today marked a breakthrough into the spirit master realm, rewarded with 50 imperial pearls. Qin Shi Huang's remaining balance was 84 imperial pearls. On the way here, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang had made prior arrangements. Liu Bang transferred 16 imperial pearls to Qin Shi Huang, bringing his total to a perfect 100, which he has now completely expended. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang's balance of imperial pearls stood at 0. Consequently, he could not afford to let Lin Jiancheng escape. Who knows if he would seek revenge later? By then, he might not possess 100 imperial pearls. The initiative must always remain firmly in one's own hands. Not only Lin Jiancheng, but the ancestral figure of the Lin family must also be dealt with. After speaking, Qin Shi Huang raised both palms, and the golden light behind him swiftly converged, materializing into a legion of golden soldiers, each wielding a spear. Although their number was limited to 100, They exuded the formidable aura of a vast army. This was the essence of the imperial immortal technique, which Qin Shi Huang had nearly mastered during his seclusion to break through to the spirit master realm. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Kill." The regiment of 100 golden soldiers, armed with their spears, charged fiercely toward Lin Jianqing. Lin Jianqing was momentarily stunned. What kind of technique was this? Gritting his teeth in regret, he realized it was too late for remorse. He immediately unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Lin family's ancestral technique, the nine-sword immortal technique. Lin Jianqing swiftly formed hand seals. His movements so rapid they appeared as mere afterimages. Surrounding him, ethereal green light swirled, coalescing into 9 radiant swords that encircled him completely. With a simultaneous release of his fingers, the 9 swords shot forth, piercing towards the advancing golden soldiers. The sound of piercing echoed through the air as one by one. The golden soldiers were impaled, dissipating into nothingness. Interesting. I shall claim this technique for myself, Qin Shi Huang murmured to himself. Nonetheless, despite the impressive power of the 9 swords, the sheer number of golden soldiers was overwhelming. In an instant, nearly half of them had encircled Lin Jianqing, relentlessly attacking him. Before long, Lin Jianqing found himself bloodied and in disarray. The initial might of the 9 swords quickly diminished, leading to their eventual defeat and dissolution. Chapter 50. Alas. Indeed. At this moment, the crowd below stared in astonishment, mouths agape. A mere Xianling realm practitioner was rendered utterly powerless. When had they ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle? In the sky, as Lin Jianqing neared death from the onslaught of soldiers, Qin Shi Huang swiftly willed the soldiers to restrain their lethal force, deliberately leaving an escape route open. Seeing a chance for survival, Lin Jianqing wasted no time. He surged forward with all his strength, breaking free from the encirclement. Without casting a glance at Qin Shi Huang, he turned and fled. His sole thought was to urgently inform the ancestral figure, urging them to break their seclusion. If they did not act quickly, the Lin family would face annihilation. Observing Lin Jianqing's flight, Qin Shi Huang smiled and immediately pursued him. The once grand battlefield fell silent in an instant. The crowd below remained bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Ahem. Liu Bang cleared his throat, prompting the onlookers to regain their composure. A group of disciples from the Moonxian sect gazed upon Liu Bang, Huai, and Liu Gong with a mixture of reverence and a subtle hint of fear. Mo Wenxiu respectfully bowed to Liu Bang, his mind swirling with disbelief. How could the Liu Bang who spent his days alongside the esteemed Ing Daoist possibly not be at the celestial spirit level? Liu Bang, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly, uttering not a word. There was no need for further discourse. Observing this, Mo Wenxiu wore a knowing expression, bending lower in deference, and said once more, "I have the honor of meeting the immortal venerable." Alas, if the immortal venerable is indeed at the celestial spirit level, how could my mere earth spirit cultivation qualify me to be your grandson's master? Liu Bang replied, Why must you belittle yourself, Mo sect leader? The earth spirit level is indeed commendable. You are more than capable of being my grandson's master, and I have every confidence in you. Mo Wenxiu, flustered, replied, I dare not accept such praise. With your esteemed guidance, I shall devote myself entirely to teaching Gong. Liu Bang beamed with delight, pleased at the turn of events. At that moment, a small imperial screen appeared before Liu Bang, Huai, and Liu Gong. Noon has arrived. Would you like to activate the map display? Liu Bang pondered briefly and decided to proceed, not in search of other emperors, but to ascertain the whereabouts of Qin Shi Huang, intending to find him later. Upon activating the map, Liu Bang immediately scrutinized their location, observing 2 red dots and 1 gold dot converging, indicative of their positions. Nearby, another red dot caught his attention. Initially, Liu Bang assumed it was Qin Shi Huang, but quickly realized it was not, for another red dot was departing from the Moonxian sect at an extraordinary speed. Liu Bang was taken aback. The one fleeing is Zhengge. Then who is this? Mo Wenxiu inquired. What did you say, immortal venerable? Nothing of consequence, Liu Bang replied. You all carry on with your affairs, and ensure Gonger is well looked after. With that, Liu Bang took Huai by the hand and hastily descended the mountain. At the foot of the Moonxian sect's mountain, Wang Mang gazed at the screen with elation. Splendid. I knew I had not erred. However, he soon found himself puzzled. Observing a red, seemingly traveling by plane at an astonishing speed, Wang Mang scratched his head, deciding it best to first converge with the two approaching red dots. Thus, he made his way up the mountain. Yet, after only a few steps, he spotted an elder standing nearby, gazing intently at the sky. As Wang Mang approached, the elder's familiarity grew, and astonishment dawned upon him. Such powerful fluctuations. There must be two formidable beings engaged in battle beyond the celestial spirit level. The elder remained oblivious to Wang Mang's proximity, still fixated on the heavens. This Moonxian sect is indeed extraordinary. I must be in the right place, he mused. With that thought, the elder withdrew his gaze, only to find Wang Mang, just 3 steps away, staring intently at him. In that instant, the elder's body stiffened. His expression shifted from calm to incredulous, and then to sheer terror. His eyes widened as he stumbled backward, losing his balance on the stones beneath his feet, and fell to the ground with an unceremonious thud. The elder collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless by shock. With an innocent expression, Wang Mang inquired, "Elder, what troubles you?" The elder, taken aback, responded, "Do you know me?" Wang Mang, noticing the elder's astonishment, smiled and said, "Ah, I understand. Perhaps you have met my twin brother or my younger brother." The elder, known as Xiu'er, remained silent, his lips moving but no words escaping. Wang Mang continued, "We are identical triplets. My elder brother is Wang Chao, and my younger brother is Wang Mang." The elder's confusion deepened. "And what is your name?" "I am Wang and I," Wang Mang replied cheerfully. Xiu'er scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding before him. "Wang Chao, Wang and I, Wang Mang, are you truly triplets?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed," Wang Mang affirmed enthusiastically. As Xiu'er repeated their names, a realization dawned on him, and he suddenly accused, "You are mocking me." Wang Mang waved his hand dismissively. "How could I? It is merely the names given by my parents." "But have you truly met my elder brother and younger brother?" Xiu'er pressed, his breath quickening, apprehensive and hesitant to approach Wang Mang. He wrestled with the possibility that they were indeed 3 distinct individuals or merely one person. If it were the latter, how could he have encountered the same person he had slain twice? It was unfathomable. He must be losing his mind. You have long since perished," Xiu'er muttered to himself, his body swaying unsteadily. Wang Mang countered, "Elder, why speak such nonsense? If I were dead, how could I stand here conversing with you? Perhaps it is you who has lost your sanity." "Me? Am I mad?" Xiu'er's eyes glazed over as he questioned his own sanity. Wang Mang, amused by the turn of events, never anticipated that he possessed the ability to shatter the worldview of a powerful spiritual master, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Wang Mang. Is that you?" Turning to the source, Wang Mang spotted the long-lost Hu Hai rushing down the mountain. "Ah, you are here," Wang Mang exclaimed, joyfully embracing him. "Come, let me introduce you to an old acquaintance," Wang Mang said, pulling Hu Hai toward the bewildered Xiu'er. "Hey, old man, do you recognize him?" Wang Mang called out. Hu Hai gazed at the dazed Xiu'er, feeling an uncanny familiarity. At that moment, Xiu'er looked up, and their eyes met, prompting a mutual recognition. "Ah!" Hu Hai gasped, instinctively retreating behind Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang quickly pulled him back, reassuring, "Do not be afraid." Thus, the two stood boldly before Xiu'er. Reminiscent of times past, Xiu'er's body trembled violently, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if his very eyeballs might burst from their sockets. No, it must be an illusion. It has to be a dream. All of this is a fabrication. With that, Xiu'er frantically clawed at his own head, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Still unsatisfied, his disheveled hair flailing, he glanced around wildly before rushing towards a tree, gripping it tightly as he forcefully struck his forehead against the trunk. Thud, thud, thud. He collided with tremendous force, leaving Hu Hai in a state of shock. "Mouth agape, what is wrong with him?" Wang Mang chuckled. "He has gone mad." At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed as the tree, sturdy as a man, was abruptly toppled by Xiu'er's relentless assault with his forehead. Blood streamed down his face. "Wang Chao, Wang and I, Wang Mang? Nonsense. All lies, falsehoods. Triplets. A mere illusion. Everything is a deception." Xiu'er, his face smeared with blood, was in a frenzy. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. "Ha! I have long since killed him. All of this is but a figment of my imagination. They do not exist. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can deceive me? Impossible. I understand now. This is the celestial phenomenon preceding ascension. I have become a Taoist master. Ha ha." Xiu'er's voice faded into the distance, a cacophony of laughter and shouts, until his figure vanished from sight. Only then did Hu Hai turn to Wang Mang. Truly remarkable. How did you drive him to madness? Wang Mang replied. Who can blame him for being so easily frightened? Hu Hai interjected. No, he has fled. We have yet to exact our revenge. Wang Mang countered. He is a great spiritual master. Even in his madness, with our current abilities, it would be quite difficult to slay him. We might even find ourselves killed a third time. I certainly do not wish for that. A third time? I have already perished at his hands twice. Wang Mang lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. At that moment, a light cough echoed from behind. Wang Mang and Hu Hai turned simultaneously to see Liu Bang. Liu Bang stated, You are Wang Mang. Wang Mang replied, Indeed. And you are? Liu Bang's gaze turned icy. I am the one who shall send you to the realm of the 9 suns for the 3rd time. With that, Liu Bang raised his hand for a strike. Instinctively, Wang Mang dodged, surprised by his own quick reflexes. In a perilous evasion, he stumbled backward, rapidly creating distance between them. Liu Bang remarked, Your reflexes are quite swift, but ultimately futile. Liu uncle. Hu Hai rushed to intercede. Wang Mang has only just arrived. We should at least sit down and have a proper discussion. Liu Bang retorted. There is nothing to discuss with him. Liu uncle? Wang Mang pondered. Who could be significant enough for Hu Hai to address as uncle? Wang Mang exclaimed, Liu Bang. Liu Bang responded, You bold child. You dare to call me by my name. You seek death. Just then, before them, a small imperial screen appeared simultaneously. Successfully merged with Liu Bang, personal account 7. Balance, 67 imperial pearls. Successfully merged with Wang Mang, personal account 14. Balance, 32 imperial pearls. The notification of successful merging halted Liu Bang's movements. He turned to Wang Mang, who hastily bowed. In the future, Wang Mang pays his respects to the founder of the Han dynasty. Might the founder allow me to explain? Liu Bang, explain that you are a time traveler? Wang Mang was taken aback for a moment, but upon glancing at Hu Hai, he quickly understood. Wang Mang scratched his head and said, Surely, Emperor Gaozu is already aware. Although I did indeed usurp the Han and establish myself, it is not entirely my fault. By the end of the Western Han, the dynasty was already unstable and fraught with turmoil. Even in my absence, others like Zhang Mang or Li Mang would have risen. The core issue does not lie with me, but with the last few foolish emperors who have led the Han to its demise. As the saying goes, what has been divided for a long time must eventually unite, and what has been united for a long time must eventually divide. Stop, Liu Bang interrupted. There is no need for you to preach to me. The internal issues of the Han will be addressed when I confront those emperors again. However, you too shall not be spared. Wang Mang, with a distressed expression, pleaded, Emperor Gaozu, have mercy. I have already visited the 9-day paradise twice. I truly do not wish to go a 3rd time. Liu Bang replied, If you desire to avoid death, then the Imperial Pearl must be exchanged. Imperial Pearl? It can be transferred. Did you not know? Goodness, I truly did not know. Well, now you do. Transfer me half of your Imperial Pearls. Liu Bang proposed, contemplating Wang Mang's considerable collection. I shall pardon you for your treason against the Han. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang hesitated, reluctant to part with his treasures. Would 10 be acceptable? You dare to negotiate. Liu Bang exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves. I have ascended to the 8th tier of spiritual cultivation. Do you wish to test me? Upon realizing Liu Bang's formidable prowess, Wang Mang quickly acquiesced. Fine. Half it is. Subsequently, Wang Mang, with a bemused expression, rounded up his 67 imperial pearls and transferred 34 to Liu Bang. Liu Bang's balance now stood at 66 imperial pearls, while Wang Mang retained 33. Liu Bang was quite pleased, and Wang Mang, despite his heartache, felt that spending some wealth to avoid a torturous fate was worthwhile. More importantly, this transaction cleared all enmity between him and Liu Bang, along with the imperial power he represented for 4 centuries. Wang Mang felt that these 34 imperial pearls were indeed a splendid bargain. As dusk fell, in the courtyard halfway up Mount Xian, Liu Bang, Hu Hai, and Wang Mang awaited in anticipation. Hu Hai inquired, Uncle Liu, why has my father not returned yet? His time limit for cultivation has long expired. Could something have happened? Reclining in a lounge chair with a fan covering his face, Liu Bang leisurely replied, What could possibly happen? He could only be dead, but not truly dead. While that may be true, Hu Hai responded, Wang Mang had already heard from Hu Hai about all the events that transpired since his arrival. Wang Mang stated, If the first emperor failed to eliminate the Lin family head and the elder within the time limit, his death is inevitable. Following that, it would be our turn to perish. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang lowered the fan and sat up, contemplating the implications. Quickly, gather your belongings. We must flee. With that, Liu Bang hurriedly turned to enter the house and prepare his things, leaving Wang Mang and Hu Hai in the courtyard, speechless. Chapter 52. Encounter with the Ancestor Dragon. Emperor Shizong. When Liu Bang emerged from the house, burdened with his packed belongings, he was met by the sight of Qin Shi Huang standing at the entrance. Hu Hai and Wang Mang peeked out from behind him, beaming with delight, and exclaimed, "Uncle Liu Gaozu, where are you off to?" Liu Bang: "I am tidying up and organizing clothes. The house has become quite chaotic. Duoer. Oh, go play elsewhere." Liu Bang hurriedly dropped his bundle and rushed forward. "Brother Zheng, I was just about to storm the Lin residence to rescue you." Qin Shi Huang: "Do you even know where the Lin family is located?" Liu Bang scratched his head. "A little inquiry will suffice to find out." Qin Shi Huang chuckled. "I shan't waste time bantering with you. Come inside." The group entered the house and shut the door. Qin Shi Huang recounted the events that transpired. He pursued the fleeing Lin Jianqing until they both soared into a secluded forest over 100 miles away. The elder of the Lin family was in seclusion there, only to be forcibly summoned by Lin Jianqing. Subsequently, the elder, rather bewildered, engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Shi Huang. Ultimately, both were slain by him. Lin family elder: "Hey, pass me some peanuts." After the skirmish, Qin Shi Huang began to rummage through the spoils, taking the elder's storage ring and Lin Jianqing's jade ring. Just then, a time span of 1 hour concluded, and the spiritual energy dissipated. Unable to fly back, Qin Shi Huang had no choice but to walk home. He trudged for several hours until dusk, finally returning home as night fell. Fortunately, among the books Liu Gong had previously brought, he learned of the existence of such wondrous storage rings. Today, he had indeed acquired one. With a smile, Qin Shi Huang remarked, "I have already inspected the contents of the ring, and there are quite a few items within. Not only are there over 100 ordinary spirit stones and some silver, but also various cultivation techniques. Among them is the Lin family's legendary technique, the 9-sword immortal formula. Liu Bang, Brother Zheng, is formidable. What about the jade ring?" Qin Shi Huang: "I have examined the jade ring, and it is not a storage ring. It appears to be some sort of vessel capable of harboring souls, though it holds little utility. So I placed it in the storage ring." Hu Hai: "What about Lin Jun's ghost residing within?" Qin Shi Huang: "On the way back, I completely obliterated him. The Lin family's matter is now entirely resolved." Liu Bang: "That's good to hear." Qin Shi Huang: "I am just pained over the loss of the imperial pearls. For this matter, both Hu Hai and I have exhausted our pearls, and I still owe you, Liu Laosan, several pearls." Liu Bang smiled. "Brother Zheng, that is quite unnecessary. Had I not assisted you in defeating him, I surely would have met my own demise at his hands. Those mere pearls are trivial. Consider it my contribution." Qin Shi Huang, not wishing to be polite, was actually waiting for this very statement. "All right." Ha ha, everyone laughed. Liu Bang: "Oh, by the way, Brother Zheng, didn't you say you had no imperial pearls left? How fortunate. Here comes a delivery of imperial pearls for you." Qin Shi Huang turned to Wang Mang, who had been too shy to interrupt the emperor's speech. Wang Mang bowed, exclaiming, "In future generations, Wang Mang has met the illustrious Emperor Shi Huang." His voice rang out clearly, filled with excitement. "You are Wang Mang. Ha ha, Liu Laosan didn't kill you." Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily. As the conversation concluded, a small imperial screen popped up before them. Successfully allied with Wang Mang, personal account 14, balance, 14 imperial pearls. Successfully allied with Ying Zheng, personal account 11. Balance, 44 imperial pearls. Liu Bang: "Alas, I should have waited for you to meet with Brother Zheng before requesting half of the imperial pearls. Lost. Wang Mang wore a pained expression and lamented, "Great ancestor, spare me something." Liu Bang chuckled. All right. The great ancestor is not a miser." Wang Mang responded, "You are indeed handsome, great ancestor." Subsequently, the group engaged in an all-night discussion. For the majority of the time, it was Wang Mang who spoke. His throat parched from incessant talking. He began with a general overview of the dynastic changes in Huaxia and the course of history. Initially, the audience could comprehend. But as he reached the Qing dynasty, confusion set in. Industrial revolution? Airplanes and cannons? World wars? Wang Mang remarked. These topics are complex and cannot be explained hastily. Once all the emperors gather, I will elaborate in detail. For now, you must understand that the Qin dynasty was the last feudal dynasty, followed by a period of rebirth for the land of Huaxia. From then on, there would be no more emperors. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang exchanged glances, astonished by one another's expressions. However, they refrained from pressing for further details, deciding to let Wang Mang speak at his own pace. Qin Shi Huang then suggested, "Let us discuss the Nine-Sun Paradise." Wang Mang agreed, "Very well." Wang Mang's second entry into the Nine-Sun Paradise was fraught with challenges. On the third day, as Sīmǎ Yì had arrived 6 days earlier, he cheerfully bid farewell to Wang Mang on the final day. Wang Mang exclaimed, "You old rascal, don't leave me behind." However, not only Sīmǎ Yì, but also Li Xian, Zhao Kuangyin, and Zhu Yuanzhang departed one after another, leaving him behind. Yet, Wang Mang could not help but admire Zhao Kuangyin's tenacity. Wang Mang recounted, "We were stuck on the third level, facing the Tiger of Yin, nearly defeating it several times, yet failing each time. Eventually, Zhao De, whether driven by ambition or a desire to hone his skills, returned shortly after his 9-day ordeal. He declared he would not rest until he had slain the Tiger of Yin. Truly a formidable character. Fortunately, Zhao De remained by my side until my departure." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang and the others were rendered speechless. Hu Hai asked, "Is he still there?" Wang Mang nodded. "He remains in the Nine-Sun Paradise, perhaps currently challenging the Tiger of Yin alone." Liu Bang gave a thumbs up, impressive. Qin Shi Huang chuckled and shook his head. "He is clearly a martial enthusiast and quite adept in martial arts." Wang Mang smiled in agreement. Indeed. At that moment, Liu Bang seemed to recall something and turned to Wang Mang, inquiring, "Do you possess any cultivation?" Wang Mang replied, "I purchased the Imperial Immortal Technique, but when would I find the time to practice? I've already spent nearly 20 days visiting the Nine-Sun Paradise twice." Liu Bang remarked, "If that is the case, while the Nine-Sun Paradise serves as a punishment, it also offers a form of training." Wang Mang responded with intrigue. "Oh." Liu Bang continued, "Today, when I struck at you, I genuinely intended to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, I was quite taken aback that you managed to evade it. If you lack cultivation, then the only explanation is that your experiences in the Nine-Sun Paradise have sharpened your skills and reflexes." Wang Mang was taken aback, astonished as vivid memories flooded his mind, dodging iron balls, conquering fierce bulls, and battling the Tiger of Yin. What on earth? Chapter 53. A man's fate. The sun shone brightly, casting its warm glow upon the world. A delicate mist lingered in the valleys, shrouding a quaint village nestled amidst lush green mountains and flowing waters, where tendrils of smoke rose gently from the chimneys. The village's houses, adorned with pristine white walls and dark tiles, harmoniously blended with the surrounding vibrant flora, evoking an air of antiquity and tranquility. A man, "Dinner is ready," called Cao Cao, who had paused from chopping wood in the courtyard, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow. He turned to see a middle-aged woman emerging from the kitchen, gracefully carrying 2 steaming plates of vegetarian dishes. A knowing smile graced his lips. "Ah, my dear wife, look at you, drenched in sweat. There's plenty of firewood. There's no need to rush." Setting down the bowls, the woman took a handkerchief and gently wiped the perspiration from Cao Cao's forehead, her voice soft and soothing. "You've worked hard today." Cao Cao grasped her hand firmly, proclaiming, "With you by my side, I feel an inexhaustible vigor." The woman's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully murmured, "You are incorrigible." As she withdrew her hand, Cao Cao chuckled heartily. After their meal, he reclined in a chair within the courtyard, while his wife busied herself washing the dishes. As he gazed at her silhouette, memories of recent days flooded his mind. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the demonic realm, he had traversed mountains and rivers, heading eastward. When thirst struck, he drank from the streams. When hunger gnawed at him, he foraged for wild greens, living a life akin to that of a vagabond. Eventually, desperation drove him to part with his only imperial pearl in exchange for a spirit stone, though he had no inkling of its true worth. He approached a villager, hoping to barter the stone for a cow or perhaps a horse. Alas, the villager, unaware of its value, merely admired its beauty. Following a lengthy negotiation, Cao Cao managed to procure a chicken. After enjoying a succulent roast chicken, he resumed his journey, driven by an indomitable will to survive. He pressed onward for over 10 days, finally nearing the red dot on the small emperor's map. Yet, fate had other plans. He found himself targeted by a colossal and unknown avian creature with no means of escape. Its formidable talons ensnared him, lifting him into the sky. Cao Cao was cast into a massive nest perched precariously on a cliff, realizing that he was to be a meal for the creature's young. Despair washed over him. He lamented that death in the demonic realm would have been preferable. However, salvation arrived in the form of a group of sword-wielding cultivators, seemingly dispatched to deal with such menacing beasts. They engaged in a fierce battle with the giant bird, rescuing Cao Cao, though not without peril. The good news, he was spared from being devoured. The bad news, he was cast down the cliff. Fortunately, the abyss below concealed a roaring river, which cushioned his fall. The torrent carried him downstream, and in the midst of it all, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in this serene and vibrant village. According to the kind woman, San Yang, she had discovered him by the riverside and brought him back to safety. Upon regaining his senses, Cao Cao exclaimed, "To my savior, I have no means to repay you, save for offering my life in service." San Yang, "No, I cannot. I am a widow and do not deserve your esteemed company." Cao Cao, a widow? That's splendid. Thus, Cao Cao married San Yang and settled down in tranquility. The emperor, the young emperor, Cao Cao paid them no heed whatsoever, neglecting even the midday maps he once scrutinized. He had no desire to embark once more on the arduous quest for an emperor, fraught with peril, where he had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. It was far better to remain here, content and blissful. Cao Cao regained his thoughts, gazing at the alluring silhouette of San Yang, unable to wait for the evening. He rose and made his way to the kitchen, preparing for an intense culinary duel. Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Ugh!" Cao Cao exclaimed, irritated. Turning to the door, "Who is it?" "Knock, knock, knock." San Yang, "I'm on, go answer the door." Could it be Zhang Bo and the others? Cao Cao. He strode purposefully to the door, calling out, "Coming, coming." No need to knock. As the door swung open, he was greeted not by a villager, but by a disheveled figure leaning on a crude stick. The stranger's tattered attire and parched lips gave the impression of a beggar. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he hailed from a wealthy family, albeit looking rather disheveled from days of travel. Cao Cao stared at the newcomer, who returned his gaze with equal intensity, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the air. Before either could speak, a screen materialized before them, announcing, "Successfully connected with Cao Cao, personal account, 0, balance, 0, successfully connected with Sīmǎ Yì, personal account, 0, balance, 0." Aside from this information, Cao Cao also received notifications of 3 others who had successfully connected. Yet, at this moment, Cao Cao was wholly absorbed in his scrutiny of the visitor. To his astonishment, the arrival was none other than Sīmǎ Yì, who had traversed for 6 days to reach this place. Sīmǎ Yi's expression morphed into one of terror. He never anticipated that the crimson dot was, in fact, Cao Cao. Had he known, he would have sooner met his end than come here. He flung aside his stick, abandoning the need for support, and turned to flee. Cao Cao, quick of hand, seized Sīmǎ Yì by the collar. "Sīmǎ Yì, Wei Wang, calm yourself. Let us converse civilly." He spun Sīmǎ Yì around to face him. "Cao Cao, Sīmǎ Yì, you have come too?" Sīmǎ Yì chuckled nervously. It seems there are 2 exceptional slots, and it is you and I." Wang Mang had previously stated that after accounting for all emperors, 2 positions remained. Now that he stood before Cao Cao, he was even more convinced that the additional 2 were not emperors, but rather himself and Cao Cao. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes narrowed, and with a hint of feigned ignorance, he inquired, "I was posthumously honored as emperor by my son. That at least makes sense. But you? What gives you the right?" Sīmǎ Yi's lips trembled, hesitant to respond. "Wei Wang, let us speak calmly. Allow me to explain. You." Cao Cao delivered a swift kick to Sīmǎ Yi's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. On. What happened? Is everything all right?" At that moment, San Yang emerged. Drawn by the commotion, Cao Cao, still eager to take action, paused momentarily. He cast a glare at Sīmǎ Yì and muttered, "Do not speak of what should remain unspoken." He then observed the fallen Sīmǎ Yì, who appeared quite aggrieved. "Ah," he exclaimed. "He is just a beggar," replied Cao Cao. "Then why did you strike him?" inquired San Yang. I did not. He fell on his own," Cao Cao protested. "I heard it clearly. You kicked him," she retorted. Approaching Sīmǎ Yì, San Yang offered her assistance, saying, "I apologize. My husband can be rather reckless. There are some provisions inside. I shall fetch them for you." Sīmǎ Yì, slightly bewildered, responded, "Oh, thank you." Cao Cāo continued, Sanyang, prepare another meal. I wish to drink with him and offer my sincere apologies. Sanyang smiled gently. Very well. I shall do so at once. Chapter 54. The Unfinished Bond of Ruler and Minister Before Long. Sanyang presented an array of dishes. A plate of tangy cold vegetables, a dish of fragrant stir-fried sweet potato leaves, and a bowl of peanuts. Cao Cāo remarked to Sanyang, My dear, yesterday, the second aunt next door mentioned that you should mend some clothing. Please visit her. After glancing at the corner where Sīmǎ Yì stood frozen, Sanyang nodded. All right. Subsequently, she exited the home. Cao Cāo then retrieved a bottle of wine hidden beneath the bed and settled at the table. What are you standing there for? Come here, he commanded. Startled, Sīmǎ Yì cautiously approached, though he hesitated to sit. At that moment, Cao Cāo broke into a broad smile. He filled a bowl with wine for Sīmǎ Yì before pouring one for himself. Zhengde, we have shared a bond as ruler and minister. More than that, we are confidants. With that, Cao Cāo embraced Sīmǎ Yi's shoulders and urged him into a seat. Come, come, you have traveled a great distance. You must have endured much hardship. Eat up. Sīmǎ Yì responded, Thank you, King Wei. Sīmǎ Yì knew Cao Cāo all too well. The more he smiled, the more mischief he concealed. Today, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Yet, contemplating further, he thought, what of death? It would merely lead him to the joyous realm once more. After 9 days, he would emerge anew. With this thought, Sīmǎ Yì felt his fears dissipate. Lifting his bowl of wine, he proclaimed, Zhengde raises a toast to King Wei. Since your passing, I have missed you dearly. Cao Cāo replied, Oh, ha ha. I have missed you as well. You have been on my mind. Cao Cāo patted Sīmǎ Yi's shoulder with such force that it left Sīmǎ Yì wincing, causing some wine to spill from his bowl. They shared a drink together. Once they finished, Cao Cāo urged, Now, tell me what transpired after my death. Sīmǎ Yì set down his bowl and gathered his thoughts, deciding against deceit as it bore no purpose. Ultimately, Cao Cāo would encounter the other emperors. After your demise, Cao Pi ascended to the throne as king of Wei. In the same era, Han proclaimed itself an empire, establishing the state of Wei. Sīmǎ Yì recounted, watching as Cao Cao's chopsticks froze midair. Cao Pi's establishment of Wei was swiftly followed by Liu Bei founding Shu Han and Sun Quan declaring the state of Wu. The world officially transitioned into the Three Kingdoms period. Cao Pi was short-lived, passing away at the age of 39. Following him, his son Cao Rui ascended, only to meet a similar fate at the tender age of 35. Then, entrusting the young Emperor Cao Feng to Sīmǎ Yì and Cao Shuang. Cao Cāo raised his hand and said, Wait. Sīmǎ Yì replied, What is it? Cao Cāo continued, My grandson is dead, and yet you still draw breath? Hearing this, Sīmǎ Yì awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Well, I haven't lived that long, only 73 years. Cao Cāo narrowed his eyes and urged him to continue. Sīmǎ Yì carried on, What more can I say? Later, when Cao Shuang accompanied Cao Feng to Gaoping Ling to pay respects to the ancestors, I seized the opportunity to instigate a coup, taking control of the capital, Luoyang. From then on, Sīmǎ Yì rose to prominence. After a lifetime of toil, it was finally my turn to be the master. Suddenly, Cao Cāo erupted in fury, overturning the table and delivering a fierce kick that sent Sīmǎ Yì sprawling to the ground. With unrestrained anger, Cao Cāo pinned Sīmǎ Yì down, retrieving a shard of broken pottery and pressing its sharp edge against Sīmǎ Yi's neck. You old rogue, have you truly usurped the foundation of my way? Sīmǎ Yì, trembling with fear, exclaimed, My lord. I was left with no choice. Cao Shuang continually marginalized me. If I did not act, I would have eventually perished at his hands. Cao Cāo retorted, Nonsense. Your ambition has long been evident. Do you think I am unaware? Sīmǎ Yì, with a pained expression, protested, I have not proclaimed myself emperor. I swear. I have always honored Cao Feng as emperor, just as you once did with Emperor Xian of Han. Cao Cao's gaze turned icy as he challenged. What makes you think you cannot do as I did? He continued, Do you recall what I once said? Sīmǎ Yì replied, I do. Better I betray others than be betrayed. Cao Cāo smirked. Good, then you may rest easy. Wait, do you have any final words? Sīmǎ Yì began, My lord. I must tell you the truth. You cannot kill me. We are no longer bound by the realms of our past lives. The current world is filled with wonders and the extraordinary. I possess knowledge that you do not, and you need me now. At these words, Cao Cāo was momentarily taken aback, sensing Sīmǎ Yi's fearless demeanor. He truly did not fear death. After pondering for a long while, Cao Cao released the shard from Sīmǎ Yi's neck, where it had already drawn blood. With a clatter, he discarded the shard and stood, saying, Zhongda, I am torn between love and hate for you. Cao Cao shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging Sīmǎ Yi's undeniable talent. Sīmǎ Yì rose and bowed, stating, the person I admire most in this life is none other than the Wei King. If the Wei King were to live forever, I would not harbor even the slightest rebellious thought. To be granted another chance at life, and to reunite with the Wei King is destiny. It is heaven that allows us to continue the unfinished bond of lord and subject from our past life. Cao Cao waved his hand. Enough, enough. Your flattery has not diminished over the years. Sīmǎ Yì chuckled, then suddenly remembered something and stepped forward, saying, by the way, I have good news for the Wei King. Cao Cao inquired, oh, what is it? Sīmǎ Yì replied, on my way here, you will not believe whom I encountered. Who? Cao Cao pressed. Emperor Xian of Han. Cao Cao responded, Emperor Xian? Where is he? Why did he not accompany you? Initially, I sought him out, yearning for the past. However, I was taken aback to find him toiling under harsh conditions, laboring alongside hundreds at a coal mine. The pitiful image of Liu Xiù came to mind, prompting Sīmǎ Yì to click his tongue and shake his head, remarking, I suspect he has been captured. If not for my keen eyesight, I might have failed to recognize him. Yet, I dared not approach him for fear of being seized myself. Thus, I departed. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao appeared indifferent, inquiring, what are you implying? Is there any good news? Sīmǎ Yì replied, I cannot venture alone. With the king of Wei, we can rescue him. Cao Cao dismissed the idea, expressing a lack of interest. Sīmǎ Yì retorted, but we are not merely rescuing him. We are retrieving the imperial pearl. Just as in our previous lives, your intentions were not solely to save him. Realization dawned on Cao Cao as he recalled his own motives. In a past life, he had not rescued Emperor Xian of Han out of loyalty, but to wield power over the lords by controlling the emperor. What of this life? Sīmǎ Yì continued. When I died, he still held the throne. For how long? 31 years. Sīmǎ Yì exclaimed. That equates to 31 imperial pearls. Cao Cao shook his head, deeming the pearls worthless and concluding that risking everything to save him was not a sound investment. Sīmǎ Yì countered, worthless? Who told you that? Cao Cao insisted, indeed, they are worthless. The spirit stones I purchased with an imperial pearl bought me but a roasted chicken, not even enough for a horse. Sīmǎ Yì, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh in disbelief, exclaiming, what a loss. A tremendous loss. My king of Wei. Sīmǎ Yì continued. Emperor Guangwu of Han exchanged one spirit stone for 10,000 taels of silver and acquired an entire estate along with nearly 100 servants. His life was abundantly prosperous. Furthermore, the spirit stones serve purposes beyond mere monetary exchange. They can aid in cultivating celestial arts and achieving the Tao, assisting us in becoming the legendary immortals. They are invaluable treasures of this world. Cao Cao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the case? From whom did you hear such claims? Sīmǎ Yì replied, Wang Mang. He spoke of it. Although I cannot ascertain the truth, he mentioned it during our time in the 9-day paradise, cursing Emperor Guangwu numerous times. Cao Cao, intrigued, urged, what have you experienced? Tell me in detail. Subsequently, Sīmǎ Yì animatedly recounted his journey from the moment he first arrived and his 2 subsequent visits to the 9-day paradise. Outside, he had not encountered a single emperor, yet within the paradise, he had met many. However, no imperial pearls were exchanged during those encounters, leaving Sīmǎ Yì aware of their value, yet bereft of any. After hearing Sīmǎ Yi's account, Cao Cao was utterly astonished. Curse it! I should have dealt with that old villager. He deceived me into giving up a spirit stone for a mere non-laying hen. Sīmǎ Yì sighed, let that go. We still have 31 pearls. Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with determination. Where is Emperor Xian? Let us hasten to his rescue. Having spoken, Cao Cao himself chuckled. In a previous life, I saved you once. In this life, I shall save you again. In the northern territories, amidst the wild mountains and forests, a resounding explosion echoed as Wu Yi staggered back repeatedly. Once steady, he gazed in astonishment at Liu Che, who had just thrown a punch. Brother Che, what exceptional talent you possess. Truly, you are a martial arts prodigy. In merely half a month, you have already entered the body refinement realm. Liu Che took a deep breath, steadying his breathing, and then smiled. It is due to my master's excellent guidance. Wu Yi quickly waved his hand. Alas, I am merely a defeated opponent. How can I be your master? I have said it countless times. If you continue to call me master, I shall cease my teachings." At this, Liu Bei and Kublai Khan, who stood nearby, also laughed. Liu Bei remarked, "Though Brother Wu is reluctant, he is indeed better than a master to us. Without you, we could not have advanced to the body refinement realm in such a short time." Kublai Khan added, "Indeed." Wu Yi looked at the three of them, filled with emotion. "I have encountered many geniuses, but those like you are truly one in a million. Yet, I find myself fortunate enough to meet three of you at once." The trio exchanged glances and smiled. Wu Yi was unaware that their swift advancement was significantly aided by the celestial spirit stones. Liu Che remarked, "If we are to speak of martial talent, it must be Xianda. He advanced to the body refinement realm the other day, while I was the last among you to achieve this milestone." Kublai Khan replied, "Brother Che, your words lack merit. Are you not merely teasing us?" Liu Che smiled, but remained silent. Kublai Khan continued, "We all endeavor to cultivate both martial and spiritual arts. Although you were the last to advance in martial arts, you have long since entered the spirit master realm." Liu Bei chimed in, "I have only just entered the spirit realm and have since stagnated at the first level, unable to progress further. Alas, I cannot compare to Brother Che." Kublai Khan, with a bemused expression, added, "Brother Xianda, at least you have advanced to the spirit realm. I have yet to even touch the threshold of that realm." Liu Che quipped, "You, a barbarian from the northern wilderness, finding it difficult to grasp the doctrines of the central plains is quite normal." Laughter filled the air. From that day forth, Liu Che and his companions sought refuge deep within the wild mountains, not only to evade the pursuit of the northern court, but also to immerse themselves in their cultivation. Thus began their journey of martial training under Wu Yi's guidance, while concurrently practicing spiritual techniques and acquiring the imperial celestial art with 20 imperial pearls each. Liu Che excelled in both martial and spiritual arts, achieving the spirit master realm and the body refinement realm. He received a reward of 120 imperial pearls in total, having utilized 5 celestial spirit stones, leaving a balance of 134 pearls. Liu Bei advanced in martial arts to the body refinement realm, while his spiritual cultivation remained stagnant at the first level, earning a total of 70 imperial pearls, having used 4 celestial spirit stones, with a balance of 86 pearls remaining. Kublai Khan also advanced in martial arts to the body refinement realm, yet his spiritual cultivation showed no progress, receiving a total of 60 imperial pearls, having used 4 celestial spirit stones, leaving a balance of 126 pearls. At this moment, the three of them were making rapid progress and enjoying considerable wealth. Wu Yi stepped closer to Liu Che and said, "Brother Che, it seems we have formed a bond through our encounters. We are brothers now, are we not?" Liu Che nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is only natural." Wu Yi then inquired, "How did you manage to elevate your cultivation to the celestial spirit realm? What secret techniques did you employ? If Brother Che would be willing to teach me, I would kneel before you and call you my master." Upon hearing this, Liu Che chuckled, "My dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling to impart knowledge, but rather that I am unable to." Wu Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had not harbored great expectations. After all, who would be inclined to freely share such treasured secrets? Wu Yi clasped his fists and said, "I apologize for my presumptuousness." Liu Che intended to clarify, but reconsidered. Sometimes, the more one explains, the more the other party suspects concealment. At that moment, a graceful young woman, clad in a cream-colored dress and holding a bouquet of wildflowers, approached with a light jog. "Brother Liu Che?" Upon seeing her, Wu Yi instinctively stepped back and saluted, "Your Highness." The newcomer was none other than Princess Beiyu, whose name had recently come to light among Liu Che and his companions. Her name was Murong Xiu, the third and youngest daughter of the Emperor of Beiyu. Hearing Murong Xiu address him as brother, Liu Che felt a hint of embarrassment as he glanced at the stifled laughter of Liu Bei and Kublai Khan. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Princess, I am considerably older than you. Addressing me as brother feels somewhat inappropriate." Murong Xiu replied, "But Brother Liu Che, you appear so youthful, not aged at all." This flattered Liu Che, for he had never been addressed in such a manner before. Just then, Liu Bei coughed lightly and turned to Kublai Khan, saying, "Kublai, let us take our leave for a moment." Kublai nodded. "Indeed, I had the same thought." They then looked toward Wu Yi. Wu Yi replied, "You may go. I have no desire to join you." The two exchanged incredulous glances, thinking to themselves that he lacked awareness. Then, Liu Bei and Kublai Khan each took Wu Yi by an arm and insisted, "Come on, let us go." Reluctantly, Wu Yi was dragged away. As the three departed, Liu Che felt a mix of relief and increasing awkwardness. He turned to face Murong Xiu, who had removed her veil, revealing her exquisite and flawless visage. She resembled a water lily in full bloom, radiating youthful beauty. At that moment, a blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more endearing. Liu Che said, "Princess." Murong Xiu replied, "Call me Xiu'er." Liu Che found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, the shyness in Murong Xiu's expression gradually faded, giving way to melancholy. "Both my royal sisters have married into the northern wilderness. What have they gained from it?" She gazed at Liu Che, lamenting, "As you have stated, they demand more and more while repeatedly infringing upon the borders of Beiyu. Yet my father, ever yielding, has long since lost the vigor he once possessed when he ascended the throne." Murong Xiu recalled her second sister's parting words, urging her to escape whenever the opportunity arose. The farther away, the better. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Brother Liu Che, take me away. Let us fly far from here. We can leave Beiyu behind. We could go to Dali or Donglan. As long as you are willing to take me, I do not care where we go." Liu Che, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "I am no longer the youthful lad of 17 or 18. I have endured far too much. The third princess's elopement is not a solution to our troubles." Murong Xiu's eyes glistened with tears as she responded, "What shall we do? Once father learns of this, he will surely be enraged. He may even dispatch the formidable Yushuan guards to the border." Liu Che retorted, "Let them come. I have already waded into this murky water, unafraid of life or death." Liu Che felt no fear because Kublai Khan had proclaimed that death would lead one to the paradise of 9 suns, where resurrection awaited. At worst, he would reappear in a new place 9 days hence, once again a valiant warrior. However, Murong Xiu, upon hearing these words, felt a pang in her heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She threw herself into Liu Che's embrace, clutching his waist. "Brother Liu Che, you fear not even death for my sake. I shall marry no one but you." Liu Che was taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood. His declaration of fearlessness regarding death pertained to resurrection, not a reckless devotion born of love. Yet, he struggled to articulate this, and he no longer held any affection for this immature young girl. After all, he had aged into a man of 70 years. Suddenly, a sharp bark shattered the silence of the forest, providing Liu Che the opportunity to change the subject. He hastily pushed Murong Xiu away. Clearing his throat, Murong Xiu released her grip, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment as she turned her gaze forward. At that moment, a nimble hound emerged from the woods, followed by Liu Bei and Kublai Khan, who had been stealthily observing from behind a tree. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan exchanged knowing glances with Liu Che, subtly giving him a thumbs up. Liu Che shot them a fierce glare, prompting stifled laughter from the pair. The hound dashed to Wu Yi's side and barked softly. Soon, Wu Yi's expression shifted to one of growing terror. Realizing something was amiss, Liu Che hurried forward. "What is it? Speak," Liu Che demanded. Wu Yi replied, "It's Windstorm." It said Windstorm was the name of Wu Yi's hound. Murong Xiu interjected, "The Yushuan guards have arrived here?" Wu Yi glanced at the group, despair etched on his face. "No, it's not the Yushuan guards. It's the National Master." The mention of the National Master sent a shiver down Murong Xiu's spine as she grasped the gravity of the news. Father did not send the Yushuan guards, but rather summoned the National Master in person. Could it be that Windstorm made a mistake? Wu Yi shook his head. Windstorm does not err. It is indeed the National Master who has come. The trio understood the implications. The Yushuan guards were the most formidable court organization in Beiyu, while the National Master seemed to be an even more fearsome entity. Is the National Master truly that powerful? Liu Che inquired. Wu Yi responded. The National Master is the foremost spiritual cultivator of the Beiyu court, having attained the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm over a century ago. There are even rumors that he has ascended to the transcendence realm, though the veracity of such claims is uncertain. Transcendence realm? Liu Che pondered, contemplating whether the three of them, united in their heavenly spirit realm prowess, could contend against him. However, even victory would come at a steep cost. Their imperial pearls would likely be exhausted in a single confrontation. And just then, as the wind stirred and flowers danced in the air, a peculiar scene unfolded in the heavens above. 3 magnificent steeds, unlike any ordinary horses, drew a resplendent carriage that seemed to descend from the skies. These horses, far more robust than the average, were as dark as ink, adorned with elongated horns. Their hooves ignited with crimson flames, exuding immense power. The trio of formidable unicorn stallions gradually approached, drawing the astonished gazes of Liu Che and his companions before landing gracefully on the ground. Upon touching down, the three fierce horses let out a simultaneous neigh, resonating with a tremor that instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. The grand carriage loomed large, suggesting it could easily accommodate a dozen individuals. As it settled, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Wu Yi instinctively lowered his head, acutely aware that everything had culminated in this moment. Moments later, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, and Liu Che, along with the others, fixated on the entrance. Although the national master had yet to reveal himself, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from him, palpable even to Liu Che, who could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Then emerged a dwarf, barely reaching a height of 1 meter. Wearing a green hat that barely added to his stature, and with a long black beard trailing down to his legs. He presented a stark contrast to the towering carriage behind him. Clad in an oversized robe adorned with colorful patterns, he stood atop the carriage, wielding a folded paper fan, his calm gaze surveying the gathering. Seeing this, Liu Che nudged Wu Yi, inquiring, "Where is the national master? Why has he not yet appeared?" As soon as the question escaped his lips, Wu Yi's complexion turned ashen, hastily covering Liu Che's mouth with a hushed warning. "Shh, do not speak carelessly. He is the national master." Chapter 57. A task entrusted. Upon hearing this, Liu Che and his companions were taken aback, incredulous at the notion that this diminutive figure was the revered national master of Beiyu. Wu Yi promptly bowed in respect, addressing the national master. In Murong Shu's eyes, despair was unmistakable. There was no escape from this situation. The dwarf national master inclined his head slightly toward Murong Shu, remarking, "Princess, it is a relief to see you unharmed." His voice, though childlike in its innocence, carried a weight of maturity. Murong Shu remained silent, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as she averted her gaze. The national master then turned his attention to Liu Che and his companions. Introducing himself, "I am Wu Yu, the national master of Beiyu. Which of you is the one who defeated Wu Yi and abducted the princess?" His tone bore no hint of threat or hostility, merely a calm inquiry, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan had already positioned themselves at Liu Che's sides, ready to leap into action at his command. Murong Shu interjected, "They did not abduct me. I left of my own accord." Liu Che raised a hand to halt her, stepping forward to meet Wu Yu's gaze directly. "It was I." Wu Yu scrutinized Liu Che closely, and Liu Che continued, "My name is Liu Che, and I am at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial realm." Liu Che stood tall and proud, realizing that the national master seemed to belong to the celestial spirit realm as well. Since they were both of the same realm, there was little point in conflict. Any confrontation would surely result in mutual destruction. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Liu Bei and Kublai Khan exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Liu Che's words. Was this a sign of submission, or simply a strategic retreat? However, they quickly regained their composure, straightening their postures and adopting a demeanor that suggested they were unafraid, directing their gazes towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu offered a faint smile and nodded. "Your words ring true. My friends, engaging in a battle within the celestial spirit realm would undoubtedly cause great repercussions, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves. I, of course, wish to maintain a harmonious relationship with you and would be delighted to forge a friendship." Liu Che inquired, "So?" Wu Yu continued, "By the command of our emperor, I have come to escort the princess back to the capital. His Majesty has decreed that from this day forth, Beiyu shall no longer engage in alliances with the barbarian tribes. I hope that the three of you will accompany us to the capital." At this statement, Murong Shu and Wu Yi were both taken aback, doubting their own ears. No more alliances with the barbarian tribes? Liu Che, however, furrowed his brow. While it was indeed a relief that the emperor had come to his senses regarding the alliances, he wondered why they were being summoned to the capital. What ulterior motives might the other party have? Murong Shu asked, "National Master, do you speak the truth?" Wu Yi nodded. The princess must understand that the emperor's previous alliances were made out of necessity. Now, under the counsel of numerous ministers, His Majesty has finally consented to this change. You may rest assured and return to the capital with this old minister. Tears welled in Murong Shu's eyes. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. What she believed would be an inescapable doom had suddenly transformed into a momentous piece of good news. At that moment, Liu Che queried, Why must we accompany you? Wu Yu replied, the emperor did not issue this decree. I am acting on behalf of others to extend this invitation to you all. Liu Che responded, I do not know anyone in your Beiyu capital. Who has entrusted you with this task? Wu Yu answered, the two individuals are Zhao Guangyi and Zhu Qiyu. Without hesitation, Liu Che replied, I do not know them. Liu Bei added, I do not know them either. Kublai Khan queried, Zhao what? Please repeat that. Wu Yu clarified. Zhao Guangyi, who mentioned he has another name, Zhao Jiong. Kublai Khan looked at Liu Che in surprise, leaning closer to whisper, he is one of ours. However, I am unfamiliar with that Zhu individual. He may have come after my time. Upon hearing this, Liu Che's expression became intricate. He believed Wu Yu's words to be truthful. He could name those two individuals, indicating he had indeed encountered them. Liu Bei whispered, Brother Che, we should go. First, we have the Emperor's pearl to recognize, and second, it is not as if we are facing certain death. Liu Che nodded, understanding that to uncover the full story behind these events, he must meet Zhao Guangyi and the others in person. Very well, we shall accompany you to the capital, Liu Che declared. Meanwhile, Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì had been riding for 2.5 days, finally arriving at a remote coal mine. They witnessed the sun beating down mercilessly upon the parched earth, the sounds of labor, thumping, shouts, and heavy breaths, creating a chaotic symphony. Hundreds of laborers, akin to an ant colony, swarmed the mine, bending low as they dragged the dark coal, the ropes digging into their shoulders, stained with dark red blood. Sweat, blood, and coal dust mingled across their weary bodies. The overseer's whip cracked through the air from time to time, while the laborers' eyes reflected exhaustion and fear. Constantly urged by the overseer to hasten their work, Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì stood atop a dirt mound, scanning the crowd in search of Liu Xia's figure. Cao Cao inquired, where's the emperor? Sīmā Yì responded, there? I see him. Following Sīmā Yi's gesture, Cao Cao spotted a figure clad in filthy garments, evidently long overdue for a wash. The man was tirelessly shoveling coal into a bamboo basket beside him. His lips were chapped, and his skin appeared slightly darkened. Whether from sun exposure or coal dust remained uncertain. However, it was unmistakable that this man was indeed the Han Emperor, Liu Xia. Seeing this, Cao Cao chuckled. Ha ha ha, how wretched the emperor looks. I feel quite pained for him. Ha ha ha. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Sīmā Yì. How shall we rescue him? Sīmā Yì replied, there are no fewer than 10 guards. A direct assault would be futile. We must devise a way to infiltrate and then approach the emperor. A moment later, having rolled on the ground and smeared dirt on one another, Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì, now resembling destitute beggars, made their way towards the coal mine. Before long, a squint-eyed man wielding a whip approached them. Halt! Sīmā Yì bent slightly, patting his stomach while smiling ingratiatingly. Brother, are you still hiring? Spare us a meal, please. Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Sīmā Yì and Cao Cao with his crooked head and squinting eyes, a smirk creeping across his face. We do have work for you. And not only meals, but wages as well. Though the words were enticing, the seasoned tricksters, Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì, discerned the underlying deceit. What wages? They thought, but feigned belief, nodding vigorously. Very well. We are eager to work, right away. The squint-eyed man retorted, follow me. Thus, the two followed him into the depths of the coal mine. Let me tell you, once you arrive, you must work diligently. Do not fear hardship or fatigue. Above this coal mine, there are indeed people in charge. We not only extract coal, but also seek the mystical stones within the mountains. If you find even a single one, regardless of its size, there will be substantial rewards. Understood? The man glanced back at them, but to his surprise, they appeared to be gazing elsewhere, seemingly uninterested in his words. Hey! The man lashed his whip against the ground, glaring fiercely at them. Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì quickly returned their gazes from Liu Xia and smiled apologetically. Yes, we understand. The man's eyes glinted with a ruthless glimmer. It's quite normal for a few to die here each day. If I catch you slacking, do not blame me. The two stood at attention. Yes. After about 15 minutes, having blended into the coal mine, Cao Cao and Sīmā Yì, each wielding a shovel and feigning labor, gradually approached the unsuspecting Liu Xia. Liu Xia, panting heavily, swallowed a dry lump in his throat, which caused discomfort. The two drew closer to him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Why are you crowding me? Emperor Xian, we have come to rescue you. The words fell into Liu Xia's ears, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. His expression shifted from astonishment to joy as he glanced towards his left, where Cao Cao had just whispered. Cao Cao flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. Emperor Xian, it's good to see you well. It felt as though thunder had struck Liu Xiù. The shock coursed through his entire being. Despite the soot smudged across Cao Cao's face, he recognized him immediately. What a phenomenon. Even reduced to ashes, I would still identify you. Liu Xiu's pupils dilated in terror, and he was about to scream. Anticipating this, Cao Cao swiftly covered Liu Xiu's mouth. At that moment, a small imperial screen materialized before them. Successfully reunited with Liu Xiù, personal account 31, balance, 31 imperial pearls. Successfully reunited with Cao Cao, personal account 0. Balance, 30 imperial pearls. Cao Cao whispered, "Shoo. I understand that seeing me excites you, but please refrain from shouting." Liu Xiù was consumed by despair. He had seen the small imperial map and knew that two individuals were hastily approaching, likely to rescue him. However, he never expected one of them to be Cao Cao. With a grimace, Liu Xiù nodded. Cao Cao smiled and released his grip. At that moment, Sīmǎ Yì patted Liu Xiu's back and said, "Emperor, I am here as well." Liu Xiù turned to regard Sīmǎ Yì, recognizing him instantly without introduction. Successfully reunited with Liu Xiù, personal account 31, balance, 31 imperial pearls. Successfully reunited with Sīmǎ Yì. Personal account 0, balance, 30 imperial pearls. 3-person reunion phase achieved. Unlocking the skill library and temporary cultivation feature. Upon seeing the small imperial screen, Sīmǎ Yì was elated. Cao Cao and Sīmǎ Yì joined hands and began to spin around. "We have imperial pearls. We have imperial pearls." Liu Xiù, Cao Cao, "Ha ha ha, let us go, Emperor. We shall take you away from here." Liu Xiù instinctively waved his hand. "No, it's quite all right here." Cao Cao, truly? Liu Xiù nodded. "Ever since they discovered my medical skills, the tasks assigned to me have become much lighter. Therefore, I am quite willing to remain here and work." Cao Cao, why was I unaware that you possess medical skills? Liu Xiù chuckled awkwardly. "I learned them later." Cao Cao, "Ha ha ha, splendid. Our village is in need of a physician. You must come with me today." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiu's face fell. He would be willing to leave with anyone. Except for Cao Cao. Liu Xiù suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly stated, "It's not that I am unwilling to accompany the King of Wei, but I simply cannot leave. Just the other day, someone attempted to escape and was caught, only to be executed before all of us." Cao Cao reassured him. "Do not worry. If I say I can take you, then I will." At that moment, a loud crack of a whip echoed. A harsh strike landed on Sīmǎ Yi's back. "What did I just say? Do not let me catch you slacking off." The whip cracked against Sīmǎ Yì, causing him to jump and dance in pain. "Ouch, ouch. It feels as though boiling water has been poured on my back." Sīmǎ Yì continued to claw at his back in distress. He turned around to see that the one who lashed him was none other than the squint-eyed man who had led them in. Sīmǎ Yì, quite displeased and feeling aggrieved, protested, "It's not me. It's them who have been chatting. Why strike me?" The squint-eyed man retorted, "Nonsense. My eyes are my measure. How could I possibly strike the wrong person?" With a cold snort, he lashed out at Sīmǎ Yì once more. However, this time, the whip did not find its mark, as it was abruptly seized by Cao Cao, who had appeared on the scene. In a swift motion, before the squint-eyed man could react, Cao Cao yanked on the whip, pulling the man towards him, and followed with a forceful kick. The man was sent flying, rolling on the ground in agony, crying out in pain, and the whip fell into Cao Cao's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xiù exclaimed in despair. The laborers nearby turned their gazes toward the commotion, frightened and instinctively retreating from Cao Cao and his companions. Soon after, 7 or 8 overseers converged towards them. At this moment, Cao Cao immediately turned to Sīmǎ Yì, who was momentarily taken aback and confused. Cao Cao remarked, "TSK, purchasing the prowess of a grand spirit master. Huh." Although Cao Cao and his companion did not inquire about the specifics of the purchase from the young emperor, they were already aware of it, having heard about it from Wang Mang during their convergence. In the 9-day paradise, the information acquired was generally shared among them to facilitate their reunion. Sīmǎ Yì stammered, "Am I buying? This opportunity to shine should be yours, my Lord Wei." Cao Cao responded, "What's the matter? In my previous life, when I dispatched you into battle, you didn't mention it, allowing me to go alone to avoid overshadowing you." Sīmǎ Yì chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "All right then, I shall buy." Reluctantly, and with a heavy heart, he summoned the young emperor. Young emperor, purchase the prowess of a grand spirit master. Consumption of 10 imperial pearls. Balance, 21 pearls. You have acquired the pinnacle of the Grand Spirit Master at the 9th tier, valid for 1 hour. In an instant, Sīmā Yì felt a warm current flowing through his entire meridian system. He closed his eyes to savor the sensation, which was so gratifying and liberating. A faint golden light began to emanate from his body. The cold dust beneath his feet swirled in an orderly manner around him. Dare to strike me? You have gone too far. Strike me, hit me with all you've got. The squint-eyed man, assisted by other overseers, rose to his feet, angrily pointing at Cao Cao and his companions. As he spoke, the overseers brandishing whips charged towards Sīmā Yì, with his back turned to them. Sīmā Yì faced Cao Cao and Liu Xiù without glancing back, his eyes remaining closed, yet a slow smile crept across his face. Cao Cao called out, "Hey, they are coming." After shouting, Cao Cao felt his exclamation was unnecessary. The next moment, Sīmā Yì casually waved his hand behind him. In an instant, the 7 or 8 overseers who had rushed in were sent flying backward, tumbling over 10 paces away, akin to dumplings dropping to the ground. They were all ordinary individuals. And with that fall, they lost all fighting spirit, collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. In stark contrast, Sīmā Yì remained with his eyes closed, turning his back to them, exuding an air of tranquility and strength. Witnessing this scene, Cao Cao and Liu Xiù stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Cao Cao exclaimed, "Damn it! I regret letting him play this part." The man with the slanted eyes was so frightened that he nearly wet himself. He realized Sīmā Yì was a cultivator. How could they possibly engage in combat? This was a dilemma far beyond their capabilities. The man scrambled away, hastily making his way toward a nearby wooden cabin, crying out, "Immortal! Immortal! Trouble is brewing. A cultivator has come to cause a ruckus. Please come out." Ignoring the man, Cao Cao stepped forward and kicked at Sīmā Yì, demanding, "Stop pretending. Get out of here." However, he only kicked at empty air, as Sīmā Yì effortlessly dodged with a speed that Cao Cao could not comprehend. Taken aback, Cao Cao then heard Sīmā Yi's voice from behind. "King of Wei, it feels wonderful to possess the prowess of a great spiritual master." Cao Cao turned to glare at Sīmā Yì, who had opened his eyes and wore a delighted expression. "You dare to evade?" Sīmā Yì replied, "I am now a great spiritual master." To which Cao Cao retorted, "So what if you are a great spiritual master? Does that mean you are no longer afraid of me? Do you believe I cannot acquire the same status and challenge you right now?" Sīmā Yì hurriedly waved his hands. No, my apologies, King of Wei." At that moment, Liu Xiù timidly inquired, "What is going on? What is a great spiritual master?" Cao Cao responded, "I'll explain on the way back. We must leave." Sīmā Yì interjected, "We cannot leave. I sense the presence of other cultivators approaching." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao and Liu Xiù immediately followed Sīmā Yi's gaze towards the direction the man with the slanted eyes had fled. Just then, they saw 3 figures clad in white, gliding near the ground as if walking on water. All 3 were young men, dressed in matching pristine robes, each wielding a 3-foot-long green-peaked sword. They landed gracefully, and the central youth pointed his sword at the trio. "Who dares to cause trouble in my spiritual mine? State your names." As the eldest, Cao Cao prepared to step forward, but Sīmā Yì spoke first with an air of superiority. "You are not worthy to know my name." The youth responded, "Arrogant. To provoke my Golden Jade sect is to invite your demise." After declaring this, the 3 sword-wielding youths charged simultaneously at Sīmā Yì. With a faint smile, Sīmā Yì seemed to vanish into thin air. At that moment, the increasingly irate Cao Cao, feeling overshadowed by Sīmā Yì, kicked in his direction. Yet, finding Sīmā Yì suddenly absent, Cao Cao ended up kicking at empty space, performing an unintended split. Liu Xiù called out, "Are you all right, King Wei?" Cao Cao, stuck in his split, blushed and turned to Liu Xiù, saying, "Quick, help me up." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed. The laborers and overseers hiding in the distance only witnessed several flashes of light, trembling and bursting. In less than a breath, the 3 figures in white were sent flying backward, skimming close to the ground. With a sudden thud, 3 disciples of the Jade Golden Gate rolled across the ground, now stained black with coal dust. Their pristine garments were tarnished, and almost simultaneously, they expelled torrents of crimson blood, 2 of them collapsing into unconsciousness. The third, slightly stronger, managed to thrust his sword into the earth, propping himself up with great effort. Clutching his chest, he was engulfed in a haze of blood, his expression filled with dread. Could it be the Grand Spiritual Master? With that thought, he too succumbed, falling into unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the overseers hiding in the distance were nearly paralyzed with fear. These celestial beings had always loomed above them, untouchable and beyond reproach. How could they have been so easily vanquished today? The entity opposing them must be a figure of unimaginable terror. At that moment, Sīmǎ Yì descended gracefully from 2 meters above the ground, his poise elegant, his garments billowing softly in the breeze, surrounded by an ethereal glow that accentuated his otherworldly aura. "Oh, celestial being, we were coerced. It is not our fault. Please spare us," the overseers implored, kneeling and bowing deeply before him, begging for mercy. Sīmǎ Yì paid them no heed and instead approached the somber-faced Cao Cao and the astonished Liu Xiù. He had anticipated a more formidable challenge. It seemed their confrontation had ended prematurely. A smile graced Sīmǎ Yi's lips. "Let us depart." Cao Cao replied with a scoff. "Wait an hour, and I shall settle the score with you." With that, he turned to leave. Sīmǎ Yì, realizing the implications, called out, "My lord of Wei, do not forget. You compel me to take this stage." The 2 men walked further away as Liu Xiù, still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He glanced at the kneeling overseers and the 3 unconscious white-robed cultivators. Swallowing hard, he hurried to catch up with Cao Cao and Sīmǎ Yì. "Wait for me." Soon, the trio arrived beneath a tree where horses were tethered. Liu Xiù asked, "What about those laborers? We were all captured together. Perhaps we should rescue them as well?" Cao Cao retorted, "Rescue? Do you think I am Liu Bei? I will not carry a bunch of burdens while fleeing. Get on the horse, quickly." His booming voice startled Liu Xiù, who trembled and fell silent. Observing this, Sīmǎ Yì discreetly gestured to Cao Cao and pulled him aside, whispering, "My lord of Wei, this life is not like the previous one. Do not forget, we are not the only ones who have arrived in this realm. There are also the other emperors of the Grand Han dynasty, spanning 4 centuries. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao swiftly grasped the implications. The Han dynasty, with its illustrious history, was not to be trifled with. Notably, the 3 great emperors, Liu Bang, Emperor Wu of Han, and Liu Xiù, were figures he could not afford to provoke. While they may have faded into history in his past life, they were very much present in this one, and encountering them was only a matter of time. If Liu Xiù chose to lament and complain to them, what favorable outcome could Cao Cao expect for himself? Cao Cao was not foolish. He simply had not considered Liu Xiù significant at that moment. However, as they journeyed home, the gravity of the situation would become clear. Sīmǎ Yì had merely provided him with a timely reminder. Cao Cao reacted swiftly, hastening back towards Liu Xiù with a beaming smile. Liu Xiù, startled, stumbled back several steps, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the King of Wei." Cao Cao performed a respectful bow, addressing, "Your humble servant, Cao Cao, pays his respects to your Majesty. I apologize for arriving late to your aid. Please bestow upon me the punishment of 10,000 deaths." Liu Xiù, taken aback, stammered, "Ah?" This left him utterly flummoxed. Sīmǎ Yì quickly stepped forward, also bowing. "I, Sīmǎ Yì, pay my respects to your Majesty. We were tardy in our rescue. I beg for your Majesty's forgiveness." Liu Xiù replied, "Oh, it's quite all right. Esteemed gentlemen, please rise." The 2 straightened up, each wearing a congenial smile. Cao Cao inquired, "Your Majesty, I couldn't help but notice that one of your precious pearls seems to be missing. Have you used it?" Liu Xiù nodded. "I purchased a celestial spirit stone, intending to feign that I had excavated it from the coal mine, hoping to use it as a means to escape the site." Sīmǎ Yì asked, "And then?" Liu Xiù sighed with a wry smile. "I'm not sure if it was fortune or misfortune. Before I could present it to the foreman, another laborer snatched it from me and presented it to the foreman, claiming it as his own discovery. When the foreman submitted it, he asserted it was his find. The celestial master rewarded the foreman with 2 taels of silver, and the laborer who had taken my spirit stone protested, insisting he had mined it. Consequently, he was executed on the spot. The so-called celestial masters observed everything yet took no action." As he recounted, Liu Xiù exhaled, visibly shaken. "Since then, I have never dared to purchase celestial spirit stones again." Cao Cao remarked, "I see. Your Majesty, just give the command, and I shall eliminate them all for your vengeance." Liu Xiù replied, "No, that won't be necessary. I do not wish to linger here. Let us depart swiftly." Cao Cao agreed. "Very well, let us go." He stepped forward to assist Liu Xiù, stating, "Your Majesty, allow me to help you onto your horse." Liu Xiù insisted, "There is no need, King Wei. I am capable." Yet, Cao Cao did not relent and personally helped Liu Xiù onto the horse. Subsequently, Cao Cao mounted another steed and turned to Sīmǎ Yì. Why do you stand there in a daze? Get on your horse. Sīmǎ Yì responded, oh. Soon after, Liu Xiù rode alone on one horse, while Cao Cao and Sīmǎ Yì shared another. The trio galloped away rapidly, with Sīmǎ Yì holding Cao Cao's waist, rising and falling with the rhythm of the galloping steeds. King of Wei, Sīmǎ Yì began, hesitating. Gripping the reins, Cao Cao called back, what is it? Sīmǎ Yì frowned. How long has it been since you last bathed? The scent is rather peculiar. Cao Cao sniffed his collar and retorted angrily. I bathed just yesterday. If you find it offensive, dismount and run back. Your cultivation level is low, so you should be able to run quite fast. Sīmǎ Yì panicked. No, I wouldn't make it back even in an hour. Cao Cao snapped, then be silent. Approximately 2/4 of an hour later, at the coal mine, they arrived at a gathering of several individuals clad in white robes, all unmistakably members of the Eugene sect. At the forefront stood an elderly man with silver hair tied up and a slightly long black beard. The elders of the Eugene sect clasped their hands and reporting to the sect master, the three of them are dead. The silver-haired elder's eyes gleamed with a coldness as he meticulously sensed the lingering spiritual energy and fluctuations in the air around him. Ah, the Grand Spirit Master. You have slain 3 prodigies of the Jade Gold sect. Even as a Grand Spirit Master, you shall not escape unharmed. Upon uttering these words, the silver-haired elder furrowed his brow. What is this? There is still a trace of demonic energy? 3 days later, in the Eastern Scale Kingdom, at the Moon Xin sect, the sect leader, Mo Wenxiu, mistakenly believed that Qin Shi Huang and his companions were powerful cultivators concealing their true abilities in the celestial spirit realm. Consequently, his demeanor towards them transformed into one of exuberant warmth and profound respect. While he had treated them well before, his hospitality now knew no bounds. He promptly arranged for them to ascend the mountain, moving them from their meager lodgings halfway up to splendid accommodations within the sect. Qin Shi Huang and his companions accepted their new quarters with delight, yet they did not wish to impose excessively on Mo Wenxiu. After a discussion, they decided that Wang Mang should purchase a celestial spirit stone as a gift for Mo Wenxiu. This gesture thrilled Mo Wenxiu, for such celestial grade spirit stones are priceless and elusive in the market. But let us set that aside for now. At noon, within their quarters, the group gathered. Wang Mang pointed to the parchment map spread across the table, comparing it with the small imperial map displayed before them. This marks our location. Situated in the southeastern region of the Eastern Scale Kingdom, he explained, noting 5 red dots clustered together. Next, he indicated the southern territory of the Great Li dynasty, specifically the Guangwu Xinzhuang and Chengdu city, where 4 red dots had assembled. This is Liu Xiu's stronghold. It seems that after my demise, 2 more emperors have joined him in the afterlife, he remarked. Then, he turned to the heartland of the Great Li dynasty, Linzhou city, where 5 red dots were also gathered. However, the identity of the leader of this stronghold remained unknown. Similarly, in the capital of the North Yu Kingdom, 5 red dots were present, yet the leader there was also a mystery. Lastly, he pointed to the western side of the map. According to sect leader Mo, this area does not belong to any nation. It is a chaotic zone. Here, outlaws, rogue cultivators, and even rumored demon clans have taken root. 3 red dots have also congregated in this place. With a deep breath, Wang Mang looked at Qin Shi Huang and the others. These 5 locations currently boast gatherings of 3 or more individuals. Furthermore, the red dots within a radius of 2,000 miles around these strongholds are gravitating towards their nearest counterpart. This phenomenon is known as the clustering effect. After Wang Mang concluded his analysis of the situation, Qin Shi Huang nodded. Indeed, you exhibit quite the strategist's demeanor. Wang Mang chuckled, scratching his head. You flatter me, Ancestor Dragon. I shall take pride in that. Qin Shi Huang replied. In that case, we need not take further action. We shall simply wait for them to come to us. Liu Bang added, but my dear Xiu is far away in the Great Li dynasty. When shall we reunite? I long to meet this luminary emperor who restored the Han dynasty and extended its legacy for 200 more years. Wang Mang had already shared the basic history with the group, so Liu Bang was well aware of Liu Xiu. He had grown fond of this descendant even before their meeting. Qin Shi Huang remarked, if you wish to meet him, it is quite simple. I have a method that could allow you to see him today. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, Liu Bang was first filled with joy, but then skepticism crept in. Pray tell? Qin Shi Huang chuckled. If I were to strike you down with a single blow, you could then expend 100 imperial pearls to resurrect at any chosen location. Wouldn't that allow you to see him immediately? Liu Bang exclaimed, what? Zheng, would you truly be willing to do such a thing? How could I not? Qin Shi Huang replied. If you were willing, I would certainly cherish the imperial pearls myself. 100 imperial pearls would suffice for a single elevation to the Tianling realm. Besides, I currently lack such a bounty of pearls. Why not borrow from Wang Mang? Hasn't he already ascended to the realm of the spiritual? With the 10 pearls he received, he must have over 40 remaining, Liu Bang suggested, glancing toward Wang Mang. Wang Mang, taken aback, responded, I've already given you more than 30. Are you asking for more? Furthermore, when did you start calling me Brother Bang? Is Banga what you call me, you little rascal? Liu Bang retorted. Calling you Bang D would be equally inappropriate, Wang Mang replied. You scoundrel, Liu Bang exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and raising his hand to strike. Wang Mang, feigning innocence, had already fled before Liu Bang could act. High Ancestor. No, I was merely jesting. Wang Mang laughed. Qin Shi Huang interjected. Ha, I actually believe Wang Mang is correct. The title of High Ancestor is not to be taken lightly. I have even grown accustomed to no longer referring to myself as I. Liu Bang chuckled. I know you're just playing around with this rascal. At that moment, Huai announced, Father, it seems the red dot is drawing near. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the small emperor's screen. A red dot was indeed approaching the Yuxian zone. 2 days prior, they had already detected it, but at that time, it was still far away, and they had no intention of going to meet him. However, now it was drawing ever closer. Qin Shi Huang ordered, You two ride out to meet him. Wang Mang and Huai responded, Understood. Soon after, Wang Mang and Huai mounted swift horses to intercept the red dot on the map. Approximately half an hour later, on a broad avenue, they spotted the figure from a distance. The individual also noticed them and halted, waiting in place. As Wang Mang and Huai approached, they dismounted. Their eyes met, and they glanced at the small emperor's map display, confirming without a doubt that this was indeed the individual they sought. Wang Mang took a moment to appraise the man. He appeared haggard, with a vacant expression, though he had returned to the age of 40. He seemed more akin to someone in their 50s. His garments bore signs of wear, and around his neck was a dark collar of indeterminate material, both decorative and possibly something more. Wang Mang, not dwelling on it further, presumed it to be a matter of personal preference. After all, Run Tu also wore a collar. Once he ensured no one else was around, he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Wang Mang, the new emperor of the Xian dynasty. May I ask, who might you be, esteemed brother? Huai added. I am Huai, the second emperor of the Qin. Both wore smiles, for this meeting promised the acquisition of imperial pearls, especially for Huai, who was still at a balance of 0. However, the man did not immediately disclose his name, standing there trembling and avoiding their gaze. Wang Mang furrowed his brow. Could it be that our reputations precede us, dissuading you from acknowledging us? The man remained silent. Wang Mang then said, Fine, if you look down upon us, so be it. But let me tell you, our leader is Qin Shi Huang, and also Han Gaozu. Surely, you must hold them in some regard. Upon hearing this, the man's expression noticeably shifted as he turned to Wang Mang. In the future, he had encountered 2 ancestors. The man's voice was feeble, trembling faintly. Observing this, Wang Mang comforted him. You must be quite hungry. Quickly, tell us your name and the dynasty you belong to, and we shall take you back immediately. We have food and drink, and I assure you, within a month, you shall be well-fed and plump. Huai chimed in. Yes, hurry and tell us. The man opened his mouth and declared, In the future, I am the 7th emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji. Wang Mang exclaimed, What a surprise, Brother Ji. At that moment, the vanished screen of the young emperor reappeared before the 3 of them. Successfully joined with Li Longji, personal account 44. Balance, 85 imperial pearls. Successfully joined with Li Longji, personal account 44. Balance, 44 imperial pearls. Successfully joined with Wang Mang and Huai, personal account 143. Balance, 17 imperial pearls. Furthermore, an additional message from Li Longji indicated that the 3 had successfully united. Huai exclaimed, At last, I have imperial pearls again. Ha! How does he possess so many? It's wonderful. Wang Mang queried. But Brother Ji, why do you only have 17 imperial pearls? Have you spent all your own? However, he noticed the extreme fear etched on Li Longji's face, with bloodshot eyes betraying his terror. Wang Mang furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Brother Ji, what have you endured? At that moment, Li Longji's neckpiece emitted a dark, eerie glow. Soon, a plume of black smoke erupted, slowly coalescing beside him, manifesting a middle-aged man clad in black robes. The sudden appearance startled Wang Mang and Hu Hai, causing them to instinctively retreat. The man in the black robe bore a pallid visage, akin to a corpse long deceased. His expression was chillingly greedy, accompanied by a sinister smile directed at Wang Mang and Hu Hai. He rasped, "Greetings, emperors from another world." Upon hearing this, both Wang Mang and Hu Hai were taken aback. They turned to Li Longji, who had collapsed in fear at the sight of the black-robed man, trembling uncontrollably. Huddled on the ground, too terrified to look at him, Hu Hai, frightened, sought refuge behind Wang Mang. Wang Mang addressed the black-robed man. "So you already know our secrets? I assume you have subjected him to considerable torment." The black-robed man smirked coldly. "When he misbehaves, he must be taught a lesson. The same applies to you." Wang Mang replied, "What is it that you wish for us to comply with?" The black-robed man commanded, "Surrender all your celestial spirit stones." This demand came as no surprise to Wang Mang, who nodded, having surmised the situation. "Then it depends on whether you possess the ability to take them." With that, Wang Mang turned to Hu Hai, quickly returned and informed the first emperor. Hu Hai hesitated for a moment, but then nodded vigorously. "Understood." Planning to flee? The man in the black robe immediately lunged towards Hu Hai, who was preparing to mount his horse. Hu Hai's pupils constricted, sensing impending doom. At that critical moment, Wang Mang delivered a powerful palm strike from a distance. A fierce vortex of air sent the black-robed man flying several meters away. Wang Mang declared, "You shall not pass until you face me first." In Chapter 62, do not underestimate the middle-aged poor. Although Wang Mang was uncertain of the black-robed man's cultivation level, he recognized that, as a newly initiated spiritualist, he was certainly no match for him. Without hesitation, he expended 10 imperial pearls to elevate his prowess to that of a grand spiritual master. At this moment, Wang Mang radiated immense energy, his body infused with a brilliant aura. The black-robed man steadied himself, astonished as he regarded Wang Mang. "You are indeed a cultivator?" Wang Mang retorted, "Surprised are we?" He then cast a glance at Hu Hai, who hastily mounted his steed and fled in a panic. The black-robed man's cold eyes narrowed. "You have been here for barely a month. I shall see how far you can progress." With that, the black-robed man surged forward, enveloped in a gust of wind. Wang Mang quickly stamped his foot, golden light erupting around him as he activated the Imperial Celestial Formula, meeting the attacking assailant with a palm strike from afar. Boom! The sound echoed as the black-robed man inexplicably vanished. The next moment, Wang Mang was taken aback, swiftly turning to strike behind him. The black-robed man raised his arm to block, then executed a reverse grip, seizing Wang Mang's wrist. The two engaged in a rapid close-quarters combat, their blows producing sonic booms, distorting the air. After exchanging dozens of strikes, neither could gain the upper hand. Soon, with another thunderous explosion, the ground erupted with several craters. Both retreated, sliding back several meters. The scene fell into a brief silence. The black-robed man, panting heavily, gazed at Wang Mang with disbelief. He had not anticipated Wang Mang to be such a formidable opponent. He had assumed that these emperors from another world were merely ordinary insects. Wang Mang symbolically wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "I can sense it. Your cultivation is at the initial stage of a grand spiritual master." The black-robed man paused, startled. "From your tone, is a grand spiritual master insufficient to kill you?" Wang Mang replied, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth." The black-robed man countered, "But you are no youth." Wang Mang insisted, "Do not underestimate the middle-aged poor." As the black-robed man prepared to retort, Wang Mang interrupted, "You talk too much." Once again channeling the Imperial Celestial Formula, he raised both hands, golden light radiating around him. His form gradually elevated, leaving the ground. Threads of golden light began to converge above Wang Mang, forming a semi-transparent golden warrior. Witnessing this spectacle, the black-robed man was taken aback. At that moment, he finally sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Wang Mang. He realized that Wang Mang had reached the pinnacle of a 9th-level grand spiritual master. At that moment, Li Longji, curled up not far away, peeked out from his hiding place, gazing at Wang Mang in astonishment. A celestial being. This marked Wang Mang's second acquisition of the grand spiritual master rank. In the initial encounter, he had yet to ascend to the rank of a spirit practitioner and had not mastered the Emperor's celestial technique. At that time, He could only exert 2 or 3/10 of his power, which was that of a Grand Spirit Master at the 9th tier. However, this time, Wang Mang, though modest, could unleash approximately 70% of his strength as a Grand Spirit Master at the 9th tier. Confronted by an opponent who was merely a novice Grand Spirit Master at the 2nd or 3rd tier, victory was assured. Wretched fool, prepare to meet your end, Wang Mang declared. With that, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the man in the black robe. The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly ascended into the air to evade Wang Mang's lethal strike. Yet, he was unprepared for the golden-armored warrior conjured by Wang Mang, who awaited him above. As the man leaped into the air, the golden warrior thrust a spear directly at him, catching him completely off guard. Thud! The man in the black robe let out a pained cry, clutching his pierced shoulder as he plummeted to the ground, blood streaming profusely. What a perfect opportunity. A 1,000-year kill. From a distance, Li Longji felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively covered his rear. Moments later, there was a series of thuds as the black-robed man rolled on the ground, utterly disheveled. He clutched his rear and his shoulder, unable to discern which agony was greater. Crumpled on the ground, he writhed in pain. You lack honor in combat. You lack honor. He spat, bloodied and furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Mang. With a disdainful snort, Wang Mang swiftly approached and stomped his foot down on the man's chest. How dare you, a Grand Spirit Master, bully an ordinary man without any cultivation? You may have stolen his spirit stones, but you left nothing behind. With that, Wang Mang applied pressure, his foot crashing down once more. The black-robed man coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand the force. Hand over the spirit stones, Wang Mang demanded. The man, bloodied and battered, looked up at Wang Mang and began to laugh maniacally. Ha! You think I possess anything? Wang Mang furrowed his brow. What are you laughing about? I have nothing to offer. Go ahead, search me. The man retorted defiantly, raising his right hand in a claw-like gesture. If I have failed in my duty, I shall pay with my life. With that, he plunged his hand into his own skull, fully immersing it. Wang Mang was taken aback, realizing the man was truly formidable. Releasing his foot, he sensed that the man had succumbed. Yet, as a thought struck him, he turned his gaze back to the lifeless body. Wang Mang then extended 2 fingers, directing a force towards the man. In an instant, a translucent, ethereal spirit emerged from the lifeless form, as if it had been forcibly extracted. The spirit of the black-robed man now bore a look of sheer terror, starkly contrasting the resolute demeanor he had exhibited moments before. Wait, Wang Mang chuckled. I thought you were unafraid of death. Since you have met your demise, let it be thorough. I shall accompany you on your journey. With that, he spoke. Wang Mang transformed his 2 fingers into a palm and struck down, with a sound akin to smoke dissipating in the wind. The soul of the man in the black robe was utterly obliterated. It was done. Wang Mang brushed off his hands and turned to face Li Longji, who stood there, dumbfounded, mouth agape. At that moment, the collar around Li Longji's neck shattered into dust, vanishing with the wind, coinciding with the black-robed man's demise. Wang Mang approached him, saying, Brother Ji, you are safe now. Li Longji remained in a daze until Wang Mang drew near. Immortal, Li Longji uttered. I am not an immortal. We shall discuss that upon our return, Wang Mang replied. Li Longji, utterly astonished, exclaimed, You possess such strength and you are not an immortal? Wang Mang, realizing the humor of the situation, laughed heartily. Indeed, I am an immortal. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. At that moment, the sound of galloping horses echoed. Wang Mang turned to see Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, and Huaxia arriving. You are late, Wang Mang remarked. Qin Shi Huang dismounted swiftly, asking, Did the villain escape? No, Wang Mang replied. You simply did not witness how splendid I was. Qin Shi Huang looked on in silence. Chapter 63. None shall endure such humiliation in the Moonxian sect. Within the room, the 6 individuals, Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Huaxia, Liu Gong, Wang Mang, and Li Longji, were gathered. Upon learning that Li Longji possessed a remarkable 44 imperial pearls, Qin Shi Huang and the others were elated. Finally encountering an emperor with a lengthy reign, unlike themselves, none of whom had ruled for more than 20 years. They began introductions, prioritizing the acquisition of the imperial pearls before discussing other matters. Qin Shi Huang, 1444, balance, 58 imperial pearls. Liu Bang, 6644, balance, 110 imperial pearls. Liu Gong, 3044. Balance, 74 imperial pearls. Li Longji, 1174, plus the pearls previously obtained from Huaxia and Wang Mang, totaling 39 imperial pearls. Li Longji felt a sense of disbelief. You five of you. How is it that collectively you possess fewer imperial pearls than I alone? The five from Qin Shi Huang felt a twinge of awkwardness. They cleared their throats and shifted the conversation. Now, please tell us, what exactly transpired, and who was that man? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Li Longji, seated with a cup of tea handed to him by Huaxia, felt his hands tremble slightly. He opened his mouth, but could not find the words. His expression still bore the marks of terror, as if haunted by lingering fears. Noticing this, the others exchanged glances. Liu Bang spoke. We have heard from Wang Mang about your life. You have ushered in an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Tang dynasty, a remarkable sovereign indeed. Yet, in your later years, you made some questionable decisions that nearly led to the downfall of the Tang. But, well, he chuckled, those are matters for your ancestors to ponder. They will judge accordingly, and we shall not trouble you. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang lifted his teacup, observing, it is evident that you have endured much since your arrival here. Yet now that the matter is resolved and that man is dead, what is there left to fear? At these words, Li Longji set the teacup back on the table, rising to bow before Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang. Great Qin Emperor, great Han Founder. It is not my weakness, but rather the chilling scene that unfolds before my eyes. After a moment's pause, Li Longji turned to Liu Bang. Gaozu, I have something to discuss with you. Please take care of yourself. Liu Bang was taken aback. Huh? Li Longji then began to recount the tale. The origin of this matter traces back to the 12th emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Ling, Liu Hong. Upon his arrival in this world, Liu Hong initially faced a period of hardship. Subsequently, he exchanged a celestial spirit stone for 300 taels of silver, transforming into a wealthy individual. Having already indulged in a life of extravagance, Liu Hong now reveled in lavish spending. However, it was not long before his funds were depleted. When he returned to the pawnshop to exchange for another 300 taels, he was met by a man in a black robe. This dark-clad figure swiftly rendered Liu Hong unconscious and took him away. When Liu Hong regained consciousness, he found himself in a dimly lit cave. The cavern was vast and deep, filled with numerous individuals and peculiar items he had never encountered, including a massive alchemical furnace. The man in black was merely an inconspicuous minion within this lair. They interrogated Liu Hong about the source of the celestial spirit stone. Initially reluctant to divulge information, he succumbed to a brutal beating. Ultimately, Liu Hong feigned compliance, pretending to search his person, but in reality, he produced another celestial spirit stone to offer them in exchange for his release. Unbeknownst to him, they had already searched him thoroughly, and powerful beings within the cave had sensed his entire essence. There were no additional spirit stones to be found. Their greed was unmistakable, and they suspected Liu Hong of harboring secrets. What awaited him was an even more brutal series of tortures. Liu Hong, like a cash cow, was compelled to continuously procure celestial spirit stones for them until all 21 of his imperial pearls were exhausted. The crowd, in disbelief, subjected him to further torment. Liu Hong lamented in despair, exclaiming, "There are none left, truly not a single one." Desperate to survive, having previously died young at the age of 34, he wished for a longer life this time around. Liu Hong divulged everything, mentioning the young emperor, the imperial pearls, and over 200 other emperors scattered across the land. He claimed that reuniting with them would yield new imperial pearls. The leaders of the cave were skeptical, yet they commanded the man in black to take Liu Hong to seek out the other emperors. The first they encountered was Li Longji. Li Longji felt a surge of frustration. After journeying for over 10 days to meet, was he now to be sold out? The following events unfolded in a similar manner. Li Longji was also captured, subjected to a beating to ensure his compliance. All of his imperial pearls were used to acquire celestial spirit stones, which he surrendered entirely, including the 44 pearls Liu Hong later obtained. Days passed, and Li Longji overheard their discussions. They speculated, if we use the flesh of the emperor as a medicinal catalyst, perhaps we could refine a miraculous elixir. Consequently, Liu Hong was chosen among the two. Before Li Longji's very eyes, he witnessed Liu Hong being cast into the blazing furnace. Within the furnace, the heart-wrenching screams of Liu Hong echoed. The cavern was filled with their sinister laughter, each cackle piercing through the ears of Li Longji. The flames illuminated the grotesque faces of the revelers, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Li Longji, overwhelmed, lost consciousness. When he awoke, an unknown amount of time had passed. The man in the black robe took Li Longji away from the cave, embarking on a search for the next emperor. On this very day, Li Longji, accompanied by the black-robed figure, was on the verge of reaching the Moon Xian sect. After recounting his tale, Li Longji slumped back into his chair, still haunted by the memories. At that moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a loud crack resounded. Liu Bang slammed his palm onto the tea table beside him, shattering it instantly. He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Do these wicked beings treat the emperor of the Han dynasty like livestock? The sound startled everyone present. Having never witnessed Liu Bang's wrath before, Wang Mang, Hu Hai, and Liu Gong remained speechless. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang rose, aware that Liu Bang was genuinely incensed this time. Perhaps it was a realization long overdue. Such a precious treasure as the immortal spirit stone was coveted by all cultivators. If these two faced such a predicament, it was likely other emperors had encountered similar fates. With a sigh, Qin Shi Huang turned to the assembly. This is not merely about the emperor of the Han. It concerns all emperors of our vast Huaxia, who shall not be subjected to such humiliation. Chapter 64. Are you still going to nod? Zheng Ge was right. Liu Bang, brimming with wrath, directed his gaze at Li Longji, commanding, "Lead the way. We shall storm their lair." Hearing this, Li Longji trembled in fear. "Ah? No. Besides, I don't even know the way." Liu Bang retorted. "Didn't you come from their cave?" Li Longji replied. "Each time I exited, I would lose consciousness, leaving me utterly oblivious to the cave's location." At this moment, Wang Mang interjected, "Bang Ge, even if we knew, we cannot rush in recklessly." Liu Bang turned to Wang Mang, awaiting further explanation. Wang Mang's expression grew serious as he continued. "Initially, I believed it was just one person, but it seems they are part of an organized sect with established strongholds. If it were a typical sect, we could simply eradicate them all at once. However, this sect may not be so straightforward." Pausing, Wang Mang glanced at Li Longji. According to what Jiga said, the black-robed man who brought him here is merely a lackey in their cave. Yet, his cultivation is that of a grand spirit master. If a grand spirit master is merely a subordinate, how formidable must this organization truly be? What level must their leader possess? Liu Bang furrowed his brow in response. Though Li Longji did not comprehend the significance of a grand spirit master, he wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Mang's assessment, nodding vigorously. Indeed. Moreover, there are far more of them than just the 100 in that one cave. The assembly gasped, turning their attention to Li Longji. "More than one?" Li Longji explained. "I overheard them discussing that cave. It is merely a temporary outpost, not their main stronghold." A shadow loomed over the hearts of Qin Shi Huang and his companions, signaling the advent of a significant predicament. Liu Bang settled back into his seat, inhaling deeply before articulating. "They have tasted the sweetness of victory and shall not relent easily." Qin Shi Huang nodded, "Indeed. However, there is a silver lining. Liu Hong has perished, and we have also rescued Li Longji. They have effectively lost their minor emperor map, and it is unlikely they will find another emperor in the near future." Turning to Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang inquired, "Brother Zheng, what course of action do you propose?" Qin Shi Huang replied, "This matter requires careful deliberation. For now, enhancing our own cultivation must be our foremost priority. We cannot perpetually rely on the Emperor's pearls to temporarily boost our abilities. The cost of 100 Emperor's pearls for a single session in the celestial realm is exorbitant. It is sufficient to revive someone at any location." Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his words. Qin Shi Huang then glanced at Hu Hai. "You seem to know how to nod." Hu Hai was taken aback. "What is wrong with nodding?" Qin Shi Huang retorted. "Even the 7 or 8-year-old Gunger has reached the 6th level of spiritual enlightenment, while you have yet to step into the realm of spiritual practitioners. Do you still have the audacity to nod?" Hu Hai lowered his head, silenced by the rebuke. Qin Shi Huang continued, "Moreover, Wang Mang was once in the same predicament as you, struggling to comprehend. Yet, after 2 trials in the 9-day paradise, he has now broken through 3 levels in a single day of seclusion, ascending to the 3rd level of spiritual practitioners." At this, Hu Hai's heart sank. "Father, please. I do not wish to go." Qin Shi Huang's gaze turned icy. "I grant you 3 days, but you have only 1 day. By noon tomorrow, if you have not entered the realm of spiritual practitioners, I shall personally send you to the 9-day paradise for a rigorous trial." Hu Hai, now flustered, could only acquiesce. Wang Mang stifled a laugh and embraced Hu Hai's shoulder. Do not be afraid, second generation. The 9-day paradise is quite enjoyable. When you go, please convey a message to Zhao De, urging him not to engage in a reckless duel with Yin Hu. You cannot possibly prevail against him. Hu Hai protested. When did I say I wanted to go? I absolutely refuse. I will practice throughout the night and ensure I achieve a breakthrough before noon tomorrow. Wang Mang replied. I shall await the outcome. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his temples, weary of Hu Hai's antics, and turned his attention to Liu Gong, smiling fondly. Gonger. Liu Gong stepped forward. Grandfather Qin. Qin Shi Huang instructed, please fetch your master for me. Of course. Liu Gong dashed out eagerly. Wang Mang and the others quickly grasped the intent behind this, realizing they were unfamiliar with the enigmatic organization residing within this cave. Perhaps Mo Wenxiu held some knowledge. While waiting, Wang Mang approached Li Longji, stating, Brother Ji. I forgot to mention, Lu Hong is not dead. Li Longji responded incredulously. How can he not be dead? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Mang raised his hand to interrupt. He can be revived. Revived? Li Longji exclaimed in disbelief. That is impossible. Since time immemorial, the dead cannot return to life. Wang Mang smiled. Then who is it that now occupies that chair? Did you not perish at the age of 78? At this revelation, Li Longji was momentarily stunned. Realizing the truth, Wang Mang continued, for us, death can be undone, albeit at a cost. When Lu Hong died, you were so frightened that you fainted. Should you remain clear-headed, you would witness his ethereal form drifting forth, alongside the youthful Emperor Wang Mang, who likely relayed the rules of the young emperor's resurrection to Li Longji. Upon hearing this, Li Longji's expression became intricate, and he soon lamented, alas. Had I known this sooner, I might as well have embraced death. I have endured so much suffering for nothing. Wang Mang, with a wry smile, remarked that the tortures of the 9-day paradise were no less severe than those experienced within your cave. In the city of Linzhou, Great Li, the empty dragon village held an open space adorned with a few tables laden with wine. Clad in dark attire with little hint of red, Tang Ying stood with one foot on the ground and the other upon a bench, rolling up her sleeves. Her robust voice resounding as she enthusiastically engaged in a game of dice with Zhu Zhanji. You've lost again. Ha ha, drink up. Zhu Zhanji's cheeks flushed, and his posture swayed slightly, clearly having consumed a fair amount. He scratched his head, exclaiming, how did I lose again? At that moment, a voice rang out, village chief. Tang Ying was startled and promptly placed her leg down from the bench, turning to see Li Shimin standing before her, hands clasped behind his back. Clearing her throat, Tang Ying adjusted her attire, coughed lightly, and softly inquired, Erlang, are you not in seclusion? Why have you emerged so soon? Behind her, the drunken voice of Zhu Zhanji chimed in, sister-in-law, let us continue. This time, victory is assured. Tang Ying feigned ignorance and shifted her position slightly to shield Zhu Zhanji from Li Shimin's gaze. Li Shimin replied, indeed. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts is more arduous than I had anticipated. I merely needed to catch a breath. Tang Ying reassured him, it's all right. Spiritual cultivation demands greater innate talent than martial prowess. If it proves too challenging, do not burden yourself. Li Shimin responded, I have reached the 9th tier of spiritual practitioners. However, advancing directly to the realm of spiritual masters seems a daunting task. At this revelation, Tang Ying's eyes widened. What? The atmosphere grew quiet, as though the crowd sensed the remarkable prowess of their village chief. Tang Ying exclaimed, truly worthy of being Erlang. I have chosen my partner wisely. Li Shimin, taken aback, urged her to cease, adjusting his brow in exasperation. He then shifted the topic. Why have I not seen Yuan Su or brother Niu Wu? Tang Ying explained. You know, ever since we returned from Xingu Mountain, Yuan Su has transformed completely, immersing himself in rigorous training and constantly seeking Niu Wu's company to practice. They are currently at the martial arts arena. Li Shimin chuckled. Once one becomes a father, a sense of responsibility emerges. Yuan Su aims to grow stronger swiftly to protect his daughter. At that moment, a messenger from the village hurriedly approached, reporting, report. Village chief, there is good news. The young messenger clasped his fists joyfully as he addressed Li Shimin. Oh, what good news? The gathered crowd turned their attention to him. The messenger continued, our long-standing adversary, Tiger Head Mountain, has been vanquished and will no longer trouble us. Ha ha. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in joy. Li Shimin nodded with a smile, as anticipated. Their leader has been slain by my hand, leaving them without direction. in their fervor to vie for a new chief. It is only natural that they would engage in a brutal struggle, leading to their own demise. However, as I spoke, my errand boy shook his head, indicating otherwise. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The errand boy continued, a band of anti-bandit troops arrived yesterday, sweeping through Tiger Head Mountain and leaving no survivors. A hush fell over the assembly. Even Zhu Zhangji's intoxication dissipated in an instant. Anti-bandit troops? Are they from the local government of Linzhou? Or sent by the Great Li dynasty? Inquired Zhu Zhangji. The errand boy replied, I'm not certain. Why has everyone ceased their laughter? Zhu Zhangji retorted, do you still have the heart to jest? Have you forgotten that you too are a mountain bandit? The errand boy scratched his head and explained, since the chieftain decreed that we no longer engage in looting, we haven't robbed anyone in 2 months. I've nearly forgotten that we were once bandits. In fact, I've even begun to perform good deeds. Just the other day, I carried an elderly woman across the river, although once on the other side. She insisted she didn't want to cross. The crowd exchanged glances as Tang Ying observed her not-so-bright errand boy, feeling rather embarrassed as she slapped her forehead. She recalled how he had been chosen for this scouting task. It was because none of the others wanted to undertake such labor, and he had lost a game of dice. Tang Ying asked, did you witness with your own eyes that all the people of Tiger Head Mountain were slain? The errand boy affirmed, indeed. Upon hearing the news, I made haste to confirm it, and saw with my own eyes that the entire Tiger Head Mountain was festooned with military banners. The flag bore 2 characters. If I remember correctly, he strained to recall, it was something like female giant. Female giant army? Zhu Zhangji was taken aback, looking towards Tang Ying. Is there such a military force in your region? Tang Ying shook her head. I've never heard of it. Li Shimin suddenly realized. Perhaps it is a single character, G. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying gasped and turned to Li Shimin. It must be the imperial army of the Great Li. The others turned their attention to Tang Ying. She elaborated. The royal family of Great Li bears the surname G. Whoever raises the G flag must certainly be a member of the royal lineage. Li Shimin frowned. Tiger Head Mountain and Hidden Dragon Village are merely small bands of 100 or so bandits. Is it necessary to mobilize such a vast force? Even imperial offspring have taken to the field. Tang Ying responded, indeed. There have been previous anti-bandit troops, but they were always local forces from Linzhou. Even when they came, they were merely fulfilling their duties and never took serious action. Regular troops from the court have never come before. Li Shimin commanded, regardless. We must notify everyone to bolster our defenses. Then summon the other chiefs. The council will convene in a quarter of an hour. Understood. The following day, at noon, reports came in. The G-Flag Army has arrived 30 miles from Juka Mountain. The G-Flag Army has reached 10 miles from Juka Mountain. The G-Flag Army has surrounded Juka Mountain. As the errand boy continued to relay the news, the hearts of everyone in Hidden Dragon Village raced to their throats. Li Ji asked, how many are there? The errand boy, panting heavily, replied, a vast multitude, too numerous to count. There must be several tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, the bandits of Hidden Dragon Village were thrown into a state of panic. Silence, Li Shimin bellowed, and the scene fell instantly quiet. Li Shimin, do you remember what I said during yesterday's meeting? The crowd, we remember. Li Shimin nodded. Here, without my command, no one is allowed to descend the mountain. Li Ji, father, are you truly going alone? I wish to accompany you. Li Shimin glanced at Li Ji, revealing a hint of appreciation. It's all right, my son. I have faced countless tempests before. A mere few tens of thousands cannot intimidate me. Upon hearing this, Li Ji smiled as well. Indeed. Li Shimin, stay here and keep them steady. Li Ji nodded earnestly. Father, do not worry. Then, Li Shimin, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, exited the gates of Hidden Dragon Stronghold, venturing down the mountain alone. Before long, Li Shimin beheld in the distance tens of thousands of troops at the foot of the mountain, surging like a black tide across the horizon. The armor glimmered under the warm midday sun, emanating a chilling radiance. High above the army, a conspicuous black battle flag emblazoned with the character G fluttered fiercely in the wind. If it were anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Li Shimin remained as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by any turmoil. He continued his steady descent, step by step. Atop the watchtower of Hidden Dragon Stronghold, only one person could stand. Currently, it was Niu Wu. He gazed at the silhouette of Li Shimin, who stood resolute against the multitude, somewhat entranced. Tang Ying, speak up. What is happening? Niu Wu regained his composure and replied hastily. the leader has arrived. There has been no conflict yet. Tang Ying, brandishing a spear, was poised for battle, but upon hearing there was no fighting, she could only hold her ground for the moment. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, the G flag army, intending to ascend and parley, was taken aback to see someone descending willingly. Li Shimin advanced 10 paces closer and halted. Ahead of him, a middle-aged man clad in general's armor tightened the reins and approached on horseback. He circled Li Shimin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He spoke with a rugged voice. Imbued with the innate authority of a formidable warrior, you possess some courage. Who are you? State your name. Li Shimin. I am Li Shimin, the sect leader of Hidden Dragon Stronghold. Upon hearing this, the general appeared momentarily taken aback. Sect leader? With a scoff, he retorted, nonsense. This is clearly a den of bandits. Where's the sect leader? Li Shimin. Perhaps the general is unaware. That was in the past. I have since established a sect, guiding these bandits towards virtue, seeking the path of cultivation, and no longer engaging in robbery. If the general doubts this, feel free to inquire. In the past 2 months, has anyone from my mountain committed any acts of plunder? After this statement, the general fell silent, for he had indeed made inquiries. Li Shimin smiled, looking at the general atop his warhorse. May I inquire your esteemed name? General? General, I am Liu Bang, the cavalry general of Great Li. Li Shimin was somewhat surprised, as he had anticipated the opponent to be a commander specializing in bandit suppression. Instead, he was met with the cavalry general of Great Li, a position of considerable significance. Li Shimin, General Li, it seems we are of the same lineage. General, might you grace us with your presence in the mountains? I would be delighted to offer you a feast of fine wine and delicacies. Do not presume familiarity. Liu Bang bellowed. Even if what you say were true, you have previously engaged in acts of robbery. Now, you merely don a different name, yet you audaciously seek to evade responsibility. Liu Bang remained astride his warhorse, exuding an imposing aura that subtly pressed upon Li Shimin. Yet, he remained oblivious to the flicker of trepidation that crossed Li Shimin's visage, which elicited a measure of unexpected admiration within him. Li Shimin replied with a faint smile, surely, the general does not genuinely come to eradicate bandits. Oh, and what leads you to that conclusion? Liu Bang inquired, intrigued. Li Shimin continued, firstly, how could a mere band of 100 mountain brigands warrant the imperial court dispatching tens of thousands to encircle us? Secondly, if the general truly intended to eradicate bandits, he would have acted already, rather than engaging in idle chatter with me. At these words, Liu Bang erupted in hearty laughter. Huh, it seems you possess both courage and intellect. You must be a friend of the Grand Supreme Celestial, the venerable Taoist of longevity. Li Shimin appeared perplexed. What are you speaking of? Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out. Whether it is true or not, let me test his skills. In an instant, a young figure brandishing a long spear leaped forth from the ranks, aiming directly at Li Shimin. The unexpected assault startled Li Shimin. They had been conversing amiably, and now this sudden aggression ensued. However, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping to the right just in time to narrowly evade the thrust. Fighting has commenced, shouted Niu Wu from the watchtower. Upon hearing this, Li Ji, Sima Xiao, Zhu Zhanji, and Tang Ying sprang to their feet, hastily arming themselves. Wait, there seems to be only one person challenging the chieftain. Niu Wu called out. A challenge? Zhu Zhanji queried. Everyone, remain calm and trust the chieftain, Li Ji urged. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Li Shimin was engaged in combat with the young man, while Liu Bang stepped aside to observe. The youth wielded his spear with fierce precision, each thrust exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, leaving Li Shimin momentarily unable to counter. From the watchtower, Niu Wu continued to narrate the unfolding events. This fellow lacks martial decorum, attacking the chieftain with a weapon. It appears our chieftain might be at a disadvantage. Follow me down, Tang Ying commanded, rallying the others. Hold on, the chieftain just kicked him. Niu Wu interjected, prompting everyone to sit once more. He jabbed the chieftain with his spear. I can't tell if it landed. It's unclear, Niu Wu reported. Follow me down, Tang Ying repeated, rising again. Wait, the chieftain has seized the spear from him. Well done, Niu Wu exclaimed, leading the group to settle once more. As the battle raged below, Li Shimin's fist, imbued with martial energy, sent the youth staggering backward. Liu Bang swiftly dismounted, steadying the young man. Your Highness, are you unharmed? It is nothing, the youth replied. Li Shimin regarded him with curiosity. Your Highness? The young man appeared to be in his early 20s. The young man, strikingly handsome and clad in dark silk brocade, wore a robe adorned with intricate patterns of coiling dragons outlined in gold thread. At his waist was a white jade belt embellished with gilded dragon motifs, exuding an air of opulence tinged with elegance. It was evident that he belonged to the royal family of the great Li, specifically from the esteemed Jiqi army. Li Shimin stepped forward, holding his long spear with both hands, and offered it courteously. "I yield to you." The young man accepted the spear, smiling in response. "Are you proficient in both martial and mystical arts? Quite impressive indeed. Yet, I have not yet unleashed my true prowess. Should we engage earnestly? The outcome remains uncertain." Li Shimin chuckled, as he was not one to overly concern himself with such trivial matters of victory or defeat. "I appreciate your highness's forbearance." The young man smiled again. "I am Ji Zhou, the 7th prince of Great Li. With your remarkable skills and audacity, you must be a friend of the Grand Supreme Emperor of the Tao, the Master of the Five Thunders, known as Xiandu, the Lord of Eternal Longevity." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was taken aback, pondering the meaning of such an elaborate title. "May I inquire, Your Highness, who exactly is this individual?" Ji Zhou replied. "He is the newly appointed chief alchemist of our great Li, greatly favored by my father. This title was conferred upon him at his request to my father, and we all refer to him thus as a sign of respect." Li Shimin forced a smile. "So what is his actual name?" "Zhu Hozhong," Ji Zhou answered. Li Shimin was momentarily stunned. While he recognized the name, he found the situation perplexing. However, he was astute enough to deduce the implications. This individual, sharing the surname Zhu with Zhu Zhanji, and with Ji Zhou and Li Anbong both claiming friendship with him, could only signify one possibility. He was also an emperor of the Huaxia, most likely from the Ming dynasty. "Might I trouble your highness to elaborate on the details?" Ji Zhou smiled, "Of course." After a brief pause, he continued, "The Grand Supreme Emperor of the Tao has indicated that he has several friends here. As we march northward and pass through this region, he wished for us to inform you that his supply of spirit stones for alchemy is nearly exhausted, and he urgently requires you to send more. He is currently in the capital of Great Li." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin understood. So that was the case. He thought to himself, "This person in the capital of Great Li sends a multitude of troops to deliver a message instead of coming himself." It left them fearing a violent confrontation. He resolved to hold him accountable later. "Then why did you slay the forces at Tiger Head Mountain?" Ji Zhou replied, "Upon our arrival, we first consulted with the Lord of Linzhou to gather information regarding the 9 Curves Mountain. Knowing that Tiger Head Mountain was your adversary, we took the liberty to eliminate them as a gesture of goodwill towards you, given that you are a friend of our chief alchemist. It is only proper to extend such courtesy." Chapter 67. He is my great-grandson. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin could only smile wryly, realizing it was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. He then clasped his hands in salute. "Your Highness, General Li, please do come. We have prepared a feast of food and drink on the mountain." Ji Zhou raised his hand. "No need, we must continue our march. We have already delayed for several days and cannot afford to linger any longer." Li Shimin glanced at the imposing Great Li army behind Ji Zhou. His professional instincts compelled him to inquire, "Is there impending warfare?" "Li Anbong, this is not a question you should pose." Ji Zhou, "Alas, Brother Li is not an outsider. I can speak freely." Ji Zhou turned to Li Shimin and added, "It's nothing much, really. The kingdom of Beiyu is about to engage in war with the northern barbarians. Beiyu has dispatched envoys seeking assistance, for it lies between the Great Li and the northern wilderness. If Beiyu were to be annihilated by the northern wilderness, how could we not feel the chill of loss? At that point, it would mean that the Great Li shares a border with the northern wilderness. Therefore, my father has commanded me to lead 30,000 troops to provide support. Additionally, it serves as a means to hone my skills." As he spoke, Ji Zhou smiled, exuding the eagerness of a novice soldier yearning for the thrill of real battle. Li Shimin nodded, now understanding the situation. This led him to recall that on the imperial map, there were over 10 red markers within the territory of Beiyu, and in its capital, 5 red markers had already gathered. Furthermore, several red markers were also present in the northern wilderness, albeit distanced from one another, and they had yet to converge. With the impending conflict between Beiyu and the northern wilderness, he wondered if they would be affected. However, Li Shimin quickly dismissed such thoughts, considering the vast distance. He could do little but hope for their own well-being. "Li Shimin, if that is the case, I shall not delay your march any further. We will return to the capital and seek out Master Wanshou." Ji Zhou, "No, It is the supreme Taoist of the great Luo heaven, the Thunder Master Xuandu, Master Wanshou. Li Shimin, I do not comprehend how you have memorized it so fluently. Jizhou looked at Li Shimin with eager anticipation, waiting for him to repeat it. Li Shimin felt a bit awkward. Supreme Great Luo Heaven? What was that again? Jizhou, it is the Thunder Master. Nearby, Liu Bang could hardly contain his amusement. He stepped in to ease Li Shimin's discomfort, saying, Your Highness, we must continue our journey. Very well. Jizhou turned to Li Shimin. Having conveyed the message from the supreme Taoist of the great Luo heaven, he felt he had fulfilled his task. Brotherly, take care. Should the opportunity arise, let us spar again. Li Shimin smiled, recognizing Jizhou as a kind-hearted and passionate young man, seemingly on good terms with Zhu Hozong. Li Shimin clasped his fist. Take care, Your Highness. Subsequently, Jizhou led his troops away. Li Shimin returned to the mountain stronghold and recounted the events to those present. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhu Zhanji. Zhu Zhanji, lost in thought, muttered to himself, Gao Zhanqi Jianyu, Ho Zai Chong. These are the names of my great-grandsons. Sima Xiao, what were those names you just recited? Zhu Zhanji, these are the 20 generational names bestowed upon my line by the great Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the third character of the name must follow the principle of the 5 elements, which states, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood. For instance, my father's name is Gao Qi. Since fire generates earth, I am named Zhu Zhanji. My son, therefore, is named Zhu Qizhen. As earth generates metal, this pattern continues onward. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback in disbelief, yet it was not difficult to understand. One merely needed to follow the order. Zhu Gao, fire, Zhu Zhan, earth, Zhu Qi, metal, Zhu Jian, water, Zhu Yu, wood, Zhu Ho, fire, continued in this manner. Li Ji remarked, Is it truly that meticulous? Your Ming dynasty's founding emperor, haha, is quite intriguing. Zhu Zhanji replied. The founding emperor placed great importance on the continuation of his lineage. Alas, I cannot help but worry about my grandfather's whereabouts. The others understood what Zhu Zhanji was implying. He was naturally concerned about how his grandfather would explain himself upon encountering Zhu Yuanzhang or the subsequent emperors of the Ming dynasty. The assembly had a general understanding of the historical narrative from the Qin dynasty up to Zhu Zhanji, particularly regarding the remarkable history of the third Ming emperor, who was unique in having successfully rebelled against the entire nation with forces from a single locality. One wonders whether it was the weakness of the Jiangwen emperor or the strength of the Yongle emperor, or perhaps a combination of both. Li Shimin chuckled and shook his head, saying, Compared to Zhu Yuanzhang, I find myself more intrigued by your grandfather. This man possesses considerable ability. Upon uttering these words, the others turned their gaze toward Li Shimin, who suddenly realized he had unwittingly dug himself a hole. They all exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, Of course, you are more interested in Zhu Di, for he, like you, seized his throne through rebellion. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Shimin cleared his throat. Let us change the subject. Li Ji scratched his head and redirected the conversation. By the way, father, when shall we set forth? Li Shimin replied, The capital of Dali is not too far from Linzhou. With swift horses, it should only take us 5 or 6 days. Moreover, I recall there are not just 1, but 2 red dots in the capital. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. All 5 of us will go. The others responded in unison, Excellent. In a thicket, the sound of rustling leaves echoed as 2 figures, an elder and a youth, hurriedly fled through the forest. Stop! A group of armed bandits pursued them relentlessly. Among the 2 fleeing, the young man appeared to be around 19 or 20, exuding a faint aura of valor. The other man, rugged in appearance with a broad face and a thick beard, was in his 40s, struggling to keep pace. Hold on. We are almost there, the youth gasped, encouraging the older man while glancing at the distant village. However, to his utter shock, the older man suddenly shoved him to the ground. After pushing him down, the man quickened his pace and continued to flee. The youth fell to the ground, fury swelling within him. Yet, as he rose, the bandits had already closed in. Continue the pursuit, commanded the leader, prompting the others to chase after the older man. Almost immediately, the leader swung his knife towards the youth's leg. The youth screamed in agony, collapsing again as blood gushed from his wound. Run! I shall ensure you cannot escape. Hand over the celestial spirit stone, or I will slay you. Chapter 68. The kitten's cries for help, help, help. The bearded man cried out desperately, sprinting toward the village, now less than 200 meters away. Stop! The fierce bandit pursuing from behind abruptly halted his steps, as if he had suddenly realized the peril of his situation. Ahead lay the village of Xiao, and this reckless individual seemed oblivious to the danger. Stop chasing. Quickly, let's leave. The crowd appeared to have recalled something dreadful, disregarding the man who had already fled, and hastily turned to depart. Before long, they returned to the spot where they had chased the youth, only to be confronted with a bizarre sight. Their leader, along with a few remaining comrades, lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any wounds or blood, as if they were merely asleep, utterly motionless. The young man had also succumbed to unconsciousness, and beside him stood an elderly man with a white beard, leaning on a cane. The old man hunched over, projecting an image of frailty, and slowly turned his gaze towards the crowd, failing to instill any sense of urgency. One individual stepped forward, brandishing a knife and demanding, "Hey, old man, what just happened?" As the words left his mouth, he distinctly observed the old man's pupils constricting, transforming into eyes reminiscent of serpents or lizards. The realization struck him in an instant. Before he could utter the word run, darkness enveloped him. Within the village, a bearded man, panting heavily, noticed that those behind him had not pursued into the village, and he finally felt a sense of safety. Following the guidance of a small imperial map displayed before him, he knocked on the door of a courtyard. Soon, the door swung open, revealing none other than Emperor Liu Xiù. Liu Xiu's attention was immediately drawn to the small imperial map displayed before the man, a sight only visible to emperors. The bearded man glanced at the screen, confirmed the identity, and quickly declared, "We are allies. I am also an emperor." Liu Xiù promptly assisted the man, helping him into the courtyard. Inside, Cao Cao and Sīmǎ Yì, reclining in chairs, turned their gaze towards the entrance and swiftly rose to their feet. Liu Xiù addressed the two. "Did you not see the small emperor? He has arrived at our doorstep, and neither of you went to welcome him." Cao Cao responded to Sīmǎ Yì. "Did you not notice the small emperor? He is at our doorstep, yet you made no effort to greet him." Sīmǎ Yì stammered, I. Liu Xiù interjected, "You sit down and rest for a moment. I shall fetch you a cup of water." Cao Cao insisted, No. Let the old rogue fetch it." Sīmǎ Yì concurred, Yes. I shall go. Emperor Xiù, you may rest." Subsequently, after the 2 large bowls of tea were consumed, the man finally spoke. "I am Shi Jingtang, the founder of the later Jin dynasty. May I inquire about your identities?" Cao Cao asked, "Later Jin? Founder?" Sīmǎ Yì echoed, "Later Jin. Founder." Shi Jingtang explained, "The small emperor indicates the later Jin, perhaps due to a previous Jin dynasty." Cao Cao queried, "Does your later Jin have any connection to the Jin dynasty?" Shi Jingtang shook his head, "No connection whatsoever." Cao Cao replied, "As long as there is no connection, that is sufficient. I nearly thought it was akin to the Han dynasty." Shi Jingtang pressed, "So who exactly are you?" "I am Liu Xiù, the Emperor Xian of Han. This is Sīmǎ Yì, posthumously honored as Emperor Xian of Jin, and Cao Cao, posthumously honored as Emperor Wu of Wei." At this revelation, Shi Jingtang's heart lurched, causing his teacup to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground. He dared not meet Cao Cao's gaze, his eyes darting in evasion. Cao Cao inquired, At that moment, the 4 individuals before them were presented with convergence information. Cao Cao had 306 and a balance of 36 imperial pearls, previously 31, having purchased an ethereal stone for cultivation. Sīmǎ Yì had 106 and a balance of 16 imperial pearls, previously 21, having acquired an imperial celestial art ethereal stone, which exactly exhausted his funds, and upon promotion to a spirit practitioner, received a reward of 10 pearls. Liu Xiù had 306 and a balance of 36 imperial pearls. Shi Jingtang had 120031 and a balance of 43 imperial pearls. After adding the imperial pearls, 3 successful convergence notifications appeared before Shi Jingtang. Before Shi Jingtang could examine them closely, Cao Cao inquired, "Why do you appear so flustered?" Shi Jingtang replied, "On my way here, I was pursued by a band of scoundrels, and I fled all the way to this place." Liu Xiù asked, "Are you injured? I can take a look." Shi Jingtang responded, "Thank you, Emperor Xian, but I am unharmed. I merely need to rest for a while." Cao Cao observed Shi Jingtang and felt something was amiss. His panic was not solely due to his escape. There must be another reason. Cao Cao then queried, "Are you a wise ruler or a foolish one?" The sudden question tightened Shi Jingtang's heart. He forced a smile and replied, I am undoubtedly a wise ruler. I am also the founding emperor. Cao Cao continued. How long has it been since the end of the Han dynasty to the later Qin? Cao Cao refrained from inquiring about the history of Cao Wei or the Qin dynasty. For Sīmā, he had already gleaned the general historical progression of the Qin dynasty from other emperors during his time in the 9-day paradise. After arriving there, Sīmā Yì had shared this information with Cao Cao. The Western Qin was relatively stable, at least a unified dynasty, while the Eastern Qin was lamentably inadequate. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was quite delighted and exclaimed, deservedly so. Shi Jingtang explained, the later Qin is roughly 700 years distant from the end of the Han. At that time, the realm was in utter chaos, even more severe than during the end of the Han. The central plains were rife with warlords, and the territory was fragmented. To the north, the Khitan barbarians invaded the central plains, seizing the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. The three were astonished. The 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. Such a vast expanse has been taken by the barbarians? Shi Jingtang hurriedly added, but fear not. Later, I led an army of over 100,000 and reclaimed it. I fought the Khitans so fiercely that they cried out in surrender, kneeling and calling themselves my sons, recognizing me as their father. Ha! Upon hearing this, the three finally relaxed, joining in laughter. Cao Cao praised, well fought. He clapped Shi Jingtang on the shoulder, saying, I had some misunderstandings about you earlier. It seems you truly are a formidable ruler of the future. Very good. Cao Cao called out, San Yang. After a moment, he remembered that San Yang had gone to visit next door. Cao Cao sighed. Never mind, I shall cook myself. Come, let us treat our brothers to a feast. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. At the mention of a meal and wine, Shi Jingtang was filled with joy. However, just as Cao Cao prepared to head to the kitchen, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Is San Yang back? Sīmā Yì offered. I shall go open the door. He hurried towards it. As the door swung open, they beheld an elderly man stooped with age, leaning on a cane, with a young man lying unconscious at his feet. Sīmā Yì inquired, Villager, where have you been, and why have you brought someone back? The elderly man, leisurely rubbing his waist, responded with a creaky voice. I could hardly carry him. It was Guzi who brought him back. Sīmā Yì then asked, where is Guzi? The elder replied, that lazy good-for-nothing has gone to the latrine. This child is injured. Let Dr. Liu take a look. Only then did Sīmā Yì notice the young man's legs, stained with blood. Very well, that shall suffice. The elder chuckled, turned, and slowly ambled away with the aid of his cane. Sīmā Yì cautioned, take care. Don't strain your back. Remember to practice the health exercises I taught you. They will surely add another decade or so to your life. Chapter 69. This is not recorded in the historical texts. Subsequently, Sīmā Yì carried the unconscious young man into the courtyard. Please lend a hand. Cao Cao and Liu Xiù approached, asking, who is this? Sīmā Yì replied, I do not know. Guzi found him outside. The villager suggested we let Emperor Xian have a look, for he appears to be injured. At that moment, Shi Jingtang, resting in a chair, felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing the figure in Sīmā Yi's arms. How could he have survived despite being pursued by so many? Had he managed to escape into the village? Soon, Liu Xiù examined the young man's injuries inside, while Sīmā Yì assisted by retrieving various medicinal supplies. Meanwhile, Cao Cao returned to the courtyard, casting a glance at Shi Jingtang, who seemed as uncomfortable as if seated on a bed of nails. What troubles you? Cao Cao inquired. Nothing at all, Shi Jingtang stammered. Cao Cao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Shi Jingtang, though he could not pinpoint the cause. He stepped closer, remarking, you seem quite fearful of me. Shi Jingtang, startled, swallowed hard. The mighty Wei Wu Emperor's presence naturally astonishes those who witness it. Cao Cao chuckled. I have no intention of harming you. There is no need for fear. After all, you have successfully reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. So do not give me cause to look down upon you. Shi Jingtang forced a smile. You jest, Wei Wu Emperor. I assure you, I am well. Cao Cao continued. By the way, I noticed you originally possessed 12 imperial pearls, yet you reigned for only 6 years. You must have encountered other emperors during that time, correct? Shi Jingtang instinctively sought to deny this, but found no reasonable explanation. Yes, but we became separated. Cao Cao pressed, who was he? Shi Jingtang hesitated, unable to answer. Very well, I shall go prepare a meal. We can discuss this later, Cao Cao concluded. Understood, Shi Jingtang replied as Cao Cao turned towards the kitchen. Finally, Shi Jingtang exhaled a long sigh of relief while glancing at Liu Xiù, who was tending to the injured youth. Who was this young man? It was none other than Cao Mao, the fourth emperor of Chao Wei, though he lacked an imperial title. The additional imperial pearls Shi Jingtang possessed were indeed those of Cao Mao. Shi Jingtang inhaled deeply, utterly astonished that within this gathering place of intrigue lay the formidable figure of Cao Cao. Was it not true that Cao Cao had never claimed the throne? What was he doing here? If Cao Cao were to discover that Shi Jingtang had betrayed his descendants to escape, how could he possibly survive? Cao Cao was known for his ruthless nature and malevolence, a truth that Shi Jingtang, as a person of the future, understood all too well. However, the good news at present is that the display of the little emperor's map has long since concluded. The three of them were unfamiliar with Cao Mao. Thus they remained unaware for the time being. Contemplating this, Shi Jingtang rose and proceeded into the room. Upon entering, he observed that the trousers covering Cao Mao's injured leg had already been torn apart. Liu Xiù was in the process of bandaging the unconscious Cao Mao's wounds. Shi Jingtang inquired, "Is he dead?" Liu Xiù replied, "No, he is not dead." Just as he finished speaking, Liu Xiù completed the bandaging. He wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "It is rather peculiar. Given the amount of blood lost, the wound should be substantial, yet it appears he is not gravely injured, as if someone has already attended to his wounds. How strange." Upon hearing that Cao Mao was alive, Shi Jingtang felt his heart leap into his throat. His mind raced with thoughts of whether to secretly kill Cao Mao while they were absent or to make a hasty escape before Cao Mao regained consciousness. Just as Shi Jingtang pondered his course of action, Sīmǎ Yì spoke, "I shall awaken him." Shi Jingtang responded in surprise, "Ah?" Sīmǎ Yì turned to him, "What is it? Why such alarm?" Shi Jingtang stammered, "How will you awaken him?" Sīmǎ Yì smiled, then joined his fingers, emitting a faint aura of light from their tips. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess as a spiritual practitioner." With that, Sīmǎ Yì pointed at Cao Mao's forehead, and golden light flowed into him, gradually spreading throughout his body. Witnessing this scene, Shi Jingtang's eyes widened. Sīmǎ Yì could wield such mystical arts? This was not recorded in the historical texts. In a moment, Cao Mao, lying on the bed, coughed violently twice and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Shi Jingtang turned without a second thought and fled. However, upon reaching the doorway, he collided head-on with Cao Cao. Cao Cao blocked his path. "Where are you off to, brother Shi?" Shi Jingtang stammered in panic. "Wu Emperor, weren't you cooking?" Cao Cao scrutinized Shi Jingtang coldly. "You are acting very strangely, indeed." Shi Jingtang replied, "I." Cao Cao forcefully pushed him back into the room. "Do you know him? Is he also an emperor?" Shi Jingtang was drenched in sweat, his form trembling involuntarily, rendered mute by fear. At this, Liu Xiù and Sīmǎ Yì exchanged glances. Cao Cao scoffed, "The more I think about it, the more suspicious it becomes. My suspicions were correct." He then turned his attention to the bed where Cao Mao lay, awake. "State your name." Liu Xiù stepped forward to assist Cao Mao in sitting up. Cao Mao, somewhat feeble, glanced at the individuals before him, finally fixing his gaze on Shi Jingtang. "You." Shi Jingtang recoiled repeatedly, then turned to seek something. Spotting a chopping knife, he immediately picked it up and brandished it at the others. "Step aside. Everyone, step aside." Observing this, Cao Cao chuckled, "Are you planning to use that against me? Have you thought this through?" Shi Jingtang glared menacingly at Cao Cao. "Step aside. Let me go, or I will strike you down." Cao Cao glanced at Sīmǎ Yì, who appeared disinterested in intervening. Sīmǎ Yì nodded and advanced. While Shi Jingtang was indeed a martial general, and in terms of martial prowess, he was somewhat formidable. At this moment, Sīmǎ Yì, with his spiritual cultivation, found it exceedingly easy to subdue his opponent. Sīmǎ Yi's agile form, infused with spiritual energy, reached out and struck Shi Jingtang's wrist. A piercing scream echoed as the axe fell from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Sīmǎ Yì swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. Shi Jingtang stumbled forward, collapsing before Cao Cao with a resounding thud. "Wei Wang," Sīmǎ Yì called out, tossing the axe to Cao Cao. Cao Cao caught it effortlessly and placed the blade upon Shi Jingtang's shoulder, dangerously close to his neck. A mere flick would send blood gushing from Shi Jingtang's throat. Trembling, he realized his dire predicament. Cao Cao let out a soft hum, turning his gaze toward the bed where Cao Mao lay. "Child, state your name." Cao Mao, taken aback, looked at Cao Cao with astonishment. "Wei Wang. Are you the emperor of our great Wei?" Cao Cao replied, "Oh, It appears we are indeed kin. I am Cao Cao, posthumously honored as the Wei Wu Emperor of Chao Wei. At this revelation, Cao Mao's expression was a tapestry of emotions, joy, excitement, but predominantly a sense of grievance. Ignoring Liu Xiu's attempts to restrain him, he insisted on descending from the bed. Kneeling upon the floor, his eyes glistening with tears, he lamented, I am Cao Mao, the grandson of the fourth emperor of Chao Wei, the Wei Wen Emperor. I pay my respects to my great-grandfather, the Wei Wu Emperor. Chapter 70. I am 100 times willing. Upon hearing this, a jolt surged through Cao Cao's heart, mirrored by Sīmǎ Yì and Shi Jingtang, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Only Liu Xiù remained detached, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events, seemingly unbothered by the turmoil around him. Simultaneously, both Cao Cao and Cao Mao registered their recognition of one another. Successfully united with Cao Cao, personal account, 0, balance, 11 imperial pearls, successfully united with Cao Mao. Personal account, 6, balance, 42 imperial pearls. Cao Mao unlocked the achievement for uniting 3 individuals successfully. My great-grandson, Cao Cao remarked, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he maintained the pressure of the axe against Shi Jingtang's neck. You've been injured. Rise first. Explain the circumstances. With Liu Xiu's assistance, Cao Mao stood and returned to his seat. With tears pooling in his eyes, he recounted, I have endured countless hardships, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Just yesterday at noon, I finally met with Shi Jingtang. He claimed to have reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun from the hands of the barbarians, earning my utmost respect. He urged me to purchase a spirit stone to discern its nature. Following his advice, I acquired one. However, this stone proved inedible and insipid, merely a trinket. Later, we encountered a band of outlaws. In a desperate bid for survival, I relinquished the spirit stone to them, uncertain of its worth. To my astonishment, it turned out to be immensely valuable. Shi Jingtang suddenly erupted in fury, catching one of them off guard and reclaiming the spirit stone. We fled in a frenzy, pursued relentlessly, with their numbers swelling as they followed us. At this juncture, Cao Mao cast a resentful glance toward Shi Jingtang. In his quest for self-preservation, he pushed me down, allowing those ruffians to capture me. They inflicted a grievous wound to my leg, causing me excruciating pain. I then lost consciousness, unaware of what transpired thereafter. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the kneeling Shi Jingtang. Wei Wu Emperor, please spare my life, Shi Jingtang pleaded. I did not intend to. I can offer you anything you desire, as long as you spare my life. As he spoke, Shi Jingtang hastily rummaged through his garments and produced a celestial spirit stone, promptly presenting it with both hands. The celestial spirit stone. This gem, as the villain had claimed, is an invaluable treasure. I give it to you. Give it to you. Cao Cao seized it forcefully, saying with malice, this was originally purchased by my great-grandson. It is not a gift, it is a return. Shi Jingtang nodded fervently. Yes, 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 I return it to you. Cao Cao's piercing gaze fixated on Shi Jingtang. And he continued, do you truly believe that you have reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun from the barbaric hands of the invaders? You appear far from that bold hero of chaotic times. Shi Jingtang's eyes darted away. He dared not meet Cao Cao's gaze. The blade in Cao Cao's hand edged closer to Shi Jingtang's neck. Speak. Shi Jingtang was evidently unaware of the possibility of revival and the achieved stage of uniting 3 individuals, as he had not yet had the chance to inquire with the young emperor. Had he known, Shi Jingtang would undoubtedly purchase the cultivation of a grand spiritual master and break free, which would have created a significant predicament. Thus, Cao Cao aimed to exploit the gap in Shi Jingtang's knowledge to extract information. I will speak. I will speak. Shi Jingtang grimaced. The 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun were ceded to the Khitan Liao people by me. I acknowledged the emperor of the Liao dynasty as my father and proclaimed myself the child emperor. Cao Mao exclaimed, what? You are despicable. Cao Mao clenched his teeth. I have held you in high regard for many days, believing you to be a man of integrity and fortitude, only to discover you are but a feeble wretch. Coughing lightly, Sīmǎ Yì interjected, please, say less. Cao Mao, puzzled, asked why? And who are you? Sīmǎ Yì replied, I am no one in particular, but let us discuss that later. At this moment, Sīmǎ Yì was willing to forego the emperor's pearl for Cao Mao and did not wish to reveal his identity just yet. Just then, Cao Cao remarked, Shi Jingtang, do you know the saying, evil begets evil? Today, you have fallen into my hands. How would you prefer to meet your demise? Shi Jingtang stammered. Can I not die? Cao Cao replied. Of course, but there must be a price. Celestial Spirit Stones. I am willing to offer 10 Celestial Spirit Stones in exchange for my life. Present them to the Great Wei Emperor. The primary purpose of the Celestial Spirit Stones is for cultivation. I cannot utilize so many at once, and if I were to lose one, it would be a great loss. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Cao added, Young Emperor, could you transfer Shi Jingtang's Emperor Pearl to me? The young emperor displayed. Emperor pearls can be mutually transferred between emperors, but the transferor must do so willingly. Upon seeing this, Cao Cao could not help but feel elated. Such a transfer was indeed possible. Sīmǎ Yì felt a sudden unease. It seemed ominous. Wang Mang had not mentioned the possibility of transferring emperor pearls during his time in the 9 days paradise. Could it be that he was unaware as well? Cao Cao laughed heartily. Ha ha. Shi Jingtang, give me your emperor pearls, every last one. Shi Jingtang replied. The young emperor said it must be voluntary. Cao Cao responded. Oh? It must be voluntary? So you would rather die than give them up? Very well. Then I shall execute you. With that, Cao Cao raised his blade menacingly. Shi Jingtang, terrified, exclaimed, Wait. I am willing. I am 100 times willing. Little Emperor, hurry, transfer all my imperial pearls to Wei Wu Emperor. 43 imperial pearls have been transferred to Cao Cao. Balance, 0 pearls. Received 43 imperial pearls from Shi Jingtang. Balance, 85 pearls. Upon seeing this, Cao Cao was overjoyed. This morning, he had only 30 pearls, but by afternoon, it had increased to 85. Excellent. Shi Jingtang, you may depart now. Shi Jingtang's eyes widened in disbelief. I have already given you all the pearls. Wei Wu Emperor, do not be untrustworthy. Cao Cao chuckled. You ceded the 16 prefectures of Yanjun and proclaimed yourself the child emperor. That is a death sentence. You caused my great-grandson Cao Mao to meet his demise. That is a second death sentence. Do not say I lack righteousness. You transferred me 43 pearls, and indeed, it can exchange for a life. However, you still owe one. What shall we do? If you present another 43, I shall spare you. Cao Cao's smile was sinister, evoking fear. Shi Jingtang trembled, unsure whether from anger or fright. He had not truly comprehended Cao Cao's cunning nature. He was indeed treacherous. Cao Cao remarked, It seems you have nothing left, my apologies. Without waiting for Shi Jingtang to utter another word, Cao Cao's blade fell. A swift stroke severed Shi Jingtang's throat. Shi Jingtang stared wide-eyed, clutching his bleeding neck, collapsing onto the ground while convulsing, blood staining the earth. Cao Cao's indifferent gaze lingered on Shi Jingtang as life ebbed away, leaving him to perish in a pool of blood. Subsequently, Cao Cao, brandishing the bloodied cleaver, slowly turned his attention to Sīmǎ Yì. Sīmǎ Yì gasped, realizing his fate was next. Chapter 71. That year, he was 19 at that moment. The lifeless Shi Jingtang's corpse released a translucent, ethereal form. Before him appeared the little emperor, inquiring if he wished to spend 100 imperial pearls to be resurrected immediately. If not, I shall send you to the 9-day paradise. The spirit of Shi Jingtang was filled with terror and confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Ah, great-grandfather. Cao Mao was evidently shaken by the scene. Liu Xiù, however, remained composed, having heard Sīmǎ Yi's prior account. Cao Cao addressed the floating form of Shi Jingtang, stating, We do not truly die. After death, we enter the 9-day paradise, enduring torment for 9 days. Afterward, we shall reappear in a new location. Cao Mao was astonished, realizing the little emperor possessed such powers. Cao Cao continued, Shi Jingtang, if you have the courage, return for vengeance after 9 days. If you lack the courage, be sure to keep your distance and follow the map. Shi Jingtang shivered in fear, neither responding nor daring to meet Cao Cao's gaze. Soon after, his ethereal form vanished, leaving only his corpse amidst the blood. Cao Mao inquired, Where has he gone? Cao Cao replied, To the 9-day paradise. His body will remain visible until he emerges from the paradise, at which point it will disappear, and he will be resurrected. Cao Mao mused, So that is the case. Great-grandfather, you possess such extensive knowledge. Cao Cao, it is indeed thanks to him. The founder of the Jin dynasty, posthumously honored as Emperor Qian of Jin, Sīmǎ Yì. As the words fell, Cao Mao was taken aback. Following Cao Cao's gaze towards Sīmǎ Yì. You are Sīmǎ Yì. Sīmǎ Yì chuckled awkwardly. Ah yes. Liu Xiù interjected. I am Emperor Xian of Han. Lucia, let us first claim our imperial pearls. Subsequently, the three of them adjusted their respective starting quantities of imperial pearls. Lucia, 366, remaining, 42 pearls. Sīmǎ Yì, 166, remaining, 22 pearls. Cao Mao, 11031, remaining, 42 pearls. Cao Mao hastily turned to Cao Cao, complaining, "Great-grandfather, our Wei dynasty foundation has been seized by the Sīmǎ family." Cao Cao replied, "I am already aware. However, I wish to hear you reiterate it, to ascertain whether Sīmǎ Yì has spoken falsely." Cao Mao nodded, "All right." After Cao Cao's death, his son Cao Pi ascended to the throne, establishing the Wei state, formally becoming emperor at the age of 40, known as Emperor I of Wei. Following him was Cao Pi's son, Cao Rui, who ascended at the age of 35, known as Emperor Ming of Wei. Subsequently, it was Cao Cao's great-grandson, Cao Fang, the grandson of Prince Wei of Rincheng, who took the throne. During this period, Sīmǎ Yì took advantage of General Cao Shuang and Cao Fang's pilgrimage to Jialing to seize control of Luoyang. Yet, at that moment, the Cao Wei still had a chance for a comeback. Cao Shuang hesitated, contemplating whether to rally forces from various regions to defend the throne. Ultimately, Sīmǎ Yì swore by the Luo River, "If you surrender, I guarantee you a life of wealth and honor, while retaining your nobility." Deceiving is a trivial matter. Cao Shuang, this foolish yet clever man, actually believed him. Cao Shuang proclaimed, "I swear by the Luo River, it is credible." Sīmǎ Yì replied, "Exactly, exactly." Thus, Cao Shuang surrendered, relinquishing military power. The Cao Wei dynasty lost all chances for a resurgence. As a result, the moment Cao Shuang returned home, Sīmǎ Yì dispatched men to arrest him, charging him with treason. His entire clan was executed. Hearing this, Cao Cao's face darkened, gripping his woodcutter's knife tightly. "I thought something felt amiss at that time. It turns out this old rogue employed such despicable means to seize my Wei dynasty's foundation." At that time, Sīmǎ Yì had spoken, but he intentionally omitted the oath by the Luo River. Sīmǎ Yì protested, "I did not lie. I merely forgot to mention it." Cao Cao, with a look of impending retribution, nodded. He then turned back to Cao Mao. "Continue. I wish to hear the rest." Following this, Sīmǎ Yì lived to the age of 73, and his son Sīmǎ Shi took over the governance of the Cao Wei regime. Sīmǎ Shi deposed Cao Fang and established the 13-year-old Cao Mao as emperor. The following year, Sīmǎ Shi passed away, and his brother Sīmǎ Zhao succeeded him. Sīmǎ Zhao declared, Indeed, it is I." Sīmǎ Zhao's intentions were well known to all. He had gone too far. "I am the emperor of the Great Wei, and how dare he summon me as if I were a mere servant? I can scarcely endure such humiliation. I would rather die than allow the rebel to challenge me." At the age of 19, he took the lead, charging at Sīmǎ Zhao. Yet, he was defeated and perished. Upon hearing this, the woodcutter's knife slipped from Cao Cao's grasp, falling to the ground. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he stepped forward to embrace the tearful Cao Mao. "My dear great-grandson, you are truly the emperor of our Wei dynasty. You possess great spirit. Even in death, I shall make the Sīmǎ family take notice. The descendants of Cao Wei are no cowards. Cao Mao, I have not brought shame upon my ancestors." Cao Cao, indeed. Well done. Meanwhile, Liu Xiù scratched his head, feeling a peculiar discomfort despite having no personal stake in the matter. At that moment, Cao Cao abruptly turned to face Sīmǎ Yì, who, startled, instinctively retreated. Yet, in his haste, he had forgotten he was cornered against the wall, with no further retreat possible. "Sīmǎ Yì, my lord, let us not dwell on the past. It is all behind us. We have shared such joyous moments recently, drinking and reminiscing." Ha, wouldn't you agree?" Cao Cao remained silent, lost in thought. After a gentle inhalation, he spoke with a softened tone, "The past is past. As long as we move forward united as ruler and subject, I shall hold no grudges." "Sīmǎ Yì, thank you. My lord, I shall remain unwaveringly loyal. I swear before heaven." Cao Cao quickly raised his hand. No. There is no need for oaths." Sīmǎ Yì, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head. "Very well, no oaths. I assure you of my loyalty." On the bed, Cao Mao observed this exchange with confusion. "Why? This old man has usurped our great Wei's legacy, yet my ancestor forgives him so easily?" Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he felt Cao Cao's grip on his hand tighten slightly. Cao Cao then gently patted the back of Cao Mao's hand, signaling him to refrain from impulsive actions. At this moment, Cao Cao did not wish to completely sever ties with Sīmǎ Yì. Firstly, Sīmā Yì was a talented individual. Just as before, Cao Cao valued him for his capabilities. Even if there were risks involved, he needed to utilize his talents. Secondly, Sīmā Yì had ascended to the realm of spiritual beings. If provoked to the limit, Cao Cao knew he would not be able to defeat him, even if he were to summon powerful spirit masters. Whether he could triumph remained uncertain, for if Sīmā Yì chose to flee, he could completely sever ties with Cao Cao, who believed he could not stop him. Cao Cao, ha ha ha, Zhongda, with you by my side, I feel at ease. Cao Cao stepped forward and embraced Sīmā Yi's shoulders. Sīmā Yì laughed in response. Your Majesty is too kind. This is what I ought to do. Chapter 72. Martial Arts Techniques as Fellow Cunning Foxes. Sīmā Yì could not help but discern Cao Cao's intentions. He understood his former lord all too well. It could be said that when Cao Cao made a move, Sīmā Yì could predict his desires. However, Sīmā Yì had no wish to confront Cao Cao directly, so both pretended to be oblivious. Only Liu Xiù stood by in bewilderment, having nearly believed they were about to clash, ready to flee, only to witness their sudden camaraderie, as if they were brothers born of the same mother. Cao Cao, by the way, Zhongda, why have I been unable to ascend to the realm of spiritual beings? Sīmā Yì pondered for a moment before responding. I understand now. Cao Cao, Sīmā Yì, with a look of realization, declared, it must be because you have not acquired the Imperial Immortal Technique. Cao Cao, although I have not purchased it, have I not been relying on you all along? Sīmā Yì forced a smile, reflecting on the 20 Imperial Pearls he had spent on the technique, while Cao Cao had been reaping its benefits without payment. How infuriating. Now it is settled. I have been promoted, while you have not. Sīmā Yì remarked. After all, it remains somewhat inconvenient. The king of Wei should procure another for himself. Cao Cao, deep in thought, responded, no, I have conceived another possibility. Sīmā Yì inquired, oh, Cao Cao declared, perhaps I am not suited for spiritual cultivation. I must pursue martial cultivation. Upon uttering this, it seemed as if Cao Cao had an epiphany and promptly continued, young emperor, do you have any recommendations for martial techniques? Recommendations for martial techniques. Recommended fist technique. Sanglong Shirquan. Price. 40 Imperial Pearls. Recommended leg technique. Jinfeng Shiba Tue. Price. 50 Imperial Pearls. Recommended body technique. Jingang Gu. Price. 50 Imperial Pearls. Recommended weapons techniques. Dingnu Jiu Jianju. Shinmen Shiba Chong. Shanhai Dao Zhan. As the young emperor's screen displayed numerous options, Cao Cao was momentarily dazzled. To him, these appeared not as techniques, but as mere monetary demands. Why are they all so much more expensive than Dixianju? The young emperor did not respond. However, Sīmā Yì explained, the Dixianju priced at 20 Imperial Pearls is merely the first volume. Additional volumes, both intermediate and advanced, must await a greater assembly of individuals before purchase. Given that the young emperor did not indicate that these martial techniques were only the first volume, it was reasonable to assume they were complete and comprehensive. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao nodded in agreement. With determination, he declared, very well. I shall purchase the Sanglong Shirquan and practice it forthwith. The following day, in the kingdom of Beiyu, within the capital city of Yujing, a man of trim stature, with well-defined features, donned in attire reminiscent of a chivalrous figure and bearing a sword upon his back, approached a residence that exuded opulence. The plaque above the door read, Liu Residence. Observing that no guards were stationed, the man surveyed his surroundings, confirmed his location on the young emperor's map, and stepped forward to knock upon the grand door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, appearing somewhat languid. However, upon noticing the young emperor's screen displayed by the visitor, he instantly perked up. Ah, you arrived so swiftly. Yesterday it seemed you had over 200 miles to traverse. You must have journeyed overnight to reunite sooner. May I inquire who you are? I am Zhao Guangyi, the second emperor of the Song dynasty, Song Taizong. Upon hearing this, the visitor expressed mild surprise, stepping back and clasping his hands in respect. I am Zhu Yuanzhong, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Ming Taizu. It is an honor to meet Song Taizong. You are Zhu Yuanzhong. Zhao Guangyi's expression brightened, as if he had long been familiar with Zhu Yuanzhong's illustrious name. At that moment, both individuals received notifications of a successful assembly. Successfully assembled with Zhao Guangyi. Personal account 21, balance, 96 Imperial Pearls, successfully assembled with Zhu Yuanzhong. Personal account 31, balance, 125 imperial pearls, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Does Song Taizong know of us? Zhao Guangyi chuckled heartily. Come inside, and we shall speak further. Zhu Yuanzhang entered, and Zhao Guangyi promptly closed the door behind him, hastening inside as he called out, Zhu Qiyu, your ancestor has arrived. Shortly thereafter, from within the expansive courtyard, 4 figures emerged, Liu Che, Liu Bei, Kublai Khan, and Zhu Qiyu. Subsequently, there ensued a lengthy dialogue lasting several hours. Initially, let us discuss the circumstances of Liu Che and his companions. On that day, they accompanied the North-revered country's master Wu Yu, traversing in a flying horse carriage to the capital of North-revered. At first, the group remained perpetually vigilant, wary of any potential schemes from Wu Yu. However, upon meeting Zhao Guangyi and Zhu Qiyu, and after recognizing each other and acquiring the imperial orbs, no untoward incidents transpired. Moreover, Wu Yu arranged a residence for them, which they occupied thereafter without his further presence. Liu Che and his 4 companions settled in, instructing all the household servants to vacate the premises, leaving not a single one behind. This was to preempt any spies among them and to facilitate their discussions and tranquil cultivation. Concurrently, they kept a watchful eye on the movements of the red dots within the territory of North-revered. Aside from the 5 of them, there were 8 additional red dots, all making their way toward the capital of Chaoyu, some nearer than others. Consequently, Liu Che's group remained there, practicing their skills while awaiting the arrival of others. Now, let us turn our attention to Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon his emergence from the 9-day paradise, Zhu Yuanzhang gained a deeper understanding of this realm through Wang Mang. Before long, he encountered another emperor, Zhu Yugui, the 2nd emperor of the later Liang. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a throbbing headache. It seemed he was in the company of tyrants and fools. First, there was Liu Yu, the reckless youth who sought to kill at every turn. Now he faced Zhu Yugui, a usurper who had slain his own father to seize power. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang's encounters with these 2 allowed him to reach a stage of convergence with 3 individuals, enabling him to commence formal cultivation through the young emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a distaste for Zhu Yugui, even nurturing a simmering resentment. How could a man who had murdered his own father still claim to be human? How could he dare to bear the surname Zhu? Even if his father was no paragon of virtue, Zhu Yuanzhang felt inclined to send him on a one-way trip to the 9-day paradise. Barely half a stick of incense had passed since their convergence when Zhu Yuanzhang, unable to restrain himself, swiftly dispatched Zhu Yugui on his journey to the 9-day paradise. Thereafter, Zhu Yuanzhang resumed his solitary cultivation. He acquired the imperial immortal technique and journeyed toward the capital of North-revered, practicing along the way. By the time he arrived at his destination, he had ascended to the 5th tier of the Spirit Master realm. Of the 96 imperial orbs he had obtained, 60 were rewards for his cultivation. However, upon this convergence, the number had increased. Zhu Yuanzhang's account stood at 96, 542, 348, with a balance of 194 imperial orbs. Liu Che, initially possessing 134 imperial orbs, spent 60 on a martial arts sword technique, leaving him with 74, Zhao Guangyi 21, Zhu Qiyu 8, Zhu Yuanzhang 31. Totaling a remaining balance of 134 imperial orbs. What a coincidence. Liu Bei, originally with 86 imperial orbs, hesitated to purchase techniques, confident in his swordsmanship. He only acquired 2 celestial spirit stones for cultivation, gifting one to Liu Che, resulting in an account of 84, 218, 831, with a balance of 141 imperial orbs. Kublai Khan, initially possessing 126 imperial orbs, purchased a martial arts body refinement technique for 50 imperial orbs, along with 2 celestial spirit stones, yielding an account of 74, 218, 831, with a balance of 134 imperial orbs. Yet another coincidence. Chapter 73, the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Finally, we turn to Zhao Guangyi and Zhu Qiyu. The initial meeting place for the 2 was within the capital of North-revered. Not long after their convergence, they encountered Wu Yu, the national master of Beiyu. Wu Yu graciously invited the 2 to be his guests, treating them to fine wines and sumptuous feasts. As days passed, their relationship gradually deepened. However, news arrived from the border regarding the abduction of a princess, prompting Wu Yu to prepare for a personal journey to the frontier. Upon hearing of Wu Yu's impending departure, Zhao Guangyi produced a map of Beiyu, indicating a precise location and informing Wu Yu that 3 of his friends awaited there, requesting that, If convenient, they be brought along. Wu Yu readily agreed. It was only upon meeting Zhao Guangyi and the others that Liu Che and his companions grasped the situation. Yet, one question lingered in Liu Che's mind. Was their encounter with Wu Yu merely a stroke of fate, or was there a deeper reason behind it? Liu Che, Liu Bei, and Kublai Khan collectively possessed 90 imperial pearls. Zhao Guangyi had 21,890, originally holding 119 imperial pearls. After purchasing 5 celestial stones from the imperial immortal scripture, his count reduced to 9 for 131, leaving him with a balance of 125 imperial pearls. Throughout this, Zhu Qiyu had not utilized a single imperial pearl, accumulating a total of 150 pearls with a balance of 8,219,031. In the room, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Qiyu and asked, "Why do you not use the imperial pearls?" Zhu Qiyu replied respectfully, in response to His Majesty the Taizu, "I simply do not wish to cultivate." "Is it that you dislike conflict?" "Perhaps," Zhu Qiyu responded. "However, it is not inappropriate for our Emperor of the Ming to not be perpetually steeped in bloodshed." Zhu Qiyu remained silent, feeling an acute tension. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "What did you say your name was?" Zhu Qiyu did not answer. Zhao Guangyi interjected, "Zhu Qiyu." At this, Zhu Yuanzhang finally reacted, springing to his feet with a fierce glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "No. Among the 20-character generation names we've given to our offspring, there is no Qiyu." Zhu Yuanzhang struggled to recall which son the character Qi belonged to, grappling with the names of over 20 sons and their corresponding characters, which totaled more than 400. He could only faintly remember the 20 characters associated with Zhu Biao's descendants. With a sudden thud, Zhu Qiyu fell to his knees. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I beg for your mercy." Zhu Yuanzhang demanded, "Speak. What transpired in the Ming after my passing?" Zhu Qiyu fell silent, unable to muster the courage to respond. At that moment, Liu Che, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. "Old Zhu, please take a seat. Allow me to explain." Upon hearing Liu Che's voice, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger dissipated significantly, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Emperor Wu of Han." Zhu Yuanzhang resumed his seat. Liu Che continued, "I have listened to Qiyu recount the history of the Ming, and I shall summarize it for you. You passed the throne to your grandson Zhu Yunwen, and after your death, Zhu Yunwen began to aggressively curtail the powers of the feudal lords. While the intention behind this action was not inherently wrong, the methods he employed were misguided, leading to excessive force and resulting in fear among the vassal princes. Subsequently, your fourth son, Zhu Di, raised an army in rebellion and usurped Zhu Yunwen's throne. Henceforth, the Ming dynasty became the lineage of Zhu Di. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew complex, and he remained silent for a prolonged moment. The room fell into a profound stillness. The crowd sat in silence, save for Zhu Qiyu, who knelt upon the ground, his head bowed, too timid to meet Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "Has Zhu Yunwen been slain by Zhu Di?" Zhu Qiyu hastily replied, "No. The Jiangwen Emperor's whereabouts are unknown. His fate is uncertain. The Taizong Emperor has not discovered Jiangwen's remains." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes narrowed coldly. What a fine Taizong Emperor. Zhu Qiyu quickly corrected himself. No, it is the Yongle Emperor." The name Yongle Emperor prompted Zhu Yuanzhang to recall a question posed to him by Wang Mang during his time at the Joyous Garden. It was only then that the truth dawned upon him. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Zhu Yuanzhang continued, "Rise. His usurpation has no bearing on you. We hold you blameless. When we see him, I shall inquire personally." Zhu Qiyu remained on the ground, saying, "In future generations, I wish to offer 150 imperial pearls, all to be bestowed upon the Taizu Emperor. I implore the Taizu Emperor to spare my great-grandfather. He was a good emperor. Thus it is, and it shall be." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the capital of the Great Li Kingdom, in the city of Lijing, Li Shimin, Li Ji, Sima Xiao, Yuan Sun, and Zhu Zhanji rode swiftly on horseback, finally arriving at Lijing. At the moment of their arrival, the 5 were momentarily taken aback. Before them stood the towering city walls of Lijing, resembling the spine of a dragon, stretching majestically between heaven and earth. Numerous city towers adorned with upturned eaves echoed with the chime of bronze bells, harmonizing with the horns of merchant vessels from the moat. Moreover, a translucent veil of light seemed to envelop the entire expanse of Lijing, covering hundreds of miles. Amidst the bustling crowd, many extraordinary and captivating figures could be seen. At that moment, a majestic black panther, crackling with lightning, strode past the five, carrying a young cultivator with closed eyes upon its back. The sight startled them. Where had such a colossal beast come from? Yet, the panther paid them no heed, continuing its leisurely pace towards the city gate with its burden. The horses held by the five grew restless, prompting them to soothe their steeds. Li Ji remarked, "Father, this great Lijing city." Li Shimin replied, "It is a realm of cultivation. It is understandable." He inhaled deeply. "Let us proceed. Noon approaches. Once we enter, we can seek Zhu Hozong." The group nodded in agreement and made their way toward the city gate. Upon their arrival, the guards meticulously searched and questioned Li Shimin and his companions. Once their identities were confirmed, they were permitted to enter the city. The wide main street within the city was 10 zhang across, its flagstones polished smooth by the passage of time, warm to the touch like jade. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, lined with shops on either side. The calls of vendors, the lively chatter from tea houses, the haunting melodies from brothels, and the rich aroma of wine wafting from taverns painted a vivid picture of urban prosperity. Li Shimin could not help but acknowledge that this great Li Jing was 100-fold more vibrant and fantastical than Chang'an during the flourishing days of the Tang dynasty. Here, one could encounter spirit beasts, be they horses, oxen, or even fierce creatures like lions and tigers. Yet, without exception, they were accompanied by their masters and exhibited no signs of aggression. Li Shimin, my heart stirs with an insatiable desire. If only I could possess such a magnificent beast as my steed. Wouldn't that be both majestic and swift? Zhu Zhanji, perhaps it would take no more than 5 or 6 days to reach here from Linzhou. Just 3 days, perhaps? Li Ji, I would wager 2 days. Sima Xiao, then I shall guess 1 day. Yuan Xiu, I shall venture half a day. Li Shimin chuckled. What is the point of guessing? When we depart, each of us shall procure one, and we shall see for ourselves. Chapter 74. This is how I forged in my past life. The group bantered and laughed as they traversed the bustling streets and winding alleys for nearly an hour. They sought out an inn, somewhat closer to the inner city, where they could stow their steeds. Yuan Xiu, after subsisting on rations for days, it is high time we indulge in a meal at the inn. Yuan Xiu cast an expectant glance at Li Shimin. However, Li Shimin shook his head and replied, "Noon approaches. Let us dine after we meet Zhu Hozong." Zhu Zhanji, indeed. My great-grandson has fared quite well. He has become the chief alchemist of the great Li. When we see him, let him treat us to a lavish feast. Laughter erupted among the group. It is true, there is no pleasure like dining at another's expense. At that moment, a small imperial screen materialized before them, indicating that noon had arrived and inquiring whether to activate the map display. Li Shimin promptly activated it, while the others opted not to. They merely needed to follow him. The map unfolded, magnifying their current location, revealing the streets and alleys of the great Li capital. Li Shimin focused on the screen, declaring, "It appears he has already set out and is on his way." The group rejoiced, eager to meet him and enjoy their meal sooner. Shortly thereafter, the five followed the map towards the approaching red dot. Approximately 15 minutes later, they had distanced themselves from the market and arrived at a vast lake within the city. The scenery was splendid, but at this midday hour, few people were present. In the distance, they spotted a young boy clad in a light blue robe, sporting a topknot, running towards them. Upon seeing this, they immediately turned their attention to the small imperial screen before Li Shimin, confirming without doubt that the red dot approaching them was indeed the boy. Zhu Zhanji felt a jolt in his heart, his nose tingling with emotion. A child emperor? What has transpired in the Ming under your reign? The boy, clearly exhausted from his run, approached them, breathless, his tender hands resting on his knees as he gasped for air. Before him, the small imperial screen also hovered. Zhu Zhanji hurried forward and knelt, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Hozong, what has befallen you? What has transpired in the Ming during your time?" The boy, evidently fatigued from his long run, struggled to catch his breath. Zhu Zhanji tenderly stroked the boy's head and reassured him, "Fear not, dear Hozong. With your great ancestor watching over you, no one shall dare bully you again. Tell me, who was it that took your life in the past? How could they harm even a child? Was it your successor?" As these words left his lips, the boy forcefully shrugged off Zhu Zhanji's hands. Panting heavily, "I am not Zhu Hozong. Not? Zhu Zhanji was taken aback, hastily wiping away his tears. "Then who are you?" "Dao Tong. I am the 8th emperor of the Yuan dynasty, the young lord of Yuan, Borjigin Asujiba." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. What nonsense is this? Dao Tong continued. However, I now bear a new name, Luoji. Zhu Zhanqi stood up, his expression one of disbelief, lamenting the waste of his tears. Just then, laughter erupted from behind, leaving Zhu Zhanqi feeling somewhat awkward and socially embarrassed. Ahem. Li Shimin chuckled. Was it not said earlier that within the grand capital of Dali, there exist 2 red dots? Who prompted you to approach without inquiry? Directly recognizing your great-grandson? Zhu Zhanqi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, then turned to Luoji. What about Zhu Hozong? Everyone present is of a higher generation than him. Yet he does not personally come to greet? Luoji's expression turned anxious. Zhu Hozong is in trouble. Ming Shizong Zhu Hozong, the 11th emperor of the Ming dynasty, reigned for 45 years, bestowing 45 imperial pearls. The initial appearance of Zhu Hozong did not take place in the capital of Dali, but rather in a perilous mountainous area. Not only was he there, but also the 19th emperor of the Tang dynasty, Tang Shizong Li Xian. The two of them, while struggling to survive in the wilderness, made their way towards each other. The good news is that they successfully met, combining their respective numbers of imperial pearls. The bad news is that Li Xian was poisoned by venomous insects on the very day they met. Zhu Hozong was greatly frightened, abandoning Li Xian's corpse and fleeing in haste. Subsequently, a thrilling adventure ensued, and Zhu Hozong, blessed by fortune, finally emerged from the mountains. He then spent the price of an immortal spirit stone to catch a ride with a cultivator, who brought him to the capital of Dali. Within the city, Zhu Hozong successfully reunited with Luoji, who was washing dishes in a tavern. Zhu Hozong achieved the stage of uniting 3 individuals and officially commenced his counterattack. At this moment, Zhu Hozong possessed 151 imperial pearls, with a balance of 61 remaining. Instead of purchasing spiritual cultivation methods like the imperial immortal technique, he opted for alchemy, which documented the methods for concocting numerous miraculous elixirs. Utilizing this book, he began to showcase his prowess in the city's elixir market. Not through actual alchemy, but merely through discourse, prompting skeptical alchemists to concoct the potions themselves. Upon completion, these alchemists hailed him as a master. Thus, Zhu Hozong's reputation soared in the capital. Following his rise to fame, even the Imperial Elixir Pavilion, favored by the Dali royal family, personally invited him to provide guidance. As Zhu Hozong observed the elixir formulas displayed on the young emperor's screen, he recited them with an air of profundity, while the pavilion's master listened intently and followed suit. Miraculously, he successfully concocted a premium elixir, which was then presented as tribute to the Dali emperor. The emperor, delighted, summoned Zhu Hozong and bestowed upon him an official title and nobility. Thus, Zhu Hozong, without lifting a finger, became the chief alchemist of Dali solely by virtue of his eloquence. He acquired a private office and had access to all necessary herbs. Whatever he desired was at his command. Zhu Hozong began to personally concoct elixirs in secret. Luoji asked, Zhu Hozong, are you really adding arsenic into that? Zhu Hozong replied, what do you know? I concocted this way in my previous life. I now have reason to suspect that you perished from consuming such things in your past. You little brat, go play elsewhere. Do not call me by my name anymore. Refer to me by my title or simply as brother. Were it not for my intervention, you would still be washing dishes to this day. While Zhu Hozong was refining elixirs, he simultaneously sought to enhance his cultivation. Many potions require spiritual energy for successful concoction. Consequently, Zhu Hozong expended 11 imperial pearls to acquire celestial spirit stones, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 9th tier of spiritual practitioners, only to find himself utterly stagnant thereafter. The alchemical techniques were procured for 50 imperial pearls, and an additional 11 pearls were allocated for his cultivation, along with several potions requiring celestial spirit stones as catalysts. Zhu Hozong acquired 20 celestial spirit stones alone. At this moment, his imperial pearls, including the 10 awarded for his spiritual practitioner status, dwindled to merely 1. Thus, he was in dire need of someone to deliver imperial pearls to him. Just yesterday, a young apprentice from the elixir pavilion stealthily entered Zhu Hozong's alchemy chamber and consumed a pill from a bottle labeled longevity pill. The result was immediate and fatal. Following this incident, the head of the elixir pavilion reported the matter truthfully to the emperor of Dali. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin and his companions furrowed their brows. Luoji continued, the head of the elixir pavilion, known as Mu Xiandan, expressed to the emperor his suspicion that Zhu Hozhong is merely a charlatan, having memorized a few recipes without any real skill. The emperor was incensed and sought to punish Zhu Hozhong for deceiving the crown. Zhu Zhanji inquired, "What happened next?" Liu Aji replied, "Zhu Hozhong is officially recognized as an alchemist of the Elixir Pavilion and has been placed under the full authority of Pavilion Master Mu. He is currently detained within the Elixir Pavilion." Sima Xiao asked, "Do you know how the Pavilion Master intends to deal with him?" Liu Aji responded, "That is precisely what I do not know, which is why I rushed to meet you. I surmised that you would arrive around noon today, so I hurried here to seek your assistance in rescuing him." Li Shimin pondered, "This is rather peculiar." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Li Shimin. Li Ji asked, "What do you find peculiar, father?" Li Shimin replied, "Why would an alchemical apprentice have the audacity to steal from the chamber of the chief alchemist? Not only did he steal, but he also consumed the pill on the spot and died immediately. This seems rather suspicious." Though Li Shimin had not voiced these concerns, the others began to feel unease. Li Ji remarked, "There is indeed a possibility. Could someone be envious of Zhu Hozhong? Or perhaps they discovered that he possesses no genuine talent and sought a way to expose his facade." Li Shimin responded, "At present, it remains uncertain, but I have a suspect in mind." The group exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. "The head of the Elixir Pavilion." Li Shimin nodded. Liu Aji, bewildered, interjected, "Why is that?" He scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the adult's reasoning. "Well, as long as you can save him, that's what matters. By the way, I haven't yet asked, who are you all?" Subsequently, each introduced themselves, stating their names and the dynasty they represented. Li Shimin and his companions each possessed one imperial pearl, while Liu Aji had accumulated a total of 128 imperial pearls, including Zhu Hozhong's 45 pearls. "Liu Aji, you are the heavenly Khan. Since my childhood, I have heard tales of you from my kin. My knowledge is rather limited, and you are the only one I am acquainted with among you." Li Shimin chuckled, "Merely a hollow title. By the way, young one, how long did you reign?" Liu Aji replied, "I reigned for just over a month before falling victim to the chaos of war." "Just over a month?" Li Shimin glanced at the others. Li Ji interjected, "Isn't there a saying that a new emperor arises every year?" Zhu Zhanji added, "Does that imply that any emperor must at least possess a pearl?" Yuan Shui remarked, "If that is the case, my daughter who reigned for a day must also have at least one. Alas, she cannot yet speak, so we cannot recognize each other." As the others engaged in this conversation, only Sima Xiao knelt down, gently stroking Liu Aji's head, and softly said, "Forget the unhappy events of your past life. They were not your fault." Liu Aji nodded vigorously, Sima Xiao smiled, "Good boy." Liu Aji's eyes glistened with tears. This was the first time someone had spoken such words to him since his arrival. Zhu Zhanji remarked, "Brother Xiao, your kindness makes us seem rather ungracious." Li Ji concurred. "Indeed." Sima Xiao rose to face the group, smiling as he posed the question, "Are we going to rescue Zhu Hozhong or not? The time on the map is nearly up." Zhu Zhanji insisted, "Let us go. I must see what kind of person my great-grandson is." Taking advantage of the limited time on the little emperor's map, they hastened their steps towards the red representing Zhu Hozhong. The Xiandan Pavilion was not far from their location, and in no time, they were nearing their destination. However, at that moment, Li Shimin noticed that the red dot representing Zhu Hozhong was rapidly moving away from them. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. "He has left the Xiandan Pavilion." Li Ji remarked, "There is no reason for him to deliberately avoid us. Someone must have taken him away." Li Shimin affirmed, "Indeed, we must hurry." The group quickened their pace. As the time on the little emperor's map came to an end, they pressed on for another quarter of an hour, arriving at a desolate, abandoned structure. They halted, noticing a middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe sitting beneath a nearby tree. At that moment, he was bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged tightly. Upon seeing Li Shimin and the others, his expression was complex, filled with joy, regret, and a hint of despair. Liu Aji had not been able to keep up with them and was still lagging behind, likely taking a while to arrive. Yet, even in his absence, the others deduced that this man was Zhu Hozhong. The five did not rush forward, but instead approached cautiously, surveying their surroundings. Li Shimin addressed him. "Might you be the esteemed Master Mu of the Xiandan Pavilion? We hope to meet you in person, as there seems to be some misunderstanding here." Just as he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened. A shimmering barrier rippled into existence, enveloping the area. Following this, an elderly man in white robes materialized, hovering 3 feet above Zhu Hozhong's head. The elder's expression was neutral, revealing no emotional fluctuations, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at Li Shimin and the others. This old man in white was none other than Mu Xiandan, the master of the Xiandan Pavilion. The information transmitted by the master had proven accurate. Indeed, a group of foreign emperors had descended upon this realm. Li Shimin and the others were taken aback. What does Master Mu know about us? Li Shimin inquired. I know a little, Mu Xiandan replied. Then I am curious to hear how much you know, Li Shimin pressed. The Imperial Pearl, the Celestial Spirit Stone. The little emperor, does that suffice? This simple statement left everyone present feeling as though their garments had been stripped away completely. They all cast glances at Zhu Hozhong, their eyes filled with the wrath of betrayal. Zhu Hozhong, unable to speak due to the grip on his mouth, vehemently shook his head, insisting, it's not me. Truly not me. Li Shimin turned his attention back to Mu Xiandan. Who is your master? He did not assume that the master referred to the emperor of the Great Li. Mu Xiandan smiled faintly. Though you are emperors, you are mere mortals without cultivation. You are nothing more than larger ants, unworthy of knowing who my master is. Li Shimin countered. So you are not the master of the alchemy pavilion of Great Li. Mu Xiandan replied. You are mistaken, I am indeed. However, my allegiance is not truly to Great Li. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin recalled the information previously shared by Liu Aji and began to piece together the situation. It seemed that initially, Mu Xiandan may not have recognized Zhu Hozhong's identity. However, as time passed, Zhu Hozhong's seclusion for alchemy and cultivation, along with the mysterious acquisition of celestial spirit stones, had drawn Mu Xuandan's attention. That alchemical apprentice must have been sent by Mu Xiandan to successfully extract Zhu Hozhong from the clutches of the Emperor of Li, delivering him to his so-called master. Chapter 76. Do you have a backup plan? Yuan Su scratched his head, still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. It must be that someone behind him has captured our people at other locations and extracted our information through coercion, Li Shimin surmised, drawing a deep breath as he felt the gravity of the situation intensify. Thus, Master Mu, or your hidden master, seeks to obtain something from us? Mu Xiandan acknowledged. Initially, it was merely the celestial spirit stones, but I have now discovered that you seem capable of using the Imperial Pearl to purchase alchemical formulas or cultivation techniques. Huh. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would have never believed it. With a predatory gaze akin to that of a wolf locking onto its prey, Mu Xiandan regarded the 5 individuals. Capturing 6 emperors from another realm at once will surely delight my master. I can assure you, as long as you comply, I will ensure your safety. Indeed, I can even grant you certain statuses, allowing you to fully integrate with us. This way, you may avoid suffering physical torment. Yes or no? At this, Li Shimin scoffed coldly. Are we to be treated like livestock, raised until every ounce of value is squeezed from us? Mu Xiandan erupted in raucous laughter. If you do not perceive it this way, so be it. How intolerable! Zhu Zhanji shouted furiously and charged at Mu Xiandan without hesitation. Li Shimin shouted, let us all attack. With that, the 5 of them leapt into the air, simultaneously launching themselves at Mu Xiandan. Mu Xuandan's cold gaze flickered ominously. You overestimate your abilities. As he spoke, he waved his long sleeves, unleashing a fierce gust of wind toward the 5 airborne figures. Even with the utmost cultivation and the dual mastery of both spiritual and martial arts, Li Shimin found himself unable to contend against the overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, all 5 individuals were sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground. The least powerful among them, Yuan Sun, spat out a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In a mere instant, they felt the insurmountable chasm that lay between their levels of cultivation. Ha ha! Mu Xiandan laughed boisterously. Though my expertise lies primarily in alchemy and not in martial combat, I am still of the heavenly spirit realm. You mere novices in the beginning stages of your training think to challenge me? Had I not found you useful, you would have perished from that strike alone. My patience is finite. You are granted one final opportunity to submit. At that moment, the group struggled to rise, blood staining the corners of their mouths. Li Shimin took a deep breath, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned his gaze to the bound Zhu Hozhong not far away and exclaimed, I am Li Shimin, the 2nd emperor of the Tang dynasty. With that declaration, a small imperial screen materialized before him. Successfully allied with Zhu Hozhong, personal account, 45, balance, 162 imperial pearls. Upon witnessing this, Sīmǎ Yì and the others quickly followed suit. I am Sīmǎ Yì, the 2nd emperor of the Eastern Jin. Successfully allied with Zhu Hozong. Personal account, 45, balance, 122 imperial pearls. I am Yuan Sun, the 9th Emperor of Northern Wei. Successfully allied with Zhu Hozong. Personal account, 45, balance, 108 imperial pearls. I am Li Ji, the 3rd Emperor of the Tang. Successfully allied with Zhu Hozong. Personal account, 45, balance, 47 imperial pearls. I am Zhu Zhanji, the 5th Emperor of the Ming. Successfully allied with Zhu Hozong. Personal account, 45, balance, 115 imperial pearls. Li Ji thought to himself, everyone has 100. Only I, the injured, have achieved this. Previously, Li Shimin had taken Li Ji's imperial pearls, leaving him with just one, which he had saved until now. After recognizing Liu Aji, he gained one more, and with Zhu Hozong's 45, his total was merely 47. Moreover, Zhu Hozong's imperial pearls had also increased significantly, from 1 to 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 3, 4, 1, 0. Balance, 83 imperial pearls. He felt a surge of joy at his newfound wealth of imperial pearls. Yet, the gravity of their current predicament soon extinguished his elation. In the midst of the scene, Li Shimin initially glanced at Li Ji, but upon seeing the number of his imperial pearls, he quickly shifted his focus to Zhu Zhanji. Zhanji, you and I shall purchase the spirit condensation realm, while the 3 of you acquire the great spirit master. Use them sparingly. Since Zhu Zhanji was pursuing martial arts and Li Shimin was adept in both spiritual and martial disciplines, the latter clearly excelled in combat. Thus, they opted to purchase the martial arts spirit condensation realm, priced at 100 imperial pearls. The 4 nodded in agreement. Observing this, Mu Xiandan narrowed his eyes. Do you still possess hidden cards? Just as he spoke, his expression abruptly froze. What was this fluctuation of energy? His consciousness distinctly sensed that Li Shimin and Zhu Zhanji had suddenly unleashed the energy flow of the spirit condensation realm. At this moment, the 3 others also experienced a sudden surge in their cultivation, transforming into 2 grand spiritual masters and 1 in the bone refinement stage. Mu Xiandan exclaimed, impossible. From which sinister realm do you hail? Li Shimin retorted, I have come to collect the debt from you, old man. As he spoke, Li Shimin vanished from his position in an instant. Mu Xuandan's pupils constricted as a figure, swift as lightning, appeared before him. With a punch, Li Shimin struck Mu Xiandan in the abdomen, causing his body to bend at a sharp angle, his eyes bulging and bile spilling from his mouth. Immediately, Li Shimin seized Mu Xiandan by the hair and violently hurled him towards Zhu Zhanji and the others. Zhu Zhanji sprang forth, charging at the airborne Mu Xiandan. At that moment, Mu Xiandan abruptly halted, unexpectedly counterattacking Zhu Zhanji. With a flourish of his long sleeves, a fierce arc of white light slashed towards Zhu Zhanji. A resounding explosion ensued as Zhu Zhanji's shirt disintegrated into dust, revealing his chiseled torso adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. He remained suspended in the air, a mere meter away from Mu Xiandan, gazing at him intently. Is this all you've got? Zhu Zhanji remarked. You claim to be unskilled in martial combat, and I now believe it. With that, Zhu Zhanji's fists became a whirlwind, delivering 100 strikes in a second upon Mu Xuandan's body. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhanji aimed a knife-hand strike at Mu Xuandan's heart, only to be surprised as the old man demonstrated unexpected resilience, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Simultaneously, Mu Xuandan's right hand shot forth 2 fingers, releasing a chilling beam that pierced Zhu Zhanji's side. Zhu Zhanji grimaced in pain, retreating rapidly. Yet, before Mu Xiandan could catch his breath, Li Shimin descended from above like a mountain crashing down, bringing Mu Xiandan to the ground. Kill, commanded Li Ji. Alongside Sima Xiao and Yuan Sun, their spirits ignited with battle fervor. In an instant, chaos erupted, dust and smoke swirling around them, leaving Zhu Hozong, who watched from a distance, utterly bewildered. He could scarcely comprehend the unfolding spectacle, but he understood one thing. It was shocking. Someone, come quickly. 5 strong men are ganging up on an old man. Chapter 77. Among us, I hold the greatest seniority with a thunderous explosion of fiery brilliance. Mu Xiandan unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy after enduring a relentless assault from the 5. The shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, forcing Li Shimin and the others to retreat, while the residual force rendered Zhu Hozong unconscious, bound as he was. Not only that, the ferocious energy collided with the barrier surrounding them, shattering it into oblivion. The group swiftly regained their footing, surrounding the beleaguered Mu Xiandan from 5 different angles. The swirling dust began to dissipate, revealing Mu Xiandan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his hair a disheveled mess, and his face marred with bruises. He leaned forward, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. His garments were tattered, presenting a pitiful sight akin to that of a destitute beggar. To forcibly elevate your cultivation, your methods are indeed inexhaustible, he mused. It seems we do not yet possess sufficient knowledge of your hidden cards. Mu Xiandan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly raising his head to cast a chilling gaze at Li Shimin. However, if you believe that this alone can kill me, you underestimate me far too much. As he spoke, Mu Xiandan swiftly formed seals with his hands, and layers of white light rippled beneath his feet. His disheveled silver hair and beard stood on end, resembling a creature charged with electricity. Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Though he did not comprehend the situation, his instincts urged him to act immediately to prevent any impending disaster. Without further ado, he charged forward. "Kill!" commanded Zhu Zhangji. Confronted with the encroaching assault from 5 directions, Mu Xiandan suddenly stomped his foot. With a swift motion, just as the 5 were a mere step away, they abruptly halted. Mu Xuandan's long hair, now as rigid as wire, extended instantaneously, ensnaring Li Shimin and his companions, who had sought to confine him. His beard transformed into sharp spikes, pressing against their throats and vital organs with lethal precision. The surrounding air surged violently, as Mu Xuandan's spiritual energy was released at a frenzied pace. Despite being just a step apart, the 5 found themselves utterly immobilized. In that instant, the previously tumultuous scene fell into an eerie silence. A stalemate ensued. "What is this?" Yuan Shui winced in pain as the wire-like silver hair constricted around him, rendering him unable to move even an inch, forced to watch Mu Xiandan, who was now so close. Mu Xuandan's lips were pale, his complexion weak, yet his expression radiated utmost satisfaction. "What if you are all at the martial concentration realm? I am a formidable being of the heavenly spirit realm. This binding technique serves as my means of self-preservation. Even if all 5 of you are in the concentration realm, any attempt to break free will lead only to your demise." Zhu Zhangji retorted, "You old scoundrel. If you have the capability, face me in a fair fight. What is this trickery?" Li Shimin added, "You are at your wit's end. Do not think I am oblivious to your ploy of leaking your spiritual energy to control us. But you cannot maintain this for long." Li Ji chimed in, "Indeed. You old rascal, we have all the time in the world to wear you out. I shall behead you when your strength wanes." Mu Xiandan, despite his weakened appearance, acknowledged, "Indeed, I cannot hold out much longer. But do you truly have the time to engage in this war of attrition with me?" Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Did he know that our cultivation had its limits? However, they soon realized the misunderstanding that ensued from his next words. The formation barrier had not been shattered. It was intentionally retracted. With a cold smile, Mu Xiandan revealed his intention was to alert the powerful guards responsible for the safety of the imperial city, the Yujin guards, to the fierce battle taking place here. They would arrive post-haste. I may not last long, but holding out until their arrival is not an issue. Ha ha ha. The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. This old scoundrel was indeed cunning. To avoid defeat, he had resorted to calling for reinforcements. Yuan Shui questioned, "Are you not afraid that we will unveil your true identity to the Yujin guards? You do not serve the Great Li, but rather, you are a spy lurking within." With a confident demeanor, Mu Xiandan replied, "Then feel free to expose me. Let us see whether the Emperor of Li believes you or trusts me." The group fell into silence. Clearly, reporting is futile. To Emperor Li, they are merely 5 strangers of unknown origin. However, Mu Xiandan, the master alchemist of the Celestial Pill Pavilion, is dedicated to crafting pills for the royal family. The weight of their significance is unmistakable. The Emperor would never place his trust in them. Thus, the situation has reached a stalemate. To act recklessly now means certain death, while continuing to endure until the arrival of the Imperial Guards would only delay the inevitable. The expressions of the 5 are filled with despair. They had believed that upon arriving in the capital, they could rely on the prominent alchemist Zhu Hozhong to enjoy a prosperous life. Yet, on their very first day, they find themselves facing utter defeat. Is there truly no hope left for us? Li Ji, pained by the wire constricting his throat, turns to Li Shimin. Li Shimin remains silent. Just then, Sima Xiao speaks up. "I have a plan." Everyone turns their gaze toward him. Sima Xiao, with a resolute expression, declares, Let us exchange 1 for 1. Yuan Xian asks, exchange 1 for 1? Sima Xiao replies, we only need to disrupt his formation. He won't withstand it. I will do it. Zhu Zhanji interjects, no? You will die? Sima Xiao counters, if I must die, let it be just me. It is better than all of us perishing together. Zhu Zhanji feels a lump in his throat. You, my friend Li Shimin declares, I will go. His tone is calm as he looks at the others. Sima Xiao gazes at Li Shimin. The leader has probably already thought of this plan. But allow me to take action. Zhu Zhanji insists. I am the youngest. It should be me. Li Shimin asserts. I am the leader. You must listen to me. With that, Li Shimin begins to push forward, his silver hair tightening around him, gradually merging with his skin. In the center, Mu Xiandan clearly shows signs of panic. No. You truly dare to do this. Li Shimin. Sima Xiao shouts. I am the eldest here. You must heed my words. Do you wish to defy our ancestors? Li Shimin halts, turning to Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao takes a deep breath, his tone softening. Erlang, this is the Emperor's gathering place. It can be without me. But it cannot be without you. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression softens. He does not wish to witness anyone's death, least of all his friends. Li Ji calls, Xiao Ge. Yuan Xian echoes, Xiao Ge. At this moment, everyone's eyes are glistening with tears, and Zhu Zhanji begins to weep. Xiao Ge. You always let us have our way in the tribe. Can't you ever do something selfish? You are the only one in the entire Qin dynasty. Sima Xiao replies, the Qin dynasty has gained its position unjustly and is weak, causing much suffering to the people. I hope that when you encounter the Emperor of Qin in the future, you will show mercy. This is the last thing I can do for the Qin dynasty. Zhu Zhanji cries out, Xiao Ge, let us be brothers again in our next life. Sima Xiao smiles, very well. Chapter 78. You are quite frightening with that. Sima Xiao's expression transforms into one of determination and resolve. He fixates intensely on Mu Xiandan, disregarding the hair entangled around him and the roots pressing against his throat and heart. Gritting his teeth, he advances towards Mu Xiandan with all his strength. Mu Xuandan's expression shifts to one of fear. He wishes to act, but at this moment, he can muster enough energy only to maintain control over the 5. If he resists Sima Xiao, the other 4 will be freed immediately. He is left powerless, merely watching as Sima Xiao approaches him. Xiao Ge. In unison, the 4 could no longer bear to witness the scene before them, as Sima Xiao lay drenched in blood, his body beginning to resemble a grotesque mass of flesh. Strands of hair had embedded themselves into Sima Xiao's skin, tearing through flesh and reaching bone, as streams of scalding blood flowed from the wounds. Iron filaments had pierced his throat and chest, causing him to choke on his own blood. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body, he gritted his teeth, summoning all his spiritual energy to his right fist. With a resounding thud, Sima Xiao delivered a final blow, striking Mu Xiandan squarely in the face. The impact sent Mu Xiandan sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, the silvery wires and roots that had bound Li Shimin and the others were swiftly retracted and returned to Mu Xiandan. Released from their restraints. The group was consumed by a furious rage, their eyes ablaze with a crimson intensity as they turned their wrath upon Mu Xiandan, launching a brutal assault. Zhu Zhanji's first punch shattered Mu Xuandan's skull, while Li Shimin followed up with a blow that obliterated Mu Xuandan's very soul. Unbeknownst to Li Shimin, this was the formidable essence of the martial Taoist spirit condensation realm, capable of extinguishing an opponent's spirit entirely. Xiao Ge. Yuan Xian cried out in anguish, gazing at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood upon the ground, a gruesome sight of dismembered pieces. The group halted their assault on Mu Xiandan's corpse, their expressions steeped in sorrow, heads bowed in silent mourning. However, unbeknownst to them, a translucent, ethereal entity resembling a soul emerged from the scattered remains. Sima Xiao, huh? What does this mean? Yuan Xian, sobbing, replied, I think I heard Xiao Ge speaking. Zhu Zhanji, rest easy Xiao Ge. I swear. I will make Zhu Hozong wish he were never born. Sima Xiao, no, I think I'm not dead. Li Shimin, I must be hearing things too, Xiao Ge. You can go peacefully. Sima Xiao, no, I really am not dead. Li Ji, the flesh is talking. Xiao Ge, you should leave quickly, it's a bit frightening. Sima Xiao, for heaven's sake, just look up. At his urging, the 4 finally lifted their heads, gazing at the floating form of Sima Xiao. A ghost. They exclaimed in shock, stepping back in alarm. Sima Xiao quickly clarified, The little emperor said I can be revived, but it requires 100 imperial pearls. Perfect. I have exactly 100. Before he could finish his sentence, Sima Xiao's ethereal form vanished in an instant, leaving the four in a state of bewilderment. Exchanging blank stares, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, Li Ji, turning stiffly to Li Shimin, asked, "Father, is Xiaoga dead or not?" Li Shimin replied, asked the little emperor. 9 days paradise. Level 1, Rat, officially begins. Gazing at the screen displaying the little emperor, Sima Xiao pointed and exclaimed, "I want to use 100 imperial pearls to revive." I hadn't even gotten to say it. If no choice is made within 10 breaths, the default entry is into the 9-day paradise. Sima Xiao exclaimed, "Brother, who are you so affluent? You possess over 100 imperial pearls?" At that moment, a figure rushed towards Sima Xiao, calling out. Sima Xiao turned to see that behind him trailed a massive black iron ball. Yet, the individual remained unperturbed, wearing a cheerful grin. Sima Xiao gasped, "Behind you. I know. It's nothing. It's just the first level. One can die at will." No sooner had he spoken than a squelching sound echoed. He was crushed into a pulp. Sima Xiao, taken aback, thought, "Is this what you call nothing? That was even more gruesome than my own demise. At least I still had some semblance of flesh. You were reduced to mere mush." Before long, Sima Xiao and the man who had just resurrected began to run together. "Who are you?" Sima Xiao inquired. "Wang Mang. And you?" "I am Sima Xiao, the second emperor of the Eastern Jin dynasty." Upon hearing this, Wang Mang racked his brain for historical references. "Not very familiar with it. I only recall 2 emperors of the Jin." Sima Xiao asked, "Which 2? Sima Yin and his foolish son who wondered why they didn't eat meat porridge." Sima Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Well, fair enough." Wang Mang continued, "I know the method to break the deadlock. This is my 3rd time here." "What is this? Are you rather proud?" Sima Xiao was astonished. "Huh?" Wang Mang replied, "I accepted my deaths the first 2 times. But the 3rd time, I genuinely refused to accept it." Wang Mang seemed to harbor significant grievances, having found the perfect outlet to vent. Rather than hastily rushing through the level, he immediately began recounting how he had perished for the 3rd time. Half an hour prior, at Munxian sect, Wang Mang and Hu Hai were cultivating on the back mountain. That day, Hu Hai had persevered through the night and successfully ascended to become a spirit user, thus evading the punishment of being killed by his father. However, Qin Shi Huang chose not to commend him. Instead, he intensified the training regimen. Qin Shi Huang produced the 9-sword immortal technique he had acquired from the Lin family's elder, instructing Hu Hai to practice it. He had 1 month to master it, or he would still face death. Hu Hai recalled the moment when Lin Jianxing, the head of the Lin family, battled with his father. He vividly remembered Lin Jianxing performing the 9-sword immortal technique, his hands swiftly forming seals. He then began to mimic the movements described in the book. But soon, ouch. "Wang Mang, my fingers are cramping." With a crack, Wang Mang forcibly straightened Hu Hai's contorted fingers, causing him to writhe in agony, much to Wang Mang's amusement. Once Hu Hai regained his footing, tears streaming from the pain, he exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? This sealing technique is incredibly difficult. Who has fingers that can twist like that?" Wang Mang remarked, "It's a matter of technique. Do not blame the seals for being challenging. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate." Hu Hai asked, "You can do it." Wang Mang replied, "I obtained a copy of thunder summoning technique from the old man Mo Wenxiu. How delightful it is to have it for free, sparing me the expense of purchasing it from the little emperor." Subsequently, Wang Mang began to swiftly form seals with both hands, golden light radiating around him, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Soon, dark clouds began to gather overhead, and thunder rumbled throughout the sky, leaving Hu Hai utterly astonished. The sealing was complete. Wang Mang furiously pointed his fingers toward the heavens, exclaiming, "Thunder, come forth." Chapter 79, He is a Madman. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Hu Hai clearly witnessed the divine lightning descending upon Wang Mang's upraised fingers, surging through his entire being. Wang Mang convulsed violently, flames erupting from his hair, accompanied by sizzling sounds that revealed his bones through his skin. "Oh my goodness! Father! Uncle Liu! Hurry! Wang Mang has been struck dead by lightning." Hu Hai, terrified, sprinted back to the sect. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiao was both shocked and impressed. The thunder summoning technique possesses immense power. Wang Mang lamented, "In my arrogance, I summoned too much lightning. My cultivation at the spirit master level is barely able to withstand it." Sima Xiao inquired, You have reached the Spirit Master level, new Emperor? Indeed, I was just promoted yesterday. What about you? I am at the 9th stage of Spirit Adept, not as refined as you, new Emperor. Wang Mang chuckled, huh? It's merely a matter of taking that final step. I assure you, after 9 days, you will achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. It will take no more than half a day. Why is that? After the 9-day paradise concludes, you shall understand. Oh, and please refrain from calling me new Emperor. Simply refer to me as Mangzi, and I shall call you Xiaoga. As they conversed while running, Sima Xiao protested, No, you are my predecessor. How could I call you brother? Wang Mang smiled, appreciating his first impression of Sima Xiao. Suddenly, the pair was overtaken by a rolling iron ball, crushing them to the ground. They were swiftly resurrected. Sima Xiao, still shaken by the pain from their recent demise, called out to Wang Mang, Mangzi, you know the solution to the first challenge, right? Let us hurry and pass through. As he spoke, Sima Xiao began to run. Wang Mang replied, There's no rush to clear the challenge. The subsequent trials are equally perilous. Since it is your first time in the 9-day paradise, you should spend more time in the first challenge to cultivate properly. To cultivate? Sima Xiao queried. Indeed, the 9-day paradise serves as a form of cultivation. Just then, Wang Mang swiftly dodged as the iron ball nearly grazed his shoulder, crashing past him. He executed a graceful turn, stabilizing himself. Wang Mang smiled at Sima Xiao. The iron balls of the first challenge can hone one's agility, reflexes, and stamina. Did my narrow escape impress you? Sima Xiao replied, Mangzi, you are impressive. But do take care. Suddenly, the iron ball that had charged away returned like a vengeful spirit. Without the need to turn or adjust, it barreled back towards them. A scream escaped Wang Mang's lips as he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. About 15 minutes later, in the realm of the iron balls, another figure emerged. The absence of the small emperor's screen before him indicated that he was not freshly deceased but had returned from a later challenge to the first. Wang Mang remarked, Indeed, there are others behind. This was precisely what Wang Mang had anticipated, though the individual was not Zhao Kuangyin as he had expected. As he spoke, Wang Mang hastened toward him. He was a rugged man with a face full of stubble, his expression one of sheer terror, panting heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone rushing towards him, startling him further. Wang Mang, I am the new emperor, Wang Mang. Who might you be, brother? The new emperor, Shi Jingtang, quickly responded, I am Shi Jingtang, the founding monarch of the later Jin. Wang Mang raised an eyebrow in slight astonishment, thinking to himself, you are the infamous puppet emperor with a tarnished legacy. Shi Jingtang replied, Yes, what of it? Nothing much. How long have you been here? 6 days. Have you encountered Zhao Kuangyin? Upon hearing this, Shi Jingtang visibly recoiled, as though recalling a figure of great dread. A madman. Shi Jingtang suddenly raised his voice. He is nothing but a lunatic. No sooner had he spoken than another figure emerged in the arena. He was tall, with a face radiating vitality and vigor. Zhao, Wang Mang exclaimed with joy, hastening towards him. Zhao Kuangyin, upon seeing Wang Mang, was taken aback and chuckled, Mangzi, how is it that you have perished once more? Wang Mang, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, let us not dwell on that. Zhao, I reckon you have died more times than I have, haven't you? Be honest. How many times have you entered? Zhao Kuangyin pondered for a moment. This is the 5th time. Wang Mang gasped, Good heavens. You truly are relentless. 5 times means you've been here for over a month. Not quite. Today marks the first day of the 5th round. It hasn't been a month yet. Well, it will be soon enough. So, did you achieve victory? I won once. Impressive, Zhao. Zhao Kuangyin grinned. Since my arrival a month ago, I have gained much. After my 3rd attempt ended on the 9th day, I contemplated immediate suicide to return. However, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy within me. A sensation I cannot quite articulate. Perhaps it is what you refer to as cultivation. Thus, I promptly acquired a spirit stone and sought a tranquil place to meditate. For 3 days and nights, I abstained from food and drink, and with unwavering resolve, I stepped into the realm of martial arts refinement. Upon entering, I felt invigorated, as though I could defeat 1,000 foes. So, I immediately took my own life and entered the 9th paradise once more to settle the score with the tiger. Wang Mang listened, dumbfounded, and then, I finally triumphed over it once. Zhao Kuangyin replied with a bittersweet smile, Yet, the tiger is formidable. That victory was laced with luck. Though I won, I was severely wounded upon reaching the 4th challenge, the rabbit, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself back at the 1st stage. After a pause, Zhao Kuangyin glanced at Shi Jingtang, who dared not meet his gaze, and continued, "Not long after, this rascal, Shi Jingtang, arrived. I lost the desire to confront the tiger again and instead tormented him for 6 full days. He met his demise at my hands over 100 times. At this," Zhao Kuangyin chuckled. "At times, I would break his legs and toss him into a corner. When the iron ball could not reach him, he would poke his head out and gnaw at every bit of flesh on his body. On other occasions, I would bind his hands with fabric and hang him from the tail of a bull, dragging him across the ground, bouncing him ever further. Ha ha. It was a fate worse than death. And once, I twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball, passing it to the tiger, who then returned it to me, and I sent it back again. Ha ha." As Zhao Kuangyin grew increasingly animated, his delight was palpable. Wang Mang, taken aback, exclaimed, "You truly are a living embodiment of the king of hell." With a wry smile, Wang Mang mused that it was no wonder Shi Jingtang referred to him as a madman. He had certainly devised every possible means to torment him. However, one could understand the sentiment. Had it not been for Shi Jingtang relinquishing the 16 prefectures of Yanyun to the Liao dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin would not have spent his life grappling to reclaim those territories. Chapter 80. Your father Wu Song is here. If the Song dynasty possessed the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, it would indeed represent a genuinely unified empire. Whether considering the Song dynasty or Zhao Kuangyin himself, their standing within the entirety of Huaxia would ascend to unprecedented heights. The architect of all this turmoil was none other than Shi Jingtang. How could Zhao Kuangyin not harbor resentment? Wang Mang interjected, "So, your 5th visit is yet again to continue your torment of him?" Amused, Wang Mang wondered if after 6 days of torment, Zhao Kuangyin had yet to grow weary. Zhao Kuangyin retorted, "Humph, I have lost interest in that scoundrel. I shall resume my training and seek a one-on-one confrontation with the Tiger of Yin. I desire a definitive victory. A mutually assured destruction does not, in my eyes, qualify as a win." Wang Mang chuckled, "What a ruthless individual you are. By the way, have any other emperors visited during this time?" Zhao Kuangyin replied, "Only 2, Liu Hong of the Eastern Han and Zhu Yugui of the later Liang." Wang Mang, dissatisfied with the response, grumbled, "That insufferable Liu must be holed up, developing his skills. Who knows what level he has attained? It's certainly far below mine." Zhao Kuangyin smirked, recalling Wang Mang's previous mentions of Liu Xiù, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on. He continued, "Liu Hong met his demise at the hands of a mysterious organization." Wang Mang acknowledged, "I am aware. We have already made contact with them." Zhao Kuangyin added, "But you surely do not know about Zhu Yugui." "Huh, you would never guess, but Zhu Yugui was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang. He even proclaimed his intention to seek revenge upon his exit." The two engaged in a lively exchange, sharing laughter while deftly evading the iron balls of the Zishu, showing them no respect whatsoever. Meanwhile, Sima Xiao and Shi Jingtang were preoccupied, having perished multiple times during Wang Mang and Zhao Kuangyin's conversation. Sima Xiao exclaimed, "Must we continue this chatter? How are we to pass this level?" Wang Mang replied, "We are exchanging information. It will prove useful once we exit. By the way, Xiao, what is the situation outside? Please elaborate." "And you, Shi Jingtang." The 4 of them spent an entire day in the first level, the Zishu iron balls, exchanging all known information. After all, the first level afforded ample opportunity for communication. Dying merely resulted in immediate revival and continuation of conversation. The second level, suspended on a cliff face, could not be sustained for long. The third level would lead directly into combat. Subsequently, Wang Mang picked up a mouse trap and demonstrated to Sima Xiao how to clear the first level. The 4 of them successfully advanced to the second level. The ugly ox, having wasted little time, merely half a day, Wang Mang, Sima Xiao, and Zhao Kuangyin entered the third level, the Tiger of Yin, almost in unison. Shi Jingtang, whether by design or chance, perished once more in the second level, failing to join the others in the third, and they paid him no mind. Third level, Tiger of Yin, officially begins. In the expansive arena approximately 20 meters away from the 3 stood a colossal creature, possessing the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Towering at a height of 10 feet, its fierce gaze was intimidating, and its muscular limbs resembled mighty mountains. This was the first encounter for Sima Xiao with the yin, leaving him momentarily stunned as he swallowed hard. He stiffly turned to Zhao Kuangyin, inquiring, "Have you been sparring with this beast every day for over a month?" Zhao Kuangyin nodded affirmatively. "Impressive. You are even more formidable than Erlang," Sima Xiao remarked. Zhao Kuangyin chuckled, The illustrious Emperor Taizong of Tang is a paragon of wisdom. I dare not compare myself. The identities of the consuls at the 5 strongholds are now known. After this outing, I do not intend to return. I shall seek refuge at the nearest stronghold, he declared. Suddenly, the yin unleashed a thunderous roar. Beast, are you so eager to meet your demise at my hands? Zhao Kuangyin retorted, charging forth with determination. The yin, muscles taut, lunged at Zhao Kuangyin in response. With a series of precise maneuvers, Zhao Kuangyin effortlessly evaded the yin's attacks, countering with swift and unexpected strikes. He executed a sliding maneuver to circle behind the creature, delivering a powerful kick to its hind leg. With a resounding thud, the yin fell to its knees. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kuangyin leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick to the creature's head. Upon impact, a 7-foot-long spear, entirely devoid of hair and glistening silver, materialized beside the yin. Zhao Kuangyin, displaying remarkable agility, rolled to retrieve the fallen spear. Nearby, Wang Mang observed, "Such proficiency is almost painful to witness." Sima Xiao queried, "Where did that spear come from?" Wang Mang explained, "The yin can drop equipment. Previously, when Lao Zhu struck its chest, a cleaver fell out. Zhao De must have discovered that striking the head yields a spear." "Ah, so it works like that," Sima Xiao acknowledged. Wang Mang suggested, "Let us join in. Facing the yin is an excellent opportunity to hone our martial skills." Without hesitation, Wang Mang and Sima Xiao plunged into the fray. The battle raged on fiercely. The yin's 18 forms of combat were evidently no trivial matter. Even with the trio's combined efforts and Zhao Kuangyin wielding the spear, they struggled to gain the upper hand. However, they were no longer the novices they once were, although they could not wield their celestial powers in the 9-day paradise. The martial prowess and physical attributes they had acquired remained intact. Even upon resurrection, these qualities accumulated rather than resetting to zero. At that moment, the yin executed a backflip kick towards Sima Xiao, who mirrored the move, evading the lethal strike. Before touching down, Sima Xiao swiftly kicked the yin in the chest, using the momentum to perform another backflip, landing gracefully. Simultaneously, a 3-foot cleaver fell before the yin. Wang Mang exclaimed, "Impressive, Xiao Gu." Sima Xiao smiled modestly, "Not at all. I have been practicing martial arts since childhood, mastering both strategy and skill." Just then, the yin, seemingly incensed by the recent kick, disregarded Zhao Kuangyin and charged directly at Sima Xiao. Startled, Sima Xiao turned to flee, shouting, "Help." Wang Mang remarked, "It has some prowess, but not much." Zhao Kuangyin called out, "Yin, your opponent is me." Wang Mang added, "Yin, I am here, your father, Wu Song." The tiger paused in its pursuit of Sima Xiao, slowly turning to face Wang Mang and Zhao Kuangyin. Its gaze fixed on Wang Mang, seemingly more incensed by his words. Wang Mang smiled, "Come on, little kitty." With a mighty roar, the tiger charged at Wang Mang. "Zhao!" Wang Mang shouted as he braced himself against the oncoming beast. Zhao Kuangyin, wielding a long spear, followed closely behind Wang Mang. Just as the tiger bent low, preparing to strike Wang Mang, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his spear fiercely towards the tiger's eye. With a sickening thud, the spear penetrated deeply into the tiger's left eye. The tiger let out a tortured howl, stumbling backward while clutching its wounded eye. At that moment, something extraordinary erupted from the vicinity of the tiger. It was a pitch-black object, which Zhao Kuangyin could not recognize, his mind swirling with confusion. However, Wang Mang's eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world is this? A 47. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Mang swiftly stepped forward and retrieved the automatic rifle from the ground. He examined it eagerly, akin to a eunuch entering a brothel. "What is this, Mangzi?" Zhao Kuangyin inquired. "A gun," replied Wang Mang. "A gun? My weapon is the true gun. What manner of gun is this?" "This gun is not the same as that one, Zhao." At this juncture, despite its grievous wounds, the tiger, driven by its formidable vitality, endured the pain and forcibly extracted the spear from its eye. Its fierce, bloodthirsty single eye glared at the onlookers. Sima Xiao returned, breathless. "What should we do? It seems we have thoroughly enraged it. It's just a little kitty. What is there to fear?" Wang Mang remarked, simultaneously chambering around. "Watch closely." He aimed the rifle at the tiger and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rhythmic bursts of gunfire startled Sima Xiao and Zhao Kuangyin. Turning to look at the tiger, they saw bullets tearing through its body, leaving gory wounds in their wake. As the last round discharged, the tiger collapsed with a thud into a pool of its own blood. This was Wang Mang's first experience with a real firearm, and though his marksmanship was not flawless, he managed to achieve a commendable hit rate, with more than half of the shots finding their mark on the tiger's body, 2 of which struck its head. After firing, Wang Mang pretended to blow the smoke from the barrel, then turned to face the astonished Sīmǎ Yì and Zhao Kuangyin. "Well, what do you think?" Wang Mang asked. Zhao Kuangyin, still in shock, felt an inkling of disbelief. "Is it truly dead? After battling it fiercely for over a month, what does this mean?" "Perhaps you are indeed formidable," Wang Mang replied. At that moment, a small imperial screen materialized in the air, displaying "Tiger defeated." In the next instant, the 3 of them vanished from their location. Chapter 4. Rabbit officially begins. They found themselves on a smooth, light pink path, a width of 10 feet and extending over 100 steps, surrounded by a clear blue sky. Wang Mang, Sīmǎ Yì, and Zhao Kuangyin each appeared on their respective tracks, spaced 2 yards apart and parallel to one another in the air. 3 runways, resembling 3 slender lines, hovered high above. The starting point of the road was a pitch-black abyss, emanating an aura of danger from the depths. At the end of the path, there was nothingness. The smooth road abruptly ceased after a mere 100 meters. The trio found themselves not at the beginning nor at the end, but facing forward, with their backs to the cavernous opening, positioned squarely in the center of the pathway. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the powdery pink road beneath their feet began to recede. Like a conveyor belt, it shifted the ground without disturbing the surroundings. The acceleration was swift, causing the 3 of them to be unexpectedly thrust backward, and they fell to the ground simultaneously due to inertia. Uncertain of what was transpiring, instinct urged them to rise and run immediately. In that brief moment of hesitation, they had already slid back 20 meters from their original position. The ominous black opening loomed ever closer behind them. With a surge of adrenaline, they sprinted forward, which finally alleviated the backward motion. "What is happening?" exclaimed Sīmǎ Yì. Wang Mang quickly analyzed the situation and shouted, "It seems like a giant treadmill." The 2 questioned, "A treadmill?" Wang Mang was desperately running, but there was no sign of advancement. His body was gradually retreating. The distance to the dark opening behind them diminished from 30 meters to 27, then 25, and finally 20. Both Wang Mang and Sīmǎ Yì were in reverse, while Zhao Kuangyin managed to maintain his position, neither retreating nor advancing. "Mangzi, is it true that we just need to reach the end to pass this level?" Zhao Kuangyin inquired. Wang Mang replied, "If you're asking me, who can I ask? But it feels like it. This challenge seems focused on speed. However, this pace is utterly excessive. To outpace this rabbit treadmill, one must run faster than Bolt." "Who is Bolt? Which emperor is he?" Sīmǎ Yì queried. "He is the pinnacle of human speed, the emperor of sprints." Wang Mang gritted his teeth, as the distance to the abyss behind them had now dwindled to a mere 5 meters. At this velocity, even in peak condition, Wang Mang believed he could not possibly win, especially after exhausting substantial energy and sustaining injuries in the battle against Yinhu during the 3rd challenge. In less than a minute into the 4th level, Wang Mang was the first to plunge into the abyss. Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the opening. The sound was agonizing, sending chills down Sīmǎ Yi's spine as he neared the precipice. Startled, he inexplicably found the strength to surge forward a meter or 2. Yet, it proved futile. Mere seconds later, having exhausted his burst of energy, Sīmǎ Yì too fell into the cavernous mouth. Soon, his own piercing cries filled the air. At this moment, Zhao Kuangyin was also feeling the strain. The speed was indeed overwhelming. Remaining stationary was already a considerable feat ultimately. He managed to endure a mere 10 seconds longer than Wang Mang and Sīmǎ Yì before succumbing to the abyss as well. Chapter 1. The Beginning. Once again, the trio of Wang Mang stood at the entrance, their faces etched with terror as they gasped for breath. The entrance led to the rabbit den, where countless bloodthirsty, ravenous man-eating rabbits awaited the descent of food. Should one fall into their midst, they would be met with a hellish delight. Wang Mang shivered, casting a glance at the iron ball of the child mouse, still stained with the remnants of Shi Jingtang, and remarked, "I increasingly find the child mouse iron ball to be quite amiable." Shi Jingtang resurrected, appearing directly before Zhao Kuangyin. Feeling somewhat awkward, he greeted, "Brother Zhao, you've returned." Despite being 30 years Zhao Kuangyin's senior, he hesitantly addressed him as brother. This greeting seemed to jolt Zhao Kuangyin from his stupor as he turned to face Shi Jingtang. Zhao Kuangyin's eyes flared with anger as he suddenly seized Shi Jingtang by the collar, exclaiming, "Why the hell are you not in the 4th level?" Shi Jingtang stammered. "I died in the 2nd level. I didn't even make it to the 3rd. Zhao Kuangyin retorted, "I don't care. You must go to the 4th level. No matter what." With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Shi Jingtang's abdomen, causing him to double over, retching. Zhao Kuangyin commanded, again, "Bring this fellow along to the 4th level." Chapter 82. The Imperial Dragon's Aura in the Eastern Scales Kingdom, atop the mountain peaks shrouded in mist. 2 beams of golden light surged into the sky, only to vanish in an instant. Before Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang, a small imperial screen materialized, announcing, "Achievement of Great Spiritual Mastery. Reward, 100 imperial pearls." Both men exhaled deeply, their eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance. They exchanged smiles. Liu Bang remarked, "Zheng, you possess remarkable talent. Achieving the rank of Great Spiritual Master so swiftly." Qin Shi Huang replied, "Are you jesting? My cultivation has always surpassed yours, yet here you are, catching up and attaining great spiritual mastery alongside me." Liu Bang chuckled heartily, rising to stretch. "I had no choice. With such an abundance of talent in the Han Dynasty, if I, the founding emperor, do not strive harder, I would be overshadowed." Qin Shi Huang rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Liu Bang laughed again, changing the subject. "That rascal Wang Mang, even while training, manages to meet his demise. His body has vanished. I wonder where he has reappeared now." Qin Shi Huang replied, "No need to concern ourselves with him. If he is nearby, he will return naturally." Nodding, Liu Bang continued, "By the way, Zheng, have you considered dual cultivation of both spirit and martial arts? I believe other emperors have ventured this path, and as the 2 most senior emperors, we cannot allow ourselves to fall behind." Qin Shi Huang rose as well. "How do you know that I have not?" Liu Bang exclaimed, "What?" Qin Shi Huang smiled. "My martial cultivation has reached the body refinement stage." Liu Bang gasped, "Goodness! When did you train behind my back?" Standing atop a precipice, Qin Shi Huang gazed at the vast sky, declaring that his pursuit of martial arts was not for the sake of achieving a dual cultivation of spirit and martial prowess, but merely to obtain the imperial pearls awarded for mastering the first 3 tiers of martial arts. Liu Bang inquired, "Why the first 3 tiers?" Qin Shi Huang explained, "The first 3 tiers of martial arts, warrior, body refinement, and bone tempering, are not particularly difficult to attain. There are a total of 160 imperial pearls available as rewards, and one should seize the opportunity to acquire them. However, to truly achieve a dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts, reaching perfection in both fields is a daunting task, with the difficulty and the time and energy consumed escalating exponentially." He continued, "The path of martial arts emphasizes dominance and strength. Talent accounts for less than 30%. The primary requirement is to invest significant time in physical training and willpower cultivation. This ranges from daily stone lifting and mountain climbing to monthly bouts of fierce combat until exhaustion takes hold." With a bitter smile, Qin Shi Huang shook his head, lamenting, "Such is the life of a crude warrior. Furthermore, I lack the time to dedicate to martial training, which would ultimately hinder my progress in spiritual cultivation." Liu Bang chuckled. "It seems you view the warrior as coarse and brutish, while the spiritual cultivator appears ethereal and graceful in battle." Qin Shi Huang smiled in agreement. Yet his expression suddenly shifted. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned his gaze skyward. Liu Bang, sensing the change, followed suit. In the clouds above, 2 figures emerged, a man and a woman. The young man possessed strikingly handsome features, clad in a flowing ice-blue robe, his bright eyes shining like the moon, with a natural silver-blue halo at the corners, reminiscent of moonlight condensed into a shimmering glow. The woman, equally captivating, had hair cascading like a waterfall and wore a flowing moon-white gown that accentuated her graceful form. As she moved, her skirt glimmered subtly, as if she glided upon clouds. She exuded an aura of ethereal beauty, her appearance transcending the realm of mortals. The pair hovered in the air, approaching Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang with a measured grace. Upon halting at a distance of about 10 paces, the atmosphere seemed to freeze as their gazes locked. "Sister, do you sense it?" the young man inquired of the woman. She nodded slightly, her voice as soothing as silk, yet carrying a hint of chill as she asked, "Who are you?" Clearly, the man and woman were extraordinary beings. Their effortless levitation and celestial aura hinted at unfathomable mastery. "We are wandering cultivators currently residing at the Moonxian sect. My name is Zheng. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed immortals." May I inquire about your identities? Qin Shi Huang introduced himself. The woman pondered, wandering cultivators? We are not esteemed immortals. We merely chanced upon this place and sensed a peculiar aura, prompting us to investigate. Special aura? Qin Shi Huang echoed. The young man interjected. The imperial dragon aura emanating from you two cannot be concealed. It is even more potent than that of the emperor of the Eastern Scales Kingdom. Do you claim to be wandering cultivators? How absurd. Mind your words. The woman admonished sharply, causing the young man to lower his head in alarm. Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow. They could perceive the imperial dragon aura surrounding him and Liu Bang. Moreover, no one had ever mentioned the existence of such a thing as imperial dragon aura. Since the dawn of time, the formidable individuals encountered by Qin Shi Huang have been neither abundant nor scarce. Among them are Lin Jiansheng, Imo Wenxiu, and the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, who stands at the threshold of the celestial spirit realm. None of them ever claimed to possess any imperial dragon aura. Yet, the two before him have sensed it from a considerable distance. Is this due to their cultivation being far beyond the celestial spirit realm? Or do they possess some extraordinary abilities? At that moment, Liu Bang chuckled. Fair maiden, who might you be? The woman turned her gaze towards Liu Bang, inquiring. What did you call me? Liu Bang replied. You haven't revealed your name, and you disallow me from addressing you as a mortal sovereign. Thus, I can only refer to you as a fairy. The woman maintained a serene demeanor, exuding an air of coolness, showing no indication of pleasure or displeasure at Liu Bang's words. She coolly responded, I am Ning Xuang, and this is my brother, Ning Zhen. We have been dispatched by our father to attend to matters in Donglin capital. Liu Bang responded, I see. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ning. Since you have traveled a long way, would you care to rest at our Moonxin sect? If you are pressed for time, we shall not impose. We have our own matters to attend to. Ning Xuang replied, very well. Liu Bang, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself, did you not perceive my polite invitation? At that moment, Qin Shi Huang interjected, may I inquire, Miss Ning, what precisely is this imperial dragon aura your brother mentioned? While his question seemed rather obvious, he sought clarity. Ning Xuang replied, the sovereign of the realm possesses an inherent imperial dragon aura. Qin Shi Huang continued, is there a method to conceal it? Ning Xuang acknowledged, indeed, there is, but it is unnecessary. Across the vast expanse of the world, only a handful can perceive the imperial dragon aura. As far as I know, only the national master of Beiyu and a few old men from Xianyun Mountain possess such capability. Qin Shi Huang asked then, to which faction do you belong? Ning Xuang replied, neither. Chapter 83. Something must be amiss. Qin Shi Huang pondered the implications of her response. The phrase neither was rather ambiguous. You clearly stated that only a rare few could possess such ability. Yet both of you exhibit this talent while not belonging to that select group. What then are your true identities? However, Qin Shi Huang discerned from their dialogue that the ability to perceive the imperial dragon aura is not contingent upon one's cultivation level, but rather a rare gift possessed by a select few. Choosing not to press further, he concluded that since they wished to visit the Moonxin sect for tea, they might as well proceed. Establishing connections with individuals of such mysterious stature could prove fortuitous. At least, for now, Qin Shi Huang felt no hostility from them. Half an hour later, at the Moonxin sect, on the main peak in the secondary reception hall, Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Ning Xuang, and Ning Zhen took their respective seats as hosts and guests. Huai served tea, pouring it for each individual in turn. When he poured tea for Ning Zhen, he noticed the latter had been gazing at him intently, his expression peculiar. Huai, puzzled, touched his face and asked, is there something on my face? Ning Zhen opened his mouth but remained silent, turning to his sister, who had already taken a sip of her tea. Sister, another one? Ning Xuang replied flatly. His imperial dragon aura is feeble. He cannot accomplish anything significant. Even if by chance he were to succeed, he would be a fleeting monarch. Ning Zhen responded, very well. Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang exchanged glances, increasingly intrigued by the two individuals before them. What remarkable ability could this be? Even Huai, who reigned for a mere 3 years before his untimely demise, could be perceived so clearly. Huai wore an expression of bewilderment, pondering the notions of thin dragon energy and short-lived monarchs. You are quite the beauty, yet your words are so harsh, he mused internally, aware that he dared not confront them openly, as they were guests of his father. After pouring the tea, Huai returned to stand behind Qin Shi Huang. At that moment, Ning Zhen felt somewhat disoriented, for there were only a handful of individuals in the world who possessed the aura of imperial dragon energy. How was it that he encountered 3 of them on this very day? He took a sip of his tea, attempting to steady himself. Just then, another figure entered from outside, Li Longji. Zhenggu, Banggu, you two have finally returned from seclusion. With a crash, Ning Zhen's teacup fell to the ground, and he sprang to his feet. Another one, he exclaimed, turning to Ning Shuang. Sister, this one cannot possibly be short-lived, can he? Ning Shuang's expression mirrored his surprise as she scrutinized Li Longji carefully, remaining silent. Li Longji, somewhat dazed, remarked, we have guests? What day is it that so many have come to visit the Xuanzhou? Qin Shi Huang inquired, are there others? Li Longji replied, earlier this morning. A visitor came to see Master Mo. They have been conversing in the main reception hall for quite some time. Qin Shi Huang nodded, not particularly concerned. Then turned to Ning Shuang. Miss Ning, I am not familiar with the imperial dragon energy you speak of, nor do I comprehend why we possess it. However, I have no desire to be a target for others, even if those who can perceive it are exceedingly few. If Miss Ning is willing to teach us methods to conceal this imperial dragon energy, please name your price, and I shall not bargain. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang appeared contemplative. Those who possess imperial dragon energy can enjoy the blessings of heavenly fortune. Yet, in all matters, nothing is absolute. With insufficient cultivation, early exposure can indeed make one vulnerable to those with ulterior motives. Once, the crown prince of the Great Li possessed such energy, only to have it seized by another, transferred to the third prince. Now, the most powerful ruler in the Central Plains is that very third prince, while the original crown prince has long since met his end. How tragic, how lamentable, Qin Shi Huang asked. Then, Miss Ning, are you willing to impart this knowledge? Ning Shuang did not respond. Just then, another figure rushed in, a child. Grandpa, cried Liu Gong. Ah, my dear grandson has arrived, Liu Bang replied. Another one, Ning Zhen exclaimed, his eyes wide, rendered speechless. This was utterly confounding. They say things come in 3s, yet he had now seen 5. Ning Shuang furrowed her brow. Despite the child's dragon energy being faint, it was indeed present. No, something must be amiss. Doubt crept into Ning Zhen's mind as he rubbed his eyes, scanning the room, filled with the 5 figures of Qin Shi Huang. He then turned to Ning Shuang, saying, Sister, it must be that our prolonged journey has caused some sort of anomaly, leading us to perceive every person we encounter as possessing imperial dragon energy. Ning Shuang pondered this possibility. A voice resonated from outside, belonging to an elderly man. Ing, my friend, have you returned from your seclusion? Entering the room was Mo Wenxiu, accompanied by a cheerful and hearty laughter. However, barely a step inside, he was halted by Ning Zhen. You do not have it? Ning Zhen inquired. Mo Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback, silently wondering who this person was. I do not have what? He replied. Why do you not have it? Ning Zhen pressed on. What do I not have? Oh, I have it. You are also here to see the celestial spirit stone, right? As he spoke, Mo Wenxiu retrieved the celestial spirit stone that Wang Mang had gifted him as a lodging fee for their group. With a proud expression, he proclaimed, This is no ordinary spirit stone. It is indeed a celestial spirit stone. I wonder if you can truly appreciate its worth. By the way, who are you? Ning Zhen glanced at the stone in Mo Wenxiu's hand, revealing no interest. Is it not merely a celestial spirit stone? We have plenty at home. Now tell me, do you have it or not? Mo Wenxiu was utterly bewildered. Ning Zhen, do not be rude, Ning Shuang interjected sharply, clearly causing Ning Zhen to fear his elder sister, prompting him to retreat hastily. Ning Shuang rose and turned her gaze towards Mo Wenxiu. Without offering a greeting or identifying herself as a junior, she simply stated, We are passing through this area, invited by those two, to enjoy a cup of tea. I apologize for disturbing you. Master Mo Wenxiu glanced at Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang, both of whom nodded in acknowledgement. He then smiled broadly. Haha, you are not disturbing at all. As it happens, I also have guests today. It is nearing noon. You must stay so I can properly entertain you. Ning Shuang replied. I do not eat meat. Please provide more vegetarian dishes. Her statement left Mo Wenxiu momentarily dumbfounded. All right. Haha. In high spirits, Mo Wenxiu seemed quite pleased. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned to look outside. Xiu, my friend, do come in. He is here. Everyone turned their attention to the door, where stood an elderly man in gray robes, with silver hair and a long beard, appearing quite frail. He entered slowly, a gentle smile gracing his features as he surveyed the room. Mo Wenxiu waved to Hu Hai, who stood behind Qin Shi Huang. Young Master Hu Hai, come. Hu Hai was taken aback. Are you calling for me? He asked as he stepped forward. Mo Wenxiu turned to the elderly man named Xiu and remarked, the Wang Mang who gifted me the celestial spirit stone has indeed perished, struck down by heavenly lightning, and his demise was truly tragic. You may not believe it, but he can attest. He was present and witnessed it firsthand. The elderly man, Xiu, looked towards Hu Hai. Hu Hai nodded. Yes, he has died. Do you know him, senior? Xiu responded, I do not know him. I merely have an affinity for the celestial spirit stone and wish to inquire if he had any remaining. I am willing to pay a handsome price for it. His untimely death is indeed a loss to the world. I wonder, do you possess any? Just as Hu Hai was about to respond, Qin Shi Huang's voice called from behind, High air. Hu Hai turned to see Qin Shi Huang approaching. I regret to disappoint you, my friend. We are not blessed with such fortune to possess a treasure as rare as the celestial spirit stone. Xiu retorted, why then did Wang Mang possess it? Qin Shi Huang replied, perhaps you should ask him, then. Xiu was left speechless. With the man deceased, where could he inquire? Xiu was somewhat reluctant to give up. Do you truly have none? Qin Shi Huang replied resolutely, none. Their conversation bore an undercurrent of tension. Mo Wenxiu quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. Daoist Xiu, I can attest that they indeed have none. However, he added, glancing at Ningzhen, the gentleman over there mentioned, he possesses an abundance of celestial spirit stones. Perhaps you should inquire with him. Upon hearing this, Xiu turned to Ningzhen, who was also looking at him. Before Xiu could speak, Ningzhen initiated. You have none either? Xiu retorted, of course not. If I had any, why would I come to buy? Ningzhen pressed, but why do you have none? That doesn't seem right. Xiu exclaimed, why would I have any? Are you ill? I've already stated I came to purchase. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot towards Xiu without warning. His pupils constricted, yet his profound cultivation allowed him to conjure a cloud of dust before him. With a loud bang, Xiu was sent flying out into the courtyard. Coming to a steady halt, the sudden turn of events startled everyone. Upon looking at the assailant, they realized it was not Ningzhen, but Ning Shuang. Mo Wenxiu interjected. Do not resort to violence. We are all guests here. Let us converse peacefully. Ning Shuang walked past the crowd with a cold demeanor and exited the building. Qin Shi Huang and the others exchanged glances. Was there a spectacle to behold? They hurriedly followed. Ning Shuang stood at the entrance, coldly staring at Xiu in the courtyard. Mo Wenxiu rushed out, positioning himself between them. Please, no fighting. Daoist Xiu apologized to her friend. You shouldn't have insulted him. Let us converse amicably. Mo Wenxiu was anxious, bewildered as to how a confrontation had erupted so suddenly, especially since they were supposed to dine and drink together shortly. Ningzhen asked, Sister, what has come over you to act so? Ning Shuang replied, he has concealed himself well, even deceiving you. But I sensed it. This old man is from the demon spirit sect. Her words sent shockwaves through the gathering. Even Qin Shi Huang and the others bore expressions of grave concern as they regarded Xiu in the courtyard. The demon spirit sect. Previously, Wang Mang had rescued Li Longji from a figure in a black robe, later questioning Mo Wenxiu, who initially had no knowledge of the individual's identity. It was only when Wang Mang mentioned a detail, the black collar around Li Longji's neck, that Mo Wenxiu's expression had transformed into one of shock and fear. Realizing that the force behind the black-robed man was the infamous demon spirit sect, notorious throughout the cultivation world. Ning Shuang continued. The demon spirit sect perished in the Great War 500 years ago, vanishing without a trace. How is it that they have resurfaced? Where is your leader? Has he recovered from his injuries? Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any anger or sarcasm. In the midst of this, Mo Wenxiu, positioned between the two, shrank back, tiptoeing away, thinking it best to remain uninvolved. You two can fight. Disregard my previous words, he mumbled. Xiu's gaze radiated a chilling intensity, sharp and foreboding. He fixed his watchful eyes on the imposing Ning Shuang. Wary. Who are you? Ning Shuang retorted. Do you believe you are worthy to speak to me? Summon your leader. The corner of Xiu's mouth twitched at her audacious tone. His expression flickered, yet he cast a casual glance at Qin Shi Huang and the others. With a sudden twist of her eyes, she soared into the air, fleeing with remarkable swiftness. Ning Shuang let out a cold snort, pointing a finger that emitted radiant golden light, striking with unparalleled speed. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. A vast cloud of blood mist erupted 5 zhang above, as Qiu was instantaneously slain, utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of his body. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shi Huang and Mo Wenxiu were left astounded. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Such prowess. Qiu Chao's cultivation must have been formidable. To kill him, they would have needed to expend 100 imperial pearls to purchase a cultivation level of the heavenly spirit realm. Yet here was a girl who appeared to be just over 20, effortlessly dispatching him with a mere finger. Simultaneously, Qin Shi Huang felt a sense of relief. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ning Xuang had never harbored any hostility towards him. And now that he realized her backing was seemingly at odds with the demon spirit sect, it reinforced his resolve to ally with her. Qin Shi Huang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Ning, for your intervention. Ning Xuang glanced at him. What is there to thank? I did not slay him for your sake. Qin Shi Huang replied. Miss Ning is unaware. We have some entanglements with the demon spirit sect. This fellow sought us out today for revenge. Ning Xuang responded. So that is the case. At this moment, Liu Bang, who had been cowering in the corner, shouted at the uncharacteristically timid Mo Wenxiu. Old Mo, are you afraid we won't perish quickly enough? How did you bring the demon spirit sect's people here? Mo Wenxiu, flustered, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. I was unaware. He came seeking me, having heard that I possessed a celestial spirit stone and wishing to behold its brilliance. His cultivation is quite formidable at the earth spirit realm, on par with my own strength. Thus, I could not treat him lightly and hosted him well. But how could I have known he belonged to the demon spirit sect? Alas, Liu Bang inquired. Then how did he know you have the celestial spirit stone? Mo Wenxiu awkwardly scratched his head and confessed. I may have boasted about it to a few old friends, and it seems word spread. Liu Bang, speechless, turned to Qin Shi Huang. Zhengge. Things do not bode well. We may not be able to remain here. Qin Shi Huang nodded, then recalled something and looked at Ning Xuang. Earlier, you mentioned that you were heading to Donglin capital? Ning Xuang affirmed, indeed. Qin Shi Huang proposed. I have several friends in Donglin capital and was planning to seek them out. Shall we travel together? Ning Xuang agreed. That would be acceptable. Qin Shi Huang urged. We must not delay. Let us depart at once. Ning Xuang replied. Not yet. I have yet to savor the exquisite vegetarian dishes prepared by sect master Mo. Everyone else chimed in. Chapter 85. It seems you have yet to experience death. Meanwhile, in a tranquil forest, spiritual mastery has been achieved, reward of 50 imperial pearls granted. The golden aura surrounding him gradually faded as Sima Xiao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Wang Mang's words had proven true. Upon exiting the Nine Suns paradise, he could immediately enter seclusion to advance. Sima Xiao smiled, rising to his feet. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already nearing noon, approximately 1 o'clock. The map of the Little Emperor indicated that the event had commenced, but he had disregarded it due to his recent meditation. At this moment, the young emperor had retreated autonomously. Sima Xiao was poised to call upon the young emperor once more to unveil the map, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from the forest. He cautiously directed his gaze towards the source and was startled to see a beast resembling a dog or wolf springing forth from the underbrush, lunging towards him. Just as the peril reached its zenith, a swift arrow shot forth, striking the beast squarely in the chest and pinning it against a tree. Sima Xiao remained rooted in place, when a man's voice called out from behind him, Are you so startled that you can't even move? Sima Xiao turned to face the speaker. The man, clad in a short-sleeved pelt, displayed a robust and powerful arm, wielding a makeshift longbow. Sima Xiao clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you for saving me, brother. The muscular man smiled. No need for thanks. We are of the same kin. Sima Xiao responded, Oh. At that moment, a screen materialized before the robust man, summoned by him. The man continued, I was examining the map at noon when I noticed a red dot in the forest, so I made my way here. You were the only one present. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiao felt a surge of joy and stepped forward, saying, I was preoccupied with my cultivation and neglected to check the map. I must inquire. What is your name, brother? The man replied, You speak first, and then I shall consider whether to share my identity. Sima Xiao, puzzled, asked, Why is that? The man simply retorted, No reason. You speak first. Sima Xiao declared, I am Sima Xiao, the second emperor of the Eastern Jin dynasty. The man appeared to ponder this, as if trying to recall who Sima Xiao was. After a lengthy pause, he finally proclaimed, I am Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Liao dynasty. Sīmǎ Yì, upon hearing this name, also endeavored to recollect, as Zhu Zhanji had recounted all history leading up to the Ming dynasty. Simultaneously, screens appeared before both of them. Successfully joined with Liu Bang, personal account, 10, balance, 172 imperial pearls. Successfully joined with Sīmǎ Yì, personal account, 2, balance, 34 imperial pearls additionally. Liu Bang's screen displayed a second line indicating that 3 individuals had successfully joined together. However, he did not dwell on this, instead exclaiming in astonishment, "You have only been in power for 2 years? How did you accumulate so many imperial pearls?" Sīmǎ Yì replied, "I have joined forces with several emperors, along with rewards for my cultivation advancement. Surely, you too have encountered other emperors?" Liu Bang, having reigned for 10 years, possessed 34 imperial pearls, indicating he had other means of acquisition. He replied, "I have encountered 2, but have only successfully joined with 1, Sui Yangdi, who ruled for 14 years. He paused before adding, "Moreover, I purchased 2 celestial spirit stones, which rewarded me with 10 imperial pearls upon my martial advancement." Sīmǎ Yì nodded in understanding. "But what do you mean by having encountered 2, yet only successfully joined with 1? Liu Bang recounted, "That was nearly 2 months ago. I traversed mountains and rivers to meet another, enduring several days of journeying. I was on the verge of joining with him when I spotted him in the distance. But then, out of nowhere, a colossal bird swooped down and carried him away." Sīmǎ Yì was left bewildered, exclaiming, "What?" Liu Bang, "I do not even know who he is, nor do I know whether he is alive or dead. I was quite frightened at the time and hurriedly fled. Later, I encountered this fellow Yang Guang." In his tone, Sīmǎ Yì discerned a hint of discord between the speaker and Yang Guang. Liu Bang looked at Sīmǎ Yì and continued, "Please do not take offense. I am not of Han descent. If you harbor animosity towards me, like Yang Guang does, I would prefer to turn and leave without acknowledging you." Upon hearing this, Sīmǎ Yì immediately understood. "Sīmǎ Yì, I have heard of your illustrious life, Liu. You unified the 8 tribes of Khitan and employed Han officials and generals, implementing reforms based on Han governance. You are indeed a formidable and wise ruler, and I bear no hostility towards you. In fact, I hold you in great admiration." Liu Bang smiled modestly. "I am unworthy of such praise." He then added, "By the way, I have a question for you. I previously examined the map of the Little Emperor, and there are no red dots in these mountains. How did you suddenly appear?" Sīmǎ Yì, "It seems you have never faced death." Liu Bang. Subsequently, Sīmǎ Yì recounted the circumstances of the 9-Sun Paradise and his previous experiences. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Such a thing exists. Is it truly possible to be resurrected?" Sīmǎ Yì, "Indeed. Liu Bang, had I known this earlier, I would have acted without reservation. I should have eliminated Yang Guang." Sīmǎ Yì, "I have heard of Yang Guang from Zhu Zhanji. He was the 2nd emperor of the Sui dynasty. What transpired between you and him?" Liu Bang, "It is a long story. This area is fraught with danger, filled with malevolent individuals and many monstrous beasts. After encountering him, in search of a means to survive and a place of refuge, I allied myself with a powerful demon-hunting establishment. We began to train in martial arts alongside those formidable individuals and occasionally accompanied them on demon-hunting expeditions. Each month, we received payment, and thus, we remained there. However, Yang Guang and I simply do not get along. He looks down upon me, calling me a barbarian, while I retort by labeling him a tyrant who has doomed his nation. We have fought several times, yet he is no match for me. I have always held back, refraining from delivering lethal blows. But now that I know resurrection is possible, I am somewhat tempted to send him to the 9-Sun Paradise." Sīmǎ Yì, No. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. We must unite." Liu Bang, "Alas, since you have spoken, I shall endure a little longer." Sīmǎ Yì, "Just call me a Xiao. Additionally, let me advise you, Liu, while other emperors may be manageable, you should steer clear of Zhao Kuangyin of the Song dynasty." Liu Bang, "Who is he?" Sīmǎ Yì smiled wryly. During his time in the 9-Sun Paradise, he had often heard Zhao Kuangyin's grievances and fury. If Zhao Kuangyin were present instead of Sīmǎ Yì, he would undoubtedly confront Liu Bang, insisting on sending this great Liao emperor for a visit to the 9-Sun Paradise. "Sīmǎ Yì, let us converse as we walk. Lead me to your establishment." Liu Bang, "Very well." Chapter 86. Evidently, I am the protagonist. Thus, 3 days later, Wang Mang stood before the opulent gates of the Zhu residence, his mouth slightly agape. Another individual thriving so splendidly. Just as Wang Mang was about to knock on the door, it swung open. 2 or 3 servants emerged, forcefully hurling a disheveled old Taoist out. They scolded, "You old fraud, you've come to deceive the Zhu family. Beat him." With that, one servant brandished a wooden stick and swung it at the old Taoist lying on the ground. In a flash, Wang Mang intervened, seizing the stick just 2 feet from the old man's head. That strike could be fatal, Wang Mang warned. The man with the stick retorted, "Who are you to meddle?" With a snap, Wang Mang exerted his strength, breaking the stick effortlessly. Now a practitioner of the spiritual master realm, he found it trivial to manipulate a mere stick. The man recoiled in fright, stammering, "Why you wait?" The other servants hurried back inside. Wang Mang paid them little heed and turned to the old Taoist on the ground. "Hey, is it you?" Wang Mang had arrived here following the map of the young emperor, where a red indicated a point of interest within the Zhu residence. However, upon reaching the door, the time had already elapsed. The old Taoist stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, before gazing at Wang Mang with scrutiny. "Remarkable, remarkable. My friend, you possess a bountiful aura, a person of great fortune. Should you practice the arts I teach, you would surely stand tall in this world." Wang Mang was speechless, thinking, "I've died 3 times already. What fortune are you talking about?" The old man produced a tattered book from his robe, declaring, "This is a cultivation technique I have created, originally priced at 10 million spirit stones, but now yours for just 10. If you recognize its value, take it and consider it a friendship." Wang Mang replied, "Now I understand why you were thrown out." He chuckled bitterly, realizing that this man was not one of his own. According to prior arrangements, anyone over 40 would revert to that age, and now that he looked closely, it was evident that the old Taoist was at least 60. The old Taoist sighed, "The Zhu family simply lacks discernment. I see you are one who knows value. How about 5 spirit stones, then?" Wang Mang replied, "No." The old man insisted, "1. That is my final offer." Wang Mang ignored him, thinking, "Isn't the emperor's immortal technique more appealing than your shabby book?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. Leaning closer to the old man, he whispered, "Are you perhaps a hidden master?" The old Taoist looked astonished. "You figured that out?" Wang Mang's eyes sparkled with delight. "I knew it. This is just like the novels, where an unassuming old man appears beside the protagonist, usually a major figure. Clearly, he thought, I am the protagonist." The old man asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Wang Mang waved it off. "Nothing, nothing. I'll take the book." He accepted the book from the old man and opened it, only to find himself frowning in disbelief. The contents were not a cultivation technique at all, but rather a cookbook, detailing dishes like flour, chicken, and Buddha jumps over the wall. "This is a cookbook?" Wang Mang exclaimed. The old Taoist glanced at the book and said, "Oh dear, I must have grabbed the wrong one, my apologies." Then the old Taoist began to fumble around, even rummaging through his trousers. Wang Mang wore a peculiar expression, wondering if he was overthinking things. Tentatively, he inquired, "Before you continue searching, may I ask what your cultivation level is, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing this, the old Taoist chuckled, straightened his back, and stroked his beard with an air of superiority, stating, "My cultivation is rather humble, falling short of the realm of human immortals." Wang Mang's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The realm of human immortals? What a lofty tier, the 11th stage in the 12 levels of spiritual cultivation, essentially a select few at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. However, if he claims to be below the realm of human immortals, that means he is at the demigod level, the 10th stage?" Wang Mang's breath quickened, his tone tinged with reverence. "May I inquire, venerable elder, just how far below the realm of human immortals are you?" The old Taoist replied, "I am at the 5th tier of the spirit realm." Wang Mang was no longer merely wearing a gloomy expression. He had transformed entirely into a dark cloud. "What? You call this below the realm of human immortals? I have yet to even reach the level of earth immortals." Ouch! 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 The old Taoist jumped high, clutching his rear in distress. At that moment, a throng of enforcers rushed out from the Zhu residence, brandishing clubs and exuding a fierce demeanor. In the midst of them, a young man in brocade attire shouted angrily, "Who dares to provoke the Zhu family?" Wang Mang regarded the group without fear. What goes around comes around. Just as he was about to speak, someone from the crowd called out, "Ah, it's you. I remember now." Wang Mang turned to see a somewhat familiar face, though he could not quite place it. That person addressed the young man in brocade, "Young master, a few months back, That brat who stole the celestial fruit was his accomplice. They escaped then, and now he has delivered himself right to us. Wang Mang was taken aback. Wait, let me explain. I am here to find someone, not to cause trouble. Has anyone new arrived at the Zhu family recently? The young man in brocade retorted. You have stirred up trouble with the Zhu family time and again, and now you claim you are not here to cause a ruckus? Regardless of your intentions, you shall first receive a beating from me. With that, a swarm of enforcers armed with clubs charged towards Wang Mang. Wang Mang thought to himself, you leave me no choice but to retaliate. In an instant, chaos erupted. Amidst the tumult, the old Taoist's voice rang out, don't hit me. Ouch, that hurts. The old Taoist, bruised and battered, crawled out from the fray and took refuge aside. Dust billowed as the fight commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Within merely 3 to 5 minutes, over 20 enforcers lay moaning on the ground. Wang Mang, with an air of nonchalance, dusted off his hands and gazed at the wide-eyed young man in brocade. This could have been settled with words, yet you forced my hand. I ask you once more, has anyone new arrived at the Zhu family? Bring him forth. The young man instinctively stepped back until he found himself against the door. A cultivator? At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the young man, stating, are you here to find me? Wang Mang looked at the individual, who exuded an impressive presence, radiating the unique charm of a middle-aged man. The age aligns perfectly, approximately around 40. Chapter 87, Absolutely Necessary. Half an hour later, within the confines of the Zhu residence, only Wang Mang and a man remained. Successfully united with Zhu Di, personal account 22, balance, 147 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Wang Mang, personal account 14, balance, 92 imperial pearls. The man was none other than Zhu Di, the third emperor of the Ming dynasty. The two exchanged information and conversed for an extended period. Deep into the night, upon Zhu Di's initial arrival, he too faced considerable challenges. Fortuitously, he encountered a group of itinerant bodyguards who rescued him. Witnessing the formidable martial prowess of these bodyguards, Zhu Di resolutely chose to join their ranks. He began to train in martial arts under their tutelage, effectively becoming a laborer for them. Months swiftly passed, and Zhu Di's martial cultivation progressed remarkably, reaching the 7th stage of physical refinement. He had achieved a level of skill sufficient to match his mentor among the bodyguards in combat. Thus, Zhu Di decided to depart, for there was little more for him to learn from them. After leaving, Zhu Di headed towards a nearby stronghold bustling with people. Passing by the Zhu residence, he recognized it as his own kin and decided to rest there for a few days. Coincidentally, he awaited Wang Mang's arrival. Wang Mang exclaimed, I thought you had encountered other emperors, which is why you possess so many imperial pearls. It turns out you have achieved such mastery in martial arts. Zhu Di replied, it has been 3 months. You are the first emperor I have met. We have been too far apart. Wang Mang chuckled. Is it too far? Or are you simply afraid of encountering Zhu Chongba? Zhu Di was taken aback. You. How dare you refer to my father so casually? You are an ancestor after all. Wang Mang retorted. This isn't merely a matter of lineage. I have shared hardships and peril with the old Zhu for several days, and our bond is quite strong. He does not mind me calling him Chongba. In fact, I typically refer to him as old Zhu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di was astounded, for he was all too familiar with his father's temperament. To have someone on such amicable terms with his father was quite remarkable. Zhu Di's expression turned eager. Ancestor, have you spoken of my merits in front of my father? Wang Mang assured him. Of course. It is imperative. Zhu Di's face brightened, and he promptly poured more tea for Wang Mang. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Mang continued. I said, he is none other than the illustrious Ming Qingzu, the Yongle Emperor. You, a mere commoner Zhu Chongba, should cease your lamentations. At this statement, Zhu Di's teapot slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor along with the teacup. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Wang Mang, filled with a desire to retaliate. You, just jesting, just jesting. Ha ha ha, look at how you were startled. Wang Mang laughed heartily, swiftly helping Zhu Di back into his seat. He reassured him, I was merely teasing. I did not disclose your identity to him. I simply asked if he was aware of the Yongle Emperor, to which he shook his head in ignorance, and I left it at that. Old Zhu is likely still unaware of your circumstances, but only up until that point. After the 9 Days Paradise incident, where he appeared next, and whether he encountered any other emperors from later generations, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di remained apprehensive. Wang Mang urged, take heart. To speak frankly, Your achievements are sufficient to ensure that Lord Zhu will not be overly difficult with you. Zhu Di turned to Wang Mang and inquired, is that truly the case? Wang Mang nodded affirmatively. For instance, when I first encountered Emperor Gaozu of Han, he intended to take my life. Ultimately, however, he pardoned me, swayed by my handsome visage. Zhu Di regarded him with a peculiar expression. Wang Mang continued, of course, I later presented him with over 30 imperial pearls. Thus, the enmity between myself and the Han dynasty was laid to rest. Zhu Di asked, you gave him imperial pearls? Wang Mang replied, indeed, the imperial pearls can be transferred. When you next meet your father, consider gifting him a few as a token. I shall then speak well of you, and the matter will be resolved. Zhu Di responded, very well, thank you. Wang Mang then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Zhu Di replied, I shall journey to Chunju City, where 8 red dots have converged. It should serve as a stronghold. Wang Mang remarked, that sly fellow Liu Xiù has quietly amassed wealth there. I have been there before. It is the Guangwu Xinzhuang, led by Liu Xiù. The following morning, Zhu Di and Wang Mang bid farewell to the elder Zhu and mounted their horses, setting off for Chunju City. As they exited and mounted their steeds, an old Taoist priest rushed towards them, the very same man from the previous day. The old priest stood before Wang Mang and exclaimed, at last, I have awaited your emergence. You still owe me a spirit stone. Wang Mang, exasperated, replied, you old fool. Did you really wait for me all night at the door? The old priest retorted confidently, indeed. Wang Mang insisted, step aside. Who in the world wants your worthless recipe? The old priest chuckled, the book is of little consequence. For those on the path of cultivation, the principle of cause and effect is paramount. Yesterday, you saved my life. I must repay you, lest I incur divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang found a semblance of reason in the old priest's words. Wang Mang asked, so how do you intend to repay me? The old priest replied, as I mentioned, the cultivation method valued at 10 million spirit stones. In light of your saving my life, I shall sell it to you for just 1 spirit stone. Wang Mang scrutinized the old priest before him, noting his tattered garments, his face covered in dust, and the grime around his neck, which could easily be rolled into a ball with a bit of rubbing. Yet, it was precisely this disheveled appearance that stirred a flicker of intrigue within Wang Mang. After all, in fantasy novels, such unkempt old priests often conceal extraordinary prowess. Wang Mang queried, what do you go by, esteemed elder? The old priest smiled. The common name I bear is Liu Tianqing. Wang Mang asked, Liu Tianqing? And what is your Taoist name? Liu Tianqing hastily waved his hand. I cannot divulge that. Wang Mang pressed, why not? Liu Tianqing explained, I have been expelled from the Taoist sect, and my name has been revoked. They forbid me from using it, or I shall suffer their wrath. At this moment, Zhu Di could no longer contain himself. Mangzi, why are you wasting time with him? We should make haste. Wang Mang pondered briefly and declared, let us take a gamble. He turned to Liu Tianqing, mount up and accompany us. Liu Tianqing asked, where are we headed? Chunju City, came the reply. Will you provide for my food and lodging? Certainly. Excellent. Subsequently, the Zhu family, in consideration of Zhu Di, prepared an additional horse for the old priest Liu Tianqing. The 3 of them mounted and galloped away, heading straight for Chunju City and the Guangwu Xinzhuang. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Scale Kingdom, within the city of Linjing, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Hu Hai, Liu Gong, Li Longji, along with the siblings Ning Shuang and Ning Zhan, arrived at the splendid city of Donglin. The city radiated with vibrant hues and an air of fantasy. As the 7 traversed the broad streets, they were suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of excitement emanating from ahead. The foremost poet of Donglin has made his appearance. He's at Yachuan Tower, just up ahead. Hurry, I must seek his autograph. Chapter 88. Do you not see the yellow river's waters flowing from the heavens? Upon hearing this, the throngs of passers-by became agitated, rushing forward like a torrent. Observing this, Liu Bang remarked, the foremost poet of Donglin? He seems to possess quite a following. Li Longji replied, Brother Bang, you are unaware of the grandeur of our Tang poets. Their brilliance is truly earth-shattering. Ningzhen inquired, Tang? Li Longji clarified, yes. That is the name of my homeland. Qin Shi Huang interjected, it is still far from noon. Let us go witness the spectacle. The group followed the crowd, and shortly they beheld a magnificent scene. Before them stood a lavish 5-story establishment, adorned with a sign proclaiming Yachuan Tower. In its second-floor alcove stood a dashing young man, elegantly wielding a paper fan, his hair voluminous and impressive. The street before the tower was now teeming with admirers, creating a blockade of bodies. Among them were literati and elders, but the majority were young women, brandishing support banners and chanting in unison, Changchun the Recluse. Poetry renowned worldwide. The tenfold poet. Pen falls like thunder. Oh my. Changchun, could you grant me an autograph? On the second floor, the young man raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Wearing a self-satisfied smile, he relished the moment and declared, I merely stepped out for a meal, yet inadvertently drew such attention. Alas, it is hard to refuse such warm sentiments. Allow me to recite a poem I hastily penned while intoxicated a few days ago. Would you care to listen? At this, the crowd erupted in cheers, their voices a tumultuous wave. In the rear, Qin Shi Huang and Liu Bang exchanged amused glances, contemplating the vibrant allure of Donglen. Li Longji remarked, I am eager to see if this poet possesses even half the talent of our Tang bards. At that moment, the young man raised his hand once more, signaling for silence. The crowd obediently hushed, their anticipation palpable as they gazed at him. He accepted a cup of yellow wine from a waiter behind him and took a hearty sip. Then, he unfurled his fan before him, fanning the air dramatically. With a sudden clap, he snapped it shut and pointed skyward, reciting with fervor, Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river cascade from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Li Longji was taken aback. Wait, you all. He observed the throng, captivated by the poem. Many with eyes closed in appreciation. Beside him, Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, and the Ning siblings nodded in approval. Ning Shuang remarked, a splendid poem. Does he not possess at least half the talent of your homeland's poets? Li Longji was momentarily speechless. It is not merely a matter of halves. This is astonishing. Li Longji seized Qin Shi Huang, his voice brimming with an accusatory tone, and declared, This poem belongs to our esteemed Tang poet, Li Bai. Qin Shi Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He turned to the man reciting verses on the second floor and broke into a smile. Ah, so he is one of us. Liu Bang erupted into laughter. This fellow certainly knows how to embellish his own reputation. Li Longji exclaimed in frustration, How outrageous. Ningzhen asked, Sister, what are they discussing? I find it somewhat incomprehensible. Ning Shuang replied, Regardless, it is a beautiful poem. Ningzhen continued. Qin Shi Huang glanced at Li Longji, noticing his evident displeasure, and commanded, Hu Hai, go and seize him. Understood. Hu Hai responded, and pushed through the crowd to advance. Upon reaching the front, he leaped over the throng, springing onto the elegant second-floor platform. Simultaneously, Li Longji shouted, Cease your recitation, you thieving poet. The man, lost in his poetic reverie, recited, 5-flower steed, a coat worth 1,000 gold, when he abruptly halted upon hearing Li Longji's words. Startled by Hu Hai's sudden appearance, he stammered, Who are you? The unexpected scene left the audience, engrossed in the beauty of the verses, momentarily stunned. Soon after, a woman stepped forward, scolding Li Longji. How dare you call him a thieving poet? You slanderer. Every poem by Changchun Xiu'er is a masterpiece. I suspect you are merely envious. Others chimed in, and Li Longji was incensed, yet he dismissed the cacophony of remarks from the women, shoving them aside as he stormed into the elegant building. On the second floor, Hu Hai grasped the man's arm and reassured him, Fear not, we are on your side. The man, visibly startled, quickly comprehended the situation. He managed to smile. You arrived rather swiftly. Oh, it seems you noticed me and rushed here. Hu Hai chuckled. You have certainly riled Li Longji. I fear you may not escape his wrath. What? Li Longji? The man panicked, glanced around, and abruptly wrenched his arm free from Hu Hai's grip, turning to flee. Hey! Hu Hai exclaimed, surprised, and lunged again, this time grasping the man's thick hair. To his astonishment, he inadvertently yanked out the entirety of the man's hair. Startled, Hu Hai thought he had accidentally decapitated him. The crowd gasped in unison, Murder! Yet as they looked closer, they beheld the man, now sporting a completely bald head, hastily descending the stairs. Hu Hai was stunned. What the? The crowd continued to shout, Murder! Murder! Wait! The man rushed down the staircase, colliding with Li Longji, who, having not recognized him, stepped aside to allow passage. Li Longji stormed upstairs, fuming. Where is he? Hu Hai reached the staircase. He has fled. Wait, he did not manage to escape. Li Longji immediately followed Hu Hai's gaze and turned around. He saw a bald man being obstructed by the small child Liu Gong, who stood at the bottom of the stairs. The man exclaimed, Get out of the way, you little brat. As he spoke, He attempted to push Liu Gong aside, only to find that the child's diminutive form was as steady as a mountain, utterly immovable. Liu Gong smiled and said, "Grandfather said not to let you escape." With that, he twisted and pushed against the man's arm, toppling him to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ouch! I am Qianlong, only Qianlong. We are on the same side, little brother, please be gentler," Li Longji remarked. "Qianlong? I believe I have heard Wang Mang mention that name, though I cannot recall the details. No matter, let us deal with him first." He swiftly descended the stairs, leveraging his momentum to leap and land atop Qianlong. The latter let out a wail, nearly having his insides squeezed out by the impact. Chapter 89. Look at how you frightened him after this commotion. Qin Shi Huang and his entourage, alongside Qianlong, entered a serene and elegant guest room. Ning Shuang and her brother Ningzhen took their leave, as they had come to the capital for business. When Qin Shi Huang inquired, Ning Shuang remained silent. Qin Shi Huang said, "I hope I am not being presumptuous, but can Miss Ning impart to us the methods of concealment?" Ning Shuang glanced at the bruised and battered Qianlong beside her, clearly recognizing a kindred spirit. She replied, "There is something peculiar about this matter. I must return to report it and cannot act unilaterally." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang felt a twinge of disappointment. Subsequently, the two took their leave, transforming into two beams of golden light and flying out through the window. This spectacle startled Qianlong, who widened his eyes and pointed, exclaiming, "T." Liu Bang interjected, "What is the fuss about? Now that there are no outsiders, let us identify ourselves." One by one, they introduced their names and dynasties to Qianlong. This revelation was astonishing, as it turned out he had reigned for 60 years. This news delighted Qin Shi Huang and the others immensely. Qin Shi Huang had 210 imperial pearls remaining, totaling 270. Liu Bang had 205 imperial pearls, totaling 265. Hu Hai had 52 imperial pearls, totaling 112. Liu Gong had 124 imperial pearls, totaling 184. Li Longji had 48 imperial pearls, totaling 108. Meanwhile, Qianlong possessed 611734444, totaling 130. Qianlong exclaimed, "Why do you have so many imperial pearls?" Liu Bang replied, "Most of these are rewards for cultivation. How did you end up with one more? Didn't you rule for 60 years? Qianlong explained, "In Linjing City, there is another emperor, Liu Song's Emperor Wu, Liu Yu, who ruled for only 2 years. I once purchased a celestial stone, intending to practice cultivation myself, but it proved futile. So, I gifted that stone to him." Liu Bang inquired, "He shares the same surname? Where is he now?" Qianlong responded, "He is in the military camp. I have been here since my arrival, and he came seeking me 2 months ago. Together, we have thrived in Linjing City, befriending numerous influential figures." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed as Li Longji delivered a resounding slap to the back of Qianlong's head. "I am well aware of Liu Yu's formidable reputation, but how dare you? You have appropriated the poetic works of our great Tang dynasty, mingling both martial and literary prowess." Qianlong, taken aback, murmured, "I merely borrowed them." Li Longji retorted, "You shall not use them." Qianlong replied, "If I cannot, so be it. My own verses are equally stunning." Li Longji challenged him, "Recite one for us to hear." Qianlong hesitated, his face flushing in effort, yet no words emerged. Observing this, Liu Bang chuckled and shook his head, choosing to disregard it. He then turned his attention to Qin Shi Huang, who seemed preoccupied, gazing out the window with his back to the gathering, evidently uninterested in their conversation. Liu Bang approached. "What occupies your thoughts, Brother Zheng?" Qin Shi Huang replied, "I have overlooked something." Liu Bang inquired, "What is it?" Qin Shi Huang answered, "The little emperor." Upon speaking, a faintly golden screen depicting the little emperor materialized before him, possessing the ability to conceal the imperial dragon's aura. Recommended, hidden spirit technique. Capable of concealing the imperial dragon's aura and cultivation level. Price, 50 imperial pearls. Qin Shi Huang smiled. Truly, the little emperor possesses remarkable abilities. In the Great Li Dynasty, at Guangwu Xinzhuang, after a swift 4-day journey, Wang Mang, Zhu Di, and the elderly Taoist Liu Tianqing finally arrived at Guangwu Xinzhuang. The estate remained as harmonious as ever, with servants tending to flowers and vegetables, feeding horses and chickens. As the trio approached, they were greeted by a familiar face. The steward of Guangwu Xinzhuang, Du Xueming. He dismounted and, with a respectful gesture towards Zhu Di, announced, "The master has instructed me to await you three." A banquet of wine and delicacies is prepared, just awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me inside. As he spoke, Du Shuiming's gaze shifted from Zhu Di to Wang Mang. And upon seeing him, he was utterly taken aback. Wang Mang. Du Shuiming fell to the ground in shock, quickly regaining his composure and sprinting towards the manor, exclaiming, "Master, it's terrible. Wang Mang's ghost has returned for vengeance." Wang Mang remarked, "Zhu Di, look how frightened he is." Having shared his past experiences with Zhu Di, he understood why Du Shuiming, who had witnessed Wang Mang's demise, was so terrified. Wang Mang continued, "Brother Di, you still have the leisure to laugh. There are 8 people here. Are you not concerned that one might be?" At this, Zhu Di was startled and instinctively took a step back, contemplating escape. Surely it cannot be so coincidental. This time, it was Wang Mang who laughed heartily. It was only a matter of time. At that moment, several figures approached swiftly from within the estate, at least 8 or 9 of them. Among the crowd, Wang Mang recognized 2 individuals, Liu Xiù, who would be unmistakable even in ashes, and the ever-composed Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen hastened forward and embraced Wang Mang. "Mangzi, you have finally returned. It is indeed you." Wang Mang replied, "Ha, Brother Zhen, how have you fared?" Zhao Zhen responded, "With Brother Xiu by our side, all is well." At this juncture, Du Shuiming, hiding behind Liu Xiù, piped up, "Master, but he was dead. Surely he has returned as a vengeful spirit because you did not save him." Liu Xiù smiled. "Is that so? Wang Mang, I have heard you seek revenge on me." Wang Mang gazed at Liu Xiù and remarked, "Revenge is within my grasp. Do you comprehend my current cultivation level?" Liu Xiù inquired, "Oh, what is it?" Wang Mang proudly declared, "I have reached the 3rd stage of the Spirit Master realm." Zhao Zhen interjected, "Wang, you possess remarkable talent. Weren't you struggling to break through for quite some time?" Wang Mang retorted, "That was due to the 9-sun paradise. Once you visit, you'll understand." Liu Xiù responded, "You have indeed achieved the Spirit Master realm. Impressive. However, I must apologize, for just yesterday afternoon, I stepped into the Grand Spirit Master level." Upon hearing this, Wang Mang appeared struck by lightning, his expression one of disbelief. "Damn, have you found a way to cheat? While Bang Gu and the others have yet to ascend to the Grand Spirit Master level, you have surpassed them?" Liu Xiù asked. "Bang Gu?" Wang Mang replied, "Who else could it be but Liu Bang?" Liu Xiù suggested, "Let us discuss this further inside." "And who is this?" He gestured towards the elderly Taoist beside them, who was yawning. Wang Mang explained, "A friend I encountered on the way. Come, let's head inside." Thus, the group entered the manor. Liu Xiù instructed Du Shuiming to take care of Liu Tiancheng, ensuring he was well fed and entertained, while they proceeded to the secluded backyard. Chapter 90. The 10-person stage achieved. Once free from outside distractions, the group immediately began their self-introductions. The 8 emperors of the Guangwu virtuous manor were Liu Xiu, Liu Shan, Li Yuan, Li Ji, Chai Rong, Zhao Zhen, Wanyan Shouxiu, and Wanyan Chenglin. Liu Shan, the last ruler of Shu Han, reigned for 40 years. Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, ruled for 8 years. Li Ji, the final emperor of the Tang, held the throne for 3 years. Chai Rong, the second emperor of the later Zhou, reigned for 5 years. Wanyan Shouxiu, the 9th emperor of the Jin dynasty, ruled for 11 years. Wanyan Chenglin, the 10th and final emperor of the Jin, reigned for less than an hour. At that time, the Song-Mongolian coalition was besieging the city. Wanyan Shouxiu, unwilling to be the last emperor, passed the throne to Wanyan Chenglin before his demise. Wanyan Chenglin, having ascended for less than an hour, perished on the battlefield, thus becoming the emperor with the briefest reign in Huaxia history. In less than an hour, he possessed at least 1 emperor's pearl. As everyone added their emperor pearls in succession, they noticed a second line of content appearing before them. The 10-person stage achieved. Unlocking communication functionality in the Imperial Celestial Art middle volume. Upon seeing this, Wang Mang and Liu Xiù were the first to react, simultaneously asking, "What does communication functionality entail?" Communication functionality allows for distance-free dialogue between users of the minor emperor, enabling both voice and text communication. Price, 100 emperor pearls. Wang Mang pressed further. "If we spend 100 emperor pearls, can everyone communicate, or is it limited?" "It is restricted to those who have achieved the 10-person stage and requires both parties to purchase it." Wang Mang exclaimed, "What a ripoff." He looked at the others. "I thought we could chat with the first emperor from afar, but it's only us." Zhu Di queried, "Is this akin to transmitting words over 1,000 miles?" Wang Mang responded, One could interpret it that way. At this moment, Liu Xiù asked, "What about the middle volume of the Imperial Celestial Art?" "I have indeed completed the upper volume. Imperial Celestial Art middle volume. Price, 50 Emperor Pearls." Liu Xiù declared, "I shall purchase it. Additionally, there exists a communication function, which I shall purchase. Deducting 150 Imperial Pearls, balance, 152 Imperial Pearls. Wang Mang, you truly possess substantial wealth." Liu Xiù chuckled. "I must express my gratitude to you. Mangzi specifically came to assist us in unlocking the 10-person stage, did he not?" Wang Mang smiled wryly, and then turned to Xiao Di, saying, "I shall also activate the communication function. Deducting 100 Imperial Pearls, balance, 115 Imperial Pearls, subsequently." The two exchanged knowing glances. They once more summoned Xiao Di. "I wish to contact Xiu'er. I seek the inept Wang Mang." Before them, Xiao Di's screen then displayed a chat-like interface. Wang Mang silently recited a message and promptly sent it. On Liu Xiu's Xiao Di screen, a message appeared. "Wang Mang." A thunderous sound from the sky. Wang Mang makes his grand entrance. Liu Xiù, not long after my entrance, a myriad of meteors descends upon us. Wang Mang's expression darkened. Thereafter, the group engaged in a heartfelt conversation that lasted until deep into the night, primarily exchanging information they already possessed. Upon hearing Liu Xiu's account, Wang Mang felt that they had been living rather comfortably. "Wang Mang, what? Have you experienced no incidents these past few months? Is it merely eat and sleep, sleep and eat?" "Liu Xiù, we also engage in cultivation." Wang Mang, Liu Xiù, indeed. There were some troubles encountered during their journey, but they were trivial matters that I resolved with ease. Wang Mang rolled his eyes. At that moment, Zhao Zhen inquired, "Mangzi, how perilous is that demon spirit sect you mentioned?" Wang Mang, according to old MO, the demon spirit sect is a nefarious cult. At its peak, it boasted a membership of over 1 million. Fortunately, during the Great Battle 500 years ago, the sect suffered severe setbacks. For centuries following, there have been no reports of the demon spirit sect's resurgence. Now, after 5 centuries, it seems they may be stirring from their ashes. What is more troublesome is that they are now fully aware of our existence. With such an abundance of imperial pearls and celestial spirit stones, they will undoubtedly scour for us. This will only lead to increasing complications. Should one of us be captured, others will soon follow. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom loomed over the group. "Liu Xiù, what is the situation with my ancestors?" Wang Mang, in recent days, I observed on the Xiao Di map that they have departed from the Yuxian sect and moved to Donglin capital. The reason for this sudden change of base remains unclear. Could it be that Liu Xiù, the demon spirit sect, has targeted the Yuxian sect? Wang Mang, that possibility cannot be dismissed. At present, we must inform more emperors. They need to be made aware of one crucial fact. We can be revived. Many emperors are still unaware of the possibility of resurrection, and if captured by the demon spirit sect, the fiery-tempered emperors may fare better. But I fear for those who are more timid. However, if everyone understands that revival is possible, they shall not fear the demon spirit sect. Liu Xiù, so, what do you intend to do? Wang Mang, I have already devised a plan. With that, Wang Mang turned to Li Yuan and said, "Tang Gaozu, I know where Li Erling is." Li Yuan was taken aback. "Erling? Where might he be?" Wang Mang, he is also in Dali, residing in Linzhou City. The vast territory of Dali means that traveling from here to Linzhou City on horseback would take several months. Liu Xiù, do you intend to go? Wang Mang, indeed. Firstly, as a formidable carbon-based entity of the 7th century, the governor of Asia, the esteemed general of the heavenly strategy and the celestial Khan, I am resolutely determined to meet him and request his autograph. Secondly, as I previously mentioned, encountering a greater number of individuals allows for the dissemination of information to a broader audience. Liu Xiù nodded, remarking that this was indeed the reason for your investment in communication. Wang Mang replied, "Communication is indeed a marvelous function, facilitating connections." At this juncture, Liu Shan inquired, "Brother Mang, do you know the whereabouts of my father?" Wang Mang responded, "As for Liu Huangshu, I have neither seen him nor heard any news from others. However, rest assured, once I receive news of him, I will promptly inform Liu Xiù, who will relay it to you." Liu Shan replied, "Very well. Thank you." Zhu Di added, "If you encounter my father, please convey my regards." Wang Mang chuckled and turned to Zhu Di, saying, "I have informed you. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance." Zhu Di retorted, "That's not the case at all. I intend to see him." Thus, 2 days later, Wang Mang and the old Taoist Liu Tianqing mounted their horses. Wang Mang asked, "Li Yuan, are you truly certain you do not wish to accompany me?" Li Yuan replied, "There is no way I would seek refuge with my son. You should have him come to you." Wang Mang laughed heartily. "I shall certainly convey that. Yet whether he will come remains uncertain." Liu Xiù said, "Take care, Mangzi." Wang Mang looked at Liu Xiù, responding, I know. Chapter 91. War commences. On the road, Wang Mang incessantly questioned the old Taoist Liu Tianqing about whether he was indeed a recluse of great wisdom. Liu Tianqing replied, as the saying goes, "There is always a higher mountain. Such recluses are but figments of your limited perspective." Wang Mang, confused, further inquired, "What was your previous Taoist title? And why were you expelled from the Taoist sect?" Liu Tianqing responded, "Could you not ask something else? I prefer not to revisit those memories. They have no bearing on you, so refrain from inquiring." Wang Mang conceded, "All right, I had no wish to hear it anyway. Let me ask something else. How long do you intend to accompany me?" Liu Tianqing smiled, saying, "You still owe me a spiritual stone. As long as you have not provided it, I shall certainly accompany you." Wang Mang thought to himself, "I have no spiritual stones, but I do possess a plethora of celestial stones. Would you like some? If so, I would gladly offer them." Wang Mang remarked, "Taoist Liu, considering your age, you must be quite well informed." Liu Tianqing displayed an air of pride, stating, "Indeed, I have traversed more paths than you have grains of rice consumed." Wang Mang was left speechless. What an odd comparison. He then pressed on, "Are you familiar with the demon spirit sect and the demon realm? Do they have any connections?" Wang Mang was aware of the demon realm. He had heard about it from Sīmǎ Yì during their initial encounter in the Nine-Sun Paradise. According to Sīmǎ Yì, there were 2 red dots within the demon realm, yet their identities remained unknown. After Sīmǎ Yì was captured by the demons, he was unable to see them and was ultimately killed by the demon clan. Liu Tianqing explained, "The demon spirit sect is merely a group of deluded practitioners aspiring to immortality. To my knowledge, they wish to establish a connection with the demon realm. Yet the lord of the demon realm holds them in disdain. Moreover, the ruler of the demon realm is a woman, reputed to be astonishingly beautiful." Wang Mang, "Master Liu, are you a monk?" Liu Tianqing cleared his throat. "Ahem, what of it?" Wang Mang, "If what you say is true, then why does the demon realm, so formidable, not emerge to unify the realm of cultivation, instead retreating within its barriers?" Liu Tianqing, "Do you think they do not wish to? They dare not. For the presence of Xianyun Mountain suppresses them, rendering the demon realm cautious in their actions." As the sun set, the silhouettes of the 2 men on horseback gradually faded into the distance. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In Beiyu, at the borders, the sound of war drums echoed like thunder. On the vast, desolate plains, tens of thousands of troops clashed amidst the crimson twilight, the air filled with the cacophony of battle. From the ranks of the Beiyu army, 36 captains of the assault camp roared in unison, charging into the enemy forces. Among them were Liu Che, Liu Bei, Zhao Guangyi, Kublai Khan, and Zhu Yuanzhang. Each led a contingent of 500 men, taking the lead in the charge. The 30,000 soldiers of the northern barbarians were imposing figures, wielding long curved blades, clad in leather armor adorned with beast fur, and riding fierce war horses painted with vermilion. As the 2 armies collided, it felt as though the very heavens would be cleaved asunder. "Kill!" Liu Che thrust his long spear through the air, unseating a barbarian rider. Liu Bei, wielding twin swords, sliced through the stillness, decapitating 2 foes in swift succession. Kublai Khan fought with ferocity, his blood-red eyes glinting with vengeance as he wreaked havoc upon his enemies. Zhu Yuanzhang wielded a long sword, its blade whistling as it pierced through the chest of an opponent, only to return to his hand in a graceful arc. Yet, it was Zhao Guangyi who exhibited the most audacity. He drove a chariot drawn by 3 war horses, plowing through the ranks of the northern barbarians with reckless abandon, entering and exiting the fray with relentless vigor. Wherever he went, foes were sent flying, crashing to the ground in disarray. With a swift maneuver, he executed a complete turn, pulling the reins with deft hands, and charged back into the fray. In that instant, Zhao Guangyi felt himself suddenly propelled upwards. With a resounding crash, a formidable barbarian leapt onto the chariot, causing it to splinter under his weight. The force sent Zhao Guangyi tumbling to the ground. Quickly rising, he beheld a towering figure emerging from the wreckage, a burly man, 2 meters tall, wielding twin hammers. "Zhao Guangyi, help!" With the chariot destroyed, he turned to flee. "Liu Che, Kublai, Lead the 2nd Battalion to break through the enemy lines. Kublai Khan, understood. Lu Che Xuanda, go rescue Zhao Guangyi. Zhu Yuanzhang, he has already set off. Lu Che, old Zhu, let us split into 2 flanks and encircle that barbarian leader. Zhu Yuanzhang agreed. Night fell. Within the border city, the camps were in disarray. Inside a tent, the raucous laughter and revelry of rough soldiers filled the air. Lu Che, Liu Bei, Zhao Guangyi, Kublai Khan, and Zhu Yuanzhang sat in a row, facing the warriors of Beiyu, among whom was Wu Yi. At the head of the assembly sat the commanding general of the northern expedition, General Wu Yi, father of Wu Yi. Wu Yi, a man of imposing stature, though somewhat advanced in years, still bore the vigor of youth upon his countenance. He turned to Lu Che, raising his cup, and exclaimed, "Brother Che, let us toast." Lu Che reciprocated, and the two drank heartily. After finishing their drinks, Wu Yi declared, "To speak candidly, Brother Che, before my departure, the National Master instructed that you and 4 others accompany the army into battle. Initially, I was reluctant, thinking, who are these newcomers attempting to gain military merit through backdoor means? However, after today's encounter, I must admit this old fellow has underestimated you all. Ha ha. I shall drink 3 cups in penance." With that, Wu Yi lifted his cup once more. Lu Che replied, "General Wu, you flatter us. It is only right that we contribute to the glory of Beiyu." Lu Che and his companions had resided in the capital of Beiyu for quite some time until the national master, Wu Yu, arrived to inform them that war was imminent. Zhu Qiu, having not practiced martial arts, remained in the capital. The reasons Lu Che and his companions were eager to join the army were threefold. Firstly, while many matters could be set aside, when it came to battling the barbarians, each of them was fervently enthusiastic. Secondly, there were 5 red marks on the northern grasslands, all trending towards the borders. Accompanying the army would allow them to intercept these threats. Thirdly, as practitioners of martial arts, they understood that advancement in their discipline necessitated real combat. A battlefield with thousands of soldiers provided the finest training ground. If one were to cite a 4th reason, it would be the fact that in the capital, they enjoyed free food, drink, and lodging, all generously funded by Wu Yu. They felt somewhat embarrassed, for a man must have his dignity. Wu Yi remarked, "I have heard from my son, Wu Yi, that you are all individuals of the martial world. Yet, how is it that you possess such proficiency in military affairs? I dare say, if you were each given 500 soldiers to command, it would be an underestimation of your talents." What Wu Yi observed was not merely the battle of the day, but also the way these individuals managed and trained their subordinates during the march, an endeavor they executed with remarkable ease and organization. Chapter 92. The battle begins. Kublai Khan chimed in. "Isn't it just leading troops? A piece of cake." Wu Yi turned to Kublai Khan, whose memory seemed to falter with age, and inquired, "What was the name of this brother again?" Kublai Khan replied, "Liu Billy. I am a cousin to Lu Che and Liu Bei. We grew up in the same village, bare as the day we were born." Lu Che and Liu Bei laughed heartily, and soon everyone in the room engaged in lively conversation. Many raised their glasses to Kublai Khan, exclaiming, "Come, brother. We have heard whispers that you resemble a barbarian. However, after today's battle, you have truly opened our eyes. The way you vanquished the barbarians was nothing short of spectacular. Ha ha ha, those little savages didn't stand a chance." Amidst the raucous laughter and merriment, the earlier query posed by Wu Yi was cleverly sidestepped by Kublai Khan and his companions. After a while, Wu Yi raised his hand, signaling for silence. The room quieted, and everyone set down their cups. Wu Yi, now bearing a serious expression, said, "Let us not indulge too much. This amount of drinking is sufficient for today." The crowd responded in unison, indeed. Wu Yi's demeanor turned grave as he continued, "Though we emerged victorious today, it must be noted that the main force of the northern barbarians did not engage in battle, having fought against them my entire life. I am acutely aware of their formidable nature. In the northern wilderness, there are 2 formidable figures. One is the king of barbarians, Gu Erjiang, who has long attained the golden body realm in martial arts. The other is the foremost shaman of the north, Wu Qiki, a spiritual practitioner whose arcane methods are both numerous and troublesome. Lu Che and his companions had been informed of this prior to their expedition by Wu Yu. However, they felt no fear. After all, death is but a trivial consequence. More significantly, given their current cultivation levels, these 2 formidable beings from the north posed little concern for them. This was a matter for Commander Wu Yi and National Master Wu Yu to contend with. Wu Yi remarked, as long as these two have yet to reveal themselves, it is evident that the North still possesses hidden resources. We must not underestimate them. The crowd responded affirmatively. Wu Yi nodded and then added, however, there is good news to share. Reports indicate that reinforcements from Dali will soon arrive at the border. At that time, we shall let the Dali army take the lead while we follow behind to confront the North once more. Henceforth, refrain from venturing out of the city to engage the enemy. We must bide our time and conserve our strength. Upon hearing this, Liu Che and the others were elated. What a clever move. The following day, the barbarian army launched an attack, yet the gates of the border city remained securely shut. Standing atop the city walls, Liu Che, Zhu Yuanzhang, and others were leisurely roasting skewers of meat, indifferent to the clamorous horde of barbarians below. On the third day, the barbarian army besieged the city again. But Liu Che and his companions continued to ignore them, challenging, if you have the capability, come inside and strike us. As the morning sun rose on the third day atop the city wall, Liu Che inquired, where's Liu Bailey? Liu Bei replied, who? Oh, he went to the latrine. This elicited laughter among the group. Zhao Guangyi then posed a question. If there are powerful individuals capable of flying in this realm, what purpose do the city walls serve? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, let anyone who dares to enter alone come forth. Do they think the tens of thousands of soldiers within are mere decorations? Zhao Guangyi countered, what of those tens of thousands? I doubt they could even stop a formidable opponent at the heavenly spirit realm, let alone those above it, such as the transcendent, human immortal, or earth immortal. I cannot even recall all their classifications. Those of such caliber can traverse the heavens and the earth. What use is an army against them? This query truly left Zhu Yuanzhang at a loss for words, prompting the group to turn their gaze toward Liu Che. Liu Che responded, I too harbored similar doubts. However, after conversing with General Wu over these past few days, I have gained some insights. The heavenly spirit realm is indeed powerful, yet the martial arts practitioners are not to be trifled with. A bloodthirsty army composed of 10,000 men, when united in a battle cry, can unleash a martial aura so formidable that it could severely injure a practitioner in the heavenly spirit realm. A novice at that level may even fall on the spot. The others were astonished, yet it all made sense. Liu Bei then inquired, and what of those practitioners above the heavenly spirit realm? Liu Che elaborated. The spiritual cultivation has 12 tiers, with the heavenly spirit realm being the 6th tier, marking a significant divide between the mundane and the transcendent. Those in the secular courts can only reach the limits of spiritual cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm. Beyond this, one must devote themselves to the pursuit of wisdom, undergoing seclusion for a century or even several centuries. Such individuals are indifferent to the rise and fall of worldly dynasties. Their aspirations lie in the path to immortality and ascension. The individuals present were not foolish, and the situation was easily discernible. To put it simply, the spiritual cultivators who had come to battle were, at most, at the celestial spirit level. Those beyond that realm had little interest in participating, and even the emperors of dynasties could not command them. Liu Bei interjected, while we speak of spiritual cultivation, what of martial cultivators? They may not ascend to immortality, but their prowess far surpasses that of spiritual cultivators. Liu Che nodded in agreement, stating, martial cultivators are indeed the true decisive factor in warfare. Just as Liu Che was passionately articulating his thoughts, a sentinel interrupted, exclaiming, the barbarian army is approaching. Upon hearing this, the group lost all desire for idle conversation and hurried to the city walls. They beheld, much like in previous days, the vast horde of barbarian troops once again making their presence known. However, this time, they merely stood at a distance, refraining from advancing. Before long, a gaunt, weary-looking man, unmistakably from the central plains, trembled as he approached the city gates from among the barbarian ranks. He halted, gazing up at the towering walls, and shouted, come forth for battle. On the walls, Liu Che, Liu Bei, Zhao Guangyi, and Zhu Yuanzhang peered down, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhao Guangyi remarked, who are you? Quite audacious to come here alone and challenge us. The soldiers atop the walls erupted in laughter, with some archers already poised to strike at Liu Che's command. The man raised his voice once more, declaring, by the command of the barbarian king, I come to issue a challenge. You of Beiyu tore up the marriage pact first, thus insulting my northern wilderness. The mighty army of the northern wilderness shall trample your capital and usurp your throne. Are you all cowards? Too afraid to confront me in battle? If so, then swiftly send forth your wives and daughters for our pleasure, and we shall grant you a complete corpse." At these words, the soldiers of Beiyu were incensed. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "He is undoubtedly from the Central Plains, yet he aids the barbarians in this challenge. What a disgraceful offspring to emerge from any household." Liu Bei added, "Indeed. Should we not simply shoot him with an arrow?" Liu Che hesitated, contemplating the situation, when suddenly Kublai rushed back, adjusting his trousers in haste. "What is happening? The barbarians are here again?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "Look at this vile creature. His insults are atrocious." As Kublai approached the wall and glanced down, he was struck with recognition, recalling a meeting at the 9-day paradise. "By the heavens, Zhu Qizhen!" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression stiffened in shock. Who? He grasped Kublai's arm, demanding, "Who do you mean?" Kublai responded, "If I am not mistaken, it must be him, though he appears much thinner than before." Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "How do you know him?" Kublai replied, "At the 9-day paradise. Did I not mention it? Have you forgotten?" Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily rendered speechless. It was not that he had forgotten, but rather he was reluctant to acknowledge that the man below was a figure from his own lineage. At that moment, Liu Che shouted down, "Is that not Zhu Qizhen?" Indeed, it was none other than Zhu Qizhen, the 6th emperor of the Ming dynasty, Mingyingzong. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen's gaze was one of fear and disarray. It seemed as though he had not heard Liu Che's words, as he continued to repeat his earlier proclamation, "By the command of the man-king, I have come to challenge you." You of Beiyu tore up the marriage contract first. Kublai Khan bellowed, "Zhu Qizhen, do you not recognize me?" Yet, Zhu Qizhen still held his head high, shouting hoarsely. Kublai Khan remarked, "This cannot be right. I recognized him during our encounter at the 9-day paradise. Upon meeting again, there should be no need for introduction. We ought to immediately exchange our imperial pearls upon sighting one another." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a flicker of hope. "I knew it. You must have mistaken him for someone else." Liu Che interjected, "Something is amiss. Old Zhu, you are the only one present who has ascended to the Grand Spirit Master level. Can you utilize your spiritual awareness to perceive him?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, "Very well." He then placed his fingers upon his brow, closed his eyes, and emitted strands of radiant energy, finally attuning his senses to Zhu Qizhen below. Spiritual awareness could only be attained after reaching the Grand Spirit Master level, and even then, it remained in its nascent stage, demanding utmost concentration for effective manifestation. Observing this, Liu Che, who had perfected both martial and spiritual practices, began to comprehend the difficulty of dividing one's focus. Although he had achieved the 9th tier of physical cultivation and the 9th tier of spiritual mastery, he had not yet advanced to the next stage. In contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had dedicated himself solely to spiritual cultivation, had surpassed him and was the first to ascend to the Grand Spirit Master level. At that moment, within Zhu Yuanzhang's perspective, though his eyes were shut, his clarity of vision was unparalleled. What he perceived was not merely the material realm, but the ethereal fluctuations of spiritual energy, martial essence, and the current states of breath, emotion, and vitality emanating from each individual. After a brief 5 breaths, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his eyes and declared, "He possesses no cultivation. I sense fear and confusion from him." Additionally, a dark aura envelopes his entire being. It is evident that his consciousness has been manipulated by another. Liu Che responded, "This explains why he cannot recognize Kublai Khan." Kublai Khan remarked, "So that is the case. What shall we do now?" At that moment, a familiar figure approached the city wall. It was Wu Yi. Wu Yi glanced at the shouting figure below with an expression of indifference and stated, "This is a tactic commonly employed by the barbarian foes. Simply shoot him down. There is no need for concern." As Wu Yi was about to issue the order, Liu Bei hurriedly intervened. Wait. We know that person." Wu Yi responded, "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "General Wu, could you elucidate what you mean by a tactic commonly employed by the barbarian foes?" Wu Yi explained, "When the barbarians fail to provoke a battle, the shamans of the northern barbarians will seize the consciousness of certain individuals, compelling them to approach and challenge. These individuals are typically captives from Beiyu, soldiers, merchants, and innocent civilians among them. Though it is regrettable, we must eliminate them on the spot, for once the city gates are opened, no one can predict the ensuing chaos. The northern barbarian shamans are exceedingly cunning. If we kill this individual now, in a few hours, another will come, and we will repeat the cycle. They are all captives. and their aim is to incite you to the point where you can no longer restrain yourself from venturing forth to battle. Liu Bei remarked. Knowing that the individual is one of our own from Beiyu, must we still resort to execution? Wu Yi, it is permissible not to execute him. Let him continue to shout beneath the city walls. You heard the foulness of his insults. He can either shout himself to death or incite the soldiers above to the brink of apoplexy. Liu Bei glanced at the soldiers on the city wall, all of whom were seething with rage, wishing fervently to devour Zhu Qizhen alive. General Wu, let us charge out and confront him. Did we not secure victory a few days ago? Why are we now confined within the walls? Wu Yi replied. The general has commanded. We must hold our ground. Then surely we can shoot him down, someone suggested. Wu Yi hesitated, taken aback to discover that the challenger below was a comrade of Liu Che and the others. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Zhu Yuanzhang, brimming with indignation, drew his sword and declared, I shall slay him myself. Liu Che grabbed Zhu Yuanzhang, asking, What do you intend to do? Zhu Yuanzhang responded, As long as we do not open the city gates, it matters not whether he lives or dies. I will bear the consequences alone. Wu Yi sighed. Brother Zhu, you must not act rashly. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Wu Yi. This is not recklessness. I am fully aware of the situation. Brother Che and the others understand as well, do they not? Liu Che and his companions comprehended Zhu Yuanzhang's intent. As long as the gates remained shut, what could be the worst outcome? It would only cost Zhu Yuanzhang his life, and even then, he could return. After all, he had visited the 9-day paradise before. Liu Che said, Let him go. He is the only one who can do it. Wu Yi exclaimed, What? Zhu Yuanzhang explained. That man is a child from my village, sharing my surname Zhu. I cannot abandon him. Wu Yi replied. But did you not just say you would slay him with your own hands? Zhu Yuanzhang awkwardly replied. Well, that was the sentiment. Liu Che interjected, General Wu. Do not forget, we all possess our own trump cards. Have faith in us. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi recalled the day he fought Liu Che, who had utilized a secret technique to elevate his cultivation to the celestial realm. Good heavens, do you all possess such abilities? Wu Yi looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, who nodded in affirmation. With a wry smile, Wu Yi conceded, Very well, if that is the case, there is no issue. You may proceed. It shall not be deemed insubordination. It is I who grant you permission to go. Zhu Yuanzhang clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. Wu Yi cautioned. But you must promise me one thing. Do not bring him back to the city until you have dispelled the malevolent energy from him. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, understood. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang leaped onto the city wall, astonishing the soldiers gathered below. He soared gracefully down the wall. Wu Yi widened his eyes. Hey, we could have opened the gates for you. Ah, it is too late now. You have already jumped. The border city was as solid as a mountain, towering higher than most, reaching a height of 8 zhang. At this elevation, even the most skilled of cultivators could not ascend. Yet, not being able to ascend did not imply an inability to leap down. Chapter 94. Huzzah! Hey! TSK, TSK, TSK. As Zhu Yuanzhang descended, golden light shimmered beneath his feet. With agile grace, he landed firmly on the ground. Without uttering a word or wasting a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Qizhen's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. On the city wall, Liu Che and others were taken aback. This slap seemed to have jolted Zhu Qizhen back to some semblance of consciousness. He covered his face and rose to his feet, refraining from calling for battle again. He glared at Zhu Yuanzhang and exclaimed, Who do you think you are? You come up and slap me without a hint of decorum. Zhu Yuanzhang, enraged, twitched his lips and kicked Zhu Qizhen to the ground. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The onlookers on the city wall gasped and murmured in astonishment. Wu Yi scratched his head, bewildered. One can only expect martial cultivators to be brutish, but how can spiritual cultivators be so savage in dispelling curses? Liu Che and the others chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps he hasn't even begun to dispel it yet. In the distance, tens of thousands of northern barbarians stood ready for battle. In the forefront of their encampment, a northern barbarian sentinel reported the situation to a burly leader. The leader furrowed his brow in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. Whether the enemy shot arrows indiscriminately or welcomed him into the city was anticipated, but how could someone leap from the city wall, hurling slaps and delivering kicks? The barbarian leader turned to an old crone beside him, clad in tattered robes, and inquired, What is the situation? The old woman rasped, I do not know, but I have subdued that captive. If he can enter the city, I have my ways to open the gates. The leader replied, I never expected him to enter the city. What I desire is for them to emerge and engage in combat. The old woman retorted, but has not one come out already? At that moment, another messenger arrived, reporting, Sir, the northern Yu leader has taken the captive away. Upon hearing this, the barbarian leader rejoiced. Did he truly bring him into the city? The messenger clarified, No, he simply took him westward into the grasslands. The leader exclaimed, What? The messenger continued, Should we pursue or not? The leader pondered for a moment, then commanded, Hold the army in place. Trouble the witch to lead a cavalry unit personally. I sense something amiss with that northern Yu leader. Though reluctant, the old witch nodded, understood. Zhu Yuanzhang, with the listless Zhu Qizhen in tow, moved swiftly across the grasslands, gradually putting distance between themselves and the city. The grand sorcerer's pace was not slow. In merely a quarter of an hour, they had traversed 10 miles. Here, a meandering stream flowed through the grasslands. Zhu Yuanzhang unceremoniously tossed Zhu Qizhen into the water, which was not deep, reaching only to his knees. As Zhu Qizhen entered the water in his feeble state, he instantly regained a measure of clarity, thrashing about in the stream. Help! Save me! He cried. Zhu Yuanzhang, with a grim visage, snorted disdainfully. He then pointed, and a beam of golden light shot forth, striking Zhu Qizhen's forehead. Zhu Qizhen convulsed as if electrified, becoming still and silent. Enveloped by the golden light, he began to levitate gently above the surface of the stream. Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes, directing his consciousness to explore the curse within Zhu Qizhen's body. Soon after, he formed a seal with his right hand and traced a golden circle downward. With a swift motion, it penetrated Zhu Qizhen's chest and entered his body. Zhu Qizhen immediately threw his head back and let out a piercing scream, as he howled to the heavens in agony. A great plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth. Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly waved his hand, causing the cloud of smoke to dissipate in an instant. With a splash, Zhu Qizhen was thrown back into the stream. At this moment, devoid of the malevolent energy, he not only regained consciousness, but also a considerable amount of strength. He scrambled out of the water, his expression one of panic and confusion as he gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, Are you awake? Zhu Qizhen felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him unable to meet his gaze, stammering, you and I. Zhu Yuanzhang declared, I am your ancestor, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Qizhen felt as if struck by lightning. What? Successful reunion with Zhu Qizhen, personal account 21. Balance, 310 imperial pearls. Successful reunion with Zhu Yuanzhang, personal account 31. Balance, 52 imperial pearls. The successful reunion information displayed by the young emperor served as the most compelling proof. Zhu Qizhen's voice trembled. Great ancestor emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, No need for further words. I already know. I simply wish to ask how you were captured by the barbarians again. Hearing this, Zhu Qizhen's expression turned one of grievance as he hastily climbed out of the stream. Kneeling before Zhu Yuanzhang, he lamented, I did not wish for this, great ancestor emperor. After I emerged from the Nine-Sun Paradise, I randomly found myself in the vast grasslands, with no answer from heaven or earth. Fortunately, I encountered a kind-hearted nomadic family who took me in. I stayed with them for over a month. Zhu Yuanzhang pressed, and then, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, Zhu Qizhen continued, Eventually, I was discovered. That band of scoundrels seemed to specialize in capturing Han people. They seized me and sold me to a military camp as a captive. I remained in the prisoner camp, and then followed the northern barbarians' army here. After that, they took me to meet an old woman, and then everything went dark, and I remember nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, knowing you could be revived. Why did you not take your own life? In the prisoner camp, they did not mistreat me, merely provided insufficient food, which hardly warranted suicide. Zhu Qizhen scratched his head, recalling, the map indicated that the army was heading toward 5 red dots. So, I thought, if fortune favored me. Zhu Yuanzhang, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Great ancestor. They. Zhu Qizhen fearfully pointed behind Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, Step aside, I am aware. Zhu Qizhen recoiled, retreating to the side. Zhu Yuanzhang then turned to face the source of the disturbance, where he beheld an old woman clad in tattered robes, mounted upon a horse, accompanied by over a dozen burly northern barbarian cavalrymen. It appeared this captive held some status. Had I known, I should have cast a more potent spell on her during the curse. Alas, it was regrettable to let you off so easily. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto the old woman. It was you who cast the malevolent energy upon him. The old woman smiled. And if I did, what of it? It changes nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. If so, then you shall die. Chapter 95. Aren't you quite capable? With that, the scene unfolded. Zhu Yuanzhang unsheathed the sword from his waist, soaring into the air as he charged towards the old witch. The old crone remained unmoved, as the dozen or so northern barbarian cavalry surged forward behind her. Armed with long spears, their sharp tips aimed directly at the airborne Zhu Yuanzhang. In a swift motion, Zhu Yuanzhang slashed his sword through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cut through the ranks, sending several spearheads crashing to the ground. However, the sheer number of adversaries, bolstered by their powerful steeds, proved daunting. As Zhu Yuanzhang executed his strike, he utilized the momentum of the sword energy to perform a graceful maneuver, landing deftly on the ground. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang touched down, a fierce cavalryman charged forth, spear poised to strike. With a nimble sidestep, he narrowly evaded the thrust, the spear missing his face by mere inches. Though it appeared perilous, Zhu Yuanzhang remained firmly in control. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent arc with his blade, shattering the iron armor of the barbarian rider. Blood, warm and indistinguishable, whether from man or beast, splattered across the ground. In a heartbeat, another spear lunged towards him from the side. Zhu Yuanzhang pivoted, his sword clashing against the spearhead with a thunderous roar. The barbarian's grip faltered, and the spear flew from his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yuanzhang leapt onto his steed, driving his sword through the throat of the fallen warrior, then swiftly kicking the lifeless body aside. The remaining cavalrymen, witnessing this act, urged their mounts forward, forming a tight crescent of spears that closed in on Zhu Yuanzhang. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his sword towards the heavens. In an instant, golden light enveloped him, and a translucent figure of a golden-armored general materialized above him. In his heart, he silently commanded, "My general, heed my call." The golden figure, sword in hand, ascended with a piercing sword energy emanating from its blade. Zhu Yuanzhang synchronized his movements, tightening the reins as he charged into battle. In that moment, the anguished cries of the barbarian cavalry echoed through the air, blood flowed freely, and their steeds neighed in despair. Hidden by the stream, Zhu Qizhen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the founding emperor truly this formidable? Was he even human? The ground was littered with the bodies of men and horses alike. The flowing blood stained the damp earth, trickling into the stream and turning it crimson. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's face and armor were splattered with blood. Gripping the reins with one hand and wielding the bloodied sword in the other, he exuded an intimidating aura. Yet, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter, a joyous, liberating laugh. It had been far too long since he felt such exhilaration. Zhu Yuanzhang could discern that these northern barbarian cavalrymen were no ordinary foes. Any one of them, in a previous life, could have matched the likes of Su De or Chang Yechen, perhaps even surpassing them. In the past, facing just one would have posed a significant challenge, yet now, he dispatched them without so much as a heavy breath. At this juncture, only two remained on the opposing side, the old witch and the last cavalryman assigned to protect her. Just then, distant sounds of battle began to emerge, reminiscent of two armies clashing. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced towards the source. It was too far to discern. He chose not to dwell on it, redirecting his gaze to the old witch. Her expression was peculiar, tinged with wariness. A martial spirit of a spiritual practitioner? Quite a rarity indeed. The old woman discerned that the general's mastery of the celestial arts was exceedingly sophisticated. "Surely, you are not a subject of the northern Yu court, are you?" As she spoke, she cast a subtle glance at the golden-armored warrior still hovering above Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, "What of it? Whether I am or not is of no consequence." He mirrored the inquiry with equal candor. The old woman let out a disdainful snort, commanding, "Advance." The nearby cavalryman hesitated, glancing around before pointing to himself, "Me?" Having witnessed Zhu Yuanzhang's formidable prowess, he was already paralyzed with fear. "Which, I shall return and fetch reinforcements," he stammered as he turned his mount to flee. The old woman's gaze turned icy. Her right hand, claw-like, reached out with intent. A swirling mass of black mist erupted from her sleeve, enveloping the cavalryman's head in an instant. The thick smoke infiltrated through his mouth and nostrils, consuming him from within. Mere moments later, the cavalryman's demeanor had transformed entirely. Gone was his fear of the formidable foe, replaced instead by a bloodthirsty, combative spirit. With tendrils of dark energy seeping from the gaps in his armor, he brandished a spear, fixating his gaze on Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, sensing that this aura bore resemblance to the malevolent energy that once emanated from Zhu Qizhen, albeit much more potent. With a roar, the cavalryman charged forth on his steed. Zhu Yuanzhang met him head-on. The two steeds collided, swords and spears clashing, igniting sparks and reverberating with a thunderous resonance. After a single exchange, both combatants retreated. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang had already gauged the strength of his adversary. His sword thrummed with an ominous energy. The cavalryman, under the old woman's sinister influence, had gained an overwhelming boost in power, over 100-fold, indeed. This meant that Zhu Qizhen had also been subjected to similar manipulation. Had he entered the city, he would have surely unleashed a massacre upon the opening of the gates, delaying the arrival of the northern barbarians' army. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold snort, channeling the golden-armored warrior as he surged forward to confront his foe. The northern barbarian cavalryman, undeterred, wielded his spear with fierce precision. A thrust from his spear nearly destabilized the golden warrior, as if he were on the brink of annihilation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yuanzhang slashed with his sword, but the cavalryman parried with his spear. Their duel was fierce, neither side gaining the upper hand. The old woman cackled, "Ah, take your time." As she spoke, she turned her horse to depart, sensing a disturbance elsewhere. Yet, as she adjusted her course, her pupils dilated in alarm. Dozens of arrows rained down upon her like a tempest. "Old Zhu, we have arrived." Liu Bei and Kublai Khan galloped forward, trailed closely by hundreds of northern cavalrymen. As arrows flew, the old woman realized escape was futile. Nevertheless, she spurred her horse, swiftly retreating. The deluge of arrows transformed her mount into a veritable pincushion. In an instant, Liu Bei and Kublai Khan leapt into the fray, charging toward the witch. The old woman seethed with fury, wondering why only the enemy approached while her own allies were nowhere to be seen. With a sweeping motion of her arms, she conjured 2 gusts of malevolent wind, hurling them towards Liu Bei and Kublai Khan. The 2 men staggered back, unwilling to confront the dark tempest head-on. However, unexpectedly, at that moment, a long sword pierced the old woman's body from behind without any forewarning. The old woman gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Glancing down, she saw the sword, drenched in blood, protruding from her chest. There was no need to turn around to know who had struck her. Zhu Yuanzhang declared, "You old witch, aren't you quite capable?" With that, he withdrew the sword, and the old woman, in agony, spat out a mouthful of blood. Shaking, she turned to face Zhu Yuanzhang, but as she did, he slashed at her once more. Chapter 96. Do not stand in our way. The old woman's head rolled to the ground, blood spilling forth. Immediately, Zhu Yuanzhang gathered golden light upon the blade and flung it. The sword drove straight into the corpse of the old woman, followed by a piercing scream, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of skin being seared by a blazing iron. The old woman was dead, her soul extinguished. With a swift motion, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the sword back to his hand. It was done. He then turned to the approaching Liu Bei and Kublai Khan. "What brings you here? I hope it is not to rescue me." Zhu Yuanzhang did not wish for them to defy military orders by opening the city gates for his sake. Brotherhood is one thing, but military orders are another. All of them were emperors who had led troops in their past lives and understood the paramount importance of adhering to military commands. The 2 advanced quickly. Liu Bei replied, "We are here to save you, but we did not defy military orders." Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "Then why?" Kublai Khan interjected, "Huh? Reinforcements from the Great Li have arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of joy. "They have come," Liu Bei confirmed, "indeed." Moreover, they had already devised a strategy with General Wu. The Great Li reinforcements are flanking the northern barbarian forces, attacking from behind. General Wu is personally leading the charge, and they are currently engaged in fierce combat. Kublai Khan added, "This old General Wu certainly knows how to conceal his plans. We had no idea such a strategy existed. It was only upon receiving the order to engage that we learned of it." Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged, "After all, we are outsiders. It is understandable. Ultimately, it is good news." Liu Bei continued, "There is another piece of good news." Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "What is it?" Liu Bei explained, "Che Gu just fought a fierce battle with a barbarian general. forging his martial path through combat, and has broken through to the bone refinement stage. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, truly worthy of Che Gu. Kublai Khan remarked, I am envious. I saw it from afar when a small imperial screen appeared before him. I did not pay much attention to anything else. But I did see he received a reward of 100 imperial pearls. The three laughed. As their laughter filled the air, a fourth figure joined their merriment. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to the newcomer. What are you laughing at? Did I invite you to laugh? Zhu Qizhen froze, retracting his neck. The enemy has been dealt with. Is it not permissible to smile? With a swift kick, Zhu Yuanzhang sent Zhu Qizhen tumbling to the ground. Drawing his sword in a flash, he scolded, You scoundrel! I spared you earlier out of consideration for your surname, Zhu. But now, it is time to settle the score. You nearly brought ruin upon the Ming dynasty. How could I possibly let you off the hook? With the sword raised high, Zhu Yuanzhang's fury was palpable, and Zhu Qizhen, terrified, knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. Yet the sword lingered in the air, as Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated. Glancing sideways at Liu Bei and Kublai Khan, who were watching the spectacle, the two exclaimed, Oh, 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 hastily advancing to grasp Zhu Yuanzhang from both sides. No, no, no. Old Zhu, calm your anger. Upon their tugging, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted, Scoundrels! I will have your heads. Do not impede me. Liu Bei interjected, Enough, enough. Who does not have a few wayward youths at home? Kublai Khan concurred, Indeed, indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang insisted, No. I must cleave him. Liu Bei commanded, Someone. Quickly apologize to your elder. Zhu Qizhen pleaded, Ancestor, I realize my mistakes. I was once young and ignorant, acting foolishly and impulsively. I have changed since. Kublai Khan remarked. Look, even the lad acknowledges his faults. We shall discuss this further upon our return. For now, Turk and the others are still engaged in battle. We must hurry back. In a heartbeat, Zhu Yuanzhang had mounted his steed, exclaiming, Let us go. Liu Bei and Kublai Khan followed suit. Meanwhile, in the western realm at the monster-catching villa, after his encounter with Yelabaoji, Sima Xiao accompanied him to this villa. He could not remain idle, so he joined the monster extermination team, much like Yelabaoji. Upon his arrival, Sima Xiao finally met Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang. They exchanged their initial quantities of imperial pearls. With Sima Xiao's presence, Yang Guang and Yelabaoji successfully reached a three-person stage, greatly delighting them, for it revealed that the young emperor possessed numerous capabilities, allowing them to purchase both techniques and cultivation. They had endured hardships before this revelation. One day, Yelabaoji and Yang Guang visited Sima Xiao's quarters, where they found him staring blankly out of the window. Yang Guang inquired, Xiao, what occupies your thoughts? Yelabaoji urged, Address him as Brother Xiao. Sima Xiao, merely in his 20s, replied, I cannot bring myself to call you that. Given our standings, I usually call you Brother Xiao. Yelabaoji retorted, My rank is higher. Yet I have never heard you call me Brother Yang. Are you attempting to train? You stubborn brute. Do you think you are the only one who has advanced to the body refinement stage? I have as well. Let us spar if you wish. Sima Xiao, with a helpless expression, interjected, Stop, stop. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Both of you together against me. The two responded, But Brother Xiao, you have reached the 9th stage of the Spirit Master. Would that not be unfair? Laughing, they approached. Yelabaoji queried, Brother Xiao, why have you been so lost in thought lately? Sima Xiao sighed softly. I did not ponder before. But ever since I learned in the Nine Suns Paradise that my esteemed ancestor and Emperor Wei of Wu are also here, alas. He paused before continuing. According to Shi Jingtang, in a village located to the west on the map, there are 4 individuals. Emperor Xian of Han, my esteemed ancestor, and the 2 from Chaowei. I have scrutinized the map thoroughly. The 4 red dots in the West Demon Village are indeed likely them. Yelabaoji remarked. The West Demon Village is a den of monsters, rumored to house formidable demons that feast upon human essence. They must have been captured by the monsters. At this moment, Yang Guang inquired, By the way, did Shi Jingtang mention the circumstances within? Sima Xiao shook his head, expressing that aside from his torment in the 9-day paradise, he had little else to say. They were too weary to inquire further. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why Cao Cao had met his end. Yelabaoji echoed this sentiment, questioning why such a virtuous individual would be slain. Upon hearing this, both men turned their gazes towards Yelabaoji. Yang Guang interjected, declaring, I told you, he is nothing but a brutish fool. Yelabaoji retorted, Dare to utter that again. Sima Xiao interjected, Stop. Both men huffed in disdain. turning their backs on one another. Sima Xiao, shaking his head in resignation, inquired, "What do you need from me?" Yelabaoji replied, "I almost forgot, Xiao Gu. The situation in Xiao village has been confirmed." Sima Xiao asked, "What do you mean?" Yelabaoji elaborated. The village chief has allied with a sect known as the Jinyu Gate, and they have resolved to jointly assault Xiao village. Chapter 97. The Vanguard, 4 chapters presented. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiao felt a surge of joy. This is excellent news. With this, we have a chance to rescue the 4 red dots captured in Xiao village. The trio brimmed with determination, although they were uncertain whether the 4 red dots referred to Cao Cao and his companions. However, since they were red dots, they were undoubtedly the emperors of Huaxia. Having arrived in this foreign world, they were, in principle, all compatriots. Being of the same kin, it was only natural to embark on a rescue mission. Thus, 2 days later, in Xiao village. "Amon, breakfast is ready," He San Yang cheerfully called out, holding 2 bowls of thin porridge as she gazed at Cao Cao, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Cao Cao, bare-chested, was glistening with sticky sweat, which accentuated his muscular physique under the morning sunlight. "All right," Cao Cao grinned. Heading indoors, he took the towel offered by He San Yang and began to wipe away the perspiration. He San Yang remarked, "Why does your style of martial arts differ from Guzi's? Your punches seem to carry the wind, nearly toppling the trees in the courtyard." Cao Cao laughed. "Ha ha. Guzi's skills are barely competent. He can hardly be called a martial artist. Your husband, on the other hand, is a formidable practitioner of body refinement." He San Yang responded, "Amon is truly impressive. Do you know what body refinement means?" "I don't. If you don't know, just say I'm impressive, ha ha." He San Yang's charming eyes sparkled, not knowing yet still being impressive, "For you are my husband." Cao Cao said, "San Yang, if anyone bullies you in the future, be sure to let me know. Watch me as I punch them into oblivion." He San Yang replied, "Our village is peaceful. There is no one to bully me." Cao Cao countered, but Cao Mao did mention that he was pursued by a gang of villains, fleeing here in desperation. Even now, it remains a mystery how they tracked him to the village's entrance, yet they did not enter. Moreover, who was it that saved him? He San Yang had already taken a seat. "Let us eat quickly. The porridge is getting cold." Cao Cao replied, "All right." He sat down to eat, then added, "In the afternoon, I'll invite Sima Yi and the others over. We can enjoy some drinks together in the evening. Please prepare some game and more meat." He San Yang agreed, "Certainly." At that moment, a deafening roar resounded, shaking the ground. Just as Cao Cao was about to grasp the wine cup on the table, it toppled in the tremor, spilling wine across the surface. Cao Cao suddenly sensed trouble and immediately rose to his feet. I shall go outside to investigate. I will accompany you." The two, disregarding their breakfast, hastily made their way outdoors. Before long, the entire village, men and women, young and old, had gathered at the entrance. Lucia, Sima Yi, and Cao Mao also emerged, encountering Cao Cao along the way. Cao Cao stepped forward, addressing the elderly village chief who leaned on his cane. "Village chief, what has transpired?" The venerable chief, bending slightly, with deep-set eyes, slowly replied, "The newcomers do not come with good intentions." Cao Cao furrowed his brow, glancing toward the thick, ancient tree at the village entrance. It lay uprooted, the ground beneath it having been churned into a large pit, evidently struck by some formidable force. "Sima Yi exclaimed, 'Brother Cao, look.'" Following Sima Yi's gaze, Cao Cao beheld a throng of people approximately a kilometer away from the village entrance, resembling 2 distinct factions. One group, clad in practical gray martial attire, wielded weapons, numbering over 100. The other, donned in immaculate white garments, appeared untainted, brandishing swords, their ranks comprising 30 to 40 individuals. At this moment, Lucia interjected, "This is dire." The group of white-clad practitioners looked suspiciously like. Sima Yi interrupted, "Jinyu men." Cao Cao's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, it was Jinyu men. They had previously slain 3 young practitioners from that sect to rescue Lucia. A cold glint flashed in Cao Cao's eyes. They had come seeking vengeance. Sima Yi cast his gaze upon the fallen tree, recognizing this display of strength as a warning. The adversary's capabilities were at least that of a great spirit master. Amid the crowd, a robust youth with slightly darkened skin spoke up. "Village chief." He halted, for Cao Cao and the others were nearby. Before the village chief could respond, Cao Cao turned to the youth, saying, Guzi, their strength is formidable. You are no match for them. Moreover, Guzi interjected, "Moreover what?" Cao Cao replied, "Moreover, they are here for me." Upon hearing this, the village chief, Hisan Yang, and Guzi were left bewildered. The other villagers echoed, "Are you certain?" Guzi added, "But brother a man, they may not necessarily be targeting you." Cao Cao raised his hand. "Rest assured, we will not implicate the village." With that, he turned to Sīmā Yì and Xiao Mao. "Let us proceed." Hisan Yang called out, "A man." Cao Cao paused, looking at Hisan Yang with a reassuring smile. "It will be all right. After all this time training in martial arts, it is time to put it to use." He then addressed all the villagers, "Fear not. With me, Chao Mengda here, I shall ensure your safety." Thus, Cao Cao, Sīmā Yì, and Xiao Mao strode forward with determination. Liu Xiù, however, chose to remain behind. His lack of combat prowess rendered him unhelpful, and he had procured healing techniques from the young emperor. Should any injuries arise, he needed to be prepared to assist. On the opposing side, the Huaxia mountain manor had dispatched over 100 individuals, including the manor's master. Though the contingent from Jin Yumin was small, each member was a formidable warrior, with their leader among them. The master of Huaxia mountain manor, Zai Jiushan, appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a square face and exuding an air of resolute authority and martial prowess. The master of the Golden Jade Gate, Xian Baya, with silver hair elegantly coiled and clad in pristine white garments, he exudes an air of scholarly grace, yet his gaze betrays a chilling coldness. Zai Jiushan, the great demon of the Western Demon Village, is no trifling matter. Does Master Xian possess the confidence to confront it? Xian Baiong, the mightier the demon, the more potent the demon core within. If the esteemed Zai Zhuang master has summoned me for assistance, I would not have come without assurance. However, Zai Zhuang master, do not forget our agreement. Zai Jiushan, naturally. Upon success, the demon core shall be yours, and the demon carcass shall belong to me. The two exchanged faint smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Master, 3 individuals have emerged, spoke one nearby. Zai Jiushan turned his attention forward and remarked, "Shall we take the lead? Who among you has the courage to step forward?" Upon his words, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily silent. "I shall go." Sima Xiao stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Yelabaoji and Yang Guang hastily followed suit, declaring, "We shall join as well." Zai Jiushan regarded the 3. Indeed, they are the newly inducted brethren. Courageous. Should the vanguard prevail, I shall ensure a reward upon your return. The trio responded, "Thank you, master." Thus, Sima Xiao and his companions, chests puffed with determination, advanced forward. Chapter 98. A master's teachings cannot be broken. At the entrance of the Western Demon Village, hundreds of villagers gathered. 1,000 meters away stood over 100 individuals from the demon-catching villa and the Golden Jade Gate. At this moment, both factions paused, observing the 6 individuals who had reached the central clearing. Cao Cao, Sima Yi, and Xiao Mao halted 20 meters apart from Sima Xiao, Yang Guang, and Yelabaoji, both sides sizing each other up, their eyes brimming with fury. "Cao Cao, you bastards, how could you have tracked us down?" Cao Cao was astonished that those from the Golden Jade Gate could locate them here without any address being disclosed. Sima Xiao understood the implication. They must have captured their people, and yet they managed to discover their whereabouts. "Sima Xiao, we have our methods of locating you. Are you not bold enough to face the consequences?" At this moment, Sima Yi interjected, "Who says I am not? It was I who orchestrated this." Yelabaoji, your admission is refreshing. I only ask one thing. What has become of them? Sima Im, what do you mean? Are they not long dead? What? They are already dead? Yelabaoji's lips twitched as he cast a glance at Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao inhaled deeply and whispered, "The red dots persist because they vanish only after exiting the Nine Suns paradise. Alas, we have arrived too late." Yang Guang and Yelabaoji, infuriating. At this moment, all 3 were enraged. The 4 red dots of the Western Demon Village had perished. This indicated that even if they triumphed, they could not reunite with the 4, resulting in a significant loss of imperial pearls. Yang Guang raised his demon-slaying blade. "The master is watching. Let us not waste words. If they are dead, then we shall unleash our fury and avenge them." Cao Cao, humph, do you think I fear you? With that, the 3 from each side surged forward. Cao Cao clashed head-on with Sima Xiao. Sima Yi engaged Yelabaoji, and Xiao Mao confronted Yang Guang, instantly creating a 3-way one-on-one confrontation. Cao Cao unleashed a powerful punch, howling through the air as it aimed for Sima Xiao's face. Sima Xiao swiftly sidestepped, his demon-slaying sword infused with spiritual energy, slashing towards Cao Cao's neck. Cao Cao recoiled, the blade narrowly grazing his throat. He retreated repeatedly, clenching his fists in frustration. If you think you can bully me because I am unarmed, then dare to throw away your sword. At these words, Sima Xiao hesitated for a moment before plunging his demon-slaying sword into the ground. Very well, he declared. Observing this, Cao Cao smiled, cracking his knuckles and swinging his arms. He gathered his martial energy, as if an unseen flame enveloped his fists. Having just mastered the Songlong Ten Fist, he was eager to test it out. With that, Cao Cao charged forward, his punches fierce and relentless, akin to a raging dragon. The overwhelming force of his martial prowess forced Sima Xiao to retreat repeatedly, unwilling to confront him head-on. Meanwhile, the other four combatants engaged fiercely. Sima Yi, a master of spiritual cultivation, moved with an ethereal grace. His opponent, Yelabaoji, was a formidable fighter, wielding his sword with impressive strength. Yet, facing the nimble Sima Yi, Yelabaoji found himself striking air, akin to punching cotton. Yang Guang faced off against Cao Mao, both of whom followed the martial path laid by Cao Cao. Their confrontation devolved into a brutal melee. Although Yang Guang wielded a blade, he had not acquired the imperial martial techniques, merely learning a few moves from the teachers at the monster-catching manor. In contrast, Cao Mao had trained alongside Cao Cao in the Songlong Ten Fist. Thus, their exchanges were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. In a flash, the battlefield became a chaotic whirlwind of lethal strikes. Sima Xiao leaped backward, elevating into the air. With his palms forming a specific seal, he unleashed multiple waves of piercing spiritual energy towards Cao Cao. In response, Cao Cao surged forward, shattering the incoming energy with a series of powerful punches. However, amidst the flurry, one strike of spiritual force struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger back in pain. Regaining his footing, Cao Cao glanced at the demon-slaying sword embedded in the ground beside him and seized it. He charged at Sima Xiao once more. Startled, Sima Xiao exclaimed, "Despicable." As Cao Cao unleashed a flurry of strikes, Sima Xiao dodged and retreated, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp blade that threatened to sever his hair. "Prepare to meet your end," Cao Cao shouted, aiming a downward slash. Sima Xiao faltered, but just then, Yelabaoji intervened, his sword intercepting Cao Cao's attack. Following this, Yelabaoji delivered a swift kick to Cao Cao's abdomen, propelling him away. "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Yelabaoji inquired. "I am fine," Sima Xiao replied. Yelabaoji added with a hint of reproach, "Those fiends are treacherous. You cannot engage with them honorably. How could you so willingly discard your weapon?" Sima Xiao sighed in resignation. "The other seems to be a spiritual cultivator. I find it difficult to contend with him. Let us switch. I shall face this one." "All right," Sima Xiao agreed, "but be cautious. This one's martial prowess is formidable." "Understood," Yelabaoji responded, readying himself for the next bout. Yelabaoji clashed with Cao Cao, both wielding their demon-slaying swords, their blades colliding with sparks flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Sima Xiao faced off against Sima Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, they engaged in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged powerful strikes from a distance, causing the air to tremble and resonate. Whoosh. The two soared into the air almost in unison, suspended 5 to 6 meters above the ground. Then, with the same movements and gestures, they extended their fingers and arms, golden light swirling around them. Above them, a vaguely outlined, translucent figure of a warrior materialized. Kill. Boom. The warriors collided, and so did the two combatants. Their identical techniques led to a back-and-forth exchange. After dozens of moves, Sima Yi and Sima Xiao stood 10 paces apart, both panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their expressions peculiar as they stared at one another. A sense of frustration filled their minds. The techniques imparted by their master seemed insurmountable. Sima Yi remarked, "Ninth-tier spiritual master, not too shabby." Sima Xiao retorted, "You too. In your demon village, you must be regarded as a minor leader." "Demon village? What does that mean? What a facade. Weren't you just bold moments ago? I can't comprehend your words. Is this all the ruffians West Demon Village can muster? Where is your great demon leader?" Sima Xiao shouted, unwilling to squander his imperial pearls on cultivation before the great demon appeared. Sima Yi furrowed his brow, muttering West Demon Village, as if pondering something profound. Chapter 99. This is absolutely impossible. The battle raged on, intensifying with each moment. Sima Xiao gradually sensed something amiss. Reflecting on the earlier exchange, he realized that the opponent had utilized the same techniques from the Imperial Immortal Technique, the ability to conjure a warrior formed from spiritual energy for combat. While it was not uncommon for similar powers to exist in such a realm of wonders, the coincidence felt too uncanny. At this moment, Cao Cao was still engaged in battle with Yelabaoji, both wielding their demon-slaying swords, inflicting numerous gashes upon each other. Yelabaoji staggered back, his arms tingling. The force of Cao Cao's strike nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. He retreated repeatedly, acutely aware of the opponent's formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to advance once more, but just then, Sima Xiao leaped in front of him, blocking his path. Wait, something feels off. Simultaneously, Sima Yi obstructed Cao Cao. Something feels off. Cao Cao responded, what is amiss? He is on the verge of defeat. Sima Yi replied, Brother Cao, something is indeed wrong. I have my suspicions. At that moment, not far away, Yang Guang and Cao Mao, exhausted and gritting their teeth, were engaged in an intense struggle. They both shouted in unison, Little Emperor. As their words echoed, golden, translucent screens depicting the Little Emperor materialized before them. In unison, they exclaimed, Little Emperor, I wish to purchase. But as they spoke, their voices abruptly ceased. Yang Guang and Cao Mao stared in bewilderment at each other's Little Emperor screens. Frozen in place, the latter part of their sentence was stifled, caught in their throats. Upon witnessing this scene, Cao Cao and Yelabaoji were both taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. Only Sima Yi and Sima Xiao displayed a hint of relief. Sima Yi remarked, Indeed. Yelabaoji inquired, Xiao, what is the situation? Sima Xiao did not respond, but turned to Sima Yi and asked, Do you also possess a Little Emperor? Sima Yi replied, Yes, and you? Sima Xiao then clasped his hands in respect, saying, I am the second Emperor of Eastern Jin, Emperor Ming of Jin, Sima Xiao. Yang Guang approached briskly and stood near Sima Xiao, while Cao Mao, equally bewildered, hurried to Cao Cao's side. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sima Xiao asked, Why do you laugh, sir? Is there something amusing about my Jin dynasty? Sima Yi responded, I am the posthumously honored Emperor Xian of Jin, Sima Yi. I am your ancestor. How could I not find this amusing? Successfully united with Sima Yi. Personal account. 0. Balance. 185 imperial pearls. Successfully united with Sima Xiao. Personal account. 2. Balance. 72 imperial pearls. Sima Yi exclaimed, Oh, I possess quite an abundance of imperial pearls in this future. Sima Xiao, taken aback, felt a surge of emotion and quickly bowed, saying, Disrespectful descendant greets the esteemed Emperor Gaozu. I was unaware that engaging in combat with your esteemed self was indeed a sign of disrespect. Sima Yi reassured him, No harm done. No harm done. Huh? Cao Cao interjected, And you? Subsequently, everyone introduced themselves, confirming their identities one by one. Cao Cao had 100 imperial pearls remaining, with a balance of 124. Sima Yi had 70 remaining, with a balance of 94. Cao Mao had 45 remaining, with a balance of 69. Sima Xiao had 185 remaining, with a balance of 191. Both Yelabaoji and Yang Guang retained 80 imperial pearls, with a balance of 86 each. The successful recognition among the Little Emperors served as the best form of identity verification. The three of them instantly transformed from a fierce desire to slay one another to a state of harmony, even sharing laughter. Yelabaoji remarked, After all the fighting, it turns out we are on the same side. I must say, the skills of the King of Wei are truly impressive. Had we continued, I fear I would have lost. Cao Cao laughed. Nonsense. Your swordplay is commendable as well. And as for you, Sima Xiao, you possess strength, yet lack cunning. In this regard, you fall far short of the old scoundrel Sima. Sima Xiao scratched his head in awkward laughter, unsure of how to respond. Feeling a bit embarrassed for having previously insulted Cao Cao, Yang Guang added, I almost called for the Little Emperors to purchase cultivation. Cao Mao replied, Indeed. We have few imperial pearls as it is. How did you end up mingling with that group of scoundrels from the Golden Jade Gate? This question left Sima Xiao and the others momentarily speechless, pondering how they could dare to question them in return. Yelabaoji explained, We are not familiar with the Golden Jade Gate. They were invited here by our lord. Yang Guang continued, I was also curious. Were you not captured by monsters? How is it that you now stand with them? Cao Cao and Cao Mao echoed, Monsters? Where did these monsters come from? As the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly plunged into silence. At this moment, Sīmā Yì spoke. Your Majesty, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you. Cao Cao turned to Sīmā Yì. Oh? Sīmā Yì continued. Do you remember when I purchased the Great Spirit Master? I detected a peculiar odor emanating from you. Cao Cao remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Sīmā Yì added, later, when the time limit expired, that strange odor vanished instantaneously. At that moment, I was filled with curiosity, yet could not grasp its origin. However, over the past month, as my cultivation has gradually advanced, that strange scent has re-emerged, becoming increasingly potent. Cao Cao furrowed his brow. Still not fully comprehending, from me? Sīmā Yì shook his head, not from you, but from the entire village. At this juncture, Yelvabaoji interjected, it is demonic energy. The crowd turned their attention toward Yelvabaoji. He continued, according to the elders in the village, great spirit masters can sense demonic energy. Though we have never encountered it ourselves, I am certain that the strange odor you perceived is indeed demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao glanced towards the direction of Xiao village behind him, but quickly redirected his gaze to the others, exclaiming, impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Yang Guang retorted. What is impossible? This village is called Xiao village. The entire locality is populated by demons. Cao Cao's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yang Guang. Are you implying that my wife is also a demon? And the elderly village chief? And Erguzi? They are all demons? This is utterly unfathomable. Cao Mao added, indeed. We have resided in the village for several months, and they have never harmed us. They are good people. It was Erguzi who carried me back when my life hung in the balance. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiao and the others exchanged glances, equally bewildered. At that moment, distant shouts from the Demon Capture Mountain Villa echoed, fight. Why have you stopped fighting? Sima Xiao turned to Sima Yi. What should we do now, esteemed ancestor? Sima Yi replied, let us all return to our respective camps for the time being and wait for a suitable opportunity. Chapter 100. Are you demons? Subsequently, the 6 individuals returned to their respective factions. As Sima Xiao and his companions walked back,